I, a towering figure of 8 feet, have inexplicably transformed into a woman. Not just any woman, but a breathtaking beauty, ethereal and enchanting. While others ascend level by level in their cultivation, why must my journey be so serendipitous? Chapter 1. The Transformation into a Celestial Maiden. In a vast and boundless chaos, the shimmering stardust of purple and gold danced in a radiant spectacle. A resounding echo reverberated through the cosmos, shaking the very foundations of existence. Ah, how many years have passed? I finally have a guest. Upon awakening, Bai discovered that he possessed no corporeal form instead. He had become a wisp of soul, floating before an immense giant. This giant towered like a small mountain amidst the chaos, with silver tresses cascading like a waterfall, enveloped in an aura of celestial essence. His ethereal gown billowed gracefully without wind, resembling a handsome elder. The giant's face was lined with deep wrinkles, and a hardy beard adorned his chin as he gazed at Bai with keen interest. I recall having perished. I died while writing, Bai exclaimed in astonishment. Where am I? Ah, young one, you are indeed deceased. The elder's voice boomed like thunder, yet bore a whimsical lilt. Your spirit has been summoned here, for I am the Celestial Tao, the sovereign of this realm. I offer you a chance for rebirth. Do you accept? What sort of rebirth? With a casual flick of his wrist, the elder summoned forth a transformation, and Bai felt his essence solidify. Looking down, he was astonished to find himself adorned in a flowing celestial gown, exuding grace and beauty. Old man, have you lost your mind? You have turned me into a woman. The elder furrowed his brow slightly. What is wrong with being a woman? Would you prefer to remain a wretched man? I can bestow upon you another opportunity, allowing you to choose your realm of existence. Would you like to be reborn into the world of cultivation? Absolutely. Thank you, O great Tao. Bai, who had just moments ago been cursing, now spoke with reverence. Having already met his demise, the prospect of a fresh start was irresistible. The notion of a serendipitous realm sounded remarkably enticing. Yet, I cannot truly become a woman, can I? That would be rather complicated. The Celestial Tao appeared pleased, delicately gesturing with an elegant hand, lightly prodding Bai's form while chanting, "Fate and fortune are guided by the heavens you were. Once mired in filth, but I shall cleanse your karmic ties. Your destiny remains in your hands. Go forth and remember." The Tao's voice grew increasingly ethereal. The incantation has come here, turtle grandson. You possess but one opportunity to traverse this realm without cost. Use it wisely, use it wisely. Time passed, though Bai could not ascertain how long. Upon awakening, he found himself amidst a lush forest, surrounded by towering ancient trees. Ah, the sensation of being alive as he stood. A sudden imbalance caused him to lean forward. Instinctively, Bai reached to feel his chest, which felt unexpectedly heavy. Wow, I have truly become a woman? Oh, how soft. But where is my little brother? As Bai's hands descended, he felt the absence of his once familiar companion and gasped in shock. Indeed, it was utterly vacant. Oh dear, my battle-hardened Bai Xiaoyi, I apologize, dear brother, for your sudden disappearance. After a feigned lament for his lost companion, Bai could hardly contain his exhilaration, exploring his new form. This physique is extraordinary. A slender waist and long legs, skin as fair as jade, surpassing even the beauty of Diao Chan. Everything that should be ample is ample, and everything that should be alluring is alluring. This is truly a formidable weapon. The long-held allure of my secret strategies is finally at hand. Gather a group of handsome men, first entice them, then play hard to get, and ultimately, deliver a resounding rejection. Ha! When the opportunity arises, I must take the time to adorn myself, applying makeup and enhancing my appearance. Lipstick, blush, eyeshadow, all must be experimented with. I wonder if such luxuries exist in this world. The mere thought sends a thrill coursing through me. In a past life, I often felt indignant. The imbalance between men and women was glaring. Men toiled endlessly, while it seemed only natural for them to cater to women. Women, on the other hand, could simply feign a little charm and be exempt from labor. Now, I too shall enjoy such privilege. It is truly something to look forward to. Lost in my daydreams, I suddenly sensed a shift in my surroundings. A figure clad in crimson approached with grace, a strikingly handsome youth, his expression fraught with urgency, scanning the area anxiously and ignoring me. Before I could utter a word, a thunderous roar erupted, and a dozen colossal spirit tigers leapt from the shadows of the trees, encircling both the youth and myself. The cultivators atop the spirit beasts erupted into laughter. The leader, a burly man riding a fierce white-eyed tiger, sneered, "Humph! Mu Xingfeng, I truly underestimated your intellect. A scoundrel like you actually has someone to aid you, but today you shall find no escape. I do not know this girl. She is merely a mortal. Do not harm the innocent." Mu Xingfeng quickly shielded me behind him. "Dato, being a damsel has its perks. A wise hero does not suffer immediate setbacks," I quickly chimed in. "What this brother says is true. I do not know him, I am not involved. I shall take my leave now." With that, I attempted to slip away. Thinking of fleeing, a tiger's roar echoed behind me, blocking my path. The burly leader remarked, with no aura of vitality, "She is indeed just a mortal. What a pity. Better to mistakenly kill than to let escape." Mu Xingfeng interjected sternly, "Liang Tsong, this is merely a conflict between our sex. Why must you make things difficult for a girl?" Liang Tsong smirked, a sinister glint in his eyes. "You have only yourself to blame for being near her. Miss, Mu Xingfeng, am sorry for dragging you into this predicament. On the road to the Yellow Springs, I shall accompany you." Die? Again. I felt a wave of frustration having just been reborn. Must I now face death once more? My fate is mine to control, not dictated by heaven. Seeing the overwhelming numbers against us ignited my fury, and I exclaimed, "A bunch of cowards. Come on. Who's afraid of whom?" The crowd paused, astonished at the audacity of this mortal girl. "What? Relying on a bit of beauty, you dare to act so arrogantly?" They erupted in laughter. "Surely you are still unmarried? Ha ha ha. Marry your grandmother." Liang Tsong narrowed his eyes, coldly commanding, "Onward. Let them be stubborn. Eliminate them completely. Whoever brings me Mu Xingfeng's head shall receive a great reward from the sect leader." At this proclamation, they all leapt into action, charging towards us. Mu Xingfeng drew his sword to defend, his crimson attire billowing as he declared, "Taking down 2, we shall not suffer loss. 3, and we gain. Come forth." As the enemy approached with sword in hand, a series of sword energies clashed with Mu Xingfeng, while Bai Yi, destined to survive, suddenly recalled a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon her by the ancient sage. What was that incantation again? "Come here, you turtle spawn." Following an awkward silence, a pallor washed over Song Liang's face. "You little girl, seeking death," he roared, his anger igniting as he leaped into action, claws outstretched, aimed directly at Bai Yi's face. In an instant, the world around seemed to freeze, and a colossal fate will materialize before Bai Yi, with the stone-carved character's realm of acceptance suspended in the air, exuding an air of mysterious antiquity on the fate wheel. Only the stone button labeled cultivation could be pressed. Seizing the moment, Bai Yi pressed it several times. The azure needle began to spin, and the various cultivation realms on the wheel made her heart race. "Please, high cultivation, the invincible kind." Ultimately, the needle passed the nascent soul stage and halted at the mid-foundation establishment. A tremor coursed through her body. A wave of heat enveloped her, and her blood surged with vigor. Bai Yi was infused with power. What a remarkable realm of acceptance. Truly formidable. As soon as the words left her mouth, the fate will vanished, and the surrounding world returned to normalcy. Song Liang's hand, rushing toward her, was mere moments from reaching her. With a jolt, she prepared to strike, accompanied by a sharp command, "Get back." Song Liang is a latest-stage qi refinement expert. "You are no match for him," Mu Xingfeng urgently interjected. "Humph, too late." Just as the words slipped from his lips, a mocking smile still gracing his features, a dull sound echoed. Bang! Bai Yi delivered a powerful punch, colliding with Song Liang. The latter howled in pain, blood spewing forth as he was sent flying several feet away. He fell to the ground, unable to contain his agonized wails, while onlookers gaped in horror at his arm, grotesquely twisted at an impossible angle. Meanwhile, Bai Yi stood unscathed, having just retracted her delicate fist, a playful smile dancing on her lips as she regarded the astonished crowd. Mu Xingfeng was left speechless in shock. The spectators dared not move. Song Liang is a 9th-layer qi refinement master of our Mountain Spring sect. How could this be? Indeed, just one punch? Is she not a mere mortal? How could she possess such cultivation? With a cold chuckle, Bai Yi casually patted Mu Xingfeng's shoulder. Brother, I am a powerhouse. With me protecting you, fear not. Chapter 2. Riding a pig up the mountain, the chilling howls of despair echoed through the air, rendering the disciples of the Mountain Spring sect apprehensive and reluctant to act further. With a promise of vengeance lingering in the air, they carried away the sobbing figure of their companion, retreating in disgrace. Young lady, the influence of the Mountain Spring sect should not be underestimated. Today, you have incurred their animosity on my behalf. Murong Xingfeng's expression was troubled, his already handsome features appearing even more profound. Bai Yi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. My friend, you must believe me when I say I am a formidable presence. This was the first time Murong Xingfeng truly examined Bai Yi, and he found himself momentarily entranced. Such ethereal grace, even amidst a sect teeming with beauties. No one could compare to the young lady before him. Realizing his rudeness, he hastily corrected himself. And no, although you seem mortal, your depth of cultivation is remarkable. How could I possibly doubt you? Young lady? It's rather tiresome, Bai Yi replied impatiently. Just call me Bai Yi. May I inquire from which sect you hail? I am a disciple of the inner sect of the Qinxing sect and shall surely express my gratitude in person one day. I have no sect. I am an itinerant. A free practitioner. A free practitioner possesses such profound cultivation. You are truly a prodigy. Murong Xingfeng exclaimed. I have been in my sect for over a decade, as a disciple of the esteemed Grand Elder Xuanixing. Despite receiving much guidance and numerous techniques, I am still merely at the 8th level of qi refinement. I feel quite ashamed. Bai Yi furrowed her brow at Murong Xingfeng. Such a clean-cut young man. Why do you speak so tediously? Murong Xingfeng seemed momentarily taken aback. Young lady, if you do not mind, would you consider joining my Qinxing sect? Firstly, as a free practitioner, your entry would undoubtedly earn the gratitude of the elders for your life-saving assistance today. Moreover, the sect's techniques could further enhance your cultivation. Secondly, having offended the Mountain Spring sect today, it is unlikely that those petty individuals will allow you to rest easy. Does your Qinxing sect have any female disciples?
Bai Yi instingevel inviret.
Of course, you need not worry about convenience. Convenience? Not at all. Let us go. What are we waiting for? With that, the two set off. Murong Xingfeng summoned his steed from the Lingshu realm, which turned out to be a rather glum-looking porcupine. I must say, my brother, your mount does not quite match your demeanor. You look so distinguished. How did you end up with such a clumsy creature? Clumsy? Murong Xingfeng chuckled, his eyes crinkling with mirth. It just battled with a thief and is currently quite fatigued. After resting for a while, it will be able to travel with me again. Unfortunately, my teleportation talisman was stolen by a merfolk. Otherwise, we could have reached our destination in an instant. Teleportation talismans are quite the treasure. How unfortunate. How could you be so careless? Bai Yi pouted, reluctantly climbing onto the porcupine's back. Come on, hurry up. What are you dawdling for? You truly do not embody the spirit of a swift man. You sound more like a tiresome chatterbox. Seeing such a charming young lady utter these words made Murong Xingfeng smile faintly, shaking his head in exasperation as he also mounted the porcupine. Although the porcupine appeared clumsy, it was surprisingly swift when it started running. Its only drawback was the wind it created. Bai Yi was engulfed by a chilling breeze, and within half a day, she found herself at the foot of a mist-shrouded celestial mountain. Miss Bai, this is the Qixing sect, exclaimed her companion. Finally, you've stopped. Just as I have transformed into a woman, I am unaccustomed to maintaining a ladylike demeanor. As the saying goes, one has urgent needs, and at this moment, I feel as if my bladder might burst. I must find a restroom. Quickly, I can hardly hold it. As she spoke, she swiftly dismounted from the pig. Mu Xingfeng was left dumbfounded, astonished that such a carefree girl existed in the world. Bai Yi darted like the wind into the thicket beside the road and approached a small river. Darn it! How do I remove this skirt? What a hassle! And there's another layer. She muttered. This feels refreshing. Suddenly, she sensed her vitality ebbing away, and the strength within her began to dissipate. This is bad. What is this sensation? My cultivation is gone. What about the mid-foundation stage? Was this merely a trial version? After struggling for a while, Bai Yi rose to attempt to activate the random realm once more. The azure stone wheel of fate reappeared before her, yet even the realm button was no longer available for use. The time is not yet ripe. Do not be hasty. Without 10,000 spirit stones, one must patiently await. Next opportunity in 20 hours. These words materialized above the fate wheel. Bai Yi's brows furrowed deeply. Good grief. There's a cooldown. 10,000 spirit stones? That is rather exorbitant. While pondering this, she approached the riverbank to wash her hands, and as she leaned over, saliva almost spilled everywhere. Such a beautiful girl. Who will be the lucky fellow to benefit from her? The heavens were indeed generous to her. This celestial visage was something she had never encountered even in her previous life on television. With a peach blossom complexion, slightly raised brows, and almond-shaped eyes shimmering with allure, even though her current expression resembled that of an infatuated loser, it could not conceal her beauty. This face, this figure. How had I never encountered such a divine beauty in my past life? If I had, I would have gladly played the infatuated suitor. What a pity for the rascals of this world. Reluctantly leaving the riverbank, she noticed Mu Xingfeng still waiting by the roadside. Indeed, who would not wish to wait a little longer for such a stunning girl? Chatty brother, I am here. Let us ascend the mountain. Mu Xingfeng smiled, shaking his head, and extended his hand to help her mount the pig, as the two of them made their way towards the Chixing sect. All doubts and speculations about the sect vanished as Bai Yi beheld the grand and magnificent gates. The colossal stone door, intricately carved with celestial constellations, towered over 5 men. The jade pillars on either side were adorned with lifelike carvings of mighty dragons, exquisitely crafted, harmonizing beautifully with the ethereal clouds swirling around them. The towering trees on either side seemed to hint at a celestial palace. Goodness, how impressive! Just as Bai Yi's exclamation faded, the great doors slowly creaked open. 2 outer disciples, clad in crimson garments, emerged to greet them. Xingfeng, you have returned. A sweet voice chimed as a lively and charming girl approached. Another youth, with a high bun and a fair complexion, exuded an air of scholarly elegance, offering only a gentle smile without uttering a word. Why have you returned with a mere mortal? The young woman shifted her tone, fixing her gaze intently upon Bai Yi. Beautiful women often harbor an extraordinary disdain, and this assertion proved true. Miaoqing, this is my savior, Miss Bai Yi. By a stroke of fortune, she assisted me in vanquishing the formidable Songliang of the Mountain Spring sect, allowing me to return safely. That Songliang, has he troubled you again? Miaoqing pouted, clearly displeased, before suddenly realizing that this Miss Bai had managed to contend with Songliang. She scrutinized Bai Yi from head to toe, her heart filled with increasing curiosity. This girl possesses no visible protective aura, and I can sense not a trace of blood energy fluctuation. It is truly astonishing. Chapter 3. May I offer you some monetary assistance? Thus, it can be said that Miss Bai is our sect's savior. The quiet young man standing nearby spoke. Indeed, Miss Bai, this is senior brother Insu, who oversees all financial matters of the sect. So he is the head of the finance department? Good gracious, my brother. It seems that the low-tier spirit stones of the elder brother rely entirely upon you. Bai Yi and Mu Xingfeng dismounted from their steeds, at which point she noticed that Mu Xingfeng's injury must be quite severe. She cast a sidelong glance at his pale complexion, the fine beads of sweat adorning his forehead, and his resolute expression. So familiar. It reminded her of the time she helped her ex-girlfriend install a light bulb, only to burn her hand on it, yet endured the excruciating pain for the sake of appearance. Let me test my 36 strategies of seduction and see if they can work on the finance minister. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, she feigned concern and inquired, Young Master Mu, is your injury all right? As expected, Mu Xingfeng continued to endure. This minor injury is nothing to worry about. Oh, my brother, you are quite resilient. Your entire body is drenched in sweat, your face devoid of any color, and yet you claim it to be nothing? A minor injury? You must possess remarkable cultivation. I witnessed Liang Tsong strike you with great force. It must have hurt terribly, right? As she spoke, Her delicate hand gently rested upon Mu Xingfeng's arm. Mu Xingfeng was momentarily taken aback and quickly waved his hand. This minor injury is really inconsequential. However, to Bai Yi's surprise, before Insu could respond, Miao Qing expressed her discontent. Hurry back to your quarters to tend to your injury. I will inform the Grand Elder. Miao Qing pouted, clearly displeased. Insu supported Mu Xingfeng as they proceeded along the broad bluestone path, where the red and black tiled roofs were arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, interspersed with peculiar mountains and stones, and the interplay of tree shadows created picturesque scenery at every step. The decorations were all in deep crimson, brown-red banners, and vermilion bricks and tiles, harmoniously reflecting with the dark green stone steps, exuding a unique style. Turning left and right, the group traversed the scenic stream garden, arriving at a spacious hall. Before the hall stood two disciples clad in red, braving the scorching sun as they wielded a massive crimson banner in the air using spiritual energy. What are they doing? Bai Yi inquired curiously. You have come at an opportune moment. In 3 days it will be the anniversary of the Qinxing sect. Representatives from second-tier sects will arrive to participate in the celebration, and there will be exciting competitions, with outstanding participants receiving techniques and mid-tier spirit stones brought by the emissaries. Insu adopted an erudite demeanor, clearly taking a liking to Bai Yi. Bai Yi turned her head, striving to display the most innocent expression on her face. Oh, I see. I must appear quite adorable. Ha! Upon reaching the hall, the 3 grand red doors swung open, revealing a scene of resplendent brilliance within. As Bai Yi walked through, her eyes widened in astonishment. This is the side hall, Miss Bai. My master will arrive shortly. Mu Xingfeng forced a smile, despite his pallid complexion. Enough. Do not overexert yourself. Insu interjected, assisting Mu Xingfeng into the side hall, where they took their seats in the elegant Nanmu chairs. Just then, a throng of people surged in through the door. The venerable elder at the forefront is Elder Xuanqing, donned in a crimson robe, exuding an extraordinary presence. With his flowing red hair and beard, though of short stature, he commands an impressive aura, arriving with haste. Xingfeng, he muttered gruffly, grasping Mu Xingfeng's hands and urging him to sit on the ground, while he positioned himself behind to assist in healing. The disciples in crimson who followed closely were deeply concerned about Mu Xingfeng's condition, their gazes fixed intently upon the two. However, their attention soon shifted to the enchanting Bai Yi, who they began to scrutinize furtively. Who is she? What an alluring demeanor she possesses. Who knows? Perhaps she has come for senior brother Xingfeng. Surely, she covets his striking looks. Do not speak carelessly. Perhaps she aspires to join our sect as a junior sister, whispered one male disciple. Humph, who does she think she is? Entering the Qinxing sect is no trivial matter. Senior brother, do not entertain such notions. Another male disciple interjected. But this young lady is exceptionally beautiful. Senior brother, who do you think is more remarkable, her or Elder Ran? In terms of martial prowess, Elder Ran undoubtedly surpasses her. She is already a formidable practitioner at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Her name is renowned on the martial arts ranking of the Tianji Pavilion in the Eastern Wilderness. As for beauty, Inshu, with his sword-like brows furrowed, turned to reprimand them. Silence. Is Elder Rant's name one you can casually discuss? This young lady is Bai Yi, the one who defeated Liang Tsang of the Mountain Spring sect and rescued our junior brother Xingfeng. You must show her due respect. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into stunned silence, their expressions a mix of admiration, envy, resentment, infatuation, and fascination directed at Bai Yi. Wow! Is this what it feels like to be a goddess? The sensation is exhilarating. Coughing violently, Mu Xingfeng expelled a mouthful of blood, his aura radiating a profound essence, and his complexion improved significantly. It is nothing serious. A few days of rest will suffice. Elder Xuanqing rose and took his seat at the head. Regarding Bai Yi with keen interest, young lady, despite your youth, you managed to defeat Liang Tsang and possess such profound cultivation. Truly, the younger generation is to be feared. Elder Xuanqing had subtly tested Bai Yi, yet could not discern her cultivation level, leaving him quite astonished. Bai Yi remained composed, her heart steady, offering a slight smile in tacit acknowledgement. You have saved our junior brother Xingfeng. You are indeed a benefactor of the Qinxing sect. Elder Xuanqing stroked his chestnut beard thoughtfully and inquired, May I ask which sect you hail from? Young lady, do you have any connections to the Yuan family of Jiaozhou? Pondering rapidly, Bai Yi's mind raced. What is this Jiaozhou scholar? Is it a significant background? Lacking any cultivation at present, I must not allow myself to be underestimated. After a brief internal struggle, she decided to downplay the matter, feigning a powerful backing. I am merely a loose cultivator, unaffiliated with any sect. A loose cultivator? That is indeed not to be underestimated. Young lady, having extended your assistance, our Qinxing sect shall be sure to repay your kindness with all our might. Unbeknownst to the young lady, Mu Xingfeng had already regained his vitality and promptly interjected. Master, Miss Bai has offended the Mountain Spring sect in her efforts to rescue me. I have brought her here so that she may join our sect. Shenying Dao remarked, this ultimately depends on Miss Bai's wishes. However, how can such a profound debt of gratitude be brushed aside so easily? The matter of her joining the sect can be postponed. If the young lady has any requests, please feel free to voice them. The Grand Elder was indeed forthright, and my demands were modest. 30,000 low-tier spirit stones would suffice, though more would certainly be welcome. Bai Yi's audacious request stemmed from the activation of the Fate Wheel, which required 10,000 spirit stones for a single turn. Yet, as there was no guarantee of attaining higher cultivation levels with just one attempt, the most prudent course of action was to seize the opportunity multiple times. Upon hearing this, not only did Shenying's complexion pale, but the faces of all present also drained of color. Grand Elder, is it not an insignificant sum of 30,000 low-tier spirit stones? Bai Yi feigned an innocent expression, seemingly harmless. Chapter 4. The woman who acts cute lives the best life. Not much, not much. Although Xuanqing claimed it was a trivial amount, his trembling hand betrayed him. However, I cannot make decisions regarding the sect's finances. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, while not a substantial sum, is still considerable, and I must consult the sect leader. 30,000. Great Elder. That equates to, Miaoqing exclaimed, counting on her fingers, my 2 years of salary. Moreover, it represents the 10-year salary of the outer disciples. Oh, little girl, your salary seems rather low. A mere 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. What does that amount to? Not to mention your 2-year salary, even your 10-year salary should be given. Xuanqing, showing a sense of righteousness, spoke. Yet, was this statement not somewhat disingenuous? Bai Yi feigned innocence. Great Elder, 10 years would be even better. I am in dire need of money. Cough, cough. Xuanqing hastily adjusted his beard. Well, you see, Miss Bai, all the financial matters of our sect are managed by Insu. You should go and collect the spirit stones from him shortly. Bai Yi stifled a giggle. What? Wasn't it said that you needed to consult the sect leader? No, there's no need. I believe the sect leader will certainly appreciate your life-saving grace. Xuanqing waved his hands repeatedly, urging her to collect the spirit stones quickly. Insu, quickly take Miss Bai. That old rascal, he is so cunning. Afraid I might ask for more money. By the way, Great Elder Xuanqing, I just heard that the Qinxing sect is holding a sect celebration? Yes. Xuanqing was momentarily taken aback. Then, I would like to stay and witness the festivities. I heard that second-tier sects will send envoys, and there will be advanced techniques to gift. Bai Yi employed her innocent big eye skill, causing Xuanqing to feel uneasy. However, only disciples within the Qinxing sect are allowed to participate in the celebration. If the lady wishes to attend. Please, Great Elder Xuanqing. I am new here and wish to see the world. Oh, Bai Yi herself felt a chill run down her spine. Fine. If Miss Bai is willing, then stay and participate in the sect celebration. Xuanqing seemed eager to rid himself of this clingy presence. The expressions on the other disciples were quite entertaining. The male disciples wore satisfied and lecherous expressions, feigning calmness, while the female disciples looked disgruntled, their lips pursed high. Yet, Bai Yi was well aware that she was the life-saving benefactor of Mu Xingfeng. Mu Xingfeng was an inner disciple of the Great Elder, and his cultivation level was certainly high within the Qinxing sect. If she could save him, it would perfectly prove her prowess. Who would dare to act recklessly? Yet, there was indeed a young girl who dared to defy, and that was Miaoqing. Great Elder, this does not adhere to the rules. If everyone could participate in the sect celebration and vie for advanced techniques, it would be exceedingly unfair to the disciples. Xuanqing felt overwhelmed. Glancing at Miaoqing, who was also acting cute, his face twitched momentarily. Then tell me what should be done. Miss Bai has bestowed grace upon the Qinxing sect. If she is unwilling to join the sect, we cannot force her. The Grand Elder. Bai elongated her tone, expressing her frustration at her own perceived foolishness for being unable to adapt to the myriad of sect rules, feeling excessively constrained. She yearned to be a free little bird. Ugh! The female disciples were nearly nauseated. However, the male disciples were thoroughly captivated, their eyes seemingly glued to Bai Yi's swaying waist. Xuanqing had never witnessed such a spectacle, promptly interjecting, "Excellent, excellent. No problem, Miss Bai. You may be listed among the Star Seekers Hall of our Qinxing sect, where esteemed elders reside, free from any restrictions of our sect's regulations, able to come and go as you please. How does that sound?" Miaoqing was even less pleased. Grand Elder. The Star Seekers Hall is composed of venerable seniors with profound cultivation, and only those who have made significant contributions to the sect are worthy of such a place. Before Miaoqing could finish, Bai Yi quickly exclaimed, "Thank you, Grand Elder Xuanqing. You truly cherish me." With that, she tugged on Insua's sleeve and headed towards the door, not forgetting to wink at Mu Xingfeng. "Brother Mu, take good care of your injuries. I'll visit you later." Everyone stood in shock. Insua, being pulled by Yi's sleeve, felt his cheeks flush deeply. Once they were a short distance from the side hall, he hastily grasped Bai Yi's hand, saying, "Miss Bai, it is improper for men and women to engage in such close contact." He then gently pushed her hand away. "Oh dear, this young man is putting on quite the innocent act." Everyone was well aware of the underlying intentions. Who were they trying to impress with their literary pretenses? Bai Yi, undeterred, stepped closer to Insua, her charming face tilted upward, nearly touching his chin. "Brother Insua, what does it mean?" That men and women should not engage in close contact. This maneuver was what one might call a bold display of flirtation. His previously composed demeanor now blushed a deeper shade of crimson. "Air. Miss Bai, the treasury is this way." With that, he took a large step aside, leading towards the shaded path. Bai Yi followed behind, her heart racing with excitement at Insua's crimson ears, almost wanting to stomp her feet. Such seemingly refined men, in Bai Yi's previous world, were the most adept at charming young ladies. They feigned a righteous facade while harboring more secrets than anyone else. Yet, young women were utterly enchanted by such personas. Genuine emotions, a playful jest about color, and one was labeled a lecher. At such moments, these seemingly refined scoundrels emerged, putting on a pretense that left us feeling inadequate. Ultimately, it was these cultured men who won the hearts of beauties. Though uncertain if this Insua was of the same ilk, the thrill of teasing men was undeniably exhilarating. The two of them navigated the winding path, arriving at a 3-story pavilion on the inner mountain, where a pale blue plaque read Lingyun Pavilion. This was the place for sect disciples to study, filled with various ancient texts on alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, astrology, and other esoteric methods of the Qinxing sect. Insua earnestly explained, "Oh, it's a library." "What? Nothing." Bai Yi smiled sweetly. "Are spirit stones also kept here?" "Indeed. All the spiritual stones and treasures belonging to the sect reside within a mystical space." A treasury. Bai Yi was on the verge of bursting into laughter when he suddenly remembered to cover his mouth, suppressing his mirth. Upon witnessing this, Insu's eyes sparkled with excitement. With captivating features resembling a painting, she beckoned, "Come in and take a look. You may visit often. I will always be here studying." As she spoke, she pushed open the grand door. Indeed, a rich fragrance of books enveloped him instantly, intertwined with a subtle scent of sandalwood that was utterly refreshing. If only he could have such an idyllic study environment. Attending Tsinghua or Peking University would be a mere formality. He reminisced about his high school library, filled with couples engrossed in their romances, their constant displays of affection leaving him weary. Ultimately, He could only settle for a position in the literature department of a 985 university, becoming a rather unfortunate online editor. Just as Yin Su was about to open the door, she suddenly turned to gaze at Bai Yi's hands. Miss Bai, do you not possess a storage ring? Ah, I do not. What will you do with these 30,000 low-tier spiritual stones? Yin Su exclaimed in bewilderment. Her senior brother was indeed correct. What should he do? Fear not, there is a refining furnace within the mountain. You may craft one for yourself in the future. At present, I lack any spare rings. The new disciples acquire theirs from Zhongbo on the outer mountain. Allow me to take you there. Chapter 5. The astrological wheel Zhongbo, if not observed closely, resembled a stone statue, his face heavily lined and reminiscent of an ancient ape, with an abundance of unkempt hair. Each day, he remained motionless beneath a modest shed beside the external training area, guarding a small stall without uttering a word. Yin Su brought Bai Yi to the stall, where they found a weathered table displaying a few copper rings, nearly devoid of any metallic sheen, let alone embellishments. Bai Yi surveyed the selection, thinking that adorning oneself with such unattractive rings would tarnish her ethereal image. Zhongbo, do you possess any more aesthetically pleasing rings? Bai Yi inquired. Zhongbo slowly lifted his gaze, a look of sorrow crossing his features as he retrieved a ring from his pocket and placed it on the table. Upon seeing this ring, Bai Yi immediately recognized its uniqueness. A palpable aura of spiritual energy enveloped the ring, evoking an inexplicable desire within her to touch it. This was a jade ring of a deep azure hue, intricately carved with dragon motifs, its emerald green eyes vividly animated. The jade felt cool and smooth to the touch, captivating Bai Yi completely. Does this ring have a name? Bai Yi asked. Zhongbo sighed heavily, his sorrow palpable, and replied, Dao Ring. Dao Ring? That is an intriguing name. Bai Yi mused, playfully handling the ring. May I try it on? Zhongbo, with a sorrowful nod, acquiesced. With great delight, Bai Yi slipped the ring onto her finger, when suddenly, an extraordinary force erupted from the ring. A powerful energy surged toward the crown of her head, particularly concentrating around her mouth. It felt as if her lips were no longer under her control. As if compelled by an unseen force, Bai Yi exclaimed loudly, The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. Tao, Tao, Tao. Tao, Tao, Tao. Her brow furrowed. She repeated, Tao, Tao, Tao. What the hell? Tao, Tao, Tao. Desperately, Bai Yi shook her hand, yanking the ring off. A look of terror crossed her face, startling Yin Su nearby. Strangely, once the ring was removed, Bai Yi regained control over her mouth. Attempting to bring the ring close again, as soon as it touched her fingertip, that mysterious power surged forth anew. Bai Yi opened her mouth wide, uncontrollable incantations spilling forth. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao.
Dao, Dao, Dao.
The heavenly Tao is a cycle.
Dao, Dao, Dao.
Damn it! Angrily, she flung the ring onto the table, exclaiming, What in the world is this cursed ring? Zhongbo gazed at her with sorrowful eyes, his voice heavy with age as he repeated, Tao Ring. Old man, I'll have it out with you. Bai Yi's eyes blazed with fury, disregarding any semblance of her ethereal image, on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses. In a hurry, Yin Su pointed to the most unassuming copper ring at the edge, attempting to defuse the situation. Lady Bai, how about this ring? The quality of low-tier rings is generally mediocre. You may use this one for now, and I shall craft a more beautiful one for you in a few days. If that suits you? Bai Yi took a deep breath, squinting as she fixed a fierce gaze upon Zhongbo's nearly petrified visage. After a moment, she finally nodded and said, Then I shall express my gratitude to you, brother Yin Su. Before departing, Bai Yi did not forget to shoot Zhongbo a final, fierce glare. Yin Su has graciously allocated a serene and elegant courtyard for Bai Yi, designating it as her sleeping quarters, and has also arranged for a junior disciple to attend to her every need. Bai Yi, filled with immense gratitude, humbly asserted her weariness and sought rest, subsequently immersing herself in the study of her destiny wheel within the spacious chamber. Gui-sun, come here, Bai Yi whispered cautiously, wary of being overheard. The destiny will gradually materialize before her. This marked the first occasion she earnestly examined it. The opportunity bestowed by the heavenly Tao indeed proved to be quite intriguing. Upon the stone wheel, several stone buttons were inscribed with the terms realm, technique, artifact, alchemy, talismans, and astrology. While the realm button could be pressed, the others required a hefty sum of 100,000 low-tier spirit stones to activate. A subsequent note sent a chill of dread coursing through Bai Yi. Each random opportunity would cost 10,000 for the initial 10 instances, with subsequent increments. In other words, the 11th opportunity would require 20,000, and the 21st would demand 30,000. An arithmetic progression. How utterly vexing. How many spirit stones would this require? Is the heavenly Tao truly deranged, neglecting their remedies? As Bai Yi meticulously analyzed the wheel, aside from unlocking the remaining 5 random functions, her primary concern loomed: ascension. Although the wheel presented numerous options within the realm category, it ultimately narrowed down to 7 major realms: Qi refinement period, foundation establishment period, golden core period, nascent soul period, spirit transformation period, void refinement period, and body integration period. But where was the ascension? Cultivating without the prospect of ascension? What nonsense was this? As she gently caressed the destiny wheel, she suddenly discovered an explanatory note at the very top. After reading, Bai Yi felt a surge of indignation. All opportunities on the destiny wheel must be experienced before the moment of ascension arrives. With the heart of the four-dimensional demon, one could initiate the ascension tribulation. Foundation establishment mid-stage unlocked. What a revelation! An entire compendium. There were 5 random opportunities in total. And merely within the realm category there existed 7 major realms. Within the Qi refinement period there were 9 levels. The other realms each comprised early, mid, and late stages. That totaled 27. The other categories of artifacts and techniques? Who knew how many options awaited? The crux remained the randomness of it all. How exorbitant would this be? The 30,000 low-tier spirit stones in her possession suddenly lost their allure. Silently wiping away the tears of anguish and regret from her eyes, she bore the weight of a heavy heart as she endured a long and harrowing nightmare. Clad in a delicate pink robe, the old man of the heavenly Tao, bearing a wrinkled visage reminiscent of Old Brown, brandished a massive golden bowl, plaintively exclaiming, "Spare some money! Spare some money!" relentlessly pursuing her. In her path loomed a gigantic jade ring that had attained sentience, vociferously chanting the Tao that can be spoken. The following morning, Bai Yi was roused by her junior disciple, Ying, who resided in the adjoining chamber of Bai Yi's courtyard, tasked with caring for her daily needs as per Yin Su's instructions. "Master Bai, you are awake," exclaimed the young disciple. "Master? Indeed. You are the honorary elder of the Star-Gazing Hall. Naturally our esteemed master." Ying possesses a sweet demeanor, her voice as soothing as soft jade. "I have only recently become a disciple in the inner mountains. May I inquire as to how to address you, esteemed senior?" Indeed, Bai Yi found this quite endearing. "By the way, tomorrow marks the grand celebration of the sect, does it not? When shall the envoy from the second-tier sect arrive?" "I was just about to inform you. The envoy is set to arrive this afternoon. Not only the envoy but representatives from various sects will also grace us with their presence. The celebration will last for 10 days, promising to be quite a spectacle. How delightful! I truly relish a lively atmosphere."
Bai Yi similed faintly.
Just as she was about to lift her teacup for a sip of warm tea, a sudden uproar erupted from outside. Bai Yi hurriedly stepped out to investigate, and before she could leave the courtyard, she heard thunderous roars echoing just beyond her yard. Rushing out, she beheld a group of over 10 inner disciples attempting to subdue a massive snow-white bear. Towering over 2 men, the bear's eyes glowed with a cerulean light, emanating a palpable aura of spiritual energy. It seemed to have gone berserk, unleashing earth-shattering roars, and with a swipe of its enormous paw, it shattered a stone pillar into 2. What is happening here? What kind of trouble has emerged now? Chapter 6. The Ice Beauty. Peng Qing ran by. He swiftly dodged the shattered fragments of the stone pillar, which had been crushed by the white bear, when a feigned scream pierced through the chaos. "Ah, sister!" A female disciple cried out, her voice laced with distress. "What shall we do?" Bai Yi withdrew her gaze from the bear and beheld that it was actually Miao Qing, who was leading the disciples in a spell to resist the colossal creature. Their eyes met, and beneath Miao Qing's anxious expression lay a barely perceptible smile. The young lady has arrived. Miao Qing exclaimed loudly, stirring the emotions of the other disciples. She is the honorary elder of the Stargazing Hall. Surely, she will have a solution. With unprecedented harmony, the crowd turned their attention to Bai Yi, as if the long-awaited protagonist had finally made her entrance. What is happening? Bai Yi inquired, her brow furrowed. This spirit beast was prepared for the clan celebration, just captured from the Lonely Mountain's secret realm. Who could have guessed it would go feral upon arriving here? Miao Qing explained while struggling to control the white bear. Young lady, you are the honorary elder. This bear should not be your match, right? Indeed. Bai Yi, why do you hesitate to act? Are you afraid? Another disciple challenged. If not, we should fetch Brother Yin Su for assistance. Absolutely not. If the young lady lacks strength, how could she have become the honorary elder? Urged a disciple. Please, strike swiftly. Bai Yi listened to the group led by Miao Qing, who were openly taunting her, and felt the weight of their scrutinizing gazes. She understood this was Miao Qing's scheme, yet she found herself at a loss. Having been appointed honorary elder just the day before, she knew many harbored discontent in their hearts. Why did the bear have to go berserk right in front of her courtyard? How had they managed to capture it? Nonetheless, this presented an excellent opportunity to establish her authority. With a grand gesture, Bai Yi swept her flowing white dress behind her and charged forward, positioning herself between the white bear and the disciples. Such a little cutie, and you all cannot handle it. Allow me, Bai Yi declared with commanding ferocity. Excellent. We leave it to you, young lady. Miao Qing commanded, and remarkably, all the disciples ceased their actions simultaneously. The white bear, previously restrained by the array of disciples, was now free to unleash its fury. It roared like a wild dog set loose, charging towards Bai Yi. Come here, you turtle spawn. I possess 30,000 spirit stones. Am I to fear a beast with white fur? The azure stone wheel of fate reappeared before her, and Bai Yi had become well acquainted with its workings. She aimed for the realm stone button and struck it with a resounding slap. Come on, grant me a high realm. The stone needle began to rotate slower and slower.
Nearing a halt.
The nascent soul stage would suffice. Wait, the golden core stage is acceptable as well. Curse it, even the late foundation establishment stage will do. No, not that. You wretched thing. The stone needle finally came to a steady stop at the second level of Qi refinement. The second level of Qi refinement. Even inferior to the inner disciples. Was she to let this white bear be slapped into a pancake? Again. Zhi. Stop spinning, brother. The initial stage of foundation establishment would suffice. Brother, please, stop spinning. Curse it. The stone needle halted at the seventh level of Qi refinement. As steady as a mountain. Breathe. Do not be angry. Do not be angry. Bai Yishan inhaled deeply, lamenting the loss of her 20,000 spirit stones. Progress as long as there is progress. I shall try again. Surely, I will surpass the foundational stage. With renewed determination, she slapped the stone button and then joined her hands in prayer, closing her eyes fervently as she chanted, Namo Amitabha. Great compassion Guanyin Bodhisattva. May God bless. Hallelujah. Muhammad. Praise be to Allah. Open. Upon hearing the sound of the stone needle halting, she slowly opened her eyes. No. A primal scream erupted from her heart. The first level of Qi refinement. 30,000 spirit stones. Just like that, gone to waste. Bai Yishan was unwilling to accept this. The heavenly path is truly cruel. This old man is merciless. What shall I do? Now is not the time to mourn my losses. Before me stands a massive white-haired bear, along with a group of onlookers eager for amusement. Establishing authority. What nonsense. If it fails, I shall just pack up and leave. After all, the world is vast, and there is bound to be a place for me. In this life, one must have a thick skin. As long as my skin is thick enough, I shall not feel ashamed. Bai Yi steeled her emotions, stowing away her fateful compass, ready to face her grim destiny. Roar! The bear's gaping maw loomed before her. Though Bai Yi was merely at the first level of Qi refinement, she managed to evade its attack. Hey, Miss Bai, don't just keep dodging. Why not subdue it? Miao Qing encouraged from the sidelines, her voice strained. At that moment, Ying rushed in from the courtyard, exclaiming, "Why are you all just watching? Come help." "Good job, Ying. I knew I could count on you." Bai Yi barely diverted her attention when she nearly fell victim to the bear's paw. "Miss Bai is highly skilled. We dare not interfere. We fear that our presence may complicate matters. Indeed, this is an honored elder. Do you think Miss Bai is merely a little girl at the 4th level of Qi refinement like you?" Aware she was outmatched, Bai Yi prepared to make her escape. Suddenly, a melodious and prolonged bird call resonated through the air. A dazzling red light flashed, striking the bear, which stumbled back 2 steps. "Elder Ran?" Miao Qing frowned, looking up towards the sky. "Elder Ran has returned," the other disciples exclaimed. Moments later, a figure clad in flowing red garments, with raven hair shining like polished obsidian, and a tall, graceful stature, accompanied by enchanting bird calls, the Grand Elder of Qinsheng Sect, Peng Qingran, descended gracefully. Her visage was striking, her phoenix-like eyes sparkling with mirth, as she leaped lightly from a fiery red spirit bird, her movements enigmatic and elusive. With an authoritative shout, a red beam struck the bear on its head, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash, twitching briefly before lying still. Peng Qingran alighted effortlessly before Bai Yi, cradling the fierce spirit bird in her arms. "You all are growing increasingly indolent. Such a crowd, yet you let a single girl face the adversary alone." Her scarlet lips parted, her voice sharp and commanding. "What a dazzling sister! Those long legs!" Through the slit of her flowing red skirt, they appeared enchanting, leaving Bai Yi in a flurry of emotions. Just a glimpse from the side, and her heart raced uncontrollably. "Elder Ran." Miao Qing hastily stepped forward to explain. "The white bear has suddenly gone mad, and the disciples are utterly incapable of restraining it. Thus are we to allow a young lady to face this alone." Peng Qingran's countenance was icy as he interjected, not allowing Miao Qing to finish. "What are you all dawdling for? Why are you not tidying up this mess?" As soon as his words fell, the group of disciples exchanged glances, not daring to slacken their efforts, and promptly began to clean up the chaotic scene. "This young lady appears rather unfamiliar." It was only then that Peng Qingran turned to address her. "May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? I apologize for any distress you may have experienced within the Qinsheng sect." Bai Yi found herself captivated by the ethereal beauty before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Miao Qing swiftly took over the conversation. "Elder Ran, this is the latest honorary elder of the Stargazing Hall, Miss Bai." His tone dripped with a hint of acidity, as if implying, "Elder Ran, while you were absent, another honorary elder has joined the Stargazing Hall. Are you not bothered by this?" Chapter 7. I am your senior uncle. As for the temperament of Peng Qingran, Bai Yi did not dwell on it for long. It was merely Miao Qing's insidious instigation that left her astounded. The insinuations woven into her words seemed to suggest that she hoped Peng Qingran would provide her with a sense of vindication. Even Bai Yi, a straightforward man, could perceive this. It was quite unexpected to encounter such a provocative woman in the absence of men. "Miao Qing, how dare you address me as Miss Bai?" Before Peng Qingran could respond, Bai Yi immediately assumed an authoritative stance, questioning her sternly. "Is that not correct? I referred to you as such yesterday. Do you wish for me to call you junior sister, knowing full well that you entered the sect later than I?" "Ha ha ha." Bai Yi snorted coldly, stating, "Yesterday is yesterday. I am now an honorary elder, and according to the rules of our sect, you must respectfully address me as senior uncle." "Senior uncle? Humph. You only entered the sect yesterday. By what right?" Miao Qing attempted to argue further, but was abruptly interrupted by Peng Qingran's sharp tone. "Elder Bai is correct. Why are you so agitated?" Peng Qingran's expression remained cool and aloof, resembling an ice-cold beauty, rendering Miao Qing speechless. "What? Are you at a loss for words?" Bai Yi raised his voice, declaring, "Everyone present, and those absent, listen well. I, Bai Yi, have joined the Stargazing Hall, and am an honorary elder exempt from any rules. You all must respectfully call me senior uncle. Do you comprehend?" "Yes. We understand." The disciples appeared as if struck by frost, hesitant and silent. "Have you not eaten? I shall ask again. Do you understand?" "We understand." "Senior uncle, The disciples had never encountered such a spectacle. They stood upright, responding in unison with fervor. Enough. Return to your tasks. Bai Yi waved his hand in satisfaction. Miao Qing, suppressing her discontent, forced herself to endure, her face twitching slightly as she sought an excuse to leave. Observing this, Peng Qingren offered Bai Yi a faint smile. That glance was worth a millennium. The ice-cold beauty, her smile as radiant as a blooming flower. Even a slight smile appeared so ethereal and exquisite. Bai Yi reciprocated the smile, saying, Elder Ran, have you just returned from your travels? Indeed, tomorrow is the sect's celebration. Her tone was no longer as harsh as before. It was rather gentle. Elder Bai, what fortunate circumstances led you to join the Qinxing sect? Bai Yi felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that Peng Qingran did not harbor any aversion towards him. This was a promising beginning. Elder Ran, you may simply call me Bai Yi. There is no need for such formality. I am on my way to visit Mu Xingfeng's injury. If you have the time, we could go together, and I can share the details of the events. What happened to Xingfeng? It is a long story, Elder Ran. Perhaps we should go together? That would be agreeable. You may call me Peng Qingran. We are both elders of the sect, so there is no need for pretenses. Bai Yi felt elated. He had never seen such a beautiful woman alive before. Aside from himself, the two engaged in casual conversation, with Bai Yi elaborating on the previous day's events, embellishing how valiantly he had defeated Song Liang. You actually defeated Liang Song? Peng Qingran's face displayed surprise as she scrutinized Bai Yi from head to toe. It was evident that she had discerned Bai Yi's current cultivation level, which was at the first tier of Qi training.
Bai Yi in yardlı eklemet in alarm.
Fearing that her secret would be exposed. However, Peng Qingran merely chuckled and shook her head, finding it amusing. Bai Yi let out a long breath of relief. Peng Qingran had not revealed her understanding nor exposed her. Was it due to disdain, or did she believe in Bai Yi's words? Or perhaps her thoughts were simply pure? Nonetheless, it made sense. Peng Qingran continued, what makes sense? You have suddenly become an honorary elder. That little girl Miao Qing must be quite displeased. I suspect she has placed the white bear in front of your courtyard. Did you figure that out? Bai Yi was astonished, for Peng Qingran had not witnessed Miao Qing's previous provocations yet could deduce the reason so directly. Is that so difficult? Peng Qingran replied nonchalantly. Miao Qing is the sole inner disciple of the Grand Elder Dowie. Although her cultivation is not high, she has been spoiled by him, and her temperament is inevitably proud. You should not stoop to her level in the future to avoid unnecessary anger. Bai Yi felt warmth in her heart. She was being cared for by a beautiful woman, no less. What was even more remarkable was that Peng Qingran showed no hostility towards her, despite being an unparalleled beauty herself. Every word and deed felt as if they were akin to sisters. Oh, do not worry. I will not hold any grudges against her. Bai Yi replied with a beaming smile. You just mentioned Grand Elder Dowie? How many Grand Elders are there in the sect? 3. You have met Xuanqing and me. There is also Grand Elder Dowie. He is devoted to astrology and is the only 6th grade diviner in the Eastern Wilderness. Wow. 6th grade, impressive. And what about you? What secret arts do you excel in? Artifact forging. I am ashamed to say I am merely a 7th grade artifact master. Insu, one of my disciples, has already reached the rank of 8th grade artifact master. He is also quite a rare talent in the Eastern Wilderness. Oh, that's remarkable. Bai Yi's eyes sparkled. Just the day before, Insu had mentioned he would forge a storage ring for her. It seemed he was not boasting after all. The two chatted merrily and soon arrived at Mu Xingfeng's quarters, where, coincidentally, Insu was also present. Master, you have returned. Insu hurriedly greeted him. Then he froze, surprised to see Bai Yi and Peng Qingran enter together. Greetings, Grand Elder Qingran. Mu Xingfeng quickly stood. I heard from Bai Yi that you were injured, so I came to check on you. No need for such formalities, Peng Qingran said, gesturing for Mu Xingfeng to sit down. She placed her delicate fingers on his wrist to diagnose his pulse. It's nothing serious. I have nearly recovered. Your cultivation has improved. Well done, you have not been idle. Master, have you already met Miss Bai? Insu inquired. Bai chuckled, glancing mischievously at Insu. I and your master are already good sisters. Shouldn't you call me Shirshu? Both Insu and Mu Xingfeng were taken aback, exchanging glances between Peng Qingran and Bai Yi, momentarily speechless. Bai Yi laughed heartily. I was just joking. No need to take it seriously. You may continue to call me Bai Yi. If not for this, I would feel quite embarrassed to present the ring I have just crafted. With that, Insu took out a ring from his bosom. Having recently broken through to the initial stage of foundation establishment, Insu stood as one of the most accomplished practitioners within the entire Qinxing sect, surpassed only by the sect master and 3 esteemed elders. Moreover, being an 8th-grade artifact refiner of considerable repute in the Eastern Wilderness, the artifacts he produced were undoubtedly extraordinary. Artifact refiners, much like astrologers, talisman masters, and alchemists, are classified into 9 grades, with the 9th grade being the lowest. The quality of the artifacts produced determines the rank of the refiner. Insu had successfully crafted this 8th-grade storage ring, which boasted a significantly larger space than a 9th-grade one, and most importantly, this storage ring was exquisitely beautiful. When Insu placed the storage ring before Bai Yi, she nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This exquisite jade ring, with its vividly lifelike dragon-shaped carvings and emerald green dragon eyes. Was it not a Dao ring? Miss Bai, I noticed you took quite a liking to Dao rings yesterday, so I crafted one in its likeness, Insu remarked. Bai Yi replied, a forced smile gracing her lips. How wonderful! I truly thank you. No need for such formality. Insu responded, quite pleased with himself. No wonder you possess such an appealing appearance yet remain a lonely bachelor. While the 4 engaged in jovial banter, a vibrant butterfly, emanating spiritual energy, suddenly fluttered into the room. It soared to the center of the side hall and transformed into a wisp of ethereal smoke. A resonant voice echoed, the envoy of the Soul Sea Demon sect will arrive in 1 hour. All disciples within the sect are to gather at the cloud viewing platform to welcome them. Chapter 8. The welcoming ceremony. The viewing platform, situated on the flank of the Morning Star Mountain, is connected to the 2 peaks by a colossal suspension bridge that spans the broad thoroughfare between the inner and outer mountains. The scene before them is nothing short of a celestial paradise. Bai Yi gazes upon the valley below, shrouded in ethereal mist, where emerald canopies appear and disappear like fleeting dreams. The exquisitely crafted bridge stretches across the horizon, a breathtaking sight indeed. Throughout the Eastern Wilderness, few places can rival the beauty of the Morning Star sect, as Insu remarked. Unrivaled in the world? Bai Yi inquired with astonishment. Certainly not. One can only imagine the more magnificent vistas that lie in the northern territories, the southern mountain range, the western peaks, and the central plains, Mu Xingfeng replied. What are those places? Bai Yi asked, clearly unacquainted. Mu Xingfeng quickly elucidated. The Eastern Wilderness is the region with the weakest spiritual energy among all areas. Every cultivator must commence their training here. The spiritual essence available can enable us to break through to the Golden Core stage. Afterward, we must proceed to the southern mountain range for further cultivation. Why is that? Bai Yi probed. Because the spiritual energy in the southern mountain range is far more abundant, and the levels of spiritual beasts and secret realms are significantly higher, allowing for a swifter enhancement of one's cultivation.
Mu Xingfeng explained.
Oh, why not go directly to the southern mountain range then? Why must we first cultivate in the Eastern Wilderness?
Bai Yi questioned.
Absolutely not. Peng Qingran interjected swiftly. For cultivators, training in such a spiritually enriched environment is tantamount to courting disaster. Not to mention the formidable spiritual beasts that roam freely. Even the slightest misstep in a realm of such rapid energy accumulation could lead to catastrophic demise. Insu added, only the children of the elders from the southern mountain range are permitted to begin their training from a lower realm, as their parents can prepare secret realms to safeguard them. Bai Yi's understanding dawned upon him, and he nodded repeatedly, so that's the reason. Which location possesses the most abundant spiritual energy then? Take a guess, Mu Xingfeng replied with a mischievous grin. Bai Yi blinked, observing the playful glint in Mu Xingfeng's eyes, realizing he was being shamelessly teased. It reminded him of his own playful antics in the past. How unexpectedly greasy. Insu chuckled softly, shaking his head. Junior brother, how old are you? Still so fond of jesting. Bai Yi laughed lightly. It's not difficult at all. I surmise it must be the Central Plains. The very name suggests its grandeur. Mu Xingfeng beamed with pride, throwing his head back in laughter. Ha! Incorrect. It is the Northern Territories. The Central Plains is not a sacred ground for cultivation. On the contrary, it is the only place where one can enter and exit freely without restrictions on cultivation. Then why is it called the Central Plains? Bai Yi protested. Among the 4 directions, it should be the most remarkable. It is precisely because it occupies a central position among the 4 regions, and coincidentally, it possesses almost no spiritual energy. Thus, it has become the trading hub for all regions. Yin Su explained earnestly. A grand marketplace. It must be bustling with activity. Hey, Bai girl, if you wish to go, I can escort you. Mu Xingfeng exclaimed enthusiastically. Nonsense. Peng Qingran interrupted once more. The Central Plains is a chaotic place. What would you 2 do there? Be cautious, lest you lose your heads without even realizing it. Mu Xingfeng stuck out his tongue, shrugged his shoulders, and fell silent. The 4 individuals traversed the colossal suspension bridge and arrived at the cloud viewing platform on the side peak. The platform offered a sweeping vista, grand and magnificent, stretching as vast as a sports stadium. The smooth, polished jade stone floor was intricately engraved with a dazzling star chart, filled with various profound and esoteric astrological symbols that left one bewildered. It was truly beautiful, although a tad too sunny. Bai Yi scanned the surroundings, perplexed by the absence of any guardrails on such an expansive area that overlooked a sheer precipice. Wasn't that akin to free bungee jumping? Or perhaps a drop from which there was no return? As more disciples gathered at the cloud viewing platform, Peng Qingran spotted a strikingly radiant red head in the distance. It was Xuanqing, standing on the ground, seemingly engaged in some mysterious activity. Peng Qingran instructed, "You 2, organize the disciples to take their seats while Bai Yi and I head to the guest area." Seats? Guest area? Where were the seats? Bai Yi was utterly bewildered. After bidding farewell to Yin Su and the others, she followed Peng Qingran to find Xuanqing. Upon catching sight of Peng Qingran, Xuanqing beamed. Ran, you've returned. Come quickly. Let us activate the formation together. Bai Yi stepped forward. Elder Xuanqing. Good afternoon. Oh, good. Xuanqing visibly shivered, possibly a remnant of the past. Such a troublesome young lady was not to be trifled with. Peng Qingran and Xuanqing joined forces, both waving their arms, and Bai Yi felt the surrounding spiritual energy surge. In an instant, countless stone chairs materialized from thin air, arranged in ascending rows. At that moment, the entire cloud viewing platform bore an uncanny resemblance to a bird's nest. Aside from the occasional passing clouds, it was indeed akin to a bird's nest stadium. The elders had clearly put considerable thought into the details, even considering a sunshade above the seating area. Bai Yi and Peng Qingran settled into the golden seats, which were distinctly more impressive, featuring single-person booths with soft fur armrests and backs. Once seated, they noticed the red-clad disciples arriving one after another, filling the space with a vibrant sea of red, a truly spectacular sight. The time was drawing near. The sect leader was about to arrive. Peng Qingran leaned in to explain to Bai Yi. The sect leader's name is Du Gu. Given name Zhaixing Du Gu Zhaixing. Just from the name, one could discern a figure of charm and elegance, dashing and refined, a diamond bachelor rivaling the wealth of nations. Bai Yi's mind began to whirl with thoughts of how to profit from Du Gu Zhaixing, when suddenly, a flash of crimson light darted through the air and came to a halt at the center of the main guest area. Right beside Peng Qingran, Bai Yi focused her gaze to see an elderly man with silvery hair, benevolent eyes, and a sprightly demeanor, smiling warmly at Peng Qingran. Ran, you've returned, he chuckled, his laughter ringing like silver bells, nearly shattering Bai Yi's dreams of wealth. No matter. The old man is kind and surely has his benefits. Peng Qingran promptly rose, bowing respectfully. Greetings, esteemed sect leader. I returned early this morning. Upon hearing about Xingfeng's injury, I came to check on him. Observing this, Bai Yi quickly stood and bowed as well. Very well. Please, take your seats. And this young lady must be the esteemed elder Bai Yi, am I correct? Indeed, esteemed sect leader. Bai Yi adeptly emulates Peng Qingran's utmost respect and reverence, truly embodying the adage that heroes emerge from the youth. Du Gu Zhaixing chuckled softly, stroking his beard. At that moment, All the disciples had gathered, engaged in hushed whispers, uncertain of what they awaited. After a brief interval, a thunderous sound erupted, as if someone had unleashed a subwoofer right beside Bai Yi's ear. The envoy of the Soul Sea Demon Sect, Elder Jiang Budlong, has arrived. The entire assembly fell into a profound silence. The Soul Sea Demon Sect is renowned as a second-tier sect, located in the southern Kun Mountain, possessing formidable strength and providing protection to the demon cultivators of the Qinxing sect. As a first-tier demon sect, Qinxing is obligated to offer tribute in the form of spirit stones and treasured artifacts to the higher-tier sects annually, in exchange for their protection. Bai Yi was well aware that every year during the sect's celebration, the Soul Sea Demon Sect would dispatch envoys, who would bring with them a wealth of spirit stones and cultivation manuals. Regardless of whether the envoy is male or female, old or young, I shall seize it all. Spirit stones and cultivation techniques, I desire them all. Chapter 9. A throng of guests, a grand palanquin, borne by 8 individuals, arrived amidst a cacophony of fierce winds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and peals of thunder, floating gracefully into view, suspended in the very center of the viewing cloud platform. All disciples of the Qinxing sect fell into a hushed reverence, their eyes fixed upon the opulent palanquin adorned in hues of red and green. The taste of the Soul Sea Demon Sect is truly beyond words. This color combination, red and green, what were they thinking? Bai Yi mused inwardly, when suddenly the curtains of the palanquin were lifted. A portly young man, who bore a resemblance to Xuanqing, emerged from within. Clad in a long robe of deep red and grass green, he was rotund and bloated. With a grand gesture, he conjured an ethereal rainbow bridge that appeared before him, leading directly to the main guest seat. The Grand Elder Xuanqing, seated next to Dugu Zhaixing, promptly rose and bellowed, "We extend our greetings to the esteemed envoy of the Soul Sea Demon Sect, Elder Jiang Budwa." The disciples collectively rose, echoing, "We extend our greetings to the esteemed envoy of the Soul Sea Demon Sect, Elder Jiang Budwa." Jiang Budwa relished the attention, swaying as he stepped upon the rainbow bridge, ambling forward with an air of self-importance. What a pompous display! How many dishes has he had? Is he intoxicated? Bai Yi thought, her insight sharpening as she observed Jiang Budwa's ludicrous demeanor, further clarifying the hierarchical dynamics at play. Jiang Budwa was the son of the Grand Elder of the Soul Sea Demon Sect, with cultivation merely at the foundational stage, yet born into privilege, his starting point far superior to that of an ordinary individual. Positions such as that of an envoy, with its leisurely benefits, naturally fell into his lap. Attending lower-tier sects for celebrations and welfare distribution was undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor, one coveted by many. Once present, he was treated like royalty, indulged with fine food and drink, and surrounded by sycophants eager to curry favor. Surely he would also reap substantial rewards. Upon reaching the main guest seat, Jiang Budwa exchanged perfunctory pleasantries with Dugu Zhaixing before swiftly leaning toward Peng Qingran, plopping himself down between her and Dugu Zhaixing. "Ah, it's been a year, and you have grown even more beautiful," he chuckled, his rotund face breaking into a grin, while his beady eyes scrutinized Peng Qingran, taking in her figure with unwarranted delight. Bai Yi realized her misjudgment and inwardly apologized profusely to Mu Xingfeng. This was true excess. She felt as though she might retch from the sheer grossness of the encounter. Peng Qingran maintained her frosty demeanor, leaning slightly toward Bai Yi. "Elder Jiang, you flatter me." At that moment, Jiang Budwa's gaze met Bai Yi's, and she felt as if she had plunged into a suffocating vat of lard. A wave of repugnant humiliation washed over her, raising goosebumps across her skin, her hair standing on end. Who is this enchanting lady? Jiang Budwa's eyes sparkled, seemingly glued to Bai Yi's face, unable to shift away. "I have met the esteemed envoy," Bai Yi replied with a radiant smile. "Elder Jiang, you truly possess a delightful sense of humor. I am Bai Yi, the honorary elder of the Qinxing sect." Her tone was neither subservient nor arrogant, a delicate balance that piqued Jiang Budwa's interest. Xuanqing inquired loudly from the other side, "Jiang Shenshi, you must be weary from your journey. Would you like to rest first?" Jiang Budwa, however, was oblivious to the conversation, fixated instead on Bai Yi with a foolish grin. Peng Qingran cast a sidelong glance at Bai Yi, barely suppressing a laugh. Bai Yi, seizing the moment, cleared his throat twice and said, "Cough cough, Jiang Shenshi. Xuanqing is addressing you." Only then did Jiang Budwa hastily turn around. What? What did you say, Xuanqing? Peng Qingran nearly burst into laughter, leaning closer to Bai Yi and whispering, "You have a good show to watch. Jiang Budwa has been pestering me for 3 years. Did you see the way he looked at you? It was as if he wished to devour you whole. But fear not. Watch how I deal with this old lecher." The two exchanged whispers as the next group of guests arrived. "We welcome the esteemed guests of the Nine Poison Spirit sect. We welcome the distinguished guests of the Vast Sea Tool sect." The Nine Poison Spirit sect and the Vast Sea Tool sect were both demonic sects from the eastern wilderness, in good standing with the Qinxing sect. Peng Qingran explained softly to Bai Yi, "We welcome the honored guests of the Mountain Sea sect. We welcome the guests of the Emoli sect." The Mountain Sea sect and the Emoli sect were both blessed realms under the protection of the demonic sections. Bai Yi understood and then asked, "Why haven't we seen anyone from the Mountain Spring sect? They pride themselves on being righteous and stand in opposition to the demonic cultivators." "Ha! Why would they come?" Peng Qingran replied disdainfully. "Goodness, they are a faction of demonic cultivators themselves." "That sounds quite impressive." Suddenly, a melodious call echoed. "The Tianji Pavilion has arrived." Bai Yi quickly looked up. At that moment, the entire Guanyantai fell silent, the only sounds being the gentle breeze rustling the treetops and the occasional sweet chirping of birds. Amidst the mist above, 2 splendid white gold steeds descended gracefully, trailing behind them a luxurious carriage adorned with golden embellishments. The carriage alighted silently, hovering in the center of Guanyantai. "What is the Tianji Pavilion?" Bai Yi inquired curiously of Peng Qingran. The Tianji Pavilion is the most enigmatic organization, possessing immense power, both righteous and sinister, yet remaining impartial. The various rankings of the Tianji Pavilion are coveted by cultivators, who aspire to ascend these esteemed lists. Furthermore, the Tianji Pavilion frequently auctions rare treasures. Should one be fortunate enough to acquire a priceless artifact, they may take it to the pavilion for auction. Bai Yi nodded in astonishment. "That sounds intriguing." As the carriage came to a halt, the 2 robust steeds raised their heads, shaking their manes, their bodies shimmering with a ghostly white light, radiating a breathtaking spectacle. The carriage door, adorned with intricate golden patterns, was lifted, revealing a slender maiden of exquisite beauty. This maiden, however, lowered her gaze modestly, turning to lift the curtain for a young man with utmost reverence. "The Grand Elder Jian of the Eastern Wilderness branch of the Tianji Pavilion has arrived." The young man's ethereal demeanor surpassed any description, his long hair meticulously tied back, his complexion fair and handsome, with sharp, spirited eyes. Each expression was like a painting, and his gaze, as tranquil as ancient waters, seemed to hold layers of mystery, making him inscrutable. Clad in flowing white robes, Jian elegantly descended from the carriage, gesturing gracefully as he floated to the main guest seat. The disciples of the Qinxing sect had never encountered anyone from the Tianji Pavilion, and at this moment, they began to whisper among themselves. "What brings the Tianji Pavilion here? Elder Jian is quite handsome, isn't he? In previous year sect celebrations, they never sent anyone. Could it be that the sect leader's cultivation has advanced, prompting the Tianji Pavilion to show some respect? Are you out of your mind? When has the Tianji Pavilion ever shown respect to anyone?" Peng Qingran also turned to look at Jian, shaking his head, and said to Bai Yi, "His presence here might be to update the rankings. Perhaps this sect celebration will feature some formidable experts." "How can he be certain that there will be experts? The diviners within the Tianji Pavilion are abundant in skill. Discerning this is not particularly challenging." Bai Yi grinned widely. Ran, I believe that this expert is none other than myself." Chapter 10. The Art of Partnership According to the Traditions of the Qinxing Sect. The day before the sect's grand celebration is marked by a lavish banquet, attended by esteemed guests from various backgrounds. Most notably, this event serves to curry favor with the divine emissaries of the second-tier sections. Even though Jiang Buding is merely a wealthy scion with limited cultivation, far beneath the sect master, his prestigious lineage renders him significant. Bai Yi, unbound by the sect's rigid protocols, could have easily abstained from such a formal gathering, yet her curiosity, coupled with Jiang Buding's fervent insistence, compels her to occupy a seat in the main hall. After indulging in a delightful array of songs and dances, the guests find themselves satiated. Jiang Buting, seated beside the sect master, glows with satisfaction, reveling in the flattery bestowed upon him. The Soul Sea Demon sect is indeed growing ever stronger. Surely it must be the foremost sect in the southern Chuanyu. Without a doubt. Just look at Jiang's profound cultivation. His presence graces our humble Qinqing sect, illuminating our status. We, of the Shanhai sect, are fortunate to be associated with such illustrious demon elders. Jiang Buting's grin nearly reaches his ears, his face flushed with pride. However, he occasionally casts lewd glances toward Bai Yi. Sitting adjacent to Peng Qingran, Bai Yi leans in and inquires, "How many spirit stones do you think Jiang possesses?" That's hard to say. Their stipends are in mid-tier spirit stones. Moreover, Jiang is a prominent figure in the sect. One mid-tier spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 low-tier ones. Why do you ask? Money, of course. The more, the merrier. Bai Yi replies with a mischievous smile, prompting Peng Qingran to stifle a giggle. Each time a champion is declared at the sect celebration, a reward of 100 mid-tier spirit stones is bestowed. It is likely that Jiang is well equipped with them. Look over there. Peng Qingran gestures discreetly toward a beautiful gourd beside Jiang Buting, a delicate artifact gifted by the first-tier sects to ingratiate themselves with him, hoping he would speak favorably on their behalf and provide additional benefits upon his return. Splendid. Here is the plan. You shall assist me in a little charade, and I shall reward you with 10,000 low-tier spirit stones upon success. What do you say? The two engage in hushed whispers, but suddenly, Peng Qingran erupts in fury, springing to her feet. Instantly, the lively conversations in the main hall cease, and all eyes turn toward the commotion. With a fierce glare directed at Bai Yi, Peng Qingran declares, "Elder Bai, your words betray your conscience. We have no common ground. I shall take my leave." Bai Yi feigns shock and innocence, her large, watery eyes threatening to spill over with tears as she murmurs, "Ranan, there is no need for such anger. The onlookers are thoroughly entertained, captivated by the spectacle. Although unaware of the underlying conflict, they are drawn to the spectacle of beautiful women in a verbal duel. Who wouldn't he be?" Laughter, smirks, and sly grins abound. With a huff, Peng Qingran strides to the center of the hall, bows respectfully, and states, "Sect Master, honored Jiang, I find myself overwhelmed by the effects of the wine. I must take my leave." Having spoken, she turned with an air of authority, gracefully tossing her crimson sleeves, and departed the main hall without further ado. What on earth is happening? Jiang Budu had yet to finish his sentence when Peng Qingran's fluttering sleeves vanished beyond the door. How strange! He clicked his tongue, gazing at Dugu Zhaixing, who offered a faint smile in response. "Young one, your fervor is commendable. Please be forgiving, Jiang Envoy. It is nothing but—" "Miss Bai Yi, are you unwell?" What transpired? At long last, he seized the opportunity to converse with Bai Yi, his tone imbued with utmost gentleness. Bai Yi's face was a portrait of terror, her apricot eyes brimming with tears. She hastily wiped the corners of her eyes and, turning away, began to sob softly. I am fine. Oh dear, what is the matter? Speak, please. I truly am fine," she whimpered. "Esteemed leaders and Jiang Envoy, I am feeling unwell and must take my leave." The leader waved his hand. "Very well, Elder Bai. Go and rest." Present were the heads and elders of various sects and factions, none of whom could be offended. Observing the scene, Xuanqing quickly intervened. "Let us continue our revelry. Music, if you please." The sound of strings and bamboo instruments filled the air once more, as Bai Yi slightly bowed her head and gracefully exited, leaving behind a lingering melody. A fervent gaze followed Bai Yi closely, and soon, Jiang Budu could no longer remain seated. He found an excuse to leave the main hall, making his way down the steps when suddenly he heard a woman weeping. Following the sound, he arrived at the edge of a sheer cliff beside the main hall, where thick clouds enveloped the abyss below, creating a surreal sea of mist. There stood Bai Yi at the cliff's edge, sobbing softly. "Miss Bai Yi." Jiang Budu rushed over, recognizing her instantly. "Why are you crying here?" Bai Yi heard the hook being set, but alas, in such a crucial moment, she found herself unable to weep. Summoning her resolve, she made a gesture towards her eyes. Oh no, Bai Yi thought, as darkness clouded her vision, nearly causing her genuine tears of pain. She quickly turned around, only to find her eyes reddened and her petite nose equally flushed, rendering her even more enchanting. Ah, Zhang Envoy, she feigned surprise. I have hidden myself away. How did you find me? You have suffered such distress. It pains my heart. Why must you hide and weep? Zhang Budu approached, leaning beside Bai Yi. To her astonishment, Zhang Envoy displayed such concern for her, the forlorn soul. If you had arrived but a moment later, I might never have had the fortune of knowing that Zhang Envoy cared for me. What? Do you wish to end it all? This cannot be. Of course I am concerned for you. Speak. What has caused you such sorrow? Alas. It is related to you, Zhang Envoy. Today, upon meeting you for the first time, I discovered that there exists such a charming figure in this world. Your profound capabilities and the formidable might of the Soul Sea Demon Sect fill me with admiration. Yet, I lament that I have no hope left in this life. A flurry of flattery left Zhang Budu feeling lightheaded, compounded by the effects of the wine and the presence of the captivating beauty beside him, her warm fragrance only igniting his fervor further. What? If you yearn for something, then I shall take you to the Soul Sea Demon Sect and accept you as my disciple. What difficulty could there possibly be? Bai Yi finally lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Zhang Budu, before she began to sob softly. Zhang Shenshi, I am fully aware of your extraordinary abilities. To receive your guidance would undoubtedly be a rare fortune for me, cultivated over several lifetimes. Yet sniffle. I fear I shall never be able to leave the Chun Xing sect in this lifetime. Ah, why is that? You are already an honorary elder, and your cultivation must be substantial. Surely you can go wherever you wish? How could you possibly be unable to leave the Chun Xing sect? Sighing, Zhang Shenshi, you are unaware of the truth. Bai Yi quivered her shoulders, her demeanor pathetically vulnerable as she spoke. Chapter 11. The competence of the method school and the experiential school. Bai Yi felt that her intellect was exceptionally sharp. There lies a profound wisdom in the act of weeping. The crux of it is the control of emotions. If one is overwhelmed with emotion, tears flow uncontrollably, and that is indeed a state of chaos. She recalled the times when she quarreled with her ex-girlfriend, who cried with an intensity that was truly earth-shattering and hysterical. Where was the charm in that? It was nothing short of a snotty spectacle, a veritable snot monster. Without a tissue at hand, the snot would be slurped and slurped, as if consuming noodles. If a tissue were to appear, it would only serve to shatter the image of a sorrowful damsel. Wailing, you no longer love me. Wailing, sniff, sniff, wailing. Who could endure such a scene? If one cried with great fervor, their eyes would swell, transforming even the most delicate of almond-shaped eyes into puffy orbs. What beauty remains in that? Yet, insufficient emotion is equally detrimental. Men are not fools. Mere thunder without rain is too contrived, and they see through it instantly. They would certainly not be swayed. Thus, the mastery of emotion is of paramount importance for women. How many young ladies earnestly subscribe to the invincible 3 moves: crying, throwing a tantrum, and threatening suicide? What good does that do? Crying like a slippery snotworm, creating a ruckus like a common street harpy, and lamenting like a madwoman? Such tactics are not ways to retain a man. They are, in fact, exquisite strategies for driving him away. Bai Yi was also a master of theoretical musings. Yet at this moment, where could she find the requisite emotion? Tears simply would not flow. The very thought of her impending success brought her secret joy. How could she possibly cry for real? Fortunately, she understood men exceedingly well. They require coaxing and flattery. Flattery can be fatal. Moreover, Zhang Budu had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, and with the inky darkness of the night enveloping them, the authenticity of tears became irrelevant. Bai Yi employed the tactic of feigned allure, leaving Zhang Budu in a state of anxious yearning. Little Bai Yi, please tell me, what is your true background? Wailing, I have followed my father in cultivation since childhood. I am a solitary cultivator. My father is not highly skilled, yet he possesses a penchant for gambling and womanizing. Our family is heavily in debt, and he resorted to borrowing from loan sharks. Eventually, when he found himself in dire straits, I had no choice but to borrow 100,000 low-tier spirit stones from the Qinqing sect to save his life. Alas, such a pity. My little Bai Yi, the sect leader treats me well, and the elders are not urgent about repayment. But if I cannot repay the debt, I cannot leave the Qinqing sect. My father constantly demands money from me, indulging in debauchery, and I cannot bear to see him perish, so I often borrow from Elder Peng Qingran. She claims I owe her too much already and refuses to lend me any more. Thus, as long as you repay the debt to the Qinqing sect, you will regain your freedom, will you not? That is easier said than done. With interest compounding, 100,000 has ballooned to 150,000. How am I to repay such a sum, therefore? It seems I am destined to remain ensnared within the Qinqing sect for life. With a sigh of lament, she mused that perhaps she would have to wait for the next life to experience the wonders of the Soul Sea Demon sect. Jiang Budu gently placed a hand on Bai Yi's shoulder, his tone dripping with kindness. So it is merely this, a trifling sum of 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. Allow me to cover it for you. With a flourish, he drunkenly produced a treasured gourd, declaring, "Here are 180,000 low-grade spirit stones. All for you." Bai Yi's next move was crucial. With a mixture of fear and determination, she vehemently declined. "How can that be? I know you mean well, Jiang Shini, but this is my own matter. I cannot allow you to repay my debts." "Oh no, absolutely not." Yet, despite her protests, she couldn't help but steal glances at the gourd, yearning to seize it immediately. But she had to resist. "You know I care for you, but do you understand the depth of my feelings for you, little Bai Yi? If I cannot assist you, I fear I shall lose sleep over it. You must accept it." Jiang Budu insisted, a hint of desperation in his voice. "Jiang Shini is indeed so kind to me. Alas, my fate is not favorable. I wish I had met you sooner. I cannot accept this money. If I do, I shall leap off."
Bai Yi find weakness.
Continuing her lamentations, Jiang Budu exclaimed, "No, that cannot be." He stepped boldly in front of Bai Yi, declaring, "If you refuse to accept it, then I shall jump." Finally, at long last, he pressed the gourd into Bai Yi's embrace. "Jiang Shini, I shall accept it, but this gourd, I shall return it to you." "Oh, the precious jade ring gifted by Yin Su. Now this will certainly come in handy." 18,000 low-grade spirit stones, finally in her grasp. The effort of feigning tears throughout the night was not in vain, despite nearly blinding herself in the process. Bai Yi was genuinely overwhelmed with emotion, nearly in tears. "Thank you, Jiang Shini." Jiang Budu, satisfied yet somewhat mischievous, grinned, his eyes sparkling as he appraised Bai Yi, his footing decidedly unsteady. "Little Bai Yi, there is no need for formality between us." Bai Yi quickly supported Jiang Budu as they departed from the precipice. Suddenly, spotting a passing disciple clad in red, she called out, "Come, help Jiang Shini back. He has had too much to drink. Take good care of him." Though Jiang Budu continued to mumble incoherently, his words were becoming increasingly indistinct. "Ah, brother, you are still so naive." Thank goodness she had secured the funds while he was still coherent. Watching Jiang Budu's figure fade into the distance, Bai Yi couldn't contain her beaming smile. "Oh, you!" A peal of laughter echoed behind her. It was Peng Qingran. "How did I perform? Quite the actress, wouldn't you agree? You certainly have a multitude of clever ideas, yet Jiang Budu deserves his fate for his dubious intentions. Indeed, you are remarkably talented, truly a leading lady." As Bai Yi spoke, she extracted 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, offering them to Peng Qingran. "What need have I for such things? I am not lacking in funds. Keep it for yourself." Peng Qingran declined Bai Yi's bribe. Without hesitation, Bai Yi pressed the 10,000 spirit stones into Peng Qingran's hands, and the two strolled back to the dormitory, bathed in moonlight. "Ha ha ha! Tonight has been delightful. Shall we indulge in a bit more wine?" Bai Yi proposed. "Tomorrow morning marks the grand celebration, though it appears to hold little allure. A sip of wine wouldn't do any harm. I shall return in the afternoon, just in time for the alchemical competition. During my recent travels, I fortuitously procured a fine wine." "Fine wine?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The local wines are notoriously harsh and unpalatable, hardly agreeable to the palate. I recall my own days as a budding mixologist. If only I could find some fruits and spices to accompany it. I passed through a cherry grove to visit a reclusive sage renowned for crafting a delightful drink known as falling petal wine. I made sure to acquire a few bottles. It sounds promising. As the two conversed, they neared Bai Yi's courtyard. Bai Yi smacked his lips and suddenly pondered a crucial question. A fine wine deserves equally fine accompaniments. We must procure some snacks to pair with it. Snacks? Peng Qingran replied. I have always preferred to drink alone, fearing that dishes might detract from the wine's exquisite flavor. Oh, my dear lady, I had no idea you had such refined tastes. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby thicket, and a small, dark creature swiftly darted out. With a pair of playful silver horns, it charged forth from the underbrush, its sleek black fur gleaming under the moonlight. It appeared to resemble a diminutive black-backed mountain goat. My goodness, a gift of roasted lamb chops has come right to our doorstep. Chapter 12. The Luo Shui beast, the little goat, burst forth, only to find its path obstructed by two individuals. It promptly turned to flee, bounding away in a frenzied dash. The four nimble hooves, in Bai Yi's eyes, had already transformed into roasted goat hooves. Little creature, where do you think you're running off to? Bai Yi exclaimed, leaping into the air and delivering a swift blow that struck the little goat squarely on the head. With a couple of pitiful bleats, the small beast collapsed and lay still. Shouldn't sheep be bleating? That sound was truly peculiar. Bai Yi thought little of it, grabbing the goat by its hind legs and dragging it toward the kitchen. The head cook had just finished preparing the last dish for the evening feast when she saw Bai Yi bringing in such an oddity, her expression one of confusion. Come. Clean this up and roast it. Remember, it must be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Don't skimp on the seasoning. Bai Yi meticulously instructed twice. Make sure to deliver it to my courtyard. Thank you for your hard work. Peng Qingran furrowed her brow, contemplating the black goat. What troubles you? Bai Yi inquired. I can't shake the feeling that I've seen this little beast before. Is it so strange to have seen it? Perhaps it's a goat that wandered in from the outer mountains. Upon returning to Bai Yi's quarters, Peng Qingran dismissed her thoughts about the little beast and produced 3 glass bottles, placing them on the table. Falling cherry drunk, she said with a gentle smile. Bai Yi gazed intently at the bottles, marveling at the golden pink liquid swirling gracefully within, illuminated by vibrant glimmers. Peng Qingran then took out 2 jade wine cups and filled them to the brim. Today, our meeting feels as if we have known each other for ages. Her ice-white complexion, slightly flushed from earlier libations, harmonized beautifully with the golden pink hue of the falling cherry drunk, creating an exquisite scene. Bai Yi found herself entranced, her gaze momentarily lost, before hastily raising the jade cup. Ran, you are truly beautiful. This was a sincere sentiment. Peng Qingran chuckled softly. I have heard such words from men, but to hear them from a woman for the first time is quite surprising. Bai Yi, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched the back of her head. Oh dear, my inner straight man has surfaced again. How could I so openly compliment someone else's looks? Perhaps it was the wine, along with the excitement of the evening, that had her slightly tipsy. The two clinked their cups together, and the falling cherry drunk flowed down their throats. Wow, this wine! Bai Yi exclaimed, her eyes wide with delight as the sweetness flooded her senses. The aftertaste lingered endlessly. Such a rich cherry aroma. It's sweet yet not cloying, fragrant yet not overwhelming, and utterly delightful. Taking a deep breath, she felt as though the very air was infused with a delicate floral fragrance. Peng Qingran smiled with her lips pursed. I never expected you to have an appreciation for wine. We truly share a unique bond. Of course, I can even concoct cocktails. Once I gather all the ingredients, you must try my creations. What does it mean to concoct cocktails? Well, it involves blending various juices, seasonings, and spirits in different sequences and techniques to create distinct flavors. Oh, that sounds intriguing, almost akin to alchemy. Ha ha ha. Quite similar indeed. However, the wine I have procured is truly a celestial delicacy. If only I had the chance before Bai Yi could complete his thought. A commotion erupted outside, and Ying hurriedly rushed in, exclaiming, Master Uncle, this is terrible. Brother Shen Lu has come and is causing a ruckus looking for you. Who is Xian Lu? Bai Yi replied impatiently, disturbed from savoring wine with Ran Ran. How dare he make a scene here? Let us go see. Bai Yi's enthusiasm was clearly dampened, and irritation brewed within him. Yet Peng Qingran suddenly reached out, restraining Bai Yi. Dear Yi, you are unaware. Xian Lu is the sole heir of Xianxing. He has been spoiled and possesses quite the temper. He shows no regard for anyone. The son of Xianxing? That does not grant him the right to intrude upon our private world. Bai Yi retorted, and together with Peng Qingran, they stepped outside into the courtyard. Before them stood a red-haired youth, short in stature like Xianxing, with vibrant crimson locks that could not conceal his chubby cheeks and youthful arrogance. He was flanked by 4 disciples clad in red. A mere wastrel, Bai Yi regarded him with disdain. Is Elder Ran here as well? Xian Lu tilted his head defiantly, demanding, let Elder Ran bear witness. This master Bai has stolen my treasure. It must be returned. Young man, speak with evidence. What treasure have I taken from you? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, scoffing. Am I to understand that I have pilfered your mirror, leading you to behave so recklessly in my presence? Master Bai, though you are an esteemed elder, do not overstep. Return my little Bai at once. What is this little Bai? When did I take your little Bai? Do not quibble. The disciples passing by have all seen it. They witnessed you taking little Bai. Xian Lu's persistence was infuriating, causing Bai Yi to frown. Young brother, if you are unwell, seek treatment. What is this little Bai I have taken? My spirit pet. The Luo Shui beast. The Luo Shui beast? Bai Yi pondered, perplexed suddenly. Peng Qingran softly exclaimed, this is not good. The black sheep, but abruptly, more individuals entered the courtyard. 2 disciples carried a platter, calling out, Master Bai, the kitchen has prepared your sheep. We have brought it to you. Where shall we place it? Upon turning, Xian Lu's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the steaming, fragrant spirit beast on the platter. A wail escaped his lips. Ah, my little Bai, I have cared for you all these years. How could you let yourself be roasted in a moment of negligence? Cold sweat broke out on Bai Yi's brow as he watched Xian Lu weep inconsolably, leaving him momentarily dazed. Ran Ran, she whispered, what is the Luo Shui beast? Is it very precious? It is not particularly valuable. Can only be caught in Luo Shui, quite rare but not too precious. Its spiritual power is low, yet it possesses immense strength in water, capable of transforming into a dragon. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Although rare, it sufficed that it was not precious. She quickly instructed the disciples carrying the roasted Luo Shui beast, place it inside the house. The disciples complied, hastily setting down the platter before departing. Xian Lu, relentless, followed them into the house, blocking Bai Yi's path. Return my Luo Shui beast. Very well, although it is merely a Luo Shui beast, I shall present you with a more rare spiritual creature in exchange. You need only to voice your request. Bai Yi smirked. Oh, Xian Lu was overwhelmed with tears and snot, utterly unprepared for Bai Yi's swift acquiescence. She continued to wail, no, I want Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai? Bai Yi and Peng Qingran resumed their seats at the table. This creature, no, this little beast was clearly black, not white. Surely it cannot be your Xiao Bai? It is my Xiao Bai. It is black. I shall name it whatever I please, and you have no say in the matter. Xian Lu persisted, her demands unwavering. Return my Xiao Bai. What if we do this instead? I shall capture 2 more advanced spiritual beasts for you. Furthermore, we have exquisite wine here today. Elder Ran and I are enjoying it under the moonlight. You should join us. This wine is a rare treasure acquired from a great master. A fortuitous encounter indeed. What say you? Chapter 13. The Temptation of Fragrance. Bai Yi had displayed ample sincerity, for it was, after all, his first occasion drinking with Ran Ran, and such a refined affair ought not to be sullied. Yet, Xian Lu was unwilling to relent. He opened his mouth and began to wail. My little Bai, I have raised it for 5 years, and now you want to roast it. With a resounding clap, Bai Yi slammed his hand on the table. Do not provoke me with your drunken chatter. I shall indeed slaughter this sheep. Speak another word, and I shall roast you alongside it for a fine drink. Peng Qingran was taken aback. Within the entire Qinxing sect, who dared to speak to Xian Lu in such a manner? the elders, due to their esteemed status, refrained from engaging with the younger generation, while senior disciples like Yin Su and Miao Qing were disinclined to confront him, owing to Xian Lu's reputation. The other disciples treated him with utmost reverence. Xian Lu, startled by the outburst, appeared momentarily dazed. He gazed at Bai Yi, whose face bore a storm of fury, and obediently took a seat. I shall just drink. He pouted, surprisingly adorable in his sorrow. Bai Yi smirked, his previous ire dissipating. Ah, this is more like it. It is all fate, the fate of little Bai. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, Xian Lu sniffled. Did my master really say that? You mustn't deceive me. Indeed, who is my master? An honorary elder. Would he deceive a junior? Two spirit beasts. Ran Ran can attest. Come now, no more tears. As he spoke, Bai Yi handed him a cup of falling cherry wine, declaring, a true man sheds tears sparingly. Xian Lu accepted the drink, tears welling up, gazing mournfully at the golden-pink liquid within the cup. To little Bai, Bai Yi raised his cup. To little Bai. Xian Lu tilted his head back and downed it in one go. Seizing the moment, Bai Yi promptly called for Ying Ying to slice the roasted meat and arrange it in the center of the table. An aromatic wave wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. Upon seeing the roasted meat, Xian Lu nearly burst into tears again. Wah! My little Bai, you smell so delicious. No, you died. Such a tragic death. Bai Yi nearly burst into laughter, and Peng Qingran shook his head with a gentle smile. Despite Xian Lu's current lamentations, after 2 cups of wine, he feasted with greater delight than anyone else. As the rounds of wine continued, Bai Yi felt the effects intensifying, his tongue growing just moments ago. I wept profusely, and now it seems all has vanished within you. Ha ha ha. Ah, my dear little Bai, woe is me. It is simply delightful. Upon uttering these words, Xian Lu raised his cup and drained another glass of falling cherry wine. The last jug of this exquisite beverage was nearly empty, and they had all indulged sufficiently. Peng Qingran instructed someone to escort Xian Lu back to her chambers before taking his leave. As Bai Yi stumbled into bed, she felt the world spinning around her, yet her heart brimmed with contentment. 18,000 low-tier spirit stones. A new destiny could be forged, but what shall it be? Ran Ran is truly beautiful, kind and gentle. Her demeanor remains constant, devoid of duplicity. Unlike that mischievous Chong, lost in a haze of thoughts, she was unaware of how long she had slumbered, when suddenly, an intense and peculiar sensation jolted her awake. A tingling numbness enveloped her body, as if she were being elongated, a wondrous force coursing chaotically within her. Bai Yi was drenched in cold sweat as she hastily sat up. What on earth is happening? She murmured to herself. The sound of her voice nearly startled her. It was unmistakably that of a man, deep and rugged, a voice both captivating and resonant. How have I reverted to a male form? Utilizing the moonlight filtering through the window, she gazed at her hands. No longer delicate, they were now robust and elongated. Even the hair on her knuckles was distinctly visible. She touched her face. A pronounced nose, thick brows, deep-set eyes, and a sharply defined jawline. She continued to explore. A pronounced Adam's apple, a firm chest, only solid pectoral muscles, and further down. Ah, little Bai Yi, my dear brother, how I long for you. But what on earth is happening here? Bai Yi struck her head several times, striving to comprehend the situation, yet confusion enveloped her. Have I truly transformed back into a man? Could it be that I ingested something imbued with spiritual energy? Was it the Luoshui beast? The falling cherry wine? Or something else entirely? Bai Yi rolled out of bed, illuminated by the moonlight, and noticed her attire had also undergone a transformation. The celestial garments bestowed upon her now fit impeccably. She twirled around, clad in a striking white robe adorned with intricate golden patterns depicting auspicious clouds. I have returned to manhood. This is splendid. Ha ha ha. I can now boldly pursue the fairer sex. Ran Ran. But wait, when I was in my feminine form, I held the esteemed title of honorary elder. What shall I do now? What if Ying Ying enters the room tomorrow morning and discovers this appearance? Would she not be utterly shocked? Oh, Ying is rather charming as well. The effects of the wine still lingered, clouding her mind with chaotic thoughts. Perhaps it would be wise to flee for now, to devise a more prudent plan. For when dawn breaks, an explanation may prove difficult. As Bai Yi contemplated her strategy, she suddenly sensed that overwhelming force beginning to wane. The ebbing of power intensified her unease. Oh no! No! He beheld his handsome, striking hands transform once more into delicate, slender fingers. His perspective gradually lowered. The robe adorning him morphed into a graceful woman-esque attire. He cast his gaze downward, obstructed from view, unable to see his feet. He had once again become her. The fleeting return to the form of a man reignited by Yi's fury towards the heavens. With a forceful stomp, she exclaimed, "By heavens! I must return to my male form." Having declared this, she collapsed onto the bed. A wave of fervent emotion gradually subsided, and the night enveloped her in silence, the chirping of insects and calls of birds outside accentuating the tranquility of the late hour. Bai Yi lay on her back, yet sleep eluded her. That brief restoration was undoubtedly no mere coincidence. The transformation back into a man today was highly likely due to something she had consumed. Falling cherry drunk. Luo Shui beast. What could it be? The sensation of that mysterious and potent force gradually filling her body was truly wondrous. Regardless of its nature, the ability to revert to her male form offered at least a glimmer of hope. Although being a fairy was delightful, deep within, Bai Yi was undeniably a stalwart man. No matter the cost, she was determined to reclaim her male identity. This was essential to honor her true masculine soul. Resolute in her decision, Bai Yi drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 14. Alchemical Contest. The celebration of the Qinqing sect is divided into 10 days, during which 6 competitions will take place. Alchemy, artifact forging, astrology, talisman crafting, martial arts, and beast taming. The alchemical contest is scheduled for the afternoon of the first day, while the remaining 5 events will each occupy a day. The final 4 days will be dedicated to comprehensive assessments. Although these competitions aim to rank results, they primarily serve as a showcase, demonstrating the prowess of the Qinqing sect to various other sects, featuring performances of diverse nature for the audience. To fully exhibit their strength, disciples from both the outer and inner sects, as well as esteemed elders, will all partake in these events. The disciples are there to compete, while the elders are more inclined to perform. Typically, the more extravagant displays are reserved for the final days, selecting the most fantastical secret realms within the sect and procuring rare spiritual beasts. This can essentially be regarded as a visual feast. Those who perform admirably may receive an array of rewards presented by the divine emissaries. Victors in alchemy may obtain high-grade elixirs, while those excelling in talisman crafting might earn secret techniques or advanced talismans. The same applies to the other events. Consequently, this celebration holds immense allure for all disciples. On this day, when Bai Yi awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Upon rising, her first instinct was to check her own body. The events of the previous night left her unable to linger in bed, and she hurriedly got up to seek out Peng Qingran. The cloud viewing platform was already bustling with activity, as all disciples awaited the spectacle ahead. Upon arriving, Bai Yi found that the alchemical contest for the inner sect disciples was already underway. "I've woken up late," Bai Yi remarked with a playful stick of her tongue while taking a seat beside Peng Qingran. Fortunately, she had not missed any thrilling moments. Peng Qingran smiled slightly. "Ran, I have a question for you."
Bai Yi lanet kılosur.
"Did you feel anything unusual last night?" "What do you mean?" "You too," Peng Qingran responded, surprised. "Indeed. Do you have any idea what it could be?" Shaking her head, Peng Qingran replied, "I'm not certain. I suspect it might be related to the Luo Shui beast or the falling cherry drunk." Indeed, Bai Yi's guess was accurate. "My cultivation has advanced considerably, but before long, much of it dissipated." Peng Qingran pondered thoughtfully. Ran, shall we seek out that renowned master of brewing? This matter is truly peculiar. We can consider it an opportunity for experience. What do you think?" With a smile, Peng Qingran agreed. "Very well. Once the celebration concludes, we shall set off." Before Bai Yi could respond, someone behind her gently tapped her shoulder, cheerfully exclaiming, "Greetings, Shi Shu." It was Xian Lu. Have you sobered up, you rascal? Bai Yi inquired with a grin. Yes, I have. Are both of you going to embark on an adventure? Take me along. Nonsense, Peng Qingran retorted. What about the 12 wives in your courtyard? If you fail to expand your family this year, be wary of your father's wrath. Shu, keep your voice down. Xian Lu's face paled as he anxiously glanced towards Xian Xing. If my father hears, I will truly be doomed. 12 wives? Bai Yi's eyes widened as she scrutinized Xian Lu from head to toe. Little brother, one must not judge by appearances. 12 wives? How did you manage that? Best not to mention it. Last year, I accomplished a formidable task. 2 sons and 1 daughter. What more could one desire? With merely 3 offspring. Your family has been passed down through 5 generations, and your father, for the sake of the clan, does not pressure you to elevate your cultivation. He only entrusts you with the weighty responsibility of continuing the lineage and expanding the family. Yet here you are, claiming only 3 in a year. How can you even say that? Peng Qingran shook her head. I shall venture out with ear for training while you remain obediently within the sect, forbidden from wandering anywhere. Uncle Bai has promised to catch me a couple of spirit beasts, hasn't he? I wish to join as well. Every day within the sect, I am surrounded by a throng of envious and competitive women. It is quite overwhelming. Dear uncle, have pity on me. Xian Lu playfully pouted, her childish charm making her rather amusing. Bai Yi could not help but chuckle. Very well. We shall see when the time comes. As the trio continued their banter, a sudden wave of fervent cheers erupted from the audience. In the center of the viewing cloud platform, the gold and bronze alchemical furnace emitted a dazzling red glow. The red-clad inner sect disciple before the furnace tirelessly channeled spells, continuously feeding spiritual energy into the cauldron. Demon Transformation Pill. Xian Lu joined the chorus, excitedly shaking Bai Yi's shoulder. He had actually managed to concoct the Demon Transformation Pill. What is the Demon Transformation Pill? Bai Yi inquired of Peng Qingran. It is a potion for demon cultivators to enhance their powers. Unlike ordinary spirit cultivator elixirs, the Demon Transformation Pill is exclusively for demon practitioners. Upon consumption, it significantly reduces the excess demonic energy within. The impact of demonic energy is considerable, isn't it? Indeed, although demon cultivators can advance rapidly, they are prone to absorbing demonic energy during their training. Thus, after a period of cultivation, they must spend time dissipating the excess energy, lest they inadvertently succumb to madness. Bai Yi nodded, captivated by the radiant glow emanating from the alchemical furnace. It was quite astonishing that among the inner sect disciples, someone had already succeeded in refining a genuine demon transformation pill. Before Peng Qingran could finish her thought, the alchemical furnace suddenly quivered violently. A thunderous roar echoed. With a deafening boom, the furnace exploded. A powerful wave of spiritual energy surged forth. The red light burst forth, vanishing into thin air. Fiery serpents erupted from the shattered furnace, slithering towards all directions. The disciples screamed in terror, scrambling to evade the fiery onslaught. Peng Qingran swiftly rose, restraining Bai Yi. Stay here and do not move. I shall assist. With that, she leaped into the fray, confronting the fiery serpents head-on. Xian Xing followed suit, while Zhang, keenly aware of her limited cultivation, sat frozen in place. Bai Yi scanned the surroundings but failed to spot Du Guxiang, likely absent from the alchemical competition. Peng Qingran engaged in battle with the fiery serpents. Her movements were graceful and agile, as she executed a petal formation with a swift leap. The petals spun rapidly, resembling a tornado, repelling 2 fiery serpents that lunged towards her. However, the enraged serpents seemed emboldened by their setbacks, hissing wildly as they charged at Peng Qingran. Suddenly, a flash of white light darted from the main seating area to the viewing cloud platform. The figure was none other than Ji Yan from the Tiangong Pavilion. Ji Yan stood resolutely before Peng Qingran, issuing a sharp command. Qingyunju, manifest. Instantly, a curtain of water descended from the heavens, encircling Peng Qingran and enveloping her in a protective embrace. The fiery serpent was momentarily repelled, hissing and spewing crimson flames as it raged against the aqueous barrier. In the midst of Bai Yi's furious gaze, Ji Yan audaciously positioned himself beside Peng Qingran, shielding her with his presence, drawing a long sword with an air of elegance. He turned his back to her and advised, "Miss, please take cover." Peng Qingran's eyes flickered with emotion, a nuance not lost on Bai Yi, who burned with jealousy, his gaze igniting with fury. "Wow! Master Uncle, that elder from the Tiangui Pavilion is so handsome. Handsome, my foot. Step aside." She forcefully shoved Xian Lu aside and leaped onto the Guanyun platform, directing her ire at the fiery serpent. "You coward! Come here, in front of my woman. How dare you, you pathetic show-off." Chapter 15. The brave confronts the demon serpent. The Azure Stone destiny will slowly ascended before Bai Yi. Foundation establishment, initial stage. Shake it. Not enough. Shake again. Qi refinement, 9th level. Once more. I have wealth. Golden core mid-stage. Splendid. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones are a worthy investment. After expending 100,000 spirit stones, she activated the fortuitous technique.
Teknik, shake.
5 elements transformation, yellow-grade spiritual technique. In an instant, only 30,000 low-grade spirit stones remained from the initial 170,000.
Bai Yi inhaled deeply.
Feeling an exhilarating lightness in her form as a rich energy surged forth continuously from her golden core, she withdrew the destiny wheel, exerted her strength, and leaped into the air, soaring to a height of 10 feet. "Be careful," Knowing Yen exclaimed urgently. The fire serpent, now as thick as a water barrel, scorched everything around, waves of heat assaulting Bai Yi's face, which flushed slightly, yet she paid no heed to Knowing Yen. The two fire serpents, upon spotting the sudden intrusion of Bai Yi, coiled their bodies, poised to strike. With their fiery red eyes fixed menacingly on her, they lunged forward. 5 elements transformation. Seizing the opportunity, she channeled her spiritual energy, feeling thick power coalesce at her fingertips. With a swift gesture, the surrounding moisture gathered, transforming into a colossal ice sword that severed the 2 fire serpents in half. Impressive, Xian Lu exclaimed. Uncle Bai is truly remarkable. The other disciples trembled, momentarily captivated by the awe-inspiring scene, halting their frantic escape. Uncle Bai certainly lives up to her reputation. Even the fire serpent that Elder Lien could not contend with, she easily handles. The reputation of the Qinxing sect is indeed well-deserved. The ice sword towered several feet high, genuinely fearsome. Bai Yi squinted, growing increasingly adept at wielding the ice sword. Everyone stay back. She shot a provocative glance at Knowing Yen. The remaining fire serpents, enraged by the fate of their companion, hissed furiously and charged forth. Little long worm, allow me to show you what true skill is. With that, she gripped the giant sword firmly and swung it with vigor. A thunderous crash echoed as Bai Yi cleaved through all the fire serpents in unison. With a cacophony of crackling sounds, the severed demon creatures plummeted from the sky, accompanied by the sound of burning as the wind scattered their remnants. Bai Yi focused on the still violently vibrating alchemical furnace and ascended into the air, aiming the giant sword at the furnace ready to erupt, plunging it straight in. With a deafening roar, a powerful shockwave erupted, knocking everyone off balance. As the fierce winds whipped up the lingering ashes of the demon serpents, creating a scene of devastation and smoke, Bai Yi was about to exhale in relief when a sudden scream pierced the air. Uncle, help me. Bai Yi's gaze darted urgently to the main guest seat, where a formation of spells had ensnared Jiang Buda. With a flickering red light, Jiang Buda's face turned pale, seemingly tightly bound. Trouble. Someone has ambushed the envoy. Xian Lu was also fighting valiantly, casting techniques against the formation, but he was no match for it. With a single strike, he was instantly repelled several feet, crashing heavily to the ground. This formation is indeed formidable. The features of Jiang Buddy were gradually contorting. His eyes were tightly shut, his mouth agape in agony, and his complexion grew increasingly pallid. It's the soul-seizing formation, Ji Yan exclaimed. Bai Yi exerted power beneath her feet and soared forward, shouting, "Everyone, stand aside." As she spoke, she brandished the colossal sword in her hand and commanded, 5 elements transformation, break. In an instant, the frigid giant sword erupted with blinding golden light, morphing into countless slender, sharp blades that surged toward the soul-seizing formation. Indeed, the formation was formidable. Despite the onslaught of innumerable blades, it remained steadfast. Yet, one could distinctly sense Jiang Buddy exhale with relief, his mouth wide open, greedily gasping for air. Now's the moment. Bai Yi seized the opportunity, gathering the spiritual energy provided by her golden core, spreading her palm upward, and feeling a heavy sensation emanate from her palm, a powerful energy coalescing at its center. The fragments of stone chairs shattered by the fiery serpents began to tremble, yielding to Bai Yi's control. As she prepared to leap before Jiang Buddy, she stepped onto a stone chair and vaulted high, delivering a fierce strike directly onto the soul-seizing formation. Take this! Break! In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted. Countless fragments of stone cascaded down as the formation succumbed to the tremendous blow and shattered. The formation vanished in a heartbeat, leaving Jiang Buddy swaying like a feeble chick on the verge of collapse. Bai Yi caught the faltering Jiang Buddy, noticing his face had turned ashen, his chest rising and falling faintly. I'll take over. At that moment, Dugu Zhaixing arrived slowly. He hurriedly took Jiang Buddy into his care and rushed him toward the healing sanctuary, Yuhua Pavilion. Bai Yi's mind was muddled by the sudden turn of events. She stood amidst the chaos, surveying the devastation around her. Xuanqing, Peng Qingran, and Ji Yan bore the scars left by the fiery serpents. The leaders of the various sects gathered around, witnessing the divine envoy in grave injury. The faces of all the disciples in red were etched with fear. Meanwhile, the gaze of many was fixated upon Bai Yi, filled with trepidation, astonishment, admiration, and anger. Something monumental was about to unfold. This was merely the beginning. Bai Yi called out urgently, Xian Lu, where are you? Master Uncle. I'm here. Xian Lu cried from the distance, having also sustained injuries, though fortunately not severe. Let us go to Yuhua Pavilion. Bai Yi supported Xian Lu and pulled along Peng Qingran. The crowd hastened toward Yuhua Pavilion, anxiously awaiting news. Dugu Zhaixing personally attended to Jiang Buddy's injuries, and after a while, he summoned Bai Yi, Peng Qingran, and Xuanqing to enter. Bai Yi grasped Xuanliu's hand, and together they stepped into Yuhua Pavilion, leaving the bewildered crowd outside, each harboring their own thoughts. What shall we do? If anything happens to the divine envoy of the Soul Sea Demon sect, what will we do? The leader of the Shanhai sect lamented. Do not speak foolishly. Master Dugu's profound cultivation will surely ensure the divine envoy's safety. That demon serpent is truly terrifying. What exactly transpired? I couldn't see how the divine envoy was injured at all. Let us wait and see. It may not be as dire as we fear. After a while, the door of the Rainflower Pavilion creaked open once more, revealing the sorrowful visage of Dugu Zhaixing, followed closely by the equally despondent Bai Yi and the others. Yet, the divine envoy was nowhere to be found. Esteemed guests, Dugu Zhaixing cleared his throat. I regret to inform you that the divine envoy has fallen victim to a treacherous assault. Despite my utmost efforts to render assistance, it was to no avail. The divine envoy has just passed away. What? Impossible! My heavens! A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, as an oppressive atmosphere descended upon them. What has transpired? Who could possibly commit such an atrocity? Why would anyone wish to slay the divine envoy? The leader of the Mountain and Sea sect stepped forth, raising his voice in indignation. Let us uncover the culprit. We must avenge the divine envoy. The leader of the Mo Li sect cried out in grief. Dear friends, please remain composed. The loss of the divine envoy weighs heavily upon our hearts. We are indeed in pursuit of the perpetrator. I kindly ask that you return to your respective chambers for a brief respite while we await further developments. Dugu Zhaixing's words were abruptly interrupted. Master Dugu, you cannot evade responsibility for this matter. Will it simply be allowed to pass? Chapter 16. Conceal your foxtail. The speaker was Feng Dehai, the leader of the Hanhai Qi sect, a tall and robust middle-aged man whose deep voice interrupted Dugu Zhaixing. What do you mean by that, Feng Dehai? Do you truly believe that the Qinxing sect would target the divine envoy? In Zhuzhou, the leader of the Nine Poison Spirit sect, inquired with a sardonic tone. I never claimed such a thing. Feng Dehai replied gruffly. However, During the festivities of the Qinsheng sect, the divine envoy met with an unfortunate incident. Shouldn't the Qinsheng sect bear some responsibility? Yin Zhuzhou chuckled. That does hold some truth. We, the demon cultivators, are under the protection of the Soul Sea demon sect. Yet now, due to the Qinsheng sect's inadequate safeguarding, the divine envoy has perished. The envoy is of great importance, being the son of the grand elder of the Soul Sea demon sect. Oh dear, this matter is quite troublesome. Humph. The Soul Sea demon sect will surely lay blame. None of us will emerge unscathed. Feng Dehai protested loudly. The leader of the Emoli sect, displeased, interjected, "This is not the time for assigning blame. The culprit has yet to be captured. How can you propose to hold the Qinsheng sect accountable?" The leader of the Shanhai sect echoed his sentiment exactly. The Qinsheng sect is the foremost demon cultivation sect in the eastern wilderness. How could the elders of a second-tier sect blame them? Yin Zhuzhou scoffed, "What do you know? The envoy was dispatched from a second-tier sect to assist us in enhancing our cultivation. His death is a slap in the face to the Soul Sea demon sect." Indeed, Feng Dehai affirmed. The Qinsheng sect has offended those above. They must provide an explanation. Dugu Zhaixing, his expression forlorn, implored, "Gentlemen, is this truly necessary? I shall take the blame myself. How the Soul Sea demon sect chooses to respond is my concern." Dugu Zhaixing, do not delude yourself. I will not allow you to implicate the entire eastern wilderness demon cultivation community. Yin Zhuzhou retorted vehemently. Bai stepped forward, saying, "Well, the mask has finally slipped. What do you propose we do to take responsibility?" Yin Zhuzhou smirked maliciously. "It's quite simple. You must disband your sect. Surrender your position as the foremost demon sect of the eastern wilderness to atone for this. All our efforts will ensure that those above will not hold you accountable." "And what if we refuse?" Bai Yi demanded fiercely. "Then we shall see whose cultivation is more profound. Look at you two, a mere demon serpent and a yellow tear formation, and yet you are left severely depleted. What do you have to contend with us?" Yin Zhuzhou grinned, as if victory were assured. "Ah, the foxtail is indeed showing," Bai Yi remarked. "A yellow tear formation. You have truly exerted yourselves to procure such an advanced formation to confront the divine envoy. Humph, since you have deduced it, allow me to enlighten you further, so you may meet your demise with clarity." Feng Dehai declared with a grand gesture, proudly stating, "We have been preparing for this opportunity to bring down your Qinsheng sect for quite some time. What significance does a yellow tear formation hold?" Both the Emoli sect and Shanhai sect were taken aback by this revelation. Bai Yi scoffed. "Indeed, it was you. You tampered with the alchemy furnace and cast a curse of transformation. Then, you seized the opportunity to ambush the divine envoy while we were entangled with the demon serpent. Thus, the divine envoy perished and we were injured. You seized the opportunity to annihilate the Starry sect, seeking accolades from the Soul Sea demonic sect. Ha ha ha, clever indeed. How do you find this scheme? Now, are you prepared to meet your demise? Will you await our strike? Or will you take your own lives?" Yin Zhuzhou wore a smug expression. The leaders and elders of the Emoli sect and the Shanhai sect furrowed their brows, cursing vehemently. "Bah! Such treachery! The Starry sect has always been benevolent. How dare you conspire against us? Do you take us for fools? Even if we cannot prevail, we cannot stand idly by while such an atrocity befalls the Starry sect. We shall not remain passive." "Ha ha ha! How naive! Do you think I fear to slay you? I have the audacity to kill the divine envoy. What do I have to fear?" Feng Dehai burst into hearty laughter. Suddenly, Bai Yi cunningly joined in the laughter. "Ha ha ha! What a splendid performance! Divine envoy, have you had your fill of the spectacle?" The crowd was taken aback. Zhang Budwa's face turned even paler, clearly enraged. "You!" Zhang Budwa trembled with fury. "What audacity! Divine envoy, you are not dead?" Feng Dehai was greatly alarmed, his hand trembling as he pointed at the divine envoy. "Indeed, Feng Dehai, thanks to your yellow-level soul-snatching array." Zhang Budwa narrowed his eyes. Filled with resentment towards Feng Dehai, "You have truly been of great service to me. This." Yin Zhuzhou appeared more composed, exuding a profound cunning. After a moment of contemplation, his expression grew increasingly sinister. "How could you resort to deceit? How did you unravel our scheme?" Bai Yi smiled slightly, coldly clarifying, because I am more astute than you. You are more astute than I? Ha. How laughable. Yellow-haired girl, how could you possibly compare to the brilliance of Injujo with his sharp intellect? I am indeed more astute than you. To be frank, you are rather foolish.
Bai Yi remarket, feignin innocence.
Impossible, my strategy is unparalleled. Is this so? You dare call this a strategy? This is merely child's play. Bai Yi pretended to laugh heartily. Your plan is riddled with glaring flaws. Once you make your move, it will not merely disrupt the sect's festivities or slay the divine envoy. Consider this. If the divine envoy truly perishes, what follows? There will undoubtedly be repercussions. We shall turn the tables and unearth the puppet master behind the scenes. Injojo pursed his lips, fixing a glare at Bai Yi, rendered speechless. Therefore, old man, I am indeed more astute than you. I can foresee your next moves, yet you remain oblivious to mine. Thanks to Elder Bai, we were able to unveil the machinations of the Nine Poison Spirit sect and the vast Sea Artifact sect. Elder Bai, truly a paragon of wisdom. Your strategies are unmatched. Listening to the praises of the crowd, Injojo surprisingly did not feel anger. Instead, he chuckled. Even if you have exposed me, what of it? The dead cannot speak. He said to Feng Dehai, do not worry. As long as we eliminate them all, the truth shall remain unknown. However, as it stands, we lack the assurance of victory. Feng Dehai's confidence faltered. Ha, Dugu Zhaixing, I observe that your countenance appears rather poor. Is it due to the substantial expenditure of your spiritual essence in the endeavor to heal the divine envoy? Injojo, with his nefarious intentions, cast a glance at the members of the Qinxing sect, including the injured sect Master Feng. What is there to fear? Dugu Zhaixing replied with a cold smile. Now that the divine envoy is still alive, you dare to take action directly. Bai Yiqing cleared her throat, her golden elixir cultivation still intact, which naturally bolstered her confidence. Ahem, there is no need for the sect master to worry. I alone can handle this rabble. Injojo narrowed his eyes, feeling a sense of unease. The only unforeseen variable at this moment was indeed this Bai Yi. Chapter 17. The Dual Faces of Deception and What of Elder Bai? How dare you act so audaciously? Exclaimed the leader of the Shanhai sect. Indeed, Elder Bai's cultivation is nothing short of extraordinary, and his profound techniques flow like water, akin to celestial warriors descending upon the earth. To strike you would be as effortless as child's play. The leader of the Moli sect is truly a master of flattery. Xian Lu joined the fray, declaring, You have just witnessed the prowess of my esteemed uncle. What audacity you possess to even consider extinguishing the Qinxing sect. The disciples, emboldened by the unfolding scene, rallied with fervor. Elder Bai is both wise and brave. You are no match for us. The Nine Poison Spirit sect should return to your lair. Other elders and disciples from various sects also engaged in the verbal skirmish, retorting without reservation. Bai Yi feigned calmness, observing the chaos of the argument. Internally, however, she harbored her own uncertainties. After all, her fortuitous technique could vanish at any moment. Based on her understanding of the heavenly Tao, the remaining 30,000 low-tier spirit stones could not guarantee the transition to a high-tier technique. At that moment, Injojo and Feng Dezai also felt a pang of insecurity. While the other members of the Qinxing sect posed little threat, this Bai Yi, her cultivation was indeed profound. Her techniques were truly breathtaking. Even if the two sects joined forces, they might not gain the upper hand. Who is Bai Yi? A dragon among men. In the current situation, she grasped the dynamics instantly. Having worked as an editor for many years, her analytical skills were her forte. Since both sides held reservations, why not let her find a seam to exploit? Bai Yi's eyes darted cunningly, devising a plan. Meanwhile, the disciples of various sects had devolved into a cacophony of insults, bickering incessantly. Our esteemed sect master Yin is both brave and cunning. How could we possibly lose to your Qinxing sect? You speak nonsense. The Qinxing sect is the foremost demonic sect of the Eastern Wilderness. You are the one speaking nonsense. Your entire sect is nonsense. Bai Yi stepped forward, approaching Injojo with a sly smile and said, Sect Master Yin, Sect Master Feng, may we have a moment to converse? The two paused in surprise, following her with skepticism as the trio moved a short distance away. Let me be frank. You have no chance of victory, Bai Yi stated bluntly. Just as Yin Zhuzhou was about to retort, Bai Yi interrupted him. This is a fact, yet I have a desire for peace. Firstly, it would not be beneficial for our Qinqing sect's grand ceremony to become widely known for such disturbances. Secondly, as fellow demonic sects, it would reflect poorly upon us to be embroiled in conflict, tearing each other apart, especially when it would provide amusement to those self-proclaimed righteous sects, who would see us squabbling. If they were to seize this opportunity to attack, it would ultimately bring no advantage to anyone. Upon finishing her statement, Bai Yi's gaze swept over the bewildered and hesitant faces of Yin Zhuzhou and Feng Dezai, waiting for their response. Yin Zhuzhou sneered. Even if we wish to avoid open hostility, it has already been breached. We have conspired against the Divine Envoy. That is a fact. Once the Divine Envoy returns to the Soul Sea Demon Sect, he will undoubtedly seek retribution against us. Bai smiled slightly, saying, Leave that to me. I can help you deal with the Divine Envoy. You? On what grounds? Yin Zhuzhou expressed his disbelief. Bai Yi produced the treasured gourd that Zhang Budua had given her, waving it before them. Do you recognize this treasure? Is this not the artifact bestowed upon the divine emissary by our demonic sect? How did this celestial gourd come to be in your possession? What do you say? Bai Yi smiled enigmatically. The astonishment on their faces was palpable, as they scrutinized Bai Yi from head to toe. Alas, how blind I have been, young lady and divine emissary. The two of you, observing Yin Zhuzhou's expression, it seemed as though he had conjured an entire cinematic narrative in his mind. Bai Yi did not deny it, chuckling softly. So, do you believe that I can manage the divine emissary now? Indeed, with such connections we certainly do. That is splendid. You need not worry about the second-tier sects. As for the grievances with the Qinqing sect, we shall address them in due course. I am not obliged to assist you, but establishing a sect is no easy task. As fellow practitioners of the demonic arts, we should support one another. Bai Yi affectionately patted the shoulders of the two sect leaders. Qinqing sect is truly fortunate to have Elder Bai. Indeed, such fortune. Bai Yi watched as the two of them began to flatter her in a harmonious exchange. Secretly amused, she feigned ignorance. Qinqing sect? I just arrived the day before yesterday. I am not well acquainted. Assisting you? Well, it is contingent. I may help, or I may not. Bai Yi tilted her head, raising an eyebrow and casting a languid gaze downward, her expression one of indifference, as she toyed with the gourd in her hand, falling silent. Feng Dehai was left utterly bewildered, staring at Bai Yi in confusion. Yin Zhuzhou, seasoned in the ways of negotiation, instantly grasped the underlying tone. Ah, Miss Bai, if you would be willing to reconcile our sects, we would be immensely grateful. Should you have any requests, we shall endeavor to fulfill them. Ah, now that is the spirit. Bai Yi's expression shifted, her demeanor brightening as she remarked, I am quite straightforward. I simply love money. A single spirit stone mine from your sect will suffice. The faces of the two sect leaders turned pale at her words. Noticing their distress, Bai Yi slowly added, I am not greedy. Even the smallest one will do. Feng Dehai's face visibly twitched, while Yin Zhuzhou clenched his lips tightly. A spirit stone mine. Even the smallest would satisfy the consumption of an entire city for centuries. Very well. Bai Yi shook the gourd, signaling her understanding. Then let the battle commence. With that, she feigned a departure. Wait, Elder Bai. Yin Zhuzhou quickly donned a smile. Elder Bai. We did not say we would not grant it. We were merely deliberating which one to offer you. Yes. We were just thinking of what to give you. Well then, let us go for something substantial.
Bai Yi persisted.
Yin Zhuzhou forced a smile, his face twitching twice. Between our two sects, there exists a shared mine that stretches for dozens of miles. We shall dedicate it to Elder Bai. Bai Yi smiled slightly. Very well, your generous offer is hard to refuse. I shall reluctantly accept it. The smile on Feng Dehai's face was more painful than tears. Bai Yi patted the shoulders of both men. This is wonderful. Let us put aside our past grievances and work together towards the flourishing of our demonic sect. Onward. Having spoken, she contentedly walked towards the entrance of the Rainflower Pavilion. Next, if only she could acquire some ready cash, all would be well. The mineral vein, though a source of unexploited low-grade spiritual stones, could not be directly utilized. The extraction of spiritual stone veins entails numerous stringent requirements. Cultivators must first invest a considerable amount of time and effort to unearth the crude spiritual stones, and then employ their own spiritual energy to segment and purify them. Only the end product can be deemed as genuine, tradable spiritual stones. Thus, although Bai Yi now possesses a mineral vein, cannot be monetized at present and must await future opportunities. An immediate abundance of spiritual stones is what she desperately needs. Chapter 18. Transforming conflict into harmony. Bai Yi returned to the entrance of the Yuhua Pavilion, where the various masters and elders of the Qinqing sect wore troubled expressions. Master, I believe it would be better to transform conflict into harmony, Bai Yi softly suggested as she approached Dugu Zhaixing. Dugu Zhaixing inquired, what solution do you propose? We currently face formidable adversaries, and if we can resolve this peacefully, it would indeed be ideal. I have already spoken with Yin Zhuzhou and the others. They hold you in great esteem and would not dare to take action, Bai Yi explained with a cheerful smile. Having lived for many years, if Dugu Zhaixing could not discern such flattery, it would indeed be a life wasted. He chuckled thoughtfully as he regarded Bai Yi. Elder Daoyi was correct. You are indeed the pivotal figure in this internal upheaval. Daoyi? Bai Yi pondered momentarily before recalling that he was Miaoqing's master and one of the elders of the Qinqing sect. What did he say about me? I have yet to meet him. He is deeply engrossed in astrology and seldom makes public appearances. Dugu Zhaixing remarked with a smile. Now, go and explain the situation to the divine envoy. Bai Yi grinned mischievously. Master, do not be in such a hurry. I have accomplished a great feat this time. Will there be no reward? Dugu Zhaixing regarded the playful girl, saying, I heard from Xuanqing that you were awarded 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is that insufficient? The more the merrier. Dugu Zhaixing indulgently shook his head. Very well, 50,000 it is, which Insu will transfer to you shortly. Bai Yi calculated carefully. She had now become quite the wealthy individual, with 80,000 low-grade spirit stones in hand, plus a mine, although she remained unaware of the significance of the mine. Zhang Buting sat nearby, his face etched with deep sorrow. Bai Yi leaned closer, offering comforting words. Little Bai Yi, thank you for saving me, Zhang Buting said, a hint of mischief returning to his pallid face upon seeing Bai Yi. You have already expressed your gratitude numerous times within the Yuhua Pavilion. Bai Yi replied, Brother Zhang, if you truly wish to thank me, please agree to one thing. What is it? Zhang Buting asked. Let us set aside today's events for now and allow the Qinqing sect to conduct the sect celebration without incident. Zhang Buting's eyes widened in shock. But they wish to kill me. Should I just endure it? Indeed, you are innocent. Regardless of which envoy was dispatched, they would face persecution. It is not a personal attack against you. Furthermore, we do not possess absolute certainty of victory. If conflict arises, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Zhang Buting grumbled in frustration, yet recognizing the reasonableness of Bai Yi's words, he nodded in agreement. In truth, he had his own considerations. Being sent to participate in the sect celebration was meant to prevent any disturbances, especially since the Qinqing sect was under the protection of the Soul Sea Demon sect. Now, due to his negligence and inadequate cultivation, the Soul Sea Demon sect had lost face, and if he pursued this matter further, he would undoubtedly incur his father's wrath. Since the events had already transpired, it was best not to dwell on them. Bai Yi cleared her throat and called out to quell the uproar among the crowd. Everyone, allow me to speak for a moment. Please, remain calm. Do not let anger cloud your judgment. The crowd fell silent, eagerly awaiting Bai Yi's words. Impulsiveness is a devil, a malevolent spirit that governs the hearts of men. At present, within the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness, the righteous cultivators are eyeing us, the demonic practitioners, with suspicion. Yet here we are, embroiled in internal strife. Are we not providing them with a spectacle to mock us? The assembly fell into silence. It is from the moral high ground, through a macro perspective, that the essence of debate lies. Now, the Han Haiqi sect, the Zhoudu Ling sect, and the Chunxing sect ought to exhibit a magnanimous spirit. A step back leads to boundless horizons. With that, Bai Yi cast a sidelong glance at Yin Zhuzhou. Indeed, we have acted rashly. In truth, the entire demonic sect should coexist harmoniously. Dugu Zhaixing joined in with a forced smile, saying, Sect Master Yin is being too serious. The Chun Xing sect still has many shortcomings, which have led to misunderstandings between us. We must provide more guidance in the future. This is splendid. After the sect celebration concludes, we shall certainly visit again to extend our apologies. As a token of our remorse, we shall prepare generous gifts for the Divine Envoy. We hope the Divine Envoy will not take offense. Yin Zhuozhou said with a bold face. Zhang Buddy struggled to force a smile. Well said, well said. This is the essence of a loving family. Bai Yi declared. Thus, this matter is settled. From now on, no one is to mention it again, as if it never occurred. This is splendid. The several sect masters echoed in agreement. Naturally, each harbored their own ulterior motives, thinking, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no worry about firewood. Just as the crowd was in a daze, unsure of how to proceed, a detached voice suddenly broke the silence. Ladies and gentlemen, am I not present? It was Ji Yan. Why has he come out again? The Tianji Pavilion records grand events, and today's occurrences will be documented accurately and disseminated. Ji Yan's face bore a cold demeanor. Bai Yi was taken aback, furrowing her brows as she scrutinized Ji Yan. Every individual has their weaknesses. Some are greedy for wealth, some are lustful, some are vain, and some are selfish. But what role does Ji Yan play? These weaknesses seem to elude him. If he seeks nothing, then what is his purpose in this? What is his objective? The assembly had reached a consensus, agreeing that harmony is paramount and prosperity arises from cordiality. Yet he suddenly emerges, insisting on documenting the truth and disseminating it to all branches of the Tianji Pavilion, spreading it across the world. Peng Qingran, possessing both grace and intellect, discerned Bai Yi's predicament and whispered, This Ji Yan is indeed a person of integrity. The rules of the Tianji Pavilion have always been thus. It appears this matter will be difficult to resolve. Let him publish it. Bai Yi shrugged dismissively. Xianxing, sensing the tension, quickly intervened. Naturally, the rules of the Tianji Pavilion must not be broken. We have merely established regulations within the demonic sect. Elder Ji Yan, please proceed. Ji Yan nodded slightly, and thus the matter was concluded. Amidst the polite yet awkward exchanges of smiles, this calamity had finally passed. The next day's sect competition would continue as planned. The crowd dispersed, returning to rest, replenishing their energy and digesting the vast amount of information. Exhausted, Bai Yi was preparing to return and rest alongside Peng Qingran when she was unexpectedly called by Dugu Zhaixing, who seemed to have an important matter to discuss. Zhongzhu, what is it? Bai Changlao inquired. There is a task you might assist with, Dugu replied. What is it? Bai Yi asked. The recent tribulations must not be disclosed by Ji Yan. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Bai Yi's expression turned troubled. The conflict between righteousness and evil was intensifying, and this matter involved second-tier sects, with far-reaching implications. If you could persuade Ji Yan, I offer a reward of 100,000 spiritual stones as a contribution to the sect. What say you? 100,000? It's a deal. Chapter 19. The most underestimated rival based on Bai Yi's observations over the past 2 days. This Ji Yan is a quintessential example of a steel-hearted man, particularly one with an air of scholarly aloofness. He had brought along 2 disciples from the Tianji Pavilion, attending to all matters of sustenance and comfort without any assistance from the disciples of the Qinxing sect. Generally speaking, he was not one for excessive conversation. This marked the 4th day of the sect competition, and the event of the day was beast taming. At the center of the Guanyun platform, surrounded by various formations, a gray-furred 6-legged wolf had been transported from the secret realm through a portal, engaging in a fierce battle with the talented Miao Qing. Although her cultivation level was not particularly advanced, standing at the 7th level of qi refinement, she had mastered the true essence of Dao Yi's agility techniques, displaying grace and fluidity upon the platform. As the 3rd most beautiful woman in the sect, she had garnered quite a following of admirers. Bai Yi had intentionally seated herself next to Ji Yan at the main guest table. After 2 days of practicing small talk, she had managed to initiate a conversation with him. This type of man did not indulge in idle chatter, jokes, or frivolous dialogue. Thus, The most straightforward way to establish rapport was to cater to his interests. However, after observing him for quite some time, Bai Yi had yet to discern what captivated him. Ji Yan, do you think Miao Qing can successfully tame the six-legged wolf?
Bai Yi invited.
It's hard to say, Ji Yan replied with indifference. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi assumed he was uninterested in the topic and contemplated shifting the conversation. Yet, Ji Yan continued, that girl possesses impressive agility. She can be considered a master within the Qinxing sect. Bai Yi's heart leaped with joy. It seemed that a beautiful girl could indeed capture his attention. Indeed, however, relying solely on agility does not bode well for her chances, Bai Yi remarked with a slight smile. The claws of the six-legged wolf are laced with wolf venom, and should she suffer even a minor scratch, it could leave a scar. Precisely, he replied, growing distant once more. It appeared they were relegated to discussing martial techniques alone. Let us talk about the scars that women bear. My friend. Now, that is a riveting topic. Suddenly, gasps erupted among the crowd. Bai Yi focused her eyes and noticed, to her dismay, that Miao Qing had been caught off guard and had indeed sustained a scratch on her arm from the six-legged wolf. Miao Qing, displaying commendable fortitude, wielded the beast-taming talisman with her uninjured hand, attempting once again to strike at the vulnerable nape of the six-legged wolf. Unlike ordinary wolves, this creature could rise on its hind limbs, standing erect like a centaur. Consequently, its range of attack and defense expanded from 2 dimensions to 3. Even if Miao Qing leapt agilely above the six-legged wolf, it could swiftly rise to retaliate. Miao Qing's techniques were rather mediocre. Each strike seemed to barely affect the six-legged wolf, only serving to heighten its fervor. Oh no, this is indeed going to leave a scar, Bai Yi feigned concern, stealing glances at Ji Yan's reaction. It would be such a pity for such a beautiful girl to bear a scar. Ji Yan remained expressionless. This shouldn't be the case. Observing that day when he gallantly rescued the damsel in distress, shielding Peng Qing ran behind him, one could not help but feel a profound sense of chivalry. Indeed, he ought to be a guardian of beauty. Yet, judging by his demeanor, he appeared rather unmoved. Bai Yi persisted, with a scar, she'll certainly feel less beautiful. It must break her heart. For a woman, a ruined appearance could mean a life irrevocably altered. Finally, Ji Yan turned his head to glance at Bai Yi, a contemplative expression gracing his features. His eyes, still dark and deep, concealed any discernible emotion. Suddenly, the audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Miao Qing had succeeded. Her agile movements proved remarkably effective. After a series of dazzling maneuvers, she had managed to leave the six-legged wolf in a dizzy state. Seizing the moment, she struck the wolf's nape with a spirit talisman, completing her taming of the creature. Ji Yan abruptly rose and made his way toward the stage. Bai Yi, noticing this, hurriedly followed, claiming indifference, claiming disinterest. His words betrayed him, for his body was undeniably honest. When Bai Yi witnessed Ji Yan producing a vial of ointment and offering it to Miao Qing, a brilliant plan began to take shape in her mind. Miao Qing accepted the ointment, her face alight with excitement, revealing both surprise and bashfulness. Oh, dear woman, have you forgotten your infatuation with senior brother Mu Xingfeng? Yin Su and Mu Xingfeng flanked Miao Qing, greeting Bai Yi upon spotting her. Yet their concern for Miao Qing's injury curtailed further conversation. This is a special wolf venom antidote from the Tiangong Pavilion, Ji Yan advised. Apply it to the wound twice daily, and after 7 days it will heal. He added, almost stiffly, it won't leave a scar. Bai Yi stood dumbfounded at his words. Good heavens! Brother, is this how you charm the ladies? I once felt jealous of you. I even believed you to be a romantic rival. Yet, this revelation is indeed a silver lining, proving that Ji Yan possesses a vulnerable side. His vulnerability lies in his straightforwardness. Despite his usual silence, when he does speak, it reveals a singular, earnest nature. Such individuals have principles and boundaries, making them easier to navigate. Heh! I truly am a genius. What are you laughing at? Ji Yan turned, suddenly inquiring. Bai Yi, realizing she wore a triumphant grin, quickly masked her expression with a charming smile. You are quite the warm-hearted man. Warm-hearted man? Heh! The final contest of the day had concluded, and Peng Qingran departed the Guanyun platform alongside Bai Yi. Throughout their journey, Bai Yi appeared lost in thought, prompting Peng Qingran to sense something amiss. Might you? Peng Qingran smirked. Have you taken a liking to Ji Yan? What? Bai Yi was taken aback. How could you think that? I am a perfectly straight man, as straight as they come. Peng Qingran covered her mouth with her delicate fingers, her eyes twinkling as she laughed. Do not hide it from me. For 3 whole days, you have been sneaking glances at him, inquiring about him everywhere. Just now if you are not taken by him, then what could it be? Bai Yi wore a helpless smile, exclaiming, Ran, you truly have wronged me. She then recounted the instructions of Dugu Zhaixing to Peng Qingran one by one. So that is how it is. I thought. Wait, that expression is rather unsettling. Ran. Surely you cannot mean you have developed feelings for him, haven't you? Do not speak nonsense. Peng Qingran retorted, yet her originally pale cheeks flushed slightly, resembling the delicate petals of a peach blossom. What a calamity! I must hasten to reclaim my masculine form. Bai Yi took a deep breath, reminding herself to remain composed. There is still time. However, there is an urgent matter at hand. To fulfill the sect leader's request, I need you to assist me with a task. What task? To catch someone in the act. Chapter 20. All beauties belong to me. As night descended, the indigo sky stretched endlessly, adorned by a solitary, cold white crescent moon. The abode of Jean was not far from Bai Yi's courtyard, separated only by a rock garden. A shadowy figure, cloaked in black, elegantly leaped across the beams of Jean's residence, moving with an unpredictable grace. The figure stealthily landed on the tiles of Jean's chamber, cautiously shifting 2 roof tiles aside, and in an instant, slipped into Jean's quarters. Who goes there? Bold intruder. Halt! Suddenly, the black-clad figure burst forth, clutching a jade pendant that gleamed with a chilling light. With a series of agile maneuvers, the figure darted out of the courtyard and headed towards the rock garden. Jean, seemingly in the midst of bathing, her disheveled hair still glistening with droplets, hurriedly pursued, elegantly wrapping her robe around herself as she dashed after the intruder. The black figure, having shed its earlier finesse, now revealed numerous vulnerabilities, and was on the brink of being caught when it vanished in a flash. Jean relentlessly followed, leaping into Bai Yi's courtyard. The figure swiftly ducked into a room. Without a moment's hesitation, Jean rushed inside. The room was dimly lit by a flickering candle. Enveloped in silence, the bed lay empty. Jean scanned the surroundings warily, finding no trace of the intruder. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from behind a screen. Let us see where you hide, Jean declared, striding towards the screen. Yet, what unfolded before her was a dazzling spectacle that sent her senses reeling. Bai Yi, amidst a bath filled with petals, sat in a tub. What are you doing? Bai Yi exclaimed, splashing water in a panic. Jean, having never encountered such a scene, found herself momentarily stunned. The splashing water drenched Jean, and with her hair unbound, the situation became undeniably awkward. Bai Yi, flustered, rose swiftly, seizing a garment from the screen to cover herself, but intentionally pushed the screen to the ground. What are you doing? A sudden voice of reproach rang from the doorway. It was Peng Qingran. I. Jean stammered, her face flushed crimson, furrowing her brow as she gazed helplessly at Peng Qingran. Dear, what is happening here? Are you unharmed? She rushed forward, enveloping Bai Yi in her embrace. Ran. Woo. Bai Yi buried her face in Peng Qingran's arms, beginning to sob. I was just bathing, and he barged in. Oh dear, so soft. Jean, regaining some composure, quickly averted his anxious gaze. My sincerest apologies. I truly acted impulsively. A thief invaded my quarters, stealing my willow leaf pendant. I followed him here, having clearly seen him enter this room. Woo. I can't go on living. Bai Yi lamented, weeping inconsolably. Elder Jean, might you step aside for a moment? Once Ear has donned her attire, we shall discuss this matter further, Peng Qingran stated. In a hurried manner, Ji Yan retreated to the doorway, awaiting a brief moment before Bai Yi and Peng Qingran called for him once more. With a serious expression, Ji Yan addressed Bai Yi, stating, Miss Bai, I must sincerely apologize for my rashness. Bai Yi feigned continued sobbing, casting a glance at Peng Qingran and exchanging a knowing look. Elder Ji Yan, would you kindly elucidate why you chose to intrude upon Ir during her bathing? It is truly a misunderstanding. I was in pursuit of a thief who had stolen my Liu Yeju, and I followed him to Miss Bai's chamber. Liu Yeju? Is it some rare treasure? Not particularly. I have merely carried it with me since childhood. If it is not a treasure, what warranted such disarray in your pursuit? Could it be that your intentions were not pure? What a coincidence that you chose this moment to intrude. I am deeply sorry. Ji Yan's countenance grew increasingly grave. You claim to be capturing a thief. Have you succeeded? Is there a thief in this room? Well, it happened so suddenly that I did not see anyone. Your claims of coincidence and suddenness have tarnished the innocence of a young lady. Elder Ji Yan, your actions seem excessively presumptuous. Peng Qingran asserted sharply. Bai Yi silently admired Peng Qingran's remarkable acting abilities and adept negotiation skills. Ji Yan appeared to be a man of hard words but soft heart, embodying the very essence of moral righteousness. If he had true morals, the situation would be even more complicated. A moral imposition. Bai Yi had an acute perception of character, and Ji Yan was rendered speechless by this admonition. Bai Yi's sobs echoed, filling the silence as she awaited her turn to speak. Peng Qingran continued, "This matter surely requires an explanation. I acted impulsively." Ji Yan lamented, "What must I do to make amends with Miss Bai? The purity of a young lady cannot simply be rectified by your arbitrary actions." Peng Qingran chastised, "If you are truly sincere, you should first heed Ir's wishes." Wiping her tears, Bai Yi lifted her head from Peng Qingran's shoulder and said, "This matter, since it pertains to my honor, I would prefer it not to circulate. Miss Bai, I sincerely apologize. Please articulate your demands. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." Do you truly possess sincerity? Once a word is spoken, it cannot be retracted. Very well. Let me think. I have no particular wishes. Oh, by the way, I heard from the sect leader that you intend to publish all matters pertaining to the Qinqing sect. If you agree not to publish, I shall believe in your sincerity. Both Bai Yi and Peng Qingran gazed at Ji Yan, eager to witness the internal conflict that played upon his face. This, Ji Yan pondered, truly a dilemma. However, since I have already promised Miss Bai, I shall abide by it. Very well. Regarding the grievances between the Qinqing sect and other sects, I shall act as though I have not seen them and will refrain from publishing any information. Bai Yi's eyes sparkled momentarily, but she quickly subdued her emotions, continuing to sob. Elder Ji Yan, I trust that your actions were unintentional. Let us put this matter behind us. Forget what you witnessed tonight. It is for the best. Ji Yan seemed to exhale in relief and, after bidding farewell, departed. Once Peng Qingran confirmed that Ji Yan had gone far enough, he retrieved a pair of jade pendants from his bosom. The jade was translucent, its verdant hue reminiscent of two delicate willow leaves. Your skills are truly remarkable. Ha ha ha, Bai Yi exclaimed, her demeanor brightening. Ah, I wonder, will he hold it against me? Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's expression fell as she snatched the willow leaf pendant from him. What is there to blame you for? Are you feeling remorseful? The sour undertone in her voice momentarily startled Peng Qingran, who then looked at Bai Yi with a cheerful smile. What makes you say that? Are you envious? Humph, why would I be envious? Let me tell you, he is the quintessential central air conditioner. He treats every woman well. A scoundrel. What does it mean to be a central air conditioner? What is a scoundrel? Bai Yi rolled onto her bed, clutching the willow leaf pendant tightly. I am tired. You should return and rest as well. With that, she feigned sleep. The willow leaf pendant? It was absolutely not meant for Peng Qingran. All beautiful things belong to me. Chapter 21. The trader's entrance. Ji Yan was utterly ensnared by the ruse. His predicament was certainly not unjust. After all, who asked him to neglect knocking on doors? Who prompted him to flaunt his charm in front of his beloved? Bai Yi, bearing the 100,000 spirit stones bestowed by Dugu Zhaixing, felt no remorse whatsoever. Since that fateful day, every time Ji Yan encountered Bai Yi, he was reminded of a dismayed student facing the stern gaze of a teacher, wishing fervently to flee at a distance. Ah, what a delightful twist of fate. Presently, Peng Qingran was inseparable from him, their affection palpable. There was no room for this unwelcome interloper to bask in their glow. Initially, Ji Yan believed that all would proceed smoothly, merely awaiting the conclusion of the sect conference to embark on a journey with Peng Qingran, in search of the method to brew the intoxicating cherry blossom wine and the elusive Luoshui beast, which would enable him to reclaim his male form, to return to his former self, to be able to court maidens with abandon. Moreover, the guests and divine envoys from other sects shared the same sentiment as Bai Yi, eagerly anticipating the swift resolution of this awkward conference. After all, maintaining a facade of cordiality, punctuated by forced laughter, to mask mutual disdain and aversion was an exhausting endeavor. Yet fate had other plans. According to the enigmatic divination by Dao Yi, the hexagram revealed that significant upheavals awaited the sect conference. This was no jest. The preliminary individual competitions had concluded over the past 6 days, and without a doubt, Yin Su showcased exceptional prowess in the weapon refining contest, while Mu Xingfeng's mastery of techniques was unparalleled by any other disciple. Although Miao Qing sustained injuries, she successfully tamed the six-legged wolf. The disciples of the 3 esteemed elders did not bring shame upon their respective sect leaders and divine envoys. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Dugu Zhaixing graciously accepted the accolades. Yet after the final contest on the 6th day, his smile had become somewhat strained. At long last, the 7th day arrived. No more competitions for the disciples. No more fretting over potential alchemy explosions. For the elders were now to take the stage. An exhibition match. Bai Yi intended to seek out some popcorn, but after a lengthy search, Ying could only procure a small amount of red date honey. This delicacy, sweet as it was, did not appeal to Bai Yi. However, upon reflection, he realized that girls adored sweets, and presenting it to Ran Ran would surely delight her. Thus, he brought a generous portion to the viewing cloud platform. After 6 days of individual competitions, the disciple strengths had been aptly displayed. The development and flourishing of the Qinxing sect relied upon their continued efforts. Dugu Zhaixing stood at the main guest seat, vocally proclaiming to the entire assembly, "Ah, how remarkable the younger generation is. These past few days have truly opened my eyes. Indeed, the Qinxing sect is a congregation of extraordinary talent. Their prowess is unparalleled, truly deserving of the title of the foremost sect in the Eastern Wilderness. Observing you all engaged in the pursuit of immortality seems a gross misallocation of potential. You would fare better to perish and be reborn, seeking employment in a corporation instead. The art of flattery can elevate one's position and increase one's salary in an instant." As Bai Yi mused silently, he presented the red date honey to Peng Qingran, engaging in light-hearted banter, utterly at ease. Just as the two were engrossed in their jovial conversation, a boisterous laugh resonated from outside the viewing cloud platform. "Ha ha ha! The Qinxing sect has actually risen to become the foremost sect in the Eastern Wilderness? I was utterly unaware. How rude of me!" The voice resonated like a bell, revealing the profound cultivation of the individual. In an instant, 8 or 9 figures materialized upon the observation cloud platform. Their garments markedly differed from those of the sects present. Among them stood a young lad clad in a long azure robe, with a well-rounded forehead and a square jaw, his brows slightly furrowed, and his starry eyes gleaming with intensity, presenting a spirited visage, albeit with the corners of his mouth turned down, giving him an intimidating appearance. He was the one who had spoken earlier, evidently the leader of the group. The onlookers fixated on the unexpected guests, and a tumult erupted. "Tang Shou? It is indeed him. How dare he return? A traitor! Get out of the Qinxing sect." Amidst the crowd's outrage, Bai Yi remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. However, it was clear that this individual possessed considerable notoriety. Some people, despite their dark pasts, suddenly gained fame. Thus, it seemed he was a significant character. But who exactly was he? Traitor. Peng Qingran spat the words through clenched teeth. Anyone capable of inciting such fury in Peng Qingran was certainly no ordinary person. The look on Peng Qingran's face suggested he could scarcely contain his desire to leap down and confront him in a life-and-death struggle. At that moment, Shen Lu, seated nearby, interjected, "Master Uncle, he is a traitor to the Qinxing sect." Once the eldest disciple of the former sect master, He was entrusted with great responsibilities and personally taught various techniques. Later, when the Mountain Spring sect led other sects to invade, the sect master entrusted him with the protection of our sacred formation. Yet, this scoundrel turned against us, leading to heavy casualties among our disciples. Such a tale was shocking. Why did he choose to betray? Humph! For fame, for profit. What other reasons could there be? After his treachery, he immediately joined the Yanqi sword sect, colluding with those hypocrites. Thanks to his achievements in attacking the Qinsheng sect, he quickly established himself within the Yanqi sword sect and eventually became its sect master. Now, he has reached the foundational stage of mastery. The so-called righteous sects now heed his every command. Bai Yi furrowed his brow as he observed Tang Shou on the platform, pondering his intentions for this visit. Despite the crowd's vitriol directed at Tang Shou, he wore an expression of righteousness, seemingly deaf to their disdain, and proclaimed loudly, "The Yanqi sword sect, the Mountain Spring sect, and the Ling Shan sect have come to extend their congratulations to the Qinsheng sect." Dugu Zhaixing remained composed, his expression revealing no cracks, as he slowly rose and said with a faint smile, "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please, take your seats. The Mountain Spring sect? This is disastrous. Is that not the sect of Liang Cong? I had previously injured Liang Cong while rescuing Mu Xingfeng, and now representatives from all three sects are present. Oh, no rush, no rush. We have yet to present our gifts." Tang Shou's smile turned sinister as he waved his hand, revealing a towering iron cage, 6 or 7 meters high, on the observation cloud platform. This cage was a beast-confining array, and within it was a pitch-black spirit beast, curled up and growling softly, his full form obscured. "This is a thunder fiend that I just captured." Tang Shou's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Thunder fiend? Did I hear that correctly? He speaks of a thunder fiend? A demonic spirit? Where on earth did he capture it? Has Tang Shou's cultivation truly reached such terrifying heights? The thunder fiend. That is a demonic spirit. How many of such beings exist in the world? To think he could capture one. Yet, it may not necessarily be due to his prowess. That cage is extraordinary. The ability to ensnare the thunder fiend relies entirely on that beast-confining formation. Possessing such a talismanic array is indeed remarkable. In our Qinsheng sect, who among us could wield such a talismanic formation? Let him depart. A traitor. The crowd speculated fervently, while Bai Yi found herself enveloped in confusion. However, when she glanced at Dugu Zhaixing, she noticed that even his usually composed visage could no longer mask his growing concern, which had begun to loom heavily over him. Chapter 22. Dugu Zhaixing forced into a corner the formidable experts of the Qinsheng sect gathered like clouds, all practitioners of demonic arts. If one could tame the demonic spirit Lei Sha, it would indeed merit the title of the foremost sect in the eastern wasteland, provocatively asserted Tang Shou. The faces of the crowd turned ashen. What rendered Lei Sha so extraordinarily unique? Unlike ordinary spirit beasts, Lei Sha is an exceptionally rare type of spirit beast, a demonic spirit. A demonic spirit, in essence, embodies the demon among spirit beasts. In the entirety of the eastern wasteland, few have witnessed its true form. Dugu Zhaixing is one, fully aware of the terrifying might of Lei Sha. In terms of hierarchy, Lei Sha's enigmatic and potent attributes are indeed one of its defining characteristics. Ordinary spirit beasts are classified from 1 to 9 grades, with grade 9 being the lowest and grade 1 the highest. However, demonic spirits do not adhere to these grading constraints. Rather, akin to practitioners, they can elevate their grades, advancing to become even more formidable beings. Gazing at the demonic spirit Lei Sha within its cage, exuding an exceptionally powerful aura. If the white bear previously encountered was akin to an elementary student, then Lei Sha is, without a doubt, at least the illustrious Taishang Lao Jun, and a vigorous one at that. Tang Shou, the grand celebration of the Qinsheng sect does not welcome your presence. Leave. Xian Xing abruptly stood up, shouting vehemently. Tang Shou smirked disdainfully. How can that be justified? The sect's celebration is graced by a congratulatory gift from the Yanqi sword sect. Are you, perhaps, so aware of your own inadequacies that you dare not accept this Lei Sha? Xian Xing and Peng Qingran instantly sprang up, prepared to charge forth.
Tang Shu, Sha Mao.
Yet, Dugu Zhaixing abruptly rose, forcibly restraining the two. He had come prepared today. Lei Sha is not something you can contend with. Do not act recklessly. At this moment, Bai Yi was devoid of any cultivation, as the powerful aura emanating from Lei Sha exerted an invisible pressure over the entire assembly. How could the ordinary disciples have ever encountered such a spectacle? Aside from the 3 elders and the sect leader, the rest of the disciples were all at the qi refining stage. Achieving the 9th level of qi refining is already a remarkable feat. If one's aptitude and innate talent are lacking, an ordinary person may spend their entire life barely reaching the 5th or 6th level of qi refining. Thus, within many sects, one often encounters bearded individuals who resemble ancient sages, but they might merely be gatekeepers. In this moment, the assembly of qi refining disciples like Bai Yi found themselves breathless under the overwhelming spiritual energy. Dugu Zhaixing took a deep breath and declared, "Leave Lei Sha to me. If we do not subdue it today, it may spell a catastrophe." Sect leader, do you have confidence? In truth, I possess no assurance. If you intervene, your lives may be at stake. Tang Shou is deeply scheming. It is likely that you will need to conserve your strength for what lies ahead. Tang Shou has come prepared, and should no one take action, the Qinqing sect will face utter disgrace. Dugu Zhaixing could only place all his hopes on a single gamble. Years prior, he had encountered Lei Sha once. At that time, his master was at the initial stage of the Golden Core, battling with the Grade 8 Lei Sha for an extended duration, ultimately emerging victorious by a narrow margin. Having devoted his entire life's energy to reach the initial stage of the Golden Core, although further advancement seems an arduous task, he could only hope that this Lei Sha does not exceed Grade 8. Tang Shou's lips curled into a cold smile as he bellowed, gesturing dramatically with his hands before his chest. The iron cage atop the observation cloud platform trembled violently. With a resounding crash, it instantly transformed into smoke and vanished. What a formidable formation! This is certainly not merely a yellow-grade array. Peng Qingran grasped his chair tightly, speaking with palpable tension. The binds on Lei Sha had been released. It emitted a chilling roar, suddenly unfurling its wings. Those enormous black bat-like wings spanned an impressive 10 meters, suffusing the air with an oppressive force that left many disciples on the verge of losing control of their bowels. Lei Sha was entirely ebony, seemingly cloaked in a layer of wire-like bristles that glimmered under the sunlight. Its limbs were as thick as barrels, and its claws were as sharp as steel blades. The creature's head was round, with alert ears positioned at the back, and its basketball-sized orange eyes glared fiercely and fearfully at its surroundings. Despite its colossal size, it moved with remarkable agility and coordination. With its back arched and wings spread wide, it suddenly flapped its wings, conjuring a tempest. The powerful formation safeguarding the observation cloud platform thwarted its leap, and it roared in fury. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The clouds directly above the platform churned violently, the inky dark layers swirling into a massive vortex, plunging the sky into an inky blackness. Crack! Lightning struck down, surrounding Lei Sha, which radiated bright blue electricity, issuing a thunderous roar. The entire observation cloud platform was engulfed in a tempest of wind and lightning. Amidst the chaos, Dugu Zhaixing resolutely stood before Lei Sha. It is a 7th grade Lei Sha. Dugu Zhaixing felt a weight in his heart. This is bad. A demonic spirit. I shall confront you. Dugu Zhaixing shouted, his pale beard whipping wildly in the wind, his scarlet robe flapping violently. Standing firm as a rock, Dugu Zhaixing slowly rotated his arms rhythmically, as if adhering to a certain pattern, drawing circles in the air. Lei Sha exhaled bolts of electrifying sparks, its furious orange eyes fixed intently on Dugu Zhaixing. Suddenly, Lei Sha let out a fierce roar. A bolt of blue lightning surged toward Dugu Zhaixing. Block it! Dugu Zhaixing shouted fiercely. The lightning seemed to collide with an invisible wall before him, vanishing into thin air. Mountain-breaking palm. Tack! Dugu Zhaixing roared in anger, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from before him, this overwhelming force striking Lei Sha squarely on the face. Roar! Lei Sha was hit but showed no signs of distress. Immediately, it flapped its wings and, agilely, raised its forepaws to strike down upon Dugu Zhaixing. Lei Sha's speed was astonishing. Dugu Zhaixing could hardly keep up with his reactions. He could only passively evade, barely jumping away from being pinned to the ground. What kind of monster is this? Such a creature exists in this world. Truly, an eye-opening experience. Is it possible to tame this beast? Who knows where its fateful seal lies? Go, esteemed leader. The breathtaking duel unfolds, with an imposing aura enveloping the stage, leaving the disciples utterly speechless. They inquire about the fateful seal. What exactly is it? Bai asks. It is through affixing the contract talisman upon the fateful seal of a spirit beast that one can subdue it. The fateful seal also serves as the spirit beast's Achilles heel, with its location varying among different species. This thunder fiend, however, has never been tamed. Thus its fateful seal remains a mystery. If the fateful seal remains elusive, does that mean it cannot be subdued? Not necessarily. When the spirit beast is particularly weakened, the fateful seal will emit a glow. Bai nodded, grasping why subduing the thunder fiend posed such an arduous challenge. At this moment, Dugu Zhaixing on stage was nearing exhaustion, maneuvering desperately while unleashing a plethora of offensive techniques, yet to little effect. Weakening the thunder fiend was no simple task. Dugu Zhaixing gasped for breath, seemingly on the verge of collapse. He fixed a fierce gaze upon the thunder fiend and bellowed, "Devour! Desolation! Decimation! The devouring desolation decimation!" "No!" cried Peng Qingran, tears cascading down like pearls scattered from a broken string. "Leader, how could you?" Xuanqing was equally taken aback, striking himself in frustration, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Tang Shou, I will fight you." "Stop!" Peng Qingran quickly intervened, urging Xuanqing to assess the situation first, as their leader had already wagered everything. Meanwhile, the disciples below were in an uproar. What is the devouring desolation decimation? A terrestrial-level technique. Their leader is indeed formidable. My heavens, they can actually witness a terrestrial-level technique. They are nothing short of divine. Leader, go. Bai Yi's heart was also stirred. Like the other disciples, she felt an exhilarating surge of passion. Leader, go. Chapter 23. Master, please rest. I shall take over. Tang Shou raised an eyebrow, his face twitching slightly. Humph. Has he truly resorted to the devouring desolation technique? Has the old fool lost his mind? The disciples hurled their insults at Tang Shou, yet he paid them no heed. The efficacy of the devouring desolation technique was indeed remarkable. In an instant, Dugu Zhaixing soared into the air, seemingly drawn by an unseen force, rapidly ascending. The ground trembled violently, and even the air appeared to quiver frantically. The immense energy generated by the surrounding thunder and lightning was absorbed into Dugu Zhaixing's being. What an astonishing technique, Bai Yi remarked. This is the earth-level heart method of demonic cultivators. The higher one's cultivation, the more astonishing the effects. It can instantaneously absorb all the spiritual energy from the surrounding objects. However, the master's cultivation may not be sufficient to wield the devouring desolation technique. If the spiritual power becomes excessive, it could lead to dire consequences. Tears still glistened on Peng Qingran's face. Dugu Zhaixing's body radiated a soft blue glow, his white beard and hair wildly billowing. Suddenly, he shot forth like a comet, hurtling towards the thunder fiend. Master! Boom! In a flash of electric brilliance, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted. Instantly, dust and debris filled the air, and Dugu Zhaixing fell back to the ground like a kite severed from its string. The colossal creature before him toppled over like a small mountain, stirring up a cloud of dust. The thunder fiend collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Did we truly defeat it? Master, did you vanquish that beast? It is dead. Dead. The crowd, incredulous, erupted into whispers, soon followed by a chorus of cheers that threatened to lift the roof off the observation platform. The disciples erupted into thunderous shouts of jubilation. Chenxing sect, Chenxing sect, Chenxing sect. The waves of sound cascaded one after another. Even a team that had won the World Cup would struggle to elicit such fervent cheers. Dugu Zhaixing wavered slightly, his hands trembling imperceptibly. He retrieved a contract talisman from his robe, ready to unleash it, when suddenly the jubilant cheers fell abruptly silent. Before the terrified gazes of the crowd, the monstrous creature, resembling a small mountain, began to writhe once more. Roar! A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the arena. The Thunder Fiend shook its head and once again stood tall on the observation platform, its eyes ablaze with furious flames. It is still alive. What manner of monster is this? Flee! This beast cannot be slain. Tang Shou's laughter interrupted the crowd's thoughts. Ha ha ha, Master Dugu. Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Feel free to unleash them. Tang Shou's crimson beard quivered with rage. The foremost sect of the Eastern Wilderness cannot possibly possess such meager strength. What kind of sect celebration is this? Old Dugu, it appears you have no other tricks left. This is truly a source of ridicule. The other righteous sect members following Tang Shou stepped forward as well. Inferior demonic cultivators. They should have been eradicated long ago. A band of aberrations. This is utterly laughable. With a mere flick of his finger, Tang Zong captured the Thunder Fiend. Yet you all are utterly powerless. Allow this Thunder Fiend to bring ruin upon your Qinxing sect. Ha ha ha. Do you still have the audacity to celebrate your sect's foundation? Depart at once. Flee for your lives. And return to your humble farms. Dugu Zhaixing inhaled deeply, visibly enraged. The golden core within him radiated waves of visible golden light, gradually enveloping him. Bai Yi restrained the furious Peng Qingran and ascended to the observation cloud platform, landing beside Dugu Zhaixing. Master, is it truly necessary for you to intervene against such insignificant scum? Leave it to me. Tang Shou smirked. Who do you think you are, coming here to court death? I am Nai. Nai? Oh, my dear grandson. Ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Tang Shou's fury ignited. You little yellow-haired girl, with such meager cultivation. How dare you speak so boldly? Admit your inferiority, and I shall take care of the Thunder Fiend for you. Ha ha ha. Hurry and confess. You are trash. Worthless Qinxing sect. Hee. I concede, dear grandson, you are trash. Upon finishing her words, Bai Yi urged Dugu Zhaixing to rest and ascended the platform herself. In front of all, she bellowed at the Thunder Fiend. Come here, you turtle spawn. Grant me the luck of the European Emperor. Foundation Establishment Late Stage. Bring it on. Qi Refinement Second Layer. I have wealth. Again. Qi Refinement Fifth Layer. Bring it on 1,000 times. Mid-Golden Core. Perhaps you cannot prevail. Again. Early Nascent Soul. Delightful. So exhilarating. Bai Yi trembled with excitement and opened the Cultivation Techniques panel, her eyes widening at the sight of the Earth-grade technique. Devouring Desolation Decision. Excellent. Come forth. Qingming Fist, a common martial skill. Learn it. Moonlit Star Chase. A yellow-grade movement technique. Incredible. With the spirit technique of 5 elements transformation already in her possession, she was merely lacking the mental cultivation.
Bei Franticali Pursuit Technique.
130,000 low-grade spirit stones. Only 2,000 remain. Devouring Desolation Decision. Earth-grade mental cultivation. Bai Yi inhaled deeply. She had succeeded. Her eardrums throbbed with the sound of her racing heartbeat, elation, excitement, rage. With a sweeping gesture, the fate will vanish instantly. A surge of immense spiritual consciousness erupted within her, coalescing around her. Bai Yi felt energy coursing throughout her body. A brilliant golden light erupted from her nascent soul. Her spiritual power surged, as if to set all things ablaze. How powerful. Her cultivation. How is this possible?
Tang Shu stuk froren, spiegel.
His face ashen. Dugu Zhaixing was equally astonished, his beard trembling with excitement. Nascent soul stage. As those words resonated, the entire venue fell into silence. The nascent soul stage was a realm that many disciples would never witness in their lifetime. Everyone knew Bai Yi was a formidable force at that moment, yet they remained oblivious to the true extent of the nascent soul's might. Like summer insects, they could not comprehend ice. Like ants, they could not fathom the vastness of the universe. Only a few esteemed elders who have reached the foundation establishment stage are aware that this breakthrough in cultivation is a confluence of opportunity, comprehension, diligence, and innate talent, each element indispensable. It is indeed astonishing that Bai, at such a tender age, possesses the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. Bai feels the surging spiritual energy of the nascent stage coursing through his body, brimming with vitality. Unlike the golden core stage, where energy emanates from within the core, at this moment, he resembles an atomic bomb ensconced in paper, capable of unleashing cataclysmic change at any moment. The spiritual energy swirls around him like a colossal tidal wave. I am the paper. The paper is the atomic bomb. Under this immense pressure, Leisha appears as a frightened little beast. Its pair of glossy black ears pressed tightly against its round head. Its eyes, wide with terror, reflect sheer fear in their round, dark pupils. Filled with vigilance and dread, the bristles of its black fur stand on end, making it appear even larger. Its robust limbs are slightly bent as it crouches low to the ground, while a formidable tail thrashes behind it. Yet it seems utterly paralyzed with fear, much like a house cat subjected to its owner's cruelty, trembling in terror. Humph! Have you learned to fear? It is too late. Chapter 24. You have encountered a formidable foe. What does it matter if it is a 7th-tier demon spirit? Even though everyone trembles in fear of this creature, at this moment, Lei Sha appears as a cat that has spotted a mouse. I shall test my new martial technique and see if it proves effective. Devour the desolation. In an instant, the heavens transformed, and myriad bolts of lightning cascaded from the sky like a torrential downpour, crackling and being absorbed into by Yi's being. Dust and gravel swirled violently, wrapping around her in layers. The onlookers felt their breaths constrict and their chests tighten, as if their own spiritual energy were being siphoned away. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted. Amidst the thick clouds and shattered stones, an astonishing surge of energy and radiance burst forth. In a fleeting moment, the tumult of wind and thunder vanished, leaving the debris around Bai Yi suspended in midair. Her entire being was suffused with boundless energy, as though she might explode from its intensity. This was the Devour the Desolation technique, absorbing the spiritual energy of all surrounding entities for her own use. She radiated beams of light. The blinding golden glow was so intense that the crowd could scarcely open their eyes, feeling as though they were being engulfed by an overwhelming force. The spectators were knocked askew, their faces contorted by the sheer power of the energy surging forth. Good heavens! Is this truly the might of the Devour the Desolation technique? She must be a deity. I cannot endure this. I am perishing. Her exquisite and radiant visage bore a menacing smile. Her lustrous black hair danced in the wind. She emanated an aura of resplendent light.
Lei SH trembled.
Huddled on the ground, tightly shutting his eyes, awaiting his fate. Bai Yi gently raised her right hand and casually snapped her fingers. Boom! A massive pit, half a meter deep, suddenly appeared where Lei Sha had been standing. Debris flew through the air. Lei Sha lay motionless at the bottom of the pit, his eyes half open, breath faint. A figure in white drifted gracefully forward, the golden light around her gradually receding. It was Bai Yi, calm and unperturbed. Was that it? Just a snap of her fingers? Surely, I did not witness this incorrectly. The crowd, much like Lei Sha, dared not breathe loudly. At that moment, a blinding white light emanated from beneath Lei Sha's neck and chest. Bai Yi's expression remained serene. The grotesque smile vanished from her face. Yet, was there a contract talisman? Yes. Peng Qingran hastily produced a contract talisman and tossed it to Bai Yi. With a mere gesture, Bai Yi affixed the talisman to Lei Sha's chest. With another wave of her hand, Lei Sha disappeared. The crowd stood petrified, unable to utter a sound. Soon, however, cheers began to rise, growing louder and more fervent, echoing like thunder. Elder Bai! Elder Bai! Elder Bai! Bai Yi raised her hand to quell the cheers, her gaze icy and piercing, fixed intently on Tang Shou. Beast, it is time to settle your accounts. Who are you? What is your cultivation level? This is impossible. A gold core cultivator cannot defeat a 7th-tier Lei Sha. Tang Shou cried out in despair. Bai Yi strode toward him with unhurried steps, her eyes cold as ice. Speak! You are a beast. Tang Shou's face contorted in fear, his expression twisted by terror. His drooping lips quivered uncontrollably. Bai Yi was enveloped by a fierce, blazing energy that bore down on Tang Shou, causing his legs to tremble and buckle. With a thud, he fell to his knees, not in submission to Bai Yi, but to the entire Qinsheng sect. Bai Yi cast a sharp glance at the group of companions trailing behind him, his gaze as piercing as a blade. One by one, they all knelt before him. Tang Shou, trembling, stammered, I am a beast. I apologize to the Qinsheng sect. Speak louder, Bai Yi demanded, delivering a swift kick to Tang Shou's chest. With a gasp, Tang Shou coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face paling further with fear. Shaking uncontrollably, he wiped the blood from his lips and hurriedly proclaimed, I am worthless. I have wronged all the members of the Qinsheng sect. I am worthless. I am a beast. To all the esteemed sect leaders, the helpers, the divine messengers, and Elder Ji Yen present, the events leading to this moment are evident for all to see. The Yanqi sword sect has maliciously disrupted our sect's celebration, harboring ill intentions. This Tang Shou is a despicable traitor, a disgrace to his teachers and ancestry. The crowd erupted in agreement, vehemently denouncing Tang Shou. Indeed, he deserves it. He is worthless. The entire Yanqi sword sect is worthless. Bai Yi glanced at Ji Yen, feeling a sense of satisfaction. With such principled integrity, Ji Yen would surely ensure this incident was reported truthfully. You may leave. Take your trash and leave the Qinsheng sect, Bai Yi stated coldly. Clutching his chest, Tang Shou cast a furtive glance at Bai Yi, gritting his teeth in anger as he retreated in disgrace. The remaining righteous sect members also departed, except for one man who suddenly stepped forward. He had been observing silently from a distance, not partaking in the tumult. Dressed in a deep blue robe, he exuded an extraordinary presence, embodying an air of nonchalance and independence. His sharp eyebrows and starry eyes framed a face with defined angles, and his long dark hair was casually tied back, appearing wild and untamed. What? Are you not leaving? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, reprimanding him. The man smirked coldly and replied, Miss, I have a few questions for the enchanting Peng Qingran today. Please step aside. What? Such a dashing and charismatic gentleman is here for Ranran? Bai Yi thought. You expect me to step aside? Who do you think you are? And what if I refuse? I know your cultivation is profound, and killing me would be as easy as child's play. But I have finally located the enchanting lady, and I must kill her to avenge my parents. Xian Xing, standing behind, shouted, Dongfang Luo. The Lingshan sect and the Qinsheng sect have always maintained a peaceful coexistence. What are you planning? Do you intend to cause chaos during our sect's celebration? Today I speak solely for myself, and this has nothing to do with the Lingshan sect. Regardless of the outcome, the Lingshan sect will not pursue any consequences. Dongfang Luo stated boldly, delineating the boundaries clearly. Miss, I ask you once more, will you let me through or not? Let you through? Why should I? So you can bully Ranran? Dream on. Just as Bai Yi was about to respond, he suddenly felt his spiritual energy gradually dissipating. This is bad. I had overexerted my energy during the battle with the Thunder Fiend. My cultivation time is running short. At this moment, the initial stage of my nascent soul cultivation was nearly depleted. Observing Dongfang Luo, one could discern an aura brimming with spiritual energy, undoubtedly a master of the Foundation establishment realm. Before she could respond, the disciples around her began to murmur. Isn't Dongfang Luo the esteemed inner disciple of the Ling Shanzong? Has he lost his mind? Tang Shou, a formidable expert of the late Foundation establishment stage, was vanquished by Elder Bai. What does late Foundation establishment even mean? Elder Bai is at the nascent soul stage. Do you comprehend what it means to be at the nascent soul stage? You know nothing. What matters is strength. At last, I have witnessed a living deity of the nascent soul. It is a life well lived. Is Dongfang Luo seeking vengeance for his parents? He could have sought out Elder Ran alone. Why come here to court death? Alas, Elder Ran's whereabouts are unpredictable. Who can locate him? It is a rare opportunity to encounter him today. Perhaps he does not wish to let it slip away. What a pity, as I held Ling Shanzong in high regard. Peng Qingran had already gracefully approached, intending to push aside Bai Yi to confront Dongfang Luo directly. I respect the young hero and regard him as a paragon of righteousness. Today marks the celebration of the Qinsheng sect. If there are grievances between you, let us wait for a more opportune moment to resolve them. I am willing to mediate the discord between you two. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Elder Bai, such a commendable temperament. Indeed, he exudes the aura of a true powerhouse, never bullying the weak. Utter nonsense, lacking in cultivation, merely capable of empty rhetoric. Yet Dongfang Luo misinterpreted Bai Yi's intentions, believing he was being gracious, refraining from engaging him in combat. Thus, he felt a flicker of admiration and emotion. I have been reckless. Elder Ran, let us meet in half a month at Jiaozhou to settle our grievances. Will you dare to come? Pang Qingran scoffed lightly. Dongfang Luo, we have never met, and I am unaware of the origins of your grievances. You murdered my parents. This enmity is irreconcilable. Today, as Miss Bai does not hold me accountable, I shall not intrude upon your sex celebration. Will you come or not? Ha! I have taken too many lives to recall whose parents you speak of. However, if you seek vengeance, meet me in half a month before the Tianji Pavilion in Jiaozhou. I shall await your arrival to embrace death. Pang Qingran exhibited no trace of fear. Dongfang Luo let out a cold snort, performed a hasty bow, and strode away. Chapter 25. The soul of gossip Zongqing's endeavor concluded rather smoothly. Due to Bai Yi's outstanding performance and the saving of the celestial envoy's life, all the martial arts techniques and the reward of 50,000 spirit stones that Zhang had brought were bestowed upon Bai Yi. Naturally, no one voiced any dissent. They were all genuinely impressed. The celestial envoy's injuries had not yet fully healed, and as soon as Zongqing concluded, he hurriedly returned. The members of other sects were equally relieved that the embarrassing situation had finally come to an end and promptly departed from the scene of turmoil. Ji Yan returned to the Tianji Pavilion and truthfully disseminated the events surrounding Tang Shou's challenge. The efficiency was comparable to contemporary networks. To everyone's astonishment, Bai Yi had supplanted Dugu Zhaixing and ascended to the second position on the power rankings of Donghuang. In an instant, the people of Donghuang were filled with trepidation, all eager to uncover more information about Bai Yi. However, many thanks to Brother Ji Yan for his gossip report. As the crowd gradually delved into Bai Yi's identity and background, they discovered that there was little information to be gleaned, leading them to focus their attention on sensational news. Gossip is indeed a facet of human nature. Bai Yi could never have imagined that one day, she would become the protagonist of gossip columns. All of this, one must thank the valiant young hero, Dongfang Luo. Draped in the guise of a celestial maiden, Bai Yi felt invincible, akin to the unparalleled Dongfang Bubi, effortlessly conquering all obstacles. Yet, she was unwittingly cast by a group of writers as the charming lady enticing Ling Huchong. Have you heard? Elder Bai has taken a fancy to Dongfang Luo. Oh my! The two of them at the Guanyun Terrace were nothing short of affectionate, exchanging glances and subtle signals. Without any true feelings, how could she possibly show mercy to him? Such profound emotions. A group of disciples from the Qinxing sect were idly gossiping in the tea room when Xian Lu suddenly appeared, plopping down in the center of the group. Humph! Master Bai and young hero Dongfang have long been secretly meeting. What? Brother, how do you know? How did they meet? It was a night shrouded in darkness, where one could not see their own hand. After Dongfang Luo left Guanyun Terrace, he couldn't forget about Elder Bai and turned back before descending the mountain. Wait, wasn't he supposed to meet in Jiaozhou in half a month? What do you know? Naive youth, this is an illusion. That Dongfang Luo. Xian Lu lowered his voice, adopting a mysterious demeanor. Despite his serious demeanor, he actually came here for Elder Bai. You mean, they have known each other for a long time? Absolutely. If they didn't know each other, how could the master have held back? That night, Dongfang Luo signaled Elder Bai. The two agreed to meet in front of the Mingguang cave on the back mountain, secretly communicating. Oh. And then, such eager faces awaited the next revelation. And then, Master Bai sat on the bench beneath the great tree, waiting for young hero Dongfang. The night breeze was cool, but it could not chill two fervent hearts. Young hero Dongfang, exceptionally handsome, arrived swiftly as the night deepened. Upon seeing her beloved approach, Master Bai's heart bloomed with joy, and she rushed forward, sweetly calling out. What did she say? Bai Yi suddenly appeared behind Xian Lu, his expression marred by displeasure as he exclaimed. Finally, you have arrived, My dear, I have waited in great anticipation. A sharp crack echoed through the air, causing Xian Lu to see stars and tremble, nearly fainting. Enough of this, Peng Qingran barked, prompting the disciples to scatter in a flurry. Bai Yi raised his arm and unleashed a flurry of punches upon Xian Lu, who pleaded for mercy. Once he felt he had vented enough frustration, Bai Yi sulkily took a seat. Had he known it would come to this, he would have eliminated Dongfang Luo. A bitterness gnawed at him. Alas, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. The entire sect is abuzz with this incident. You cannot simply slay them all in your wrath, Peng Qingran consoled. I am a true man standing at a height of 8 feet. Though, for the time being, I am trapped in the form of a fairy. To be cast as the heroine in various romantic novels? It is utterly revolting. And my dear, what nonsense! That Dongfang Luo is infuriating beyond measure. The next time I encounter him, I shall ensure he is left searching for his teeth. Uncles, the sex celebration has concluded. Are you not to embark on a journey to seek the falling cherry blossom and the Luo water beast? Xian Lu inquired pitifully. Indeed. What of it? Bai Yi questioned, his expression frosty. When shall we set forth? What concern is that of yours? Remain within the sect and focus on your lineage. Bai Yi retorted with irritation. Xian Lu was on the verge of tears when a sudden commotion erupted outside. A female servant disciple rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "It is here! It is here! Brother! The 8th lady is with child." This was indeed momentous news. Bai Yi and Peng Qingran hastened to Xian Lu's residence to witness the excitement. Xian Lu had a total of 20 concubines, all of whom were tall and robust. What a formidable harem it was! Xian Xing hopes for a lineage of stature. Thus he sought such partners. Peng Qingran explained in a hushed tone. Xian Lu was eagerly conversing with the physician, his face alight with joy. The 8th lady stood at approximately 1 meter 80, towering over Xian Lu, with broad shoulders and a powerful physique. Her face, though not rugged, exuded an androgynous charm, adorned with a fine layer of lip hair. The 8th lady is indeed the most beautiful, and her pregnancy is truly a fortuitous event, Peng Qingran remarked. Most beautiful? Bai Yi shook his head repeatedly, visibly vexed. He patted Xian Lu's shoulder and declared, "Let us depart. Tomorrow we shall set off." Depart? Ah, uncle, that is wonderful news. At dawn, we shall commence our journey. Xian Lu exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Truly a double blessing. Indeed, brother, a double blessing. May you be blessed with a son. Heaven forbid if a daughter emerges with a beard and a height of 1 meter 80. We must not dwell on such thoughts. Xian Lu had pleaded with Xian Xing throughout the night. Finally, exasperated, Xian Xing relented to his request. The following morning, Bai Yi and the others set forth. The disciples of the Qinxing sect lined the path to bid them farewell, for their revered Bai Shirshu was departing. Surely, a star of such stature deserves this level of adulation? They were merely a signature away from celebrity status. A few paparazzi lingered, perhaps eager to uncover the nature of her relationship with the Eastern hero. Bai Yi narrowed her eyes, observing the crowd with a vigilant demeanor. Suddenly, a wave of warmth surged from the depths of her heart. The disciples stood in hushed reverence, their faces filled with reluctance, forming a long procession in crimson attire that extended from the main path of the inner mountain to the foot of the outer mountain, stretching for miles like a vibrant ribbon ablaze. This was Bai Yi's first foothold upon entering this realm. Though her stay was fleeting, the myriad experiences had woven a thread of emotional connection to the Qinxing sect. She had become an honorary elder of the sect, garnering numerous friendships. And, of course, a considerable fortune. Ah yes, and a rich vein of or. A warm glow enveloped her as she waved goodbye to Yin Su, Mu Xingfeng, Ying Ying, and others. Until we meet again. Chapter 26. The peculiar young girl. The Zhenxing sect is situated on the northern side of the eastern wilderness, while Jiao Prefecture lies at its heart. To the east, amidst the lush groves, resides the reclusive master who brews the intoxicating falling cherry blossom. The Luo River traverses the southern expanse of the eastern wilderness from west to east, rushing forth towards the vast ocean. As the trio stepped outside, they made their way directly to Jiao Prefecture, venturing deep into the verdant forest. Beneath the azure sky and fluffy white clouds, a sense of freedom enveloped them. Master Uncle, my heart is so elated that I feel compelled to compose a poem. Silence, Bai Yi retorted, fatigued from walking without the protection of spiritual energy. Her legs weary and sore. Where are your mounts? Why not release them? Peng Qingran's steed was a mystical bird, towering over an individual, adorned with vibrant orange-red plumage. When it spread its wings, it resembled a blazing flame. Its head was small, crowned with a tuft of feathers reminiscent of a mature dandelion. How beautiful! Bai Yi remarked with a hint of envy. Is it swift? I have only seen Mu Xingfeng's porcupine, which bounces around clumsily and is quite the wind catcher. The call of Orange is even more melodious than that of a songstress. Moreover, it is exceedingly fast. However, my Orange can only carry me alone. Peng Qingran replied. Oh, did you not already subdue Lei Sha?
Lei-Siaka.
Xian Lu's eyes sparkled with disbelief, nearly causing her to faint.
Bai Yi pondered.
Realizing she possessed only 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. What if she released Lei Sha and was unable to subdue it? What if it rebelled and required yet another confrontation? Master Uncle, let us see it. Bai Yi waved her hand, expecting the forest to erupt with resounding roars, yet silence enveloped them. There was no sign of the colossal beast. Instead, a black cat appeared before them. The three regarded the feline with curiosity, and suddenly, it emitted a peculiar sound.
Siga. Xiupili.
A series of raspy and strange noises emanated from Lei Sha, its eyes transforming into a gentle shade of green. What on earth is this? Bai Yi furrowed her brow, sensing an impending challenge. This. Peng Qingran shook his head. The magical spirits are indeed different. Perhaps this is their true call? Or could it be the language of beasts? Then, how does one ride it?
Bai Yi şuruk her shoulders.
When fortune is lacking, even drinking water can lead to misfortune. Bai Yi circled around Lei Sha twice, only to be met with a disdainful expression from the creature. Enlarge. Unleash your power. Bai Yi gestured emphatically, her words growing scarce. Boom. Transform. She was nearly at a loss for words. Lei Sha's small head swiveled in confusion, observing Bai Yi's animated gestures with bewilderment. Big, big, big. Become larger. Exhausted, Bai Yi stretched her arms before her and collapsed onto the ground. I give up. This is merely a house cat. With a resounding bang, a wave of warmth washed over them. Lei Sha had transformed, regaining its formidable form. Good heavens! Bai Yi sprang to her feet, realizing that had she delayed for even a moment longer, she would have been crushed beneath Lei Sha's weight. She nodded in satisfaction and approached the creature. Yet, Lei Sha's gaze remained perplexed, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. It could distinctly sense that the fearsome aura Bai Yi once exuded had notably diminished. Yet its memory is remarkably sharp, vividly recalling how it was mercilessly beaten like a mere rodent. Bai Yi, perceiving its defiance, approached and delivered a resounding slap. Her small hand pressed against its nose, rubbing it insistently. Lei Sha was quite taken by this. It suddenly shook its body vigorously, loosening its joints, and let out a thunderous howl. The reverberating roar echoed through the mountains and valleys. In the dense forest, a multitude of birds took flight, soaring into the sky without a backward glance, fleeing for their lives. Lei Sha, exuding an air of majesty, spun around to face Bai Yi. What is there to be so proud of? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, crouching down slightly, ready to advance. Lei Sha, oblivious to her intent, maintained its haughty demeanor. Suddenly, it became alert, surveying its surroundings. Swish, swish, swish. A commotion ensued. From the depths of the forest, 3 men emerged, their garments tattered and stained with blood, as if they had just endured a life-and-death struggle. Among them, the most robust figure carried a young girl on his back. Bai Yi, this is Bai Yi, the girl exclaimed. The trio rushed straight toward her. Quickly, put me down. The 3 men clearly obeyed the girl's command. Yet upon seeing Lei Sha, their legs turned to jelly, halting at a distance. Young master, Bai Yi is from the Qinxing sect. How could she assist us? We should flee. No. The girl, evidently also severely injured, continued towards Bai Yi. You are Bai Yi, right? The girl appeared underdeveloped, seemingly around 16 or 17 years of age by ordinary standards. Bai nodded, curiosity evident on her face. How do you know? I read the records from the Tianji Pavilion. This is the demonic spirit Lei Sha, and you must be Bai Yi. I beg you, save me. Save our Qihua sword sect. Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback. This was quite the unexpected turn. Peng Qingran inquired. What transpired? The girl anxiously scanned her surroundings, her three attendants trembling in fear as they watched Lei Sha, while also glancing back cautiously. The Moonshadow sect covets our Qihua sword technique and has launched a surprise attack on our mountain manor. The elders of our clan are engaged in fierce combat, and I managed to escape. Elder Bai Yi, you are my greatest idol. I implore you, save us. An idol? Capturing a young fan, no less? Bai, typically indifferent and adhering to a principle of non-involvement, found herself swayed by the earnestness of the small girl, whose eyes brimmed with anticipation and trust. It was utterly irresistible. How could they harm such a charming little girl? The Qihua sword technique is renowned in the eastern wilderness, while the Moonshadow sect is a hidden paradise of the Mountain Spring sect. As Peng Qingran elaborated, Bai Yi's eyes sparkled with interest. How wonderful! Another connection to the Mountain Spring sect. That cool song again? Little disciple, let me show you something. With that, she swiftly lifted the girl onto her back.
Mounting Lei SAK.
Guided by the girl, they soon arrived at the heart of the forest, where the Qihua mountain manor stood. Yet, silence reigned here. Beneath the mountain gate, corpses lay scattered. The girl sobbed, trembling uncontrollably. It's all right. It's all right. I am here, Bai Yi gently reassured her. Within the manor, an eerie silence prevailed, devoid of any signs of life. The ground was strewn with the bodies of disciples from the Fire Sword sect and the Moonshadow sect, a scene of utter carnage. Where were the living souls? It seemed odd. If the Moonshadow sect dared to launch an attack, they must have been fully prepared, lest they offer themselves as mere fodder. Yet, surveying the battlefield, it was evident that their own casualties were significant as well. Approaching the main hall of the manor, Bai Yi had just sheathed his thunder saber. A young girl, overwhelmed with grief, began to push the bodies of her fallen comrades. Among them, several elder figures lay unconscious on the ground. Master Uncle! Second Master Uncle! She cried out in despair. Surrounding them were more than a dozen disciples of the Moonshadow sect, their bodies severed, blood pooling in a gruesome display. Some of these individuals were familiar to me. Their cultivation levels were not low, certainly above the 8th layer of Qi training. Peng Qingran furrowed his brow, navigating through the chaos. Father, the girl wailed, collapsing onto the body of a richly clad man, weeping sorrowfully. Bai Yi, still troubled, scanned his surroundings. Something was amiss. Had the members of the Moonshadow sect already departed? Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated from within the main hall. Who dares to intrude upon the Fire Sword sect? The voice was deep and powerful, indicating profound mastery. Chapter 27: The Fall of the Blazing Fire Manor. With a resounding bang, the grand door of the Blazing Fire Manor swung open. Within stood 5 or 6 individuals clad in deep blue robes. They appeared vigorous and unscathed, exuding an air of confidence that belied any signs of conflict. At the forefront was the eldest elder, a man with a prematurely aged visage, meticulously groomed mustache, and an expression of feigned righteousness. Ah, I wondered who it could be. And lo, it is Elder Dongxin of the Ling Shan sect. What brings you here? And what is the meaning of these Moonshadow sect individuals? Our master dispatched us to traverse the mountains, and upon passing through here, we heard that the Moonshadow sect harbors ill intentions, seeking to steal the blazing fire sword techniques. Thus we came to offer our assistance. Bai Yi chuckled heartily, for in this moment none were virtuous, so why pretend? She inquired, assistance? Assistance for whom? To aid the Moonshadow sect in seizing the sword manual, or to protect the blazing fire sword sect's secrets. Dongxin furrowed his brow and replied, naturally, we are here to assist the blazing fire sword sect. What business do you have here? Like yours, Bai Yi scoffed, continuing her interrogation. Since you are here to help, have you rescued anyone? Alas, we arrived too late. The blazing fire sword sect has already. Alas, And what of the Moon Shadow sect? Were they all slain by your hands? No. When we arrived, it was already like this. Surely they must have suffered mutual destruction. Dongxin lamented, shaking his head in regret. This becomes rather intriguing. What are you doing behind those closed doors in the main hall? Are you in search of martial arts manuals? Bai Yi demanded sternly. We entered to see if there were any survivors. At that moment, a woman beside Dongxin interjected with a mocking tone. Master, what is there to discuss with these demons? They must certainly be here to steal the blazing fire sword techniques. Ugly in appearance, vile in speech. Demon? Is that what you label me?
Bai Yi retorte dicili.
Dongxin's expression was quite complex. Error, there is no need to waste words with them. Let us depart, Peng Qingran suggested, attempting to turn away. Bai Yi nodded and addressed the young girl. Little one, we have arrived too late. What will you do now? Benefactor. Bai Yi benefactor. My entire clan has perished, and my cultivation is feeble. I implore you to take me under your wing. One day, I shall enhance my power and avenge my kin. Before Bai Yi could respond, the members of the Lingshan sect began to shout. She is Bai Yi, the demoness. She seduced the senior brother. What senior brother? He is the abandoned disciple, Dongfang Luo. Dongxin suddenly erupted in fury, scolding his disciples harshly. Abandoned disciple? How did Dongfang Luo become an outcast of the Lingshan sect? How? Was he expelled from the sect?
Bai Yi queried.
Humph. All thanks to you. The young woman fumed. What do I have to do with this? Demoness, you seduced the senior brother. You have tarnished his reputation while pretending to be innocent. So, those entangled with a demonic cultivator are to be expelled from the sect. This is utterly futile thinking. What is so wrong with being a demoness? Isn't it delightful? Attractive in appearance, why should it matter if I am a demoness? Your incessant labeling of me as a demoness is quite irksome. Elder Bai, please temper your anger. My disciple has spoken indiscreetly, and I shall ensure strict discipline in the future. Dong Xian is a cunning one. Upon realizing that the young lady before him was Bai Yi, he was so terrified that his courage nearly shattered. According to the records of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, she is at least in the nascent soul stage. With but a mere sneeze, she could render him to ashes. How could one not show proper respect? Bai Yi snorted coldly, lowering her gaze to the girl and inquired, It would be inconvenient for you to accompany me. How about I send you to the Qinxing sect instead? The girl shook her head, her tears flowing profusely. No. Benefactor, I implore you, allow me to follow you. I promise not to be a burden. Bai Yi, taken aback by her repeated address of benefactor, felt a heavy weight in her heart. How could she venture into the world with a girl akin to a daughter? Xian Lu, unable to bear it, interjected, Master, this child is too pitiable. Why not take her with us? Very well, but you shall take care of her. Bai Yi replied with a sidelong smile. Xian Lu's face paled in response. All right, I will take care of her. Thus, the three reached an agreement. Yet Dong Xian felt a pang of reluctance. Wait a moment. This girl must be the young master of the Blaze Sword sect, right? A righteous cultivator accompanying a demon cultivator. That could lead to complications. I knew you wouldn't easily relinquish this little girl. However, to act against such a person for the sake of spirit stones is hardly worth it. After all, I only have 80,000 left. I could slay you with a mere glance. Bai Yi turned abruptly, a glint of cold light flashing. Elder Bai, I meant no offense. Dong Xian quickly clarified, it is simply that the whereabouts of the blaze sword technique remain unknown. If those unable to discern right from wrong were to learn of it, they might claim that the Qinxing sect covets the blaze sword technique and abduct the young master. Oh, what do you imply? Bai Yi inquired with a chilling smile. The blaze sword sect belongs to righteous cultivators, so perhaps the young master should return with me to the Lingshan sect for proper care. That is entirely unnecessary. Bai Yi waved her hand, stirring up a tempest. Leisha instantly manifested before everyone, roaring like thunder, exuding an imposing presence. I shall retrieve the sword technique. With Bai Yi's command, it seemed Leisha finally comprehended, its massive maw lunging toward the main hall. The members of the Lingshan sect stumbled and fell, and a terrified female disciple was yanked aside by Dong Xian, narrowly escaping being devoured by Leisha. What? What is this? A monster? Are demon spirits truly this terrifying? Leisha, in a frenzy, appeared intent on venting all its pent-up grievances. When it came to demolishing, it was an expert. In an instant, the structures were obliterated, debris soaring through the air. The girl was left dumbfounded, tears streaming uncontrollably. Benefactor, you've destroyed your own home. Your kin have all perished. In due time, I shall aid you in avenging them, and you may carve out a new dwelling to bring glory to your lineage. Bai spoke indifferently. The tempest swept across the entire Blaze Mountain Manor in a flash, leaving the members of the Lingshan sect in shock and fear. Peng Qingran and Bai Yi exchanged solemn glances. Let this serve as a moment of silence for the once glorious Blaze Mountain Manor. The creature, Lei Sha, excavated a substantial pit in the ground, sniffing fervently around. Suddenly, a ferocious roar erupted. The waves of spiritual energy it emitted were potent enough to render all surrounding mechanisms and formations ineffective. In the next moment, a realm of ethereal secrets materialized above the ruins of the main hall. The young girl exclaimed in astonishment, "This is it." Without hesitation, she rushed forward. As she approached the mystical realm, a tattered book floated before her. Flame Sword Technique. "Father, Mother, I shall avenge you," she declared, bowing her head twice towards the mystical realm. Her 3 servants followed suit, bowing deeply. Who would have thought the illustrious Flame Mountain Manor would meet its demise in such a manner? Dong Xian lamented. "Humph. I refuse to believe that you are uninvolved in this matter. I have matters to attend to today, so I shall not press charges against you now. The reckoning for this will eventually fall upon someone, and I will uncover the truth in due time," Bai Yi remarked coldly, gesturing for the young girl to join him as he mounted Lei Sha once more. Chapter 28. The enchanting beauty of the Yuan clan in Jiaozhou, the girl in need of rescue bore a name that starkly contrasted with her delicate appearance, Zhou Dali. Her father had advised her to focus on physical training, asserting that no girl should be subjected to bullying. As she gazed at the bustling scenes along the streets of Jiaozhou, she mused, "Dali.
Dali.
Such a lovely name. My 12th wife is also named Dali," remarked Shen Lu. "Quite impressive, considering you have 20 wives and still remember their names."
Bai Yi said.
In this life, the essence lies in the bonds we share. To be united as husband and wife is also a matter of fate. Although I cannot always be by their side, they are indeed my destiny, and I must remember their names. Dali suits your wives quite well. But for such a delicate and charming girl, does it not seem a tad peculiar? Shen Lu pondered. Not at all. It's a name befitting a cultivator. Eventually, she will embody that strength. As they strolled through the streets of Jiaozhou, having endured 2 days of relentless travel, they finally arrived. The city was far more vibrant than they had anticipated, being the largest gathering place for cultivators in the entire eastern wilderness. Vendors lined the streets, offering an array of goods, from miraculous elixirs to counterfeit techniques and substandard treasures of heaven and earth. Yet, authentic items were conspicuously absent. "What are you looking at?" Peng Qingran inquired, noticing Bai Yi's curious gaze. "I am searching for a place that sells magical artifacts." "What kind of artifact? Why not craft one yourself? If you cannot, I could assist you. I am a 7th grade artifact master," Peng Qingran offered. "Nothing significant. I merely seek a pickaxe, the kind used for mining." "Mining?" Shen Lu's interest piqued. "Master, what are you seeking? Is there a treasure to be found?" Bai Yi chuckled softly, lowering his voice. "Keep it discreet. Wealth should not be flaunted. Understand? Is there truly treasure?" Shen Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Shoo! It must remain a secret," she replied with a playful smile. As the trio bantered cheerfully, they suddenly encountered a large crowd ahead, accompanied by the sounds of commotion. "Today marks the grand opening of the Yuan Clan Tavern. All dishes are half price. Fresh pig bristles, premium grasshopper meat, exquisite spirit monkey stew. Come and savor the flavors." Bai Yi's curiosity was piqued by the enticing names of the dishes. Yuan Clan. The Yuan Clan of Jiaozhou. He abruptly recalled this term. Previously, Shen Xing had inquired about his connection to the Yuan Clan of Jiaozhou. What connection could there possibly be? The four of them jostled their way to the Yuan clan tavern, which was brimming with patrons. Ah, Elder Ran. A staff member recognized Peng Qingran immediately. Though Peng Qingran was quite renowned, this recognition illustrated the exceptional discernment of the Yuan clan in Jiaozhou. The attendant promptly arranged a table for the four. Elder Ran, with the tavern's grand opening today, we are overwhelmed with guests. I apologize for any oversight. Allow me to arrange a selection of our signature dishes for you. Thank you very much. Elder Ran did not put on airs. Truly, she was an extraordinary woman. Bai smacked her lips, her stomach growling with hunger. When one's profound cultivation envelopes them, fasting is possible. Yet now she found herself no different from an ordinary mortal. In merely 4 days, it would be the day when the Eastern hero and Elder Bai would meet, as the murmurs from the neighboring table suggested. Indeed, it was just 4 days away. Alas, we have arrived rather late. Typically, there would be far fewer people in Jiaozhou City. Fortunately, the Yuan family has recently opened an inn. Otherwise, there would be no place to sit and rest. Has Dongfang Luo been expelled from the Ling Shanzong? I wonder if he will still come. Those esteemed sects are all hypocrites. What is wrong with forming a partnership with demonic cultivators? As for being expelled from the sect, do not speak carelessly. Others might overhear. He will surely come. It is said that Elder Bai resembles a celestial being. This truly is a remarkable tale of the union between righteousness and darkness. Hey, how dare you? Bai's anger surged. I will not tolerate this. I have no interest in romantic entanglements with men. I am a straight man. Just as her incantation was unfinished, suddenly 2 colossal peaks materialized before her. Bai almost bled from her nose. Fair skin, a delicate neck, this exquisite visage. A stunning beauty who could rival Ran appeared before her. Ran, it has been so long. The beauty laughed heartily, causing Bai's bones to feel weak. It was as if she could sense her long-lost self, Bai Shao Yi, awakening fervently from the darkness. Peng Qingran stood up with a beaming smile, and the two unexpectedly rushed into each other's arms. My dear, I've missed you so much. They embraced tightly, flesh against flesh. Master Uncle, are you all right? Your nose. Xian Lu hastily produced a handkerchief and offered it. I'm fine. Bai quickly averted her gaze, accepting the handkerchief to staunch the bleeding. Yuan Fan, the young lady of the Yuan family in Jiaozhou, was a close friend of Peng Qingran. In Jiaozhou, she managed all manner of restaurants and inns. This Yuan Fan, not only was she exceedingly beautiful, but she also bore an alluring countenance, with elongated phoenix eyes that seemed to smile teasingly and fiery red lips that captivated the heart. Most notably, her attire was quite revealing. A gossamer shawl draped loosely over her shoulders, while a fitted silk gown clung to her alluring figure. This is overwhelming. I knew you would come this time, so I specially opened this restaurant. Yuan Fan cheerfully settled beside Bai Yi. This lady Yuan Fan, with her keen gaze, smiled and said, You must be Bai Yi, Elder Bai. Bai Yi was taken aback. When a beauty addressed her, she often reacted a beat too slowly. How did this young lady know?
Bai Yi invited.
Yuan Fan, unpretentious and forthright, replied, Since you travel with Ran and possess such beauty, you must be the Bai Yi mentioned in the scattered words. This is my friend Yuan Fan, Peng Qingran introduced. How can you still speak of this? You are merely using us to make profits. You should share the dividends with us. My business acumen is among the best in our family. I have perceived an opportunity this time, and naturally, I intend to seize it with vigor. In recent days, the influx of visitors to Jiaozhou has more than doubled. Yet did you not just close your tavern 2 months ago? Are you not concerned about incurring further losses? Alas, I too find myself in a quandary. I can only hope that you can engage in a few days of revelry with that Eastern Luodu, thereby attracting more patrons to Jiaozhou. Bai Yi, upon hearing this, began to chuckle. If that is the case, I might just be able to offer you a suggestion. Chapter 29. The Yuan family zoo. After Bai Yi presented a comprehensive proposal, Yuan Fan found himself increasingly bewildered. Your idea sounds rather intricate, Yuan Fan exclaimed, a look of confusion on his face. Er's ideas are often quite eccentric. This notion, while seemingly peculiar, is worth a try, Peng Qingran encouraged. As a longtime friend of Yuan Fan, he naturally placed his trust in him. The adage of employing without suspicion and being wary of those not employed was also Yuan Fan's philosophy in managing his restaurant and inn. The Yuan family restaurant is ideally located in the heart of the main street, surrounded by numerous taverns, clothing stores, shops selling rare materials, pawn shops, and medical clinics, truly a bustling area. This part of Jiaozhou is the liveliest, frequented by the offspring of affluent families, who often come to shop. The young ladies, needless to say, particularly flock to the nearby tailor's shop, which is exceedingly popular. This place is, without a doubt, the CBD of Jiaozhou. With a mind brimming with fresh ideas, Bai Yi considered that the Yuan family possessed both wealth and influence. After indulging in a sumptuous lunch, the group, satiated and content, saw Xianlu and Zhou Dali return to the Yuan family inn to rest, while Bai Yi and Peng Qingran lingered at the restaurant to explore their surroundings. The restaurant business is daunting, Yuan Fan lamented. Though Jiaozhou is vast and bustling, the Wanbao Trading Company has taverns all over the place, and they even own a brothel. After managing the Yuan family restaurant for so long, we are hardly their match. Bai Yi burst into laughter. Then why not open a brothel yourself? Yuan Fan chuckled as he playfully patted Bai Yi. Naughty girl. Who would want to run such a disreputable establishment? I must preserve the dignity of our Yuan family. Peng Qingran reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Worry not. You can strengthen the Yuan family through legitimate business. With Yi Er's assistance, you may even outshine the Wanbao Trading Company. Let us hope so. I must achieve something noteworthy with the restaurant and inn. The younger generation at home eagerly awaits my guidance, and with the Wanbao Trading Company growing ever stronger, many are waiting to see me falter. Bai Yi surveyed the spacious restaurant, which spanned around 500 to 600 square meters. While not excessively large, it was bright and airy, with a soaring ceiling and a second floor featuring a circular balcony. With a few screens added, it could become quite charming. Give me a day. We shall open the doors tomorrow at the hour of the rooster, and I assure you, profits will be guaranteed, Bai Yi declared, giving Yuan Fan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Without hesitation, Bai Yi instructed the staff to replace the tables and chairs with more upscale leather ones, rearranging the layout and clearing the counter. Essentially, these are the main elements. What remains is decoration. The lighting is crucial. Bai Yi remarked. What do you mean? By lighting? Yuan Fan inquired. Aside from candles, is there anything that can emit light persistently? The more vibrant the colors, the better. Yuan Fan pondered for a moment before suddenly snapping his fingers. In our Yuan family's spiritual beast secret realm, there exists a type of spirit beast. I recall it can emit a myriad of dazzling lights. Would that suffice? Ah, the spiritual beast secret realm? That is splendid. Bai Yi meticulously instructed the attendants on how to navigate the facilities within the house before proceeding with Peng Qingran and Yuan Fan to the mystical realm of spiritual beasts belonging to the Yuan family in Jiaozhou. The entrance to this realm was far from concealed, nestled within the rear courtyard of the Yuan residence. As Bai Yi marveled at the Yuan family's affluence, she simultaneously sought to uncover their secrets. Our ancestors belong to an ancient divine lineage, and our cultivation path diverges from that of mortals. We can conceal our true abilities, appearing no different from ordinary people. The Yuan family was renowned, with skilled individuals scattered across every region. As for me, I have little enthusiasm for cultivation. Instead, I prefer managing taverns, which is why I have remained in Jiaozhou. Oh, the Yuan family can indeed mask their prowess. No wonder I was mistaken for a member of the Jiaozhou Yuan clan when I had no cultivation at all. It makes sense now why Yuan Fan regarded me with such curious eyes. The Yuan family is the largest clan in the eastern wilderness. As the esteemed young lady of the Yuan family, who would dare to confront you? Thus, your cultivation becomes less significant. Peng Qingran jested with a smile. As they bantered, they arrived at an exquisitely crafted archway of jade. The arch floated gracefully, draped with gossamer silk that shimmered with a faint golden light, dancing gently in the absence of wind. The silk seemed to possess a life of its own, swaying slowly and rhythmically, and Bai Yi found herself entranced. Gazing through the arch revealed a hint of verdant beauty accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. This was indeed the Yuan family's mystical realm of spiritual beasts, a veritable menagerie. Once Bai Yi followed Yuan Fan into the realm, Her eyes beheld an expansive prairie basking in bright sunlight, filled with the sweet symphony of birdsong and floral fragrances. Countless creatures, flying birds, roaming beasts, and swimming fish, abounded, offering a delightful experience akin to a free visit to a zoo. The entire realm of spiritual beasts was divided into several sections, where compatible creatures cohabited. This is the Qiongwei bird, a rare sight in the eastern wilderness. They feast on the parasites found on the longma. Despite the longma's fierce appearance, they are remarkably gentle with the Qiongwei bird. Let us go see the star snail. Is it the one you mentioned with the lights? With that, they approached an unassuming cave, traversing the verdant lake surface before entering the darkened cavern. Though the cave was modest in size, it extended deep within, initially shrouded in darkness but gradually widening and brightening as they ventured further. At the cave's end, a myriad of twinkling lights glittered enchantingly in a kaleidoscope of colors. What an exquisite lighting effect! Upon entering, Bai Yi finally discerned the full form of the star snail, which was as large as a basketball. The shell, reminiscent of a cat's eye, radiated a dazzling array of colors, strikingly vibrant. Is this the star snail? Has it always been this luminous? How marvelous! No, it only shines when there is sound. The louder the sound, the faster and more vividly the lights flicker and change. Bai Yi was taken aback. So it's a sound-activated, multicolored light? Quite sophisticated indeed. You are the one star snail. With the star snail in tow, they continued their search for other spiritual beasts. They encountered a creature resembling a sloth, known as the Zhaoji, with elongated limbs and a coat of greenish-blue fur, yet sporting a bird-like head and an elongated beak, producing a remarkably loud call. Upon hearing the Zhaoji's cry, Bai Yi nearly mistook it for a cantankerous old smoker berating her. A rock singer indeed embodies such unrestrained and rugged vocal qualities. With the addition of the exuberant pheasant and the starry conch, they departed from the spirit beast's secret realm, thoroughly satisfied. Upon returning to the original clan tavern, everything had been arranged to perfection according to their specifications. The grand hall stood empty, its windows obscured by black ink paper, preventing even a sliver of sunlight from penetrating. On either side, exquisite tables and chairs were scattered haphazardly, while directly opposite the entrance loomed a raised platform, reminiscent of a theatrical stage. Flanking the stage were opulent bookshelves, though at this moment, they brimmed with exquisite glass bottles filled with various fruit juices and condiments, all meticulously arranged. Before the bookshelves, a bar crafted from 2 long tables was accompanied by a row of tall stools, creating an inviting scene. Excellent. The bar and dance floor are set. Now. Bai Yi clapped his hands in satisfaction. Fan, summon all the staff. The more, the merrier. What shall we do? Employee training. Chapter 30. Staff training. Come forth. Those of you with sturdy arms and robust physiques, step forward. Ah, splendid. You 4 appear quite vigorous. You shall be the bartenders, remember that, Bai Yi commanded. As for the rest, that tall, handsome lad, yes, you step forward. And you, the young lady with the large, expressive eyes. Yes, you as well. Come fort. And you, not you, you're too portly, return to your place. Now, the slender one, come here. She selected 10 individuals of striking appearance, designating them as the ambience team. The remainder would serve as waitstaff. Bai Yi stood on the platform, surveying the trio of groups with satisfaction. Very well. I shall assign tasks. Waitstaff, your duties are the simplest. Merely deliver the drinks according to the menu I have prepared for you. Each of you will be responsible for several tables. Once a guest is seated, they are under your care. Whatever they wish to drink or do is your responsibility. Until they depart, maintain a pleasant demeanor and keep smiling. Remember, for the first drink you serve, you must toast with the guest. Do you understand? Understood, the staff chorused. Additionally, always keep an eye on your assigned guests. If they begin to overindulge or cause a ruckus, promptly cease serving them alcohol and guide them home. Do you remember? Yes. Good practice amongst yourselves. I will conduct a check shortly. If you are unsure about mixing drinks, figure it out on your own. Bai Yi placed her hands on her hips, glancing at the remaining 2 groups. Ambience team, make sure to dress attractively. As soon as the music plays, you shall gather in the center and dance. Express your joy freely. The 10 handsome and beautiful members of the ambience team stood momentarily stunned. Understanding the concept of fun might prove challenging for these cultivators. It seemed she would have to demonstrate. Bai Yi leaped down from the platform, positioning herself in the center of the dance floor. With an undulating motion, she swayed her body gracefully, like an elusive fish. Now follow the rhythm. 1 and 2. Come along with me. Oh, your movements are incorrect. You must engage your waist. Like this. Yes, much better. Handsome one. Shake your head. No, not like that. That resembles a chicken pecking. Observe. You must sway like this side to side. Like this. Now, give it a try. Ah, much improved. At first, the ambience team felt constricted, but under Bai Yi's guidance, they quickly found their groove. Bai Yi beamed at the ambience group, her smile warm and encouraging. Continue practicing just like that. Remember this feeling. Unshackle yourselves and let loose. Practice diligently. Yuan Fan was momentarily taken aback, a look of despair crossing her face. Peng Qingren stifled a laugh and patted Yuan Fan, saying, "Don't be disheartened. I find this quite amusing." Bai Yi continued to assign duties to the bartenders. "Oh dear. You have the most challenging task. You must memorize the cocktail recipes I have provided." As she spoke, Bai Yi took her place behind the bar. "Now gather around and observe closely. I shall demonstrate once." Taking Bloody Mary as an example, first, procure a glass goblet and invert it, applying a mixture of chili powder and salt to the rim. Next, fill the cup with ice cubes. By the way, Fan, do remember to find someone skilled in the art of the ice palm to prepare the ice. Rest assured, my little brother has been diligently practicing his ice palm technique lately. That's splendid. Bai Yi winked with satisfaction, continuing the demonstration by placing the ice-filled goblet aside. He then produced a cup made of dark iron and, following the recipe meticulously, added tomato juice, ginger juice, and sour plum juice in succession, followed by 2 pieces of ice and finally the strongest dragon beard liquor. He then secured another dark iron cup atop it, exclaiming, "Just like this," with a decisive snap. Bai Yi locked the second cup in place. Now for the crucial part. Adopting a horse stance, one hand forward and the other backward, he began to shake. Engaging his waist with rhythmic force, he shook vigorously. According to the recipe, it required 20 shakes before using a strainer to pour the blended concoction into the glass goblet. Here comes the pivotal moment. Observe closely as he inserted 2 sprigs of green herb for added fragrance, followed by a burst fruit to enhance the spiciness. On the bar, a glass of Bloody Mary, glimmering crimson with a hint of chill, was crafted from various ingredients. How visually appealing! The onlookers exclaimed in admiration. Not only does it look exquisite, but it also tastes delightful. Bai Yi smiled, inviting Fan to taste. With a hint of skepticism, Fan lifted the glass. Oh, the flavor! Intricate yet pure, spicy and aromatic. It's delicious. Fan's eyes sparkled. How did you achieve this? You just witnessed the process. It's all made from these ingredients, Bai Yi replied. Peng Qingren also took a sip from the glass, expressing his admiration. How did you know this combination would be so delightful? Last time we had Sakura drunk, I mentioned I'd concoct a drink for you. Subsequently, I gathered various ingredients within the Qinxing sect, experimenting with each one, and documented these recipes. Each one is flawless. The 4 bartenders were left speechless, tasting the Bloody Mary and smacking their lips in approval. All right, now you give it a try. Every shake must be precise, neither too few nor too many. And for those that don't require shaking, be mindful of the pouring technique. The liquor must not mix in the glass but maintain distinct layers for a delightful sensory experience. Go on. Give it a try. Wait, why are you gripping the glass like that? Adjust your angle. Yes, just like that. Oh, you're pouring too quickly. Look, you've mixed the green bitter wormwood liquor with the pink peach blossom liquor. How can one drink that? Yes. Slow down and let it flow gently along the glass wall. Perfect. In the meantime, Bai Yi prepared Shen Ma Duo and Pressure Mountain for Yuan Fan and Peng Qingren. This drink, Shen Ma Duo, is made with maji grass liquor and blue pomegranate juice, presenting a beautiful azure hue. Isn't it lovely? Indeed. It's not only visually appealing but also delectable. Yuan Fan savored a sip, praising the distinct layers of flavor. Upon careful tasting, the richness is profound. That's why it's called Shinma Duo. And what about this drink? Peng Qingran inquired, raising his glass. Pressure mountain. Indeed, the burden upon my shoulders is immense, the pressure exceeding that of the highest mountains. The concoction of rich Rosso wine and green grape juice, complemented by the robust flavor of wormwood liquor, evokes a profound experience. After savoring that weighty first sip, does one not feel a sense of liberation? Ah! It truly possesses a remarkable potency. A delightful sensation washes over me. Peng Qingran's cheeks flushed slightly. You are quite the clever one. Clever? I am far more than that. I invested 2,000 yuan to master the art of mixology and have worked as a bona fide bartender in a bar. Chapter 31. Laozi opens a bar in the immortal realm after an afternoon of tumult. The musicians invited by Fan finally arrived, albeit rather tardily. Their instruments, steeped in antiquity, included gyukins, peculiar drums, and gourd-like objects of indeterminate purpose. Bai Yi possessed a fair understanding of music theory, having been compelled by his parents to study the piano for 3 years in his youth, later teaching himself the guitar with considerable success. Come now, play your most jubilant rhythms. Let me hear the timbre of your instruments. However, to his dismay, the sounds were merely languorous melodies that lulled one into a state of drowsiness. Allow me to sing a verse, attempt to capture that essence. Bang shakalaka.
Bang sakalakaye.
Much better, much improved. Drummer, quicken your tempo and intensify your strikes. Yes, that's it. Bang shakalaka. Bang shakalakayi. Now that's the feeling we desire. What of the spirit beasts? Bring them forth to join the song. Let them howl in unison. Yes, that smoky timbre is precisely what we need. Alas, it still lacks a certain flavor. With a resounding boom, Lei Sha transformed into a diminutive black cat, standing upon the stage. Little Black, just enlarge yourself slightly and howl with vigor. Before Bai Yi could impart further instruction, Lei Sha let out a thunderous roar, synchronizing with the pulsating drum beats, and began to sway and howl fervently. The energy was electrifying. Fan, the name of your establishment is rather lackluster. Allow me to bestow upon it a new title. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. Bai Yi waved his brush with flourish, inscribing several grand characters. The following evening, amidst the clangor of gongs and the crackle of firecrackers, the former site of the Yuan's Tavern reopened its doors. The Yuan nightclub is now in operation. All beverages and dishes are half price. Welcome to the Yuan nightclub. 2 gentlemen, please enter. The onlookers were astounded by the spectacle. The music emanating from the nightclub could be heard from neighboring establishments. Their curiosity was insatiable, compelling them to flock to the nightclub to witness the marvels within. The hall had undergone a complete transformation. A starry spiral, suspended from the ceiling, spun wildly. Accompanied by energetic music, it flickered with a dazzling array of vibrant colors. Fireflies danced through the air, shimmering and enhancing the enchanting ambience. On the opulent stage, a flamboyant red pheasant performed with spirited enthusiasm, belting out tunes with a raspy voice. Meanwhile, a diminutive Lei Sha, cloaked in darkness and adorned with a thick gold chain, squinted and swayed in unison with the revelry. In the center of the dance floor, lights flashed, as handsome men and alluring women, clad in resplendent attire, engaged in uninhibited revelry. Along the bar, exquisite glass bottles stood, from which flames erupted in a dazzling display. Behind the bar, a flamboyant bartender, employing dazzling techniques, crafted an array of enticing cocktails. Meanwhile, 2 qi refining practitioners diligently channeled their energy, executing ice palm techniques towards a basin of water.
Bang sakalaka. Bang sakalaka.
The intense sensory stimuli ignited the emotions of every guest, and with just one drink, their fervor was unleashed. This nightclub is indeed a splendid venue. What did you say? I cannot hear you. Never mind that. Let us dance. Come on. Laozi is truly talented, opening a bar in the realm of cultivation. You are simply remarkable. The original version is seated in a booth on the 2nd floor, observing the revelry of the crowd below. There's nothing, just keep a low profile. Bai Yi pretended to be modest. How did you know that the night scene would be so popular? Peng Qingran inquired. Well, humans are emotional beings. With emotions come the need for release. Cultivation is already arduous, coupled with the pressures of life. The nightlife allows for uninhibited expression of emotions. Who wouldn't be drawn to that? Once you experience it, you become addicted. Then why make it so dark? Isn't it a bit too dim? In the shadows, one can more easily find a sense of security. Plus, after a couple of drinks, it becomes easier to shed one's restraints and truly be oneself. Peng Qingran nodded, suddenly stifling a laugh. Down below, a bright red reflective head bounced around, capturing everyone's attention. Xian Lu clumsily twisted his body in the center of the dance floor, hovering near a beautiful woman who cast him merely a fleeting glance. After a while, Xian Lu returned, panting. Oh dear, my waist. I need to rest for a bit. I see you've completely forgotten about your 20 wives at home. Bai Yi teased. How could that be? Not at all. Xian Lu chuckled. Zhou Dali, sipping juice and munching on fried potato cubes, asked with a grin, how many wives is Dali for you now? Dali? Oh my, I've had a couple too many drinks. My mind is all muddled. Xian Lu's face flushed. Such childish questions. The little girl stuck out her tongue playfully at Bai Yi. Our little Li is far more mature than you. Bai Yi openly defended her. Uncle, you are being rather unfair. Bai Yi laughed but offered no response. What does it matter? That little rascal, I just prefer daughters. If I had married my ex back then, I surely would have had a daughter. Zhou Dali perfectly embodied all his fantasies of a daughter. Large eyes, clear gaze, adorable features, and a straightforward personality. Alas, in his past life, he lacked the fortune to have a daughter. Bai Yi cast a glance at the seemingly natural Peng Qingran, a wicked thought creeping into his mind. Let us have one with Ranran. It would definitely be a daughter. The kind that is stunningly beautiful. He chuckled to himself. The hour grew late, and Xian Lu reluctantly led Zhou Dali back to the inn for rest. The last table of guests had also departed, wobbling as they supported each other out the door. All the spirit beasts had been recalled. The star snail fared the worst, spinning wildly like a glowing top, whirling all night long. As soon as it was set down, its light extinguished instantly. A soft, squishy body emerged from its shell, releasing a stream of foul, yellowish liquid. Alas! How pitiful! The star snail has thrown up. Starting tomorrow, let us prepare 2 more star snails to take turns shining. The original version lamented as he gathered the star snail. Lei Sha appeared to be somewhat reluctant to part ways, yet it was evident that his energy was waning. The spirit required sustenance to maintain its vitality, and it was imperative to replenish it adequately. Yuan Fan gently stroked Lei Sha's head, transforming into a black cat. Lei Sha comfortably nestled in Yuan Fan's embrace, nuzzling affectionately. Old Black, what are you doing? Bai Yi, feeling a pang of jealousy, abruptly seized Lei Sha and summoned it away with a wave of his hand. I haven't even had my turn to cuddle, and you've already taken yours? Bai Yi then inquired, what should we feed it? Materials of the 8th and 9th grade should suffice. My grandfather once mentioned that spirits have substantial consumption needs. Yuan Fan replied, producing 2 hefty bundles. I can see that this little black one is hungry. Consider these materials a token of gratitude for its diligent performance tonight. Goodness! 2 large bundles of 8th grade materials. Langya fruit, withered vine, colorless golden lotus, crimson fruit, ochre yellow essence. This old black certainly commands a high appearance fee. Bai Yi chuckled, accepting the gifts. I'll graciously accept this on behalf of old black. Don't be in such a rush. I just overheard the staff mentioning that the guests left praising the experience, driving the staff of Wanbao Trading House into a frenzy. They're eager to replicate our nocturnal gatherings. I must express my gratitude to you. Express gratitude to me? Bai Yi's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Why such formality? Haha. Of course. I cannot neglect a good friend. As long as it is within my power, feel free to ask. Do you possess a crosspick for mining? Perhaps one of higher quality? A crosspick? As a matter of fact, I do have one, a 7th grade crosspick I acquired from the Tiangue Pavilion. Yuan Fan waved her hand, and a glimmering crosspick appeared in her grasp. She offered it to Bai Yi, saying, if you like it, consider it a gift. Additionally, here are 50,000 low-grade spirit stones as well, a further gift. Goodness gracious, this training at the bar is indeed rewarding. My dear mining veins must be growing impatient. But once I've dealt with Dongfang Luo, I shall return promptly. Chapter 32. Zhou Dali's Nightmare with Bai Yi's assistance. The night gatherings of the Zhao clan in Guangzhou became the epitome of allure, drawing the admiration of all in the eastern wilderness. Following the celebration of the Chunsheng sect, Bai Yi once again graced the headlines of the Tianji Pavilion's gossip column. Enchantingly beautiful, possessing profound cultivation, and endowed with sharp intellect, a perfect amalgamation of beauty and wisdom. Furthermore, she owned a vein of spirit stones. Truly, she was the epitome of a modern-day heiress. What celebrities! She was the genuine star. Moreover, the sensational rumor of Dongfang Luo eloping with Bai Yi, leaving the Ling Shanzong only heightened Bai Yi's allure. However, what a farce! Hearing the public chatter excitedly about her relationship with Dongfang Luo ignited an uncontrollable rage within Bai Yi. Just one more day. After tonight, it would be Dongfang Luo's demise. I possess 130,000 spirit stones. Enough to summon a nascent soul. Your life is forfeit. Collaborate with me? Ride on my coattails. Bai Yi lay on her bed, consumed by chaotic thoughts. Suddenly, anguished screams reverberated from the adjacent room. It was Zhou Dali, the girl. Bai Yi sprang from her bed, rushing into Zhou Dali's chamber. There, she found her seated on the bed, practicing the Qihua sword technique, surrounded by swirling black demonic energy. This was dire. The demonic energy was infiltrating her body. If it were not dispelled promptly, her life would be in jeopardy. Time was of the essence. No amount of spirit stones could save this girl. Come here, you turtle spawn.
Bai Yi bellowed.
Summon a high-level practitioner. Second level of Qi refinement. Again. Third level of Qi refinement. Damn it. Again. Fifth level of Qi refinement. After expending 10,000 low-tier spirit stones, a sudden flash of white light emerged. She had experienced all levels of Qi refinement. One step closer to ascension. And what unexpected gains. Here I am, spending all these spirit stones just to unlock a complete guide of Qi refinement levels? Heavenly Tao, you are truly ruthless. Bai Yi spat blood in frustration. Gazing at the mere 30,000 spirit stones left, she steeled herself. Once more, early foundation establishment. That should suffice. Zhou Dali's cultivation is only at the fourth level of Qi refinement. Bai Yi closed the life plate, and everything around her returned to normal. The black demonic energy tightly binding Zhou Dali. Confusion command. Break. This confusion command was a prize given by Zhang Budua, which she had yet to utilize. She had intended to save it for dealing with Dongfang Luo tomorrow. Now was the perfect time to test its might. Spirit energy surged instantly, and several tokens appeared out of thin air, flying towards Zhou Dali. Zhou Dali gasped, and the surrounding demonic energy dissipated in an instant. The girl. Bai Yi hurriedly stepped forward to support her. The girl's eyes were wide with terror, tears streaming down her cheeks into her disheveled hair. Her large, watery eyes fixed on Bai Yi, her complexion pale. Little one, you truly nearly took my life. Bai Yi had always been defenseless against such adorable little girls. Zhou Dali suddenly dashed into Bai Yi's embrace, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably as she wept. All right. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Bai Yi gently patted her back. Peng Qingran also heard the commotion and hurried over. She picked up the fire sword technique and instantly understood. Lear, this technique is not something you can practice at your current level. It requires guidance from someone experienced. Allowing demonic energy to enter your body is no trivial matter. Although Peng Qingran's words carried a reprimanding tone, her voice was imbued with warmth. This woman truly possessed a tenderness akin to flowing water. Zhou Dali lifted her head from Bai Yi's embrace, still sobbing incessantly. Sister Ran, I understand. Bai Yi sighed and wiped away Zhou Dali's tears. I know you are anxious and desire revenge, but there is no need to rush. Once I have completed my tasks tomorrow, I will visit the Moonshadow sect to seek justice for you. Is that acceptable? To Bai Yi's surprise, Zhou Dali shook her head. Sister Bai, I will not be a burden to you. It is my fault. Tears as large as beans rolled down her cheeks once more. Bai Yi and Peng Qingran exchanged glances, both filled with helplessness and heartache. Since I have promised to take care of you, it is not a burden. Bai gently reassured the girl, stroking her head. Rest assured, with me by your side, I will ensure you receive justice. Stop with the what-ifs. You just allowed demonic energy to infiltrate your body. Do you have any idea how worried I was? This is no trivial matter. Cultivation must be approached step by step. You were in grave danger just now, Zhou Dali cautiously replied, her gaze filled with trepidation as she looked at Bai Yi. Bai Yi felt both concern and a softening of her heart, a wave of inexplicable irritation washing over her. At this moment, she even felt a sudden urge to confront Dongfang Luo immediately, wanting to charge straight to the Moonshadow sect. Such a careful and innocent girl, so utterly unprotected. How could those beasts bring about the annihilation of her family over a mere technique? Only one day remained, as the matter between Peng Qingran and Dongfang Luo had yet to be resolved. Bai Yi sighed, helping Zhou Dali lie down, securely tucking the fire sword technique into her embrace. For now, I will safeguard this technique to prevent you from practicing it in secret. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhou Dali nodded. Yes, Sister Bai, you need not worry. I shall not cause any more trouble. Her demeanor resembled that of a frightened little beast, utterly devoid of a sense of security. Peng Qingran wholeheartedly approved of Bai Yi's actions. After soothing Zhou Dali, the two women stepped outside. What do you intend to do about this child? Peng Qingran asked calmly. What to do? To be honest, I have not yet devised a plan, Bai Yi replied, shaking her head. I am uncertain. To be without support, without a home. How pitiful, Peng Qingran murmured softly, glancing back at Zhou Dali's door before letting out a sigh. It is only natural that you have no ideas at present. However, what? Bai Yi inquired. No matter what, once you make a decision, there can be no turning back. Do you understand? Bai Yi's expression grew vacant, not fully grasping what Peng Qingran was trying to convey. This girl had already lost her family once. If you are kind to her now, accept her and care for her, she will come to depend on you and regard you as her family. If in the future you grow weary, or for some other reason depart from her, I fear for the child.
Bai Yi su denli realized.
She had not contemplated this aspect. She is not a mere kitten or puppy, to be taken home simply because one feels pity. She is a person, and if you truly intend to keep her by your side and care for her, the responsibility is immense. Peng Qingran spoke with a hint of bitterness, patting Bai Yi's shoulder, urging her to consider carefully. Following us on this journey is not an easy endeavor. After saying this, she returned to her dormitory. Do I genuinely possess the capability to care for this girl? A couple of benefactor remarks have led me to act impulsively. I have previously raised dogs, cats, and even goldfish. Yet they all perished. How can someone who cannot even look after themselves be entrusted with the care of a young girl? Moreover, I am destined to revert to being a man in the future. Bai Yi fell into a profound contemplation. Since arriving in this world, it was her first experience of insomnia. Chapter 33. The gossip scene. The East Huang branch of the Tianji Pavilion in Jiao Province is indeed grand and imposing. The white jade-like towering structure stands out remarkably within the entirety of Jiao Province. It is evident that such a large-scale organization possesses considerable wealth. The audience had long been waiting around the Tianji Pavilion, undeterred by the scorching sun, their curiosity unwavering. What time is it? Why have they not yet arrived? Could it be that they are not coming at all? Unthinkable. The news from Tianji Pavilion cannot be false. Both individuals are prominent figures, and they would never go back on their word. Let us wait. I have heard that Bai Yi possesses the beauty of a celestial being. What nonsense! I have heard that someone has seen her, with bright red hair. She resembles a giant gorilla. Quite terrifying. Nonsense. If she were that ugly, why would Dongfang Luo forsake his master for her? They must have taken a liking to each other. I have heard that Bai Yi is of average appearance but excels in the art of seduction. Perhaps she has ensnared Dongfang Luo. Peanuts, beverages, mineral water, dried fruit and sweet delicacies. Come, fold your legs. What is mineral water? It is water from mountain springs. Would you like some? 1 spirit stone for a bowl. I would like a portion of jerky. I want sweet delicacies. The original production team, upon Bai Yi's suggestion, had specially instructed the staff to sell refreshments in the audience area, resulting in a substantial profit. The audience members truly worked hard, arriving early to queue up with their small stools, eagerly awaiting the performance. Ji Yan, as the editor-in-chief of the Tianji Pavilion newspaper, was also keenly attentive to the happenings outside. It was not until around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, with scarcely a breeze in the air, that the heat had people sweating profusely, their faces nearly glistening. When there was finally some movement, Dongfang Luo arrived first, clad in a flowing blue robe, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. He was handsome and elegant, silently taking a seat in the center. At that moment, the original production team hastily sent someone to find Peng Qingran and Bai Yi, who gracefully approached from the tea house across from Tianji Pavilion. They have arrived. It has begun. Wake up. The young hero Dongfang Luo is indeed striking. So handsome. Is that Bai Yi? My heavens! She is a celestial being descended to earth. The weary audience was instantly revitalized. Dongfang Luo's expression was cool and serious. With a cold snort, he declared, "Demonic woman, you have arrived. Oh, you are quite direct. You have tarnished my reputation, yet you offer no apology?" Peng Qingran took a stance and replied, "Afraid you might be too impatient to seek your own death." Dongfang Luo laughed heartily, charmingly. "Friends, today, I stand here to bear witness. The demonic cultivator and witch, Peng Qingran, has annihilated my entire clan. I am the sole surviving male. Today, I shall slay the witch and avenge my family." Peng Qingran furrowed her brow. "You come unprovoked, challenging me, and now present such dark accusations. When and where have I ever caused the demise of your clan? What clan do you belong to? I act with integrity and righteousness. I shall not be falsely accused. Humph, are you bold enough to act yet too cowardly to take responsibility? Very well, allow me to remind you. 5 years ago, the Dongfang family of Liuzhou. It was you who commanded your disciple, Wang Daxing, to invade my home, wreaking havoc and committing acts of violence. In the pursuit of the Eastern family's secret teleportation realm, you did not hesitate to allow him to slay the entire Dongfang family." Dongfang Luo's gaze was resolute, filled with fury. Bai Yi furrowed her brow. Such deeds were certainly not orchestrated by Ranran. She quickly turned to look at Peng Qingran, but Ranran's expression had transformed into one of profound shock. You are the last descendant of the Dongfang family? Have you acknowledged it? I, Dongfang Luo, will neither change my name nor my lineage. I am the legitimate heir of the Dongfang family from Liuzhou." Upon uttering these words, the audience erupted in fervor. So it was that he was a descendant of the Dongfang family from Liuzhou. Truly unexpected. Who would have thought that the Dongfang family still had heirs? It seems heaven has opened its eyes. The atrocities committed by that beast, Wang Daxing, the demon cultivator, are utterly appalling. Who could have imagined that Dongfang Luo was actually the son of Dongfang Wen? Listening to the crowd's discussion, Bai Yi's heart sank. It appears this matter is quite troublesome. Peng Qingran had already found herself at a disadvantage in public opinion. Even if she were to act now and emerge victorious, it would be a cruel act against a loyal family. If she were to lose, it would mean her immediate execution, ridding the world of a menace. Tears seemed to glimmer in Dongfang Luo's eyes as he declared, "I shall avenge my entire clan. Strike, if you dare." However, Peng Qingran had lost her previous momentum, standing frozen in place as she slowly spoke. "This matter indeed holds my responsibility. If you wish to kill me, then do so. However, this has nothing to do with the Qinsheng sect, nor with the demon cultivators. Your acknowledgement suffices." After Dongfang Luo finished speaking, he drew his treasured sword, directing it towards Peng Qingran. "Look, they are about to engage. Oh dear, such a beautiful maiden, and he truly intends to strike." Bai Yi hurriedly positioned herself in front of Peng Qingran, exclaiming loudly, "Young hero Dongfang, there must be a misunderstanding in this matter. The various events involving the Qinsheng sect are fresh in memory, and Dongfang Luo naturally held Bai Yi in contempt." Upon hearing her words, he halted, yet his gaze remained fiercely piercing, with hatred enveloping him entirely. "Miss Bai, I respect you as a person of reason, and I am grateful for your mercy on that day. However, if you continue to obstruct me, I shall fight you with all my might. Fight? What can I possibly use to contend with you? I have merely 30,000 spirit stones in my pocket. If I were to gamble this time, it would cost me 20,000. A single chance. What a farce. Young hero Dongfang, this matter may not be as simple as it appears. Based on my understanding of Ranran, she is not the person you claim her to be. Even if the Dongfang family possesses rare treasures and secret realms, Ranran would never incite anyone to commit heinous acts. Perhaps Ranran, if there are hidden circumstances, please reveal them, and we shall collectively assess the situation. Beautiful lady, why are you standing there in silence? Please, speak up. It is driving me to despair your demeanor. Resigned to fate and seemingly despondent, is this not inviting Dongfang Luo to swiftly reduce you to mere pulp? I have yet to hold your hand or share a kiss with you. If you perish, what shall I do? I lack the means to confront him. Bai Yi hurriedly stepped forward and nudged Peng Qingran, urging, Ranran, speak up. What exactly is going on? Dongfang Luo's brow furrowed in anger as he retorted, Miss Bai, the enchantress has already confessed. What more is there to discuss? Bai Yi replied sternly, that cannot be said. Ranran only mentioned that this matter pertains to her. If you truly trust your judgment, what harm could it do to let her finish? We must clarify the sequence of events and elucidate the truth for everyone to comprehend. The audience, intrigued, exclaimed, Wow! Is there new information to uncover? Yes. Let us hear it clearly. We are eager to learn how the esteemed Dongfang family of Liuzhou fell victim to treachery. Seeing the crowd's fervent response, Dongfang Luo felt compelled to temper his frustration. Only then did Peng Qingran slowly exhale and say, This matter is indeed my fault. Chapter 34. The old affairs of the Dongfang family 5 years ago. The Dongfang family of Liuzhou was renowned far and wide. Although their martial arts and cultivation were not considered top-tier, they possessed a secret realm of teleportation that led to numerous intermediary spirit stone mines, making them exceedingly wealthy. The Dongfang family was not only affluent but also known for their chivalrous deeds, benevolence, and virtuous reputation, which resonated throughout the eastern wilderness. They undertook countless charitable acts, such as repairing large reservoirs, constructing irrigation projects, and building temples for the common people. Yet, on a certain day 5 years prior, the entire Dongfang family inexplicably vanished. Rumors abounded, with conflicting accounts swirling in the air. The Tiangong Pavilion offered no detailed reports on the matter, but it was known to involve Peng Qingran of the Qinxing sect and her disciple Wang Daxing. Wang Daxing was also a prominent figure in the eastern wilderness at the time, a genius youth who had achieved the 8th level of qi refinement at a tender age, exhibiting extraordinary talent and comprehension. It was precisely for these reasons that Peng Qingran took him as her disciple. In a fleeting moment, Wang Daxing was regarded as a rising star, destined for greatness in due time. However, for reasons unknown, he became entangled in the downfall of the Dongfang family. There were those who sought justice for the Dongfang family and confronted the Qinxing sect, yet the specifics of their discussion remained shrouded in mystery. Subsequently, Wang Daxing disappeared from sight. Some claimed he had changed his name and ascended to the Golden Core stage, already venturing to the southern Chuanyue. As time passed, the once bustling Dongfang family of Liuzhou fell into obscurity. Were it not for Dongfang Luo's relentless pursuit of vengeance for his family, the memory of the Dongfang family might have faded entirely. Dongfang Luo recounted the events with heartbreaking clarity, evoking tears from those who listened. Years ago, upon returning home from my travels, I discovered a tragedy had befallen my family. My father, mother, elder brother, and sisters. Everyone was dead. All our valuables had vanished. Even the entrance to our secret realm was destroyed. In my profound sorrow, only Uncle Li, our steward who still clung to life, revealed to me that Peng Qingran of the Qinxing sect had sent her disciple Wang Daxing to negotiate with my father. Yet, for some unknown reason, they attacked in the dead of night. Dozens of masters at the 8th and 9th levels of qi refinement descended upon us, slaughtering the entire Dongfang family overnight. As he spoke passionately, his body trembled with rage. The crowd listened in fury, their tongues clicking in disbelief. With tears welling in his eyes, Dongfang Luo persevered. Uncle Li told me that my father had warmly welcomed Wang Daxing, even taking him to tour the secret realm. But Wang Daxing, despite his outward pretense, was covetous. In his greed for our family's mines, he did not hesitate to massacre us all. Over 100 lives. My father fought valiantly. In his final moments, he destroyed the secret realm, ensuring that the treacherous would not succeed. Such a monstrous act. Wang Daxing is indeed a beast. Surely it was instigated by Peng Qingran. Who could have imagined that the Qinsheng sect would stoop so low? What unforeseen circumstances arise? The demon cultivators, after all, are ruthless. As the crowd murmured, Peng Qingran suddenly interjected with a sharp tone. Enough of this nonsense. The fault lies with me, and has nothing to do with the Qinsheng sect. Bai Yi quickly inquired, Ran. Did you truly send Wang Daxing to the Dongfang family? Peng Qingran shook her head. No. It wasn't me. Dongfang Luo retorted angrily. Do not attempt to wriggle out of this. Uncle Li held onto his last breath to reveal the truth. Wang Daxing himself stated that it was you who sent him. Peng Qingran let out a heavy sigh. No. It was not Wang Daxing who committed the atrocity against the Dongfang family. The crowd naturally found this hard to believe. The servant of the Dongfang family had no reason to falsely accuse her in his dying moments. Dongfang Luo, let me explain. It was Wang Daxing's friend, Gan Jian, who went to the Dongfang family. They hail from the same hometown and have been childhood friends. They practiced together, and while Wang Daxing's talent and progress were remarkable, I found Gan Jian's aptitude mediocre and sensed a hint of treachery in his demeanor. Thus, I did not accept him as a disciple. Wang Daxing, being kind-hearted, often traveled with Gan Jian to enhance their skills, frequently sharing matters of the Qinsheng sect with him. Ah, I see. Bai Yi observed Peng Qingran's expression and sensed there was more to the story. Peng Qingran continued. Gan Jian, having endured a lonely childhood, would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He had repeatedly brought up his desire to visit the Dongfang family, the wealthiest clan in the East Wilderness, which sparked his envy. Naturally, Wang Daxing opposed this and mentioned it to me on 2 occasions. Peng Qingran sighed. I did not intervene much, merely advising him to cease contact with Gan Jian. Thus, the blame falls upon me. Had I dealt with Gan Jian sooner, the Dongfang family would not have faced such calamity. So, this Gan Jian impersonated Wang Daxing to perpetrate evil against the Dongfang family? Bai Yi inquired. Indeed, seeing that Wang Daxing would not accompany him, Gan Jian seized the opportunity while Wang Daxing was sequestered in meditation within the sect, masquerading as him, boldly deceiving his way to the Dongfang family under my banner. Driven by greed, Dongfang Luo appeared both astonished and skeptical, momentarily at a loss for words. Peng Qingran gently shook her head. When I learned of this matter, my wayward disciple Wang Daxing had already emerged from his seclusion, and many from various sects had come to the Dongfang family seeking an explanation. Alas, by then, the Dongfang family had already fallen. Over 100 lives lost. And then, where did Gan Jian disappear to? Bai Yi asked. If we could capture Gan Jian, everything would naturally come to light. The crowd echoed in agreement. If it truly is this Gan Jian, he must be brought to justice. Without evidence, any claim can be made. How can you prove it was Gan Jian and not Wang Daxing? Perhaps you are merely attempting to absolve yourself. Peng Qingran replied. Why would I, Peng Qingran, engage in subterfuge? What is done is done. If I did not do it, then I did not. On that day, when the crowd came to the Qinsheng sect for retribution, I personally guarded Wang Daxing as he broke through his cultivation realm. How could that be false? Yet, this incident ultimately stemmed from my wayward disciple, and I cannot detach myself from the consequences. I immediately shattered Wang Daxing's energy core and expelled him from the sect. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The prodigious youth, Wang Daxing, has had his vital energy disrupted? Thus, he can never again cultivate. He is no different from an ordinary mortal. No wonder there has been no news of him for so many years. Yet, one cannot entirely blame him. After all, he was unfortunate in his choice of friends. He brought this upon himself. Bai Yi was also taken aback, feeling pity for Wang Daxing. Dongfang Luo trembled, uncertain whether to trust her. You have said so much, but do you have any evidence? Where has Gan Jian gone? Peng Qingran retorted with indignation. I hold the Dongfang family in high regard. This matter arises because of me, and I shall certainly not let Gong Jian escape justice. However, he had already succumbed to madness at that time. I have searched the eastern wilderness far and wide, yet I could not find any trace of him. The loss of over 100 lives from the Dongfang family weighs heavily on my conscience. I have repeatedly requested the Yuan family to assist me in locating Gong Jian. Yuan Fan stepped forward, promptly affirming, "Indeed, for 5 years, Ran has been searching for Gong Jian." Peng Qingran continued, "I had thought the Dongfang family had no heirs left. Yet, to my surprise, there are still members of the Dongfang family. This is indeed a fortunate turn of events. If you seek my life, then take it." Bai, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, interjected hastily, "What does this have to do with you? It is Gong Jian's fault." Dongfang Luo, torn and tormented, gazed at Peng Qingran, unsure whether to strike. The sword was gripped tightly in his hand, yet he was at a loss as to what to do. He demanded sternly, "If you can prove your words to be true, I shall not indiscriminately slay the innocent. But if you cannot provide evidence, then I must avenge my family." Bai suddenly slapped her forehead, exclaiming in realization, "How could I forget such a crucial detail? Jean, come out at once." Chapter 35. Will you speak or not? Upon hearing Bai call out the name of Elder Jiyan, everyone was taken aback. Could it be that Bai had a connection with Jiyan? The warmth in her address suggested a profound relationship. How delightful! Indeed, the door to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion swung open, and Jiyan, clad in a flowing robe, approached gracefully. The moment Bai spotted him, she exclaimed with a smile, "Jiyan, you have finally come." Although Jiyan maintained a composed demeanor, a hint of embarrassment was unmistakably evident. He merely nodded at Bai, acknowledging her presence. The last time he had inadvertently witnessed Bai bathing had left an indelible mark on his mind. "Ah, my dear brother, the previous incident was a matter of necessity. This time, I must rely on you once more." Bai remarked with a grin, "I summoned you to inquire whether the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion has any records regarding the affairs of the Dongfang family." Jiyan nodded in affirmation. "I have just perused the records of the Eastern Wilderness, and indeed there are entries." "I knew it. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion meticulously documents all significant events. The persecution of the Dongfang family and the subsequent actions taken by the Chen's Xing sect must be clearly recorded. Yet, why has this information not been made public?" Jiyan's expression shifted, and he fell silent. The crowd was equally astonished, engaged in animated discussions. If the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion possessed such records, then the truth would soon be revealed. Whether it was Wang Daxing or Gong Jian could be discerned through the records. But who could access these records? Surely, it could not be that straightforward. The records from that year revealed nothing. What exactly is the situation? The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion ought to provide clarity. Dongfang Luo's emotions were in turmoil, his voice trembling. "Elder Jiyan, is what Peng Qingran said true? Was it indeed Gong Jian who slaughtered my entire family?" Jiyan turned to face Dongfang Luo, his expression reminiscent of someone grappling with severe constipation. "Come on, Jiyan, do speak up."
Bai urget impatiently.
Jiyan replied, "This matter is beyond the purview of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. While records do exist, But what? Human lives are at stake. If you know the truth, why remain silent? If Ran were to perish before you, could you live with yourself?"
Bai retorted, exasperated.
The audience, stirred by such emotional appeals, could no longer remain passive. Public opinion began to sway overwhelmingly, demanding that the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion disclose the truth. After a moment of indecision, Jiyan appeared to summon his resolve. Maintaining his expressionless poker face, he stated, "Given that this pertains to Elder Rant's innocence and life." Before he could finish, a maid following behind him hurriedly interjected, "Elder, this is ill-advised. If the higher-ups were to take issue with this." Jiyan raised his right hand, silencing her, and softly replied, "It's all right. I will bear the consequences of my decision." "What? Is there some grave consequence yet to be revealed?" A principled person indeed differs from the rest. The truth of this matter is vital to Peng Qingran's life. Turning a blind eye to such peril is not something a person like Jiyan, who adheres to principles, could ever countenance. Thus, Bai Yi was quite confident that by threatening Peng Qingran's life, Ji Yan would undoubtedly disclose the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just perused the archives from 5 years ago. Indeed, as Elder Ran stated, it has no connection with Wang Daxing, nor with Peng Qingran, and naturally, it bears no relation to the Qinxing sect. Gan Jian conspired with others to persecute the Dongfang family. As mentioned by Elder Ran, Wang Daxing's vital energy was shattered by her own hand. The crowd gasped in astonishment once more. The most shocked of all was Dongfang Luo. His sword clattered to the ground, and tears streamed down his face. Bai Yi stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Young hero Dongfang, the truth is now clear. You must find solace. Peng Qingran also approached. Young hero Dongfang, I bear responsibility for this matter. My misguided disciple chose unworthy friends, and my failure to eliminate Gan Jian sooner has led to this calamity. I feel deeply remorseful. Should you seek revenge upon me, I shall not protest. Bai Yi was taken aback. This woman, her worldview is rather straightforward, isn't it? She seems to shoulder all the blame. Haven't you sought Gan Jian for 5 years? An innocent and promising disciple, wasted by you. Do you still wish to pay with your life? Dongfang Luo, however, was more rational, expressing sorrow. Elder Ran, I have wronged you for many years, since you have punished your disciple and sought Gan Jian for the sake of the Dongfang family. I should be the one to express my gratitude. The misguided disciple's poor choices also rest upon my shoulders. My pursuit of Gan Jian was due to his malevolence under my banner. Truly despicable. Dongfang Luo nodded. Had it not been for Miss Bai, I too might have caused great misfortune today. Thank you for stopping me. Miss Bai. Thank you, Elder Ji Yan, for revealing the truth. A gentle smile graced Ji Yan's face, appearing quite pleased. The audience was captivated by the intricate twists and turns of the plot. What a spectacle it was. However, the most delightful moment was yet to come. Bai Yi audaciously placed her hand on Dongfang Luo's shoulder. She touched him. Once this matter was settled, although the crowd did not indulge in the romantic morsels they desired, the resurfacing of 5-year-old secrets stirred considerable waves. Dongfang Luo and Peng Qingran reconciled, and though they did not engage in combat, this encounter forged an acquaintance. The original plan was to gather everyone for a meal, marking the beginning of a friendship. What issue could not be resolved over a barbecue? If there were, then 2 meals would suffice. Ji Yan, with an air of righteousness, feigned indifference to the invitation, disinclined to partake in the feast, let alone indulge in skewers. What do you mean by indulging in skewers? Ji Yan inquired. Bai Yi chuckled. A culinary delight. The original clan's exclusive delicacy at night. You haven't been to the night market yet, have you? It's been bustling these days. Even if you wish to go, securing a spot is not guaranteed. Well, I have matters to attend to. So, stop pretending, Bai Yi interjected, winking. You must have violated the Tenki Pavilion's regulations to assist us this time. Haven't you? Ji Yan paused, slightly taken aback. Miss Bai. You. No worries. Your loyalty is noted. Let us go. It's time for skewers. Bai Yi was in high spirits, having effortlessly resolved the immediate crisis without utilizing a single spirit stone. However, as night fell, she noticed the curious gazes of passers-by and suddenly smacked her thigh in exasperation. She had completely forgotten a matter of utmost importance, the unresolved gossip concerning Dongfang Luo. In her anxiety for Ranran's safety, she had overlooked such a significant issue. In order to entertain the guests, the original host had reserved a private booth on the 2nd floor of the night gathering, providing a relatively tranquil atmosphere where a few individuals could dine and enjoy drinks, which was quite delightful. Ji Yan briefly sat down, graciously honoring the occasion, and after accepting Dongfang Luo's numerous expressions of gratitude, he took his leave. However, Bai Yi was far from pleased. The reason being, Dongfang Luo was an exceptional drinker. Engaging in libations with him was immensely enjoyable. Brother, our camaraderie runs deep. How could I ever bring myself to harm you in the future? Chapter 36. A storm yet to settle. Hey, I ask you, are you the one spreading rumors that I have an interest in you? Bai Yi inquired, her cheeks flushed, gazing at Dongfang Luo. Several rounds of drinks had been consumed, leaving everyone somewhat tipsy. Dongfang Luo, seated beside Bai Yi, grinned broadly. What? Is it not you who is lusting after me? Has it now turned into me slandering you? What? Bai Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. This fellow certainly possessed a high level of wit. What a clever counterattack. Before she could respond, Dongfang Luo raised his glass and downed another drink, flashing a smile at Bai Yi. Indeed, he was quite handsome, but alas, he was a man. Bai Yi shook her head, the world around her growing increasingly blurred. What do you plan to do next? Bai Yi asked. Now that I am aware of the truth, I must seek out Gan Jian. Peng Qingran interjected. As far as I know, Gan Jian is likely no longer in Donghuang. Then I shall go to Nan Kunyu to find him, Dongfang Luo declared, slamming his cup onto the table. Wherever he may be, unless I take his life, I shall not rest. Bai Yi, swaying slightly, clapped her hands in approval. Well done, that's the spirit. Peng Qingran nodded in agreement. Indeed, I will not let him off either. Dongfang Luo nodded appreciatively, lost in thought. I shall depart at dawn tomorrow. We shall meet again. Whoever finds Gan Jian first shall inform the other. All right. Bai Yi had intended to inquire where he was headed, but dizziness overcame her, her tongue refusing to cooperate, and soon she drifted into slumber. When she awoke the next day, Dongfang Luo had already departed from Jiaozhou. She realized there were numerous matters awaiting her attention. Thus she decided against lingering in Jiaozhou. Just as she regained consciousness, feeling a slight heaviness in her head, a sudden commotion erupted outside her door. Master Uncle! Help! Master Uncle! Xian Lu's voice rang out, as if he were being pursued by death itself, crying and shouting in desperation. What on earth?
Bai Yi volte upright.
Couldn't there be peace for just 2 days? She hurriedly rushed outside, only to find Xian Lu, reeking of perfume, with several lipstick marks adorning his face, scrambling into the Yuan's Inn. 3 burly men and a studious-looking gentleman were hot on his heels, their expressions menacing and cunning. What is going on? Bai Yi and Peng Qingran rushed downstairs, while Zhou Dali also emerged upon hearing the commotion. The inn's guests, disturbed from their rest, came out to witness the spectacle. Stop running. Hand over the money, the scholar shouted, his expression grim. Xian Lu, in a panic, sweating profusely, protested. Why should I pay? The drinking bill has already been settled. Why must I give more? You harassed our young lord's wife. Sparing your life is already a mercy. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi hurried downstairs. What is the meaning of this? The men, upon seeing Bai Yi, turned pale with shock, clearly terrified. This, Elder Bai, is this your disciple? What has happened to my disciple? Bai Yi retorted with a cold smile. Oh dear, my apologies. We were unaware. This little chubby fellow, this young master is actually Elder Bai's disciple. Since that is the case, we shall take our leave. We do not wish to impose further. Please forgive us, Elder Bai. Upon uttering these words, they hastily departed, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. Bai Yi seized Xian Lu by the collar, exclaiming, You rascal, what trouble have you stirred up this time? Uncle Master, it's a misunderstanding. I merely had a bit too much to drink last night and ended up at the 100 Art sect. Peng Qingran shook his head repeatedly. You, with 20 wives at home, is that not enough? You venture into such a sordid place right after you leave. Oh, you little scoundrel, so you frequented the pleasure quarters? No wonder, with the ladies from the 20 households. Anyone stepping out would inevitably seek the company of a woman. She pondered for a moment, then sternly inquired, and then what? Did you not bring any money? How did they manage to throw you out? Xian Lu blinked pitifully. I did bring money, but they claimed. What did they claim? Bai Yi asked fiercely. They accused me of harassing the young masteress wife. I did not. I merely shared a drink with the young ladies. One of them from the neighboring table cast me a flirtatious glance. I merely returned her gaze, and I felt an inexplicable connection, as if we were fated from a past life. A sense of familiarity washed over me. Bai Yi frowned and slapped him. Stick to the main point. I only had a couple of drinks with the young lady, and then my hand. It just... Xian Lu gestured suggestively. Bai Yi slapped him again. Vulgar. I was intoxicated as well. and I only touched her a little. She didn't resist. In fact, she smiled at me. But then, out of nowhere, several burly men appeared. They accused me of harassing the young master's wife and demanded 50,000 spirit stones. Naturally, I refused. Bai Yi lowered his head, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Yuan Fan had also come downstairs and, upon hearing the situation, wore a displeased expression. The 100 Arts sect is operated by the Wanbao Trading Company. Their young master, Wan Jie, is notoriously domineering. Bai Yi queried in confusion, are he and his wife very affectionate? Just for a touch, they demand 50,000? Affectionate? Ha! You have not seen this Wan Jie. Yuan Fan shook his head with a smile. Thus, it is evident they have set a trap. Are they wary of you, or do they have ulterior motives? Why did they leave so abruptly? Peng Qingran asked. Bai Yi shook his head. Since it is the Wanbao Trading Company, they may have ulterior designs on your Yuan family. Yuan Fan waved his hand dismissively. If he has nefarious intentions, let him come. I shall not be easily defeated. What is his cultivation level? Bai Yi inquired with concern. Yuan Fan laughed heartily. You are mistaken. This is a matter of commercial competition, not a contest of cultivation. If one resorts to brute force to prevail, they will be ridiculed and lose all clientele. Bai Yi nodded in approval. This is what one calls commerce with integrity. Yuan Fan waved his hand. Even if he has a backup plan, I am not afraid. We shall confront whatever comes our way. Let us not dwell on him. Let us eat. With that, she summoned the staff to bring breakfast. Everyone settled at the table, but Zhou Dali complained of the heavy scent of perfume clinging to Xian Lu, pinching his nose and distancing himself. Dali, come here. Why are you sitting so far away? Xian Lu said, slightly displeased. You certainly have an unpleasant odor. I refuse to sit beside you, Zhou Dali remarked disdainfully. Bai Yi gently patted her head and replied with a smile. Come sit here, nestled between me and Ran Ran. It's much more pleasant here. When shall we set off? Bai Yi glanced at Peng Qingran and suggested, how about we depart today? No sooner had he spoken than a hearty laughter resonated from outside the door. A handsome and dashing man, adorned in resplendent brocade, appeared at the entrance. Miss Bai, are you in such haste to leave because you fear encountering me? Dressed in a violet robe, his colorful silk ribbons danced in the breeze, and his flowing hair added to his charm. This man radiated an aura reminiscent of a nightclub prince, a spirited youth from the realm of cultivation. At that moment, he leaned against the doorway, a flower held between his lips, casting a greasy yet flirtatious glance at Bai Yi. Chapter 37. A blade above the colorful word Bai Yi met his gaze, and in that fleeting moment, an overwhelming sense of shame surged within her. I have been flirted with by a man, enticed by such a greasy fellow. How dare he? She felt as if her mouth were stretching towards her neck. The breakfast she had just consumed threatened to surge back up. Who are you? Bai Yi asked in terror. Ha ha! What a mischievous little lady you are. He pulled out a vibrant red flower from his mouth, inhaling its scent with an exaggeratedly affected tone. Don't you recognize me? Why then did your disciple visit my shop? Yuan Fan coldly interjected, Wan Jie, what brings you here? In that instant, Bai Yi realized that this oily man was none other than Wan Jie, the young master of the Wanbao Trading Company. Wan Jie, feeling quite at ease, stepped into the shop, unceremoniously pushing Zhou Dali aside, and settled closely next to Bai Yi. Bai Yi was horrified. How revolting. Wan Jie bit down on the flower and turned to Bai Yi, playfully winking at her. A muscular man winking. How distracting. Bai Yi slapped him away. Get away from me. Though Wan Jie's cultivation level was not particularly high, boasting only the 6th layer of qi training, he was still considered a master among ordinary cultivators, a stark contrast to Peng Qingran. However, at that moment Bai Yi possessed no cultivation. Her slap landed with a crisp sound and a delicate rebuke. Smack! Wan Jie replied, his tone laced with charm, as he gently grasped Bai Yi's delicate hand. I knew you wouldn't have the heart to hit me. Bai Yi felt as if she had been jolted by electricity, desperately attempting to withdraw her hand from his grasp. It was as if her hand were glued to that of a slimy snail, and she struggled to shake him off. Yet, her strength was feeble, lacking any protective cultivation. rendering her no different from an ordinary weak woman. Come here. Even if I have only 30,000, even if I can only shake once, I will smite you, you shameless scoundrel, you disgusting, greasy, and pretentious big-nosed worm. The wheel of fate slowly began to materialize. 20,000 for a shake. Begin. Foundation establishment stage. Excellent. Truly, the heavens are assisting me. Bai was frantic. Her hand remained firmly in Wang Jie's grip, and she felt she could not endure even another minute. I'll beat you, you foul rogue. Bai lunged forward with all her might. In the early stages of foundation establishment, against someone at the 6th layer of Qi training, it was as effortless as an elephant trampling an ant. Bai's slap sent Wang Jie flying 2 meters away, crashing under a nearby table. Wang Jie was stunned. A look of confusion crossed his face as he covered his cheek. His expression dazed. His face swelled almost instantly. He touched his face in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could this be? Little lady, how could you bear to hit me? Where did I?" Upon hearing him speak, Bai's anger surged uncontrollably. No one could restrain her. Neither Xian Lu nor Yuan Fan could dissuade her. She swung her arms wildly, raining blows upon Wang Jie. "You've got your eyes all wrong. Is my hand something you, a mere dog, can touch? Ah, how fortunate you are to possess such a charming visage. Yet, instead of pursuing noble endeavors, you have chosen to engage with the moldy and grotesque. You bring forth a sense of revulsion. Oh, dear lady, should you dare to utter another word, I shall strip away your loathsome facade. Your audacity knows no bounds. Alas, I have just dined, and here you come to ruin my tranquility. You wretched creature, you repulsive being, I shall see to it that you regret your oily demeanor." Though Bai's words brimmed with disdain and her heart churned with disgust, she maintained a semblance of restraint. After all, one must conduct oneself with decorum in this world of commerce. It would not do to truly harm another, especially to preserve the face of the Yuan family. Observing that Bai did not truly intend to strike with lethal force, the onlookers ceased their interference. Peng Qingren stifled a laugh nearby, while Yuan Fan grew increasingly anxious, fearing for Wang Jie's well-being. Xian Lu stood in a daze, muttering, "You are indeed fortunate. For my master once treated me in such a manner. Yes, just like that." Zhou Dali clapped in delight, relishing the spectacle. The other patrons in the establishment refrained from intervention and instead gathered to witness the unfolding drama. After a prolonged bout, Bai experienced an exhilarating sense of satisfaction, realizing that the expenditure of 20,000 spirit stones had never felt so gratifying. Wang Jie, with a swollen face and a mouth resembling a sausage, pleaded for mercy. "Dear lady, what have I done to offend you?" Despite his disfigurement, his impudent spirit remained unbroken. Upon witnessing his tenacity, Bai found herself oddly amused. Wang Jie, noticing her smile, sensed a flicker of hope. Though he was intimidated by her prowess and overwhelmed by her ethereal energy, he bravely inched closer and asked in a sycophantic tone, "Pray tell, where have I erred to incite your ire?" Yuan Fan interjected, "Speak quickly. What brings you here? Surely you are not seeking to confront your lady wife?" Bai shot a glare at Xian Lu and coldly retorted to Wang Jie, "Even if you are here to seek redress for your wife, what is the purpose of your lewd conduct? In what manner do you intend to present your grievances? To me? Oh, how mistaken you are. I see now that your lady wife is the source of your displeasure." As he spoke, he attempted to conjure a smile he believed would be disarming, yet his bruised visage rendered the attempt comical. This fellow truly was risking everything for the sake of his oily antics. After delivering her initial reprimand, Bai's anger had subsided. "Enough of your nonsense. What misunderstandings could possibly exist? What could I misinterpret about you? Dear Bai, if you are truly displeased, I shall return and divorce that wretched woman immediately. I will marry you without delay. Please, do not be angry." Bai responded with another sharp slap. "Marry you? Crawl away, and cease your revolting antics." Wang Jie gingerly touched his battered cheek, lamenting, "Dear Bai, my devotion to you is as steadfast as the sun and moon. Ever since our fateful encounter yesterday, I have been unable to eat or sleep, consumed only by thoughts of you. A celestial being such as yourself deserves only the best. Only I am worthy of your grace. Alas, what a predicament. You do not truly know me, yet I have been pondering how to best present you with a gift today. Little did I expect that you have long harbored feelings for me. You dispatched your apprentice to my establishment, ostensibly to inquire about me, but in reality, to draw nearer to my heart. Had it not been for my servant revealing this matter, I fear I would have unwittingly disappointed the lovely intentions of Lady Bai. How deeply you indulge in your own emotions. Are your family members aware of this? Have you taken your medicine? Bai, exasperated yet amused, interjected, You are gravely mistaken. I do not even know who you are. Just then, several burly men rushed in from outside. Upon seeing Wang Jie seated on the ground, covered in bruises, they quickly approached, exclaiming, Young master, what has happened? You ran so swiftly that we could not keep up. Wang Jie, shedding any pretense, forcefully pushed aside the approaching servant, demanding, Where are the gifts you promised to bring? The servant promptly replied, Right here, they are coming in now. Quickly, bring them inside. As they spoke, Wang Jie rose to his feet, and 5 or 6 servants hurriedly entered, carrying 4 large crimson boxes. Chapter 38. The foolish and the wealthy. This treasure chest is undeniably priceless. Adorned with an abundance of exquisite jewels, its brilliance is simply dazzling. Although Bai cannot name many of the gems, their beauty is extraordinary. They gleam with a radiant luster. Wang Jie kicked a servant, who promptly opened 4 large chests. Oh, it was nearly blinding. So much gold, silver, and jade. There were agate bracelets shimmering with a red glow, golden necklaces gleaming in the light, and mesmerizing magical artifacts. Each item, if taken individually, is a treasure of immense value. Bai was captivated, nearly drooling. My friend, I apologize for my earlier harshness. My dear lady, these are gifts for your first meeting. I implore you to accept them and do not remain angry. Wang Jie struggled to maintain his composure while still holding a flower in his mouth. Bai immediately changed her demeanor, covering her face in laughter. It was truly theatrical and awkward. But Wang Jie relished it. This fellow, despite being quite dim-witted, was not only unfazed by the beating but continued to present gifts. This is what one might call being blinded by desire. Bai Yi's eyes twinkled mischievously as she cast a coy glance at Wang Jie's palette-like face. Young Master Wan, why such formality? This simply cannot do, for I am still quite upset. Clearly, Wang Jie was a man who relished a challenge. The more difficult the woman, the more he craved her. By keeping him on edge, she would only enhance her own allure. This sentiment is akin to the allure of unattainable treasures. Once acquired too easily, they lose their value and are not cherished. Wang Jie was evidently smitten. With one glance from Bai Yi, he nearly swooned. Do not be angry, dear sister. He stepped closer, even calling her dear sister. Who are you calling dear sister? I am your esteemed elder.
Bai suppreset her disdain.
Endure. For the sake of those jewels, I must hold my tongue. She smiled gently and said, Well, I have already struck you, so I suppose I have vented my frustration. Really? If you haven't truly vented, feel free to strike me again. He truly is a foolish romantic. Bai feigned concern, pondering aloud, Brother Wan, I appreciate your kindness, but I truly was angry earlier. Did I hurt you? Humph. Such trifling injuries are nothing. As long as my dear sister is not upset, I am content. All you need do is nod, and I shall return home to dismiss the vile woman. Bai quickly shook her head. Why the haste? My apprentice tells me your wife is a rare gem. Beautiful and graceful, always obedient to you. You must not hurt her because of me. My dear sister, you are genuinely gentle. 100 times better than the shrew in my home.
Piche sa trute.
Before marriage, she was a sweet darling. After marrying, she becomes a shrew? Actually, there is no rush. I still need to stay a while longer. I am quite weary today. How about? Bai Yi pretended to cough lightly, covering her face. Pang Qingran understood immediately. Master Wan, today ear is feeling a bit unwell. Please take your leave for now. We can discuss any matters tomorrow. Wang Jie, with a mischievous glint in his eye, fixated on Pang Qingran, his gaze roving over her graceful figure. Yet, upon witnessing the fierce expression on her face, he pursed his lips in discontent. Reluctant to depart, he was eventually coaxed away by Bai Yi and Pang Qingran. Wang Jie left with a lingering reluctance, promising to return later. As soon as he stepped out, Bai Yi eagerly dashed towards the treasure chest. Oh my! Oh my! How many spirit stones could these items fetch? After a rough calculation, she exclaimed, 100,000, perhaps. How wealthy the Wanbao Trading Company is. Unable to resist, Bai Yi repeatedly fondled the exquisite jewels. Here, this one is for you. Take it home and gift it to your 20 wives. After saying this, she tossed a dazzling piece of jewelry to Xian Lu. Xian Lu grinned widely, thanking her. Thank you, Master Ant. But why is Wang Jie not angry at all about his wife being teased, and instead chooses to bother you? Yuan Fan chuckled. I just mentioned that you haven't encountered him, so you are unaware of his character. He is indeed heartless. His wife is even more so, frolicking around all day. They each have their own lives, quite content with their arrangement. The group was astonished. This was precisely what people in the entertainment industry described as each to their own. Bai Yi pulled over Zhou Dali, asking Little Li, come take a look. Do you fancy anything? Feel free to take your pick. Zhou Dali, wise beyond her years, shook her head. Our family already has everything we need, and besides, I'm still young. These trinkets would be of no use to me. Oh, I forgot, you are indeed a young lady from a wealthy family, Bai Yi remarked with a smirk. Pang Qingran, who had been silently observing, finally spoke up. How do you plan to handle this? I suspect Wang Jie will not simply let this go. By accepting his gifts. Does that mean? Bai Yi dismissively waved her hand. I'll just play with him. Isn't pursuing a romantic interest inherently costly? A mere 100,000 is but a drop in the ocean for him and his trading company, trivial at best. The others laughed heartily, with Yuan Fan advising, though he treats matters of the heart so lightly, he is a serious person in his own right. I suggest you leave quickly, lest he clings to you like a stubborn adhesive. Bai Yi found wisdom in her words and instructed Yuan Fan to exchange the jewelry for low-grade spirit stones. After a lengthy endeavor at the Yuan family pawnshop, Yuan Fan finally registered and exchanged all the jewels, amassing a total of 110,000 spirit stones. With the remaining 10,000, Bai Yi now possessed a total of 120,000 low-grade spirit stones. The expenditure had unexpectedly transformed into 20,000. Bai Yi realized her appetite for spirit stones was growing ever larger. Thankfully, she still had a mine at her disposal. The four of them decided to rest for another night in Jiao Prefecture, planning to leave the next morning. They aimed to keep their distance, avoiding any further entanglements with the persistent Wang Jie. Although Bai Yi was reluctant to part with this diamond bachelor, thoughts of hastening to his own mine, returning to his former self, and seeking justice for Zhou Dali occupied his mind. A multitude of matters awaited his resolution, and he could not afford to be tempted by such trifling gains. The night passed in silence, but the following morning brought unforeseen turmoil. Master, this is bad. Early in the morning, the moment Bai Yi heard the frantic call, a headache began to throb at his temples. He stepped outside, visibly irritated, and inquired, what now? What trouble have you found yourself in this time? Xian Lu, with a face etched in panic, shouted, Master, it's not me, it's Zhou Dali. The girl has vanished. There is a note in her room. Bai Yi's heart tightened, and he urgently asked, what does the note say? Xian Lu handed over the note, which read, if you wish to save her, exchange the fire sword technique at the Moonshadow Sect. Chapter 39. The Moonshadow Sect's foolhardy demise. What an audacious and reckless Moonshadow Sect. In their haste, they seek their own demise. Just acquired a daughter, and they dare to take her away at will? In Zhou Dali's chamber, the air was thick with the scent of a potent fragrance, nearly overwhelming Bai Yi until Pang Qingran intervened just in time. This was no ordinary scent. It was a toxic aroma, initially colorless and odorless, but once detected, it was already too late. Pang Qingran frowned. When did the Moonshadow Sect arrive in Jiao Prefecture? How audacious they are! Bai Yi, filled with fury, immediately prepared to depart. However, Jiyan, having caught wind of the news, rushed over. I have heard of the Moonshadow Sect and the Qihua Sword Sect. Let us go together. Jiyan blocked the entrance. Bai Yi patted Jiyan, saying, Perfect. We shall have each other's south support on the road. You can also expose the malice of the Moonshadow sect to the world. With that, the four set off in haste. Since ingesting a bounty of celestial treasures bestowed by the Yuan Fan, Lei Sha had significantly enhanced his cultivation, now robust and brimming with energy, carrying Peng Qingran, Bai, and Xian Lu, while Ji Yan rode in his flying carriage. Within half a day, they arrived at the foot of the Moonshadow Sect's mountain. The Moonshadow Sect resided on the eastern side of the Eastern Wilderness, north of the Luo River, on the western shore of the Eastern Sea, surrounded by sparse populations, encircled by mountains, lush with trees and abundant spiritual energy, connecting with the Ling Shanzong to the south, once a sect of the east. Why is there so much fog? Inquired Xian Lu. The carriage circled in the air for a moment before descending into the thick mist. Bai Yi signaled Lei Sha to halt and approached Ji Yan. The four found themselves enveloped in deep fog amidst the forest, sunlight filtering through in patches, visibility severely limited. Faintly, a colossal silhouette loomed ahead in the mist. This was the entrance to the Moonshadow Sect. The Moonshadow Sect is skilled in poisons. This fog. Everyone be cautious, Ji Yan cautioned. Peng Qingran advanced towards the entrance, and the dark, massive figure became discernible. It turned out to be a small hillock, with a dark cavernous opening that resembled a creature with a gaping maw, waiting to ensnare unsuspecting prey. How curious. I had assumed the Moonshadow Sect was connected to the Moon Goddess and would be an elegant place. I never imagined it to be a mere cave, Xian Lu remarked. Bai Yi questioned, why is there no one guarding this place? If they expect us to exchange martial arts for a person, surely someone should be here to receive us? Be wary of deceit. With caution, the four entered the cave, and a wave of putrid odor assailed them. It was reminiscent of long-decayed animal carcasses, intermingled with the stench of rotten tofu. Unbearably foul, the cave's entrance was vast, and inside, it was eerily silent, devoid of any light, pitch dark, with chilling winds swirling about, carrying an unparalleled stench. Ji Yan produced a vial. This is the detox pill from the Tianji Pavilion. It can neutralize most toxins. He distributed the reddish-brown pills among them. Upon consuming it, Bai Yi felt the rancid atmosphere lighten considerably, bringing her a sense of calm. She then blocked her companions from advancing further, shouting, "Wretched rodents! I have arrived! Release Zhou Dali!" Zhou Dali felt an echo reverberate back to her, the only response in the cavernous depths. Listening to the echo, it became apparent that this cave was profoundly deep. "Let us proceed, you timid turtles. We shall infiltrate their lair." Peng Qingran produced a talisman, softly uttering an incantation, and with a swift motion, the talisman shot forth, transforming into a flurry of burning sparks that illuminated their path. Ruan, you are truly remarkable."
Bai Yi remarked.
Delivering a playful slap to Xian Lu. "And must you always rely on our master's intervention for such trifles?" Xian Lu, scratching his head, wore a look of innocent grievance. The cave was damp, perhaps due to the lingering mist, yet under the flickering flames, visibility extended far into the distance. The cave branched into numerous passages. After a short stroll, turning back revealed that the entrance was no longer in sight. The four proceeded with utmost caution, yet encountered nothing, no traps, no formations, nothing at all. An eerie silence enveloped them. After traversing 200 or 300 meters, the incline of the cave steeply descended, revealing 3 diverging paths. "This place resembles a labyrinth," Xian Lu exclaimed impatiently. "Ji Yan, are you certain this is the entrance?"
Bai Yi questioned.
Eyeing the 3 paths with skepticism. "Indeed, I have accompanied my master here before," Ji Yan affirmed. "You have been here? Then lead the way. Which path shall we take?" Bai Yi responded with enthusiasm. However, Ji Yan shook his head, a look of resignation upon his face. "My master instructed me to remain at the entrance while he ventured into the Moonshadow Sect. I did not follow him inside. How unfortunate! After finally having someone familiar with the way, it turns out they only know the main entrance." Peng Qingran remarked. "No wonder there is no one here. Evidently, this entrance is not easily accessed," Ji Yan noted. "Yet we have encountered no formations along the way. A mere entrance, if exceedingly complex, would be quite inconvenient for the disciples of the sect." Bai Yi nodded in agreement. "Ji Yan speaks the truth. Let us proceed and see what unfolds." As she spoke, she marked one of the paths before continuing forward. The journey remained uneventful. Nothing stirred. This entrance is indeed lengthy, Xian Lu muttered. How do the Moon Shadow Sect members come and go from such a distance? As they continued, the four suddenly found themselves confronted by yet another steep decline, revealing 3 more diverging paths ahead. Oh, Master, why are there more forks? This is getting complicated, Xian Lu grumbled. Bai Yi wore a puzzled expression as well, but Ji Yan's countenance shifted abruptly. We have taken a wrong turn. We misstepped on the previous path. What makes you so certain? Perhaps we should simply continue choosing paths. Bai Yi retorted, her dissatisfaction apparent. Ji Yan raised a hand, pointing towards one of the entrances. Look, following Ji Yan's gesture, Bai Yi was astonished to see the mark she had just made. What is happening? The group gasped in disbelief. Did we just circle back? Xian Lu inquired. Bai Yi shook her head. No, that cannot be. Even if we did circle back, we shouldn't have returned to this point. Initially, we traversed from the entrance to this point without encountering any forks in the road. Peng Qingran's expression darkened. Could it be a formation? Ji Yan fell silent as well. None of the group sensed any formation. If it could ensnare individuals unnoticed, what level of formation could this possibly be? Bai Yi cleared her throat. It's nothing. We may have merely taken a wrong turn. Come, let us proceed down the central path. With that, she marked a distinct symbol in the middle and led the way forward. However, after traversing over 300 meters, they found themselves once again at the fork in the road. 2 symbols were prominently displayed at the entrance. The faces of the group had turned ashen, and Bai Yi acutely felt that they had not taken any detours along the way. They had moved at a brisk pace. How could a distance of merely 300 meters lead them in circles? It was certain that. She was reluctant to admit it, but perhaps they had truly fallen into a trap. Come, this door must be the entrance. This time, the 4 hastened their pace, practically sprinting. Yet the outcome was, as expected. Xian Lu, upon seeing the 3 forks, plopped down onto the ground in despair. Bai Yi was left astounded. What sort of formation was this, and where was its core? Chapter 40. Poverty is fatal. This situation must be a formation, without a doubt. Peng Qingran furrowed her brow. Ji Yan contemplated for a while, however. There is not the slightest trace of any formation here. In fact, we didn't even realize when we entered the formation. To break such a powerful advanced formation, we must locate the formation's eye. Or, if we rely on brute force, we may end up buried alive here, Peng Qingran analyzed. She glanced at Bai Yi and patted her shoulder. If all else fails, we will have to rely on you to forcefully break the formation. Bai Yi was taken aback. Indeed. In their eyes, she was a divine being, yet she only had 12,000 spirit stones in her possession, enough for merely 6 attempts. They had yet to even see their enemy's face. And was it time to start spinning the great wheel? What if they encountered a formidable foe later? The thought of poverty was indeed fatal. The one who set this powerful formation must possess formidable strength. If a battle were to ensue later, how could they rescue Zhou Dali? Bai Yi's mind was in a muddle, and she could only hear Ji Yan and Peng Qingran discussing how to find the formation's eye. The 2 continually unleashed various formations, yet none yielded any results. Xian Lu, on the side, was grumbling with hunger, wiping away tears. Master Uncle, I'm starving. Do you have anything to eat? Peng Qingran waved her hand. Here, the last bit of peach blossom cake. Xian Lu took the pastry and sighed heavily. Alas, this may be the last meal of my life. Bai Yi, already irritable and with a chaotic mind, grew angrier upon hearing Xian Lu's words and slapped in frustration. If you've had enough of living, then just take your own life. We cannot die yet. What could be a solution that preserves spirit stones while allowing them to escape this dreadful place? To rescue Zhou Dali? Rescuing people. Bai Yi took out the flame sword technique and idly toyed with it. If matters seemed insurmountable, perhaps a different perspective was required. What did the enemy desire? The enemy wanted the flame sword technique. What if I were to destroy the flame sword technique? Or if I pretended to destroy it, they might let us go to keep the technique. As Bai Yi pondered, she suddenly snapped her fingers, and a flame shot forth from her hand. She exclaimed loudly, Since we cannot exit and are trapped in this formation, keeping the technique is futile. We might as well burn it. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, followed by a thunderous roar as 5 or 6 individuals rushed in from the solitary path behind them. "Who goes there?" one of the newcomers shouted, daring to act recklessly in the Moonshadow sect, setting up demonic arts here. The newcomers were disciples of the Moonshadow sect, each with modest cultivation but a rather bold demeanor. They charged in, holding torches, appearing quite flustered. Ji Yan possessed profound cultivation, and Peng Qingran was no less impressive. The aura they exuded momentarily deterred the 5 Moonshadow disciples from advancing. They stood at a distance, frozen in place, gazing at the flames flickering in the air, then at the 2 formidable masters before them. Moonshadow sect. "Ha! Such audacity! Speak! Where is Zhou Dali?" With a sharp reprimand, Peng Qingran's voice resonated through the cavern, amplified by his profound cultivation, reverberating throughout the space. The 5 individuals, startled, immediately fell to their knees, fervently begging for mercy. "Spare us, O immortal! Spare us!" Bai, seething with indignation, demanded, "Take us to meet Zhou Dali. Take us to see your sect leader. Lead the way quickly. Immortal, should you wish for us to guide you, please first release us," the trembling figures implored, their voices tinged with a hint of desperation. "What nonsense! Who has captured you?"
Bai Yi retorted angrily.
The truth of the matter was evident. The 5 were indeed kneeling far from them, untouched. The 5 quaked, their voices quivering with an undertone of weeping. "O immortal! This cavern has been sealed by your powerful techniques. We have been trapped here for several hours. We beseech you to withdraw your divine powers, and we shall promptly escort you to our sect leader." This revelation left everyone in bewilderment. How could these individuals from the Moonshadow sect also find themselves ensnared here? The 4 exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. At this juncture, Bai Yi's keen intellect came into play, her mind racing with thoughts. These individuals had already been frightened to such an extent by the foundational cultivation level that they had lost their composure. Coupled with Ji Yan's more profound and tranquil presence, which exuded an overwhelming aura, he was akin to a deity in the entire eastern wilderness. It was indeed a miracle that these 5 had not soiled themselves in fear. How could they possibly be lying? If so, they were indeed oblivious to the situation. The Moonshadow sect was undeniably ruthless, even resorting to harming its own disciples? As Bai Yi pondered, a tumultuous commotion echoed from afar. Who could it be? Who dared to cause such a stir within the Moonshadow sect? The voice was robust and commanding, reverberating with authority. Indeed, from the fork in the path emerged a throng of individuals, so numerous that they nearly filled the spacious cavern. Bai Yi and her companions found themselves trapped in the midst of this gathering, while the 5 individuals erupted into joyous tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Among the newcomers, a gaunt man with a pointed chin and a face lined with wrinkles, resembling a withered orange peel, stepped forward. Peng Qingran's piercing gaze swept over them, yet his imposing aura did not intimidate the opposing group. They too were formidable practitioners, albeit at the initial stage of foundation establishment. However, upon spotting Ji Yan, the man's expression shifted, and his previously arrogant demeanor transformed. "Ah, Elder Ji Yan, Elder Ran, your esteemed presence honors us. Our sect has truly failed to extend a proper welcome. Master Chang Xian, there is no need for such pleasantries." Peng Qingran replied icily, leaving behind a note, "Now inviting you into a trap. What further matters remain? Will you not release them?" Chang Xian, taken aback, inquired, "What do you mean by that, Elder Ran? Our humble abode, a mere blessed land, could never oppose the Changxing sect. How could we possibly trouble you? Even if your cultivation is formidable, you should not overly intimidate us." Bai Yi, sensing something amiss, swiftly intercepted Peng Qingran, stepping forward to inquire, "Master Chang, it was you who initially abducted Zhou Dali and subsequently left a note instructing us to come. How is it that you now deny your actions? Do not blame me, Bai Yi, for being uncivil." Upon hearing Bai Yi's name, the crowd was thrown into a frenzy. Bai Yi, a remarkable figure of the nascent Soul stage. Good heavens! She is the renowned Bai Yi of the Yuan clan. No wonder her cultivation was undetectable. She hails from the Yuan family.
Bai Yi.
She commands a demonic spirit and should not be underestimated. Chang Xian had certainly heard of Bai Yi's illustrious reputation. Consequently, his already wrinkled visage resembled that of a withered orange peel, becoming even more creased. Elder Bai, he stammered. What brings you here on such a gusty wind? Are you feigning ignorance? Bai Yi retorted with a cold smile. You dispatched individuals to launch a surprise attack on the Fire Sword sect, and now you have abducted their sole young master. What is your true intention? Do you dare to lay hands on my people? Chang Xian had never encountered such a spectacle. He was merely a small lord of a blessed land. Chapter 41. Consequences of one's own actions in that moment. The two parties seemed to be speaking in completely different tongues. Chang Xian adamantly denied the accusations, even as his head bled from repeated impacts, refusing to admit to the abduction of Zhou Dali. We were indeed compelled to act, opposing the Qihua sword sect. Alas, I deeply regret this matter. To obliterate an entire sect for a mere 500,000 low-tier spirit stones, and not a single disciple returned alive. It is said that they were dealt with by the elders. Chang Xian, fearful of misphrasing, quickly added, the elders were merely helping us to clean up our mess. We acknowledge our mistakes. Yet, even if we had the audacity, we would never dare to touch anyone associated with Elder Bai. Bai Yi observed Chang Xian's earnestness, sensing no deceit, and her thoughts began to crystallize. She spoke slowly, humph. It appears that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Peng Qingran nodded in agreement. It seems they are indeed the only ones left.
Bai Yi scoffed. Chang Xin.
Are you willing to sacrifice so many lives for 500,000 low-tier spirit stones? I must avenge the Qihua sword sect. Elder Bai, spare us. We were merely following orders. Very well. Reveal the one who commanded you, and I might consider sparing your life. This. I truly do not know. It was merely a letter, stating that the Qihua sword sect and the Moonshadow sect could only allow one to survive. If we did not take action, we would face annihilation. If successful, the 500,000 low-tier spirit stones within the ring would be ours. Bai Yi clenched her fists, her voice laced with fury. You vile creature. 500,000 low-tier spirit stones. Have you no conscience? Peng Qingran hastily restrained Bai Yi, leaning close to whisper, do not let anger cloud your judgment. If we wish to leave safely, we must rely on them. Chang Xian, trembling in fear, continued to plead for mercy, and suddenly, a thought struck Bai Yi. If you wish to live, then bring forth all the 500,000 low-tier spirit stones you have accumulated. Upon hearing the possibility of survival, Chang Xian hastily produced a ring. Elder Bai, they are all here. Elder Bai, this is my tribute to you. Bai Yi seized the ring and examined it, confirming it indeed contained 500,000 low-tier spirit stones. She then furrowed her brow, declaring, while you may escape the death penalty, your living punishment is inescapable. Have your men dig a passage out. Chang Xian stood bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend Bai Yi's command. Elder Bai, what do you mean? I instruct you to dig a tunnel. Dig your way out. But this is steel rock. Chang Xian, seeing the murderous intent in Bai Yi's expression, hastily replied, very well. We shall commence digging immediately. Elders, please wait. Internally he lamented, for it was these elders who had set up the formation, yet he was tasked with the digging. The steel rock was the hardest stone in the East Wilderness, even more difficult to excavate than a mine. As Xian Lu listened to the clanging sounds of their digging, she could not help but inquire, Master Uncle, why can't we simply break this formation with force? Bai Yi lowered her voice. Do you think we can simply dig our way out? Xian Lu gasped, her face a portrait of curiosity. Taking advantage of the distraction of the crowd, Bai Yi deftly produced the fiery sword technique, igniting flames once more as he wandered about, poised to set fire to his surroundings. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, accompanied by a thick mist that surged from either side of the entrance, impenetrable and pure white. The first disciple of the Moonshadow sect to encounter the mist let out a piercing scream, as he witnessed the flesh in contact with the mist begin to rot, festering with pus. The disciples screamed in agony. Jian promptly drew his long sword and, with a swift motion, conjured a water barrier that enveloped the four of them. Meanwhile, those mining from a distance were not spared from the calamity. Consumed by the toxic fog, collapsing to the ground in torment, writhing in pain until they lay still. Peng Qingran frowned, realizing the predicament. Initially intending to lure out the mastermind, they found themselves ensnared instead. Shen Lu, perplexed, inquired, "Master Uncle, what do you mean?" Bai Yi interjected, "Ranan and I are truly in sync. This formation could have been shattered by brute force, yet to draw out the hidden antagonist, we must follow their trap. Jian, how long can this barrier hold? What shall we do about the poisonous mist?" It was surprising to see Peng Qingran initiate conversation with Jian, having previously been preoccupied with concerns over Zhou Dali, now forgetting the impropriety of being out with a rival. Bai Yi shook his head. "What are you thinking? Lives are at stake, and you're worried about women?" As she spoke, she retrieved the fiery sword technique from her pocket and ignited the sword manual without hesitation. Suddenly, the earth trembled. Though shrouded in toxic mist, a powerful force could be felt being extracted. The formation dissipated. "Ha! I have awaited your desperation." Jian gradually maneuvered the water barrier, channeling a surge of spiritual energy, and with a commanding shout declared, "Break." With a resounding bang, the water barrier unleashed tremendous force, rapidly dispersing the toxic mist, which vanished in an instant. They remained within the cave, yet the markings Bai Yi had previously made at the fork in the path were no longer visible. Indeed, it was a formation, Peng Qingran remarked. The ground was strewn with the bodies of Moon Shadow sect disciples and their leader. Bai Yi coldly stepped over them, advancing toward a door. Foolish self-destruction. After only a few steps, the path opened up before them. What a paradise of a cave! Despite having descended, upon exiting the cavern, they were greeted by bright sunlight, as if stepping into a garden. There was no sun overhead. The entire sky seemed to emit a soft, warm glow, with beams of light filtering through the towering trees. Surveying the surroundings, they beheld vast, lush forests and two inconspicuous palaces nestled ahead. Before the palaces stood several shadowy figures, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Bai Yi furrowed his brow, suspecting these individuals to be the masterminds behind it all. If he was not mistaken, it must be. "Jian, I never imagined you would be here." The voice belonged to none other than Dong Xian of the Spirit Flash sect. Jian maintained an unwavering composure, regarding these minions with a dismissive air. However, Dong Xian appeared to possess a sense of certainty. His cultivation was on par with Peng Qingran, both being at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Thus he felt no significant trepidation towards Peng Qingran. Yet, why was there not a hint of fear reflected in his gaze? Did he not realize that I am Bai Yi? Did he not understand that I am at least at the nascent soul stage? At that moment, beside Dong Xian, a formidable wave of blood energy surged forth, so powerful that it was blinding, causing Bai Yi to be taken aback. "So potent. This is impossible." Peng Qingran murmured, "How could there be a nascent soul cultivator in the eastern wilderness?" Nascent soul. It dawned upon me that when I was at the nascent soul stage, I radiated such brilliance, this overwhelming combat prowess, this trembling wave of blood energy. It was suffocating and made it difficult to breathe. Chapter 42. The heart of the righteous is severely corrupted. Shen Lu swallowed nervously. "Master Uncle. Master Uncle."
Dong xin con tin, Yi Yang.
"I advise you to return early. It is best for Tianji Pavilion not to get involved in this matter, lest it disrupt the harmony between the righteous sects and Tianji Pavilion." Ji Yan's expression changed slightly. The strength of his opponent was indeed formidable. He replied calmly, "So it is Tian Wuyo of the 8 Desolations and 5 Mountains." Tian Wuyo? The son of the Grand Elder of the 8 Desolations and 5 Mountains. Peng Qingran clenched his fists in anxiety, his voice trembling. The 8 Desolations and 5 Mountains sect is one of the 2 prominent righteous sects of the southern Kun Mountain. What secret could this blazing sword technique possibly conceal that even the disciples of southern Kun Mountain have come? Bai Yi scoffed. 8 Desolations and 5 Mountains? Dong Xian, your Ling Shan sect has truly gone to great lengths. Dong Xian retorted coldly, "You are already aware?" "Humph. From the moment I saw you at the Blazing Sword sect, I understood your intentions." You bribed the Moon Shadow Sect to commit murder on your behalf, then abducted Zhou Dali to lure me to the Moon Shadow Sect, utilizing a high-level formation to trap us, intending to catch turtles in a jar. You are quite clever. Xian Lu asked in surprise, Master Uncle, why would he do this? Humph. It must be that the Blazing Sword Manual harbors a monumental secret. They are willing to employ such tactics to seize the manual.
Dòng xin chúc cờ đặc.
Bai Yi, you are indeed astute, but it is too late. Everything has already been set in motion. Bai Yi assessed the current situation and quickly grasped the unfolding events. How foolish of you, Ling Shan sect, to claim righteousness while employing such underhanded tactics that have harmed so many. Dong Xian snorted. A true man should stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Bai Yi's eyes gleamed with clarity. He comprehended the situation entirely. It seems this sword manual is indeed extraordinary, capable of stirring the sects of southern Kun Mountain.
Dòng xin.
Ha ha ha, but you are doomed. It appears that retrieving the sword manual is of utmost importance to you. As Bai Yi feigned innocence, Dong Xian's face tightened with anxiety. Humph, even the second-tier sects are involved. If Dong Xian's mission fails, he will surely face dire consequences. No wonder he was so frantic, resorting to such nefarious methods, employing such comprehensive strategies. This was evidently a task assigned from above. Bai Yi tilted his head, pretending to worry. Oh dear, what shall we do? If the sword manual has been burned by me, do you think the 8 Desolations and 5 Mountain sect will take your life? Indeed, Bai Yi's words struck true, and Dong Xian's complexion turned even paler. He glared at Bai Yi with malice and then bowed to Tian Wuyo, asking, Divine Envoy, the Blazing Sword Manual has already been burned by Bai Yi. You witnessed it with your own eyes. Please spare my life. Tian Wuyo, however, laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, she did not burn it. Bai Yi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Good eyesight. Everyone was stunned. They had all assumed Bai Yi had indeed burned the manual. Yet at this moment, Bai Yi pulled the Blazing Sword Manual from his robe and waved it before everyone. Hand over Zhou Dali. Bai Yi exclaimed angrily, otherwise, I shall incinerate the sword manual on the spot. Dong Xian's face glowed with delight as she waved her hand, revealing a burly man who was carrying Zhou Dali beside them. Zhou Dali was bound hand and foot, shouting curses, shameless old fool. Let me go. Bai Yi, save me. Her small face was flushed with anger, yet not a single tear fell. What a resilient little girl. Dong Xian wore a sinister smile. Bai Yi, surrender the flame sword manual. I might consider releasing this yellow-haired girl. Suddenly, Tian Wuyo interjected. Oh? Who said she would be released? Upon hearing this, Dong Xian appeared flustered, quickly regaining her lewd grin, as the divine envoy says. Tian Wuyo, young and delicate, exuded arrogance as he continued. Bai Yi, I've long heard of your reputation. I waited for you at Nan Kunyu for so long, only for you to be absent. I had to personally seek you out. Seek me? For what purpose? Bai Yi furrowed her brow. Tian Wuyo, embodying the essence of a spoiled youth, replied with a dismissive pout. You've made quite a name for yourself in the eastern wilderness, instilling fear in many. Do you realize you've disrupted the balance of this world? With your cultivation having reached the nascent soul stage, you ought to come to Nan Kunyu and meet me. Today I have 2 matters. 1, to retrieve the flame sword manual, and 2, to kill you, oh, and your little girl too. Bai Yi narrowed her eyes, embodying ferocity and arrogance. Ha! Who dares to touch my people? What gives you the audacity? Is it Liang Jingru? Tian Wuyo maintained his haughty demeanor. Humph! I shall do as I please. What of it? Suddenly, he lashed out with a soft whip, the sound echoing with a resounding crack. The whip soared towards Zhou Dali. Accompanied by Zhou Dali's piercing scream, her back was struck, tearing her clothing. A long, gaping wound appeared on her smooth back, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. I tell you, you are worthless. Your people are at my mercy. Hand over the flame sword manual, and I shall grant you a swift death. Jiyan trembled with rage, wanting to charge forward but was held back by Peng Qingran. Jiyan, his power is too formidable. You are no match for him. Moreover, he is the son of Tian Buting. If you harm him, Bai Yi could no longer hear what Peng Qingran was saying. Bai Yi gazed at Zhou Dali's contorted face in agony, at the gruesome wound on her body, feeling her blood boil. In the later stages of foundation establishment, at the first level of qi cultivation, progressing to the 8th level of qi cultivation during the mid-foundation phase, and ultimately reaching the latter stage of the golden core, after 10 attempts, a random expenditure of spirit stones transformed into a staggering 40,000. The cost had escalated to a total of 340,000 spirit stones before the pointer finally settled at the late stage of the nascent soul. Bai Yi waved her hand, and the fate will gradually faded away. It was as if she were enveloped in molten lava, her entire being radiating an overwhelming spiritual consciousness that seemed poised to burst forth. Bai Yi's expression contorted into a ghastly visage, her furious gaze sweeping from Zhou Dali's profusely bleeding wound to Tian Wuyo's astonished countenance. I care not whose son you are. Worthless. You are already dead. Chapter 43. The foolish perish from their own words like a ravenous beast poised to annihilate the world. Bai Yi let out a furious roar. A tempest erupted, slicing through the air like blades, leaving the faces of onlookers stinging. At last, you have made your move, Tian Wuyo bellowed, addressing the waist of Dong Huang. Let us see how my Qingyun palm fares against you. With this proclamation, the entire realm of Fudi Dongtian trembled. A palm strike descended from the heavens, aimed squarely at Bai Yi's face, akin to a colossal mountain intent on burying her beneath its weight. Humph! A mere trifling skill. As her Yuanying awakened, the fluctuations of spiritual energy and blood essence appeared to her as if in slow motion. With a graceful pivot, she leapt upward. 5 elements transformation. Tack. Though her move was a response, it swiftly seized the upper hand. The subsequent strikes flowed like an unending tide, as a slender ice sword danced before Tian Wuyo. In an instant, Bai Yi's spiritual aura enveloped Tian Wuyo entirely. Waste. You shall either perish today or be left in ruins. Bai Yi roared once more. Tian Wuyo, initially believing he had found a moment to breathe, was unprepared for Bai Yi's next assault. Multiple ice swords, like phantoms, surged forth with an overwhelming force. You shall suffer a most agonizing demise, lest you find pleasure in it. Bai Yi shouted again, sweeping her hand. A trickle of blood essence erupted from Tian Wuyo as countless ice swords pierced his body. Unable to utter further curses, Tian Wuyo twisted and dodged, yet could not evade Bai Yi's chilling sword energy. In the blink of an eye, the onlookers beheld Tian Wuyo soaring into the air. The surrounding blood sea surged tumultuously. Gazing into the light, it resembled a spectrum of blood mist and rainbows. I command the thunderous wrath, a 7th-grade demonic spirit. With a single strike, I can obliterate you. You, a mere waste of Nanguanyu, possess no right to contend with me. Bai Yi, seemingly unsatisfied, roared, invoking the Devourer's decision. In that instant, the entire Fudi Dongtian appeared to undergo cataclysmic transformation. The essence of spiritual energy from all things was drawn into Bai Yi. Mountains, rivers, ancient trees, colossal stones. Bai Yi felt her internal spiritual power swell, as if it were on the verge of explosion. Beware! With a delicate admonition, she delivered a powerful kick, sending a tremendous surge of spiritual energy crashing into Tian Wuyo, toppling him. You shall not lay a hand on my people. Dust and debris swirled about. As Tian Wuyo lay on the ground, his limbs twisted beyond recognition, teetering on the brink of life.
Bai Yi graceful descended,
Narrowing her eyes as she flicked her fingers toward Dong Xian. Dong Xian flew several yards like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground, rendered silent. The crowd stood in stunned disbelief, while 2 disciples of Ling Shanzong trembled in fear.
Bai Yi gently lifted Zhou Dali,
And Peng Qing ran alongside Ji Yen rushed forth to treat the grievous wounds on his back. How peculiar. Why won't this wound heal? Bai Yi attempted several remedies, yet Zhou Dali's back remained gaping, merely ceasing to bleed. This is an injury inflicted by a special artifact. Healing will require time, Ji Yen explained, producing a vial of ointment and handing it to Peng Qingran. Use this, and within 10 days he shall recover. Tian Wuyo lay on the ground, desolate, resembling a mistreated dog, unable to stifle his pitiful whimpers. Zhou Dali's complexion was ashen, her brows tightly knit, as she rested her head on Peng Qingran's lap. her face turned toward Bai Yi. Struggling to open her eyes, her clear, large eyes barely blinked, gazing at Bai Yi. Beads of sweat, as large as beans, dripped from her forehead. With each application of medicine by Peng Qingran, her brows furrowed deeper. Yet, she refrained from uttering a sound. Tears streamed down her face like pearls from a broken string, tracing her nose and pooling in her hair. She looked at Bai Yi with a gaze filled with despair, as if she had found a lifeline in her darkest hour. Bai Yi's heart tightened, and for reasons unknown, her nose tingled, and tears blurred her vision in an instant. Beast! To lay hands on a child! She roared, her palms swinging outwards. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very foundations of the Fudi cave. The members of the Ling Shan sect were sent flying by Yi's spiritual energy. Peng Qingran quickly urged, we must go. Lily needs rest. Bai Yi's chest heaved violently, overwhelmed by an emotion she could scarcely comprehend. Perhaps it was anger. How could she fail to protect even a little girl? Ji Yan hoisted Zhou Dali onto his back, and Peng Qingran gently patted Bai Yi's shoulder, whispering, "Let us depart." Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down Bai Yi's face. Taking a deep breath, she kicked over the barely breathing Tian Wuyo. "Beast, I spare your life today. Ensure you convey this message. Those who offend Bai Yi shall face retribution, no matter how far they flee." 2 days later, the incident indeed stirred a great uproar, creating waves throughout the city. Tian Wuyo was rescued by the 8 Desolations and 5 Mountains, and the Moonshadow sect's Fudi cave was reduced to rubble. Strangely, however, upon returning to the Tianji Pavilion, Ji Yan's account was merely a collection of brief phrases. It failed to elaborate on how the Fireblade sect and the Moonshadow sect were manipulated by the Ling Shan sect, nor did it disclose the secrets entangled with the Fireblade sword manual. It remained silent on why the 8 Desolations and 5 Mountains had suddenly arrived in the eastern wilderness, and it did not involve Bai Yi and her companions at all. These scenes mirrored the events of the Dongfang family from years past, whether by design or coincidence. Ji Yan's account bore an uncanny resemblance to the tragic incidents of the Dongfang family. Naturally, this led many to draw connections to the recently uncovered backstory of the Dongfang family. In no time, gossip and rumors circulated through the streets and alleys. Bai, Peng Qingran, and Xian Lu, accompanied by the injured Zhou Dali, initially intended to return to Jiaozhou for a brief respite. However, given Zhou Dali's severe injuries, which made long journeys unfit, Peng Qingran suggested they head to the mysterious cherry forest, also located in the eastern part of the eastern wilderness. But what if this reclusive master has a temper? Will our unannounced visit displease him? Bai Yi asked cautiously. I doubt it. After all, Lily is gravely injured, and I have previously crossed paths with this master. Peng Qingran replied with a gentle smile. Lei Sha dared not run too quickly, for even the slightest jolt would cause Zhou Dali's wounds to throb, leading to further bleeding. Fortunately, after spending half a day, they arrived at the enigmatic and unnamed cherry blossom forest. Master Uncle, the scenery here is truly delightful, exclaimed Xian Lu, carefree as he admired the boundless expanse of blooming cherry blossoms. Bai Yi, however, paid him no heed, her mind oscillating between concern for Zhou Dali's injuries and the exhilaration of soon indulging in the intoxicating beauty of falling cherry petals. Perhaps she might even transform back into her male form. At long last, they ventured deep into the heart of the cherry grove, where the trees flourished, birds sang melodiously, and streams babbled softly, with cherry blossoms blanketing the sky, making it nearly impossible to discern their direction. Fortunately, Peng Qingran recalled the path and guided them until they reached an exquisite pink-walled courtyard. Wow, a pink courtyard, a pink house. Could it be that this esteemed individual possesses the heart of a whimsical maiden? Bai Yi mused curiously, surveying her surroundings, where everything resembled a fantastical realm. Suddenly, a piercing and authoritative female voice echoed from within the courtyard. If you continue to be unreasonable, this is not over between us. You must compensate. Following this, several loud knocks resounded, and the courtyard door swung open. An elderly lady, her hair as white as snow and adorned in a pink dress, appeared at the entrance, accompanied by a large dog with long, fluffy fur in shades of pink and white. Chapter 44. The pink Barbie house. The elderly lady in the pink gauzy skirt possessed a graceful stature, indicative of her cultivation, albeit modest in depth. Adorned with an elegant hairpin and sporting a subtle touch of makeup, her visage, although marked by the passage of time, radiated a rare composure and elegance. One could easily surmise that in her youth, she was an exquisite beauty. Practitioners of the craft often maintain their youthful appearances, leaving one to ponder how many centuries this woman has lived to bear such signs of age. Her demeanor was poised and refined, reminiscent of a distinguished lady of high society, exuding grace in every movement. Indeed, she exemplified the essence of a reclusive master, passionately enamored with shades of pink, reflecting a heart brimming with youthful exuberance. It is true that one's mindset dictates their age. As Bai Yi was about to extend a greeting, the elderly lady spoke first. With her ruby lips parting ever so slightly, she uttered, "Fox friends and dog companions." Without a backward glance, she departed. What? Fox friends and dog companions? Who was she referring to? Is this the sort of phrase a well-mannered lady would utter? Bai Yi gazed at Peng Qingran in bewilderment, while Xian Lu looked equally astonished. Master Uncle, who was she talking about? Peng Qingran chuckled and shook his head, leading the way into the pink courtyard. Old Zhou, I have come to visit. Peng Qingran called out cheerfully. I knew you would come. Have you been listening to my jokes all this time? As he spoke, a tall and strikingly handsome man emerged, radiating a profound and enduring aura of spiritual energy. Though formidable, there was not a trace of malice. It felt as if the entire cosmos resided within his embrace. Truly, it was an exhilarating sight. The cultivation level of Old Zhou was likely beyond estimation. Although he was a reclusive master, Bai Yi regretted seeking him out. Was this man not exceedingly attractive? Every movement exuded an air of dominance, akin to that of a powerful CEO. Could Ran possibly resist such a captivating figure? Was this not akin to delivering her into the arms of a rival? As Old Zhou spoke, he approached with a confident stride, effortlessly lifting a hand to gently ruffle Peng Qingran's hair, his expression brimming with affection. Bai Yi felt a pang of envy. Come in quickly. The child is seriously injured, but the miraculous elixirs from the Tianji Pavilion will prove effective. In no more than 10 days she shall recover. Remarkably, he did not even glance at Zhou Dali, yet he discerned the nature of her injuries and the remedy employed. A reclusive master should not be underestimated. Xian Lu, ever sociable, stepped forward and inquired, Sir, are you known as Old Zhou? Old Zhou displayed no formality and appeared unperturbed by the question, instead offering a gentle smile. I have a penchant for wine, hence this elegant moniker. Old Zhou does sound rather aged, which seems incongruous with your celestial demeanor. Xian Lu, noting the absence of arrogance, engaged him in light-hearted banter. Bai Yi interjected, We have intruded upon your peace. It is truly no trouble at all. A friend of Ran is indeed a friend of mine. Ha! Who is your Ran, you old rascal? How shameless! Following Old Zhou's arrangement, Zhou Dali was settled in the eastern wing. After ensuring her comfort, Bai Yi administered another dose of medicine. For my sake I have caused you concern. Zhou Dali lay languidly upon the bed, her profile turned toward Bai Yi, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Silly girl, she murmured. I promised to take care of you. Bai Yi furrowed her brow, her fingers trembling uncontrollably, her voice quivering as she asked, Does it hurt? Zhou Dali shook her head, a forced smile gracing her pale visage. Not at all. With you here it doesn't hurt a bit. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Yi's tears had begun to moisten her cheeks, leaving her utterly astonished. I failed to care for you. With a trembling hand, Bai Yi applied medicine to the gruesome wound. Zhou Dali's brow tightened, beads of sweat immediately beading on her forehead. The injury, raw and tender flesh, brutally torn apart, though no longer bleeding, was far from healing swiftly. Bai Yi's heart felt as though it were being lashed by a whip, tightening painfully within her. Yet Zhou Dali remained resolutely silent throughout. At last, the medicine was applied, and Bai Yi carefully bandaged the wound. Zhou Dali seemed to finally exhale, her heavy eyelids falling shut. Bai Yi gently caressed her head. Sleep now, we are safe here. Zhou Dali whispered. I know, with you here, I will always be safe. Bai Yi hesitated for a moment, as if a barrier within her had been thoroughly shattered. In that instant, she yearned to protect this little girl with her entire being, as one would a beloved daughter. It was not until Zhou Dali fell into a deep slumber that Bai Yi quietly exited her room. In the square courtyard, the surroundings were awash in shades of pink. A pink well, pink fences, pink walls, and pink corridors. The only contrasting color was a large dog sprawled on the ground. What a magnificent creature it was! This dog resembled the one by the old woman's side, albeit with a slightly different hue and a somewhat larger stature. It stood nearly half a person tall, with robust limbs and a thick tail that swayed back and forth. Its long fur shimmered in a pastel blue, exuding vitality. Its round eyes and large nose were lazily surveying the courtyard, its tongue lolling out as it lay in the center, occasionally glancing toward the entrance. Upon seeing Bai Yi approach, it merely flicked its ears, casting a fleeting glance in her direction without lifting its head. Bai, who had always held a fondness for canines, especially large breeds, felt hesitant to engage with the indifferent creature and chose instead to turn toward the main hall. The main hall, too, was suffused with a delicate pink, harmonizing beautifully with the entire courtyard. It was hard to fathom that a man of such imposing stature could possess such taste. He bore no resemblance to the owner of this abode, while the old woman in her pink dress seemed more fitting. Could it be that this wine-soaked elder, appearing so genteel, was in fact usurping the old woman's home? Perhaps he coveted her residence, leveraging his profound abilities to claim her pink Barbie house as his own? The more she pondered, the more suspicious it became. No wonder the old woman harbored animosity toward his acquaintances. Perhaps she had come to negotiate with him, demanding he relinquish the house at once. That phrase echoed in her mind, "You must give it, whether you want to or not." Isn't this the very house in question? That old man with the wine. It seems there is much to uncover. Humph. Such men are the most deceitful. They possess nothing but a silver tongue. Who knows how he has charmed that old lady? However, I must not be deceived. The more Bai Yi pondered, the more convinced she became, and she stepped into the main hall. The three of them were enjoying tea, and a fragrant breeze of cherry blossoms wafted through the air. "Is Li girl doing well?" Peng Qingran inquired. "Yes, she's fine. After taking her medicine, she's already asleep." Bai Yi plopped down beside Peng Qingran. The old man with the wine wore a mature and insightful smile, his voice resonating like a bass as he said, "Miss Bai, do take a sip of the cherry blossom tea." Bai Yi offered a professionally fabricated smile as she lifted the teacup. "Old man with the wine, I often hear Ran speak of you, claiming you are a recluse of great wisdom. Do you reside here alone? And who was that old lady just now?" Peng Qingran's expression shifted, casting a reproachful glance at Bai Yi. Yet, the old man remained unperturbed, still smiling gently. "Oh, that is merely a neighbor from the vicinity." "I believe you not, you wretched old man, quite the rogue. What neighbor storms into your home uninvited? Your neighborhood relations certainly need improvement." Chapter 45. The frisky dog, the handsome man, remained remarkably composed when confronted with such pointed inquiries, his demeanor unflinching. "I had thought there was no one else here but you," Bai Yi remarked with a hint of suspicion. She resided not far away in the village just ahead. The old man, Zhou, smiled in response. Bai Yi exchanged glances with Xian Lu. In this idyllic haven, there existed a village?
Bai Yi müret.
I heard Ran mention that you are in seclusion here. How is it that you chose to settle near a village? Zhou chuckled softly. One must have a place to procure necessities, and living alone amidst the cherry blossom grove. He lowered his gaze and sipped his tea, lapsing into silence. However, that old woman seemed quite irate just moments ago. What was the matter? Bai Yi, despite feeling somewhat impolite, could not contain her curiosity. "Ah, it is lamentable that I did not keep a closer watch over my pet bird." De Wang, Zhou remarked, gesturing toward the large dog in the courtyard. "It has provoked her bird." Xian Lu laughed. So it was merely a squabble between pets. Zhou merely smiled, choosing to say nothing further. Bai Yi was preoccupied with thoughts of Luo Yingzue. There were far too many men surrounding Ran. If she could not revert to her former self, it would be quite disastrous. With a smile, she asked, "Last time, Ran brought back some Luo Yingzue. That was truly exquisite wine." Peng Qingran also smiled, Ear has been thinking about it. Moreover, that wine is genuinely remarkable. After consuming it, one can enhance their cultivation and consolidate spiritual energy. Old man Zhu, how do you brew it? Zhou was taken aback for a moment, then let out a wry laugh. Ah, I lack such skill. It is brewed by Xiao Ning. I have only 2 jars left here. If Miss Bai Yi enjoys it, I would be pleased to give them to you. Who is Xiao Ning? Bai Yi focused on the crux of the matter. Ding Ning, the one you just met, Zhou clarified. Goodness, there is indeed something fishy going on. Xiao Ning. Such an endearing name. Peng Qingran's expression grew increasingly exasperated as she cast an accusatory glance at Bai Yi. Bai Yi, undeterred, pressed on. Could we possibly persuade this Ning granny to teach us the art of winemaking? Well, Zhou's expression became troubled. It is not that she cannot. She often comes here to assist with brewing. However, recently, De Wang has repeatedly provoked her pet bird. It may prove to be quite difficult. Indeed, the situation was rather perplexing. Bai Yi sought to extract more information from Zhou, but all her efforts were in vain. It remained unclear what the precise nature of the relationship between the two was. According to Peng Qingran, the entire villa complex within the forest was originally constructed by Zhou himself. It was only later that Ding Ning came to visit, and due to her exceptional brewing skills, they became acquainted. However, now, due to the pet-related issues, their relationship had soured. It appeared that if she wished to uncover the secrets of Luo Yingzue, she would have to approach Granny Ding. The following morning, after tending to Zhou Dali, Bai Yi took hold of Peng Qingran and Xian Lu and set off toward the nearby village. The quaint village lies not far from the pink Barbie house of the old liquor merchant. A dense grove of cherry trees must be traversed to reach a gentle slope, where a meandering stream flows, flanked by a few exquisitely crafted houses scattered along its banks. Ascending a narrow mountain path, one soon arrives at a spacious platform surrounded by thick woods, shrouded in an ethereal mist, with houses gradually becoming more clustered. Here resides Ding Ning, though her abode is not the fitting pink house one might expect. Rather, it is a traditional structure of green bricks and large tiles, exuding an air of antiquity and elegance that aligns perfectly with her demeanor. Bai Yi gazes at the understated yet imposing residence, perplexed by why Ding Ning inhabits such a dwelling while adorning herself in an ensemble of soft pink hues. The village is not solely inhabited by practitioners of spiritual cultivation. Many ordinary folk reside here, subsisting through hunting and agriculture. The villagers curiously observe Bai Yi and her companions, smiling amicably at them. Xian Lu, munching thoughtfully, remarks to his master, "Uncle, do you think it's wise for us to seek out Granny Ding unannounced?" Before he can finish his thought, the grand door swings open abruptly. "What brings you here? Did the old liquor merchant send you?" Granny Ding appears, her eyes wide with indignation. Peng Qingran quickly steps forward. "Granny Ding, please don't misunderstand. We have matters to discuss suddenly." A fierce gust of wind sweeps in. A blue shadow darts past like a flash of lightning, crashing into Ding Ning's courtyard. A cacophony of roars erupts. A woo, growl, a woo, roar. Bai Yi squints and discovers it is none other than the old liquor merchant's beast, De Wang. Somehow, it has arrived and is relentlessly pursuing Ding Ning's creature. Tang Tang, while howling madly. "Oh no, Tang Tang!" Ding Ning exclaims, waving her hand as a surge of spiritual energy strikes De Wang, sending it tumbling, yet seemingly unfazed. It flips back onto its feet and resumes its frenzied chase after Tang Tang. "You wretched beast!" Ding Ning, exasperated, rushes forward to shield Tang Tang, aiming a palm at De Wang. However, she refrains from unleashing her full power, likely out of concern for De Wang's well-being. This old woman possesses quite the compassionate heart, yet De Wang is robust, its eyes gleaming with greed and madness, as if nothing could deter its assault on Tang Tang. The latter, with its long, powdery white fur, stands trembling behind Ding Ning, its eyes wide and round with terror, resembling 2 copper bells. Tang Tang snarls softly, but De Wang, undeterred, bellows fiercely at it. "Why do you behave this way when you are of the same kind?" One can deduce from their names that they are male and female, suggesting no territorial disputes should exist. De Wang, the male, does not appear to be in the throes of springtime urges either. Even if it were a biological necessity, Such relentless pursuit is unwarranted. Peng Qingran hastens to assist Ding Ning in subduing the almost frenzied De Wang. Bai Yi furrows her brow, observing the absurdity before her, utterly baffled. Granny Ding is peculiar. The old liquor merchant's house is odd, and this De Wang is even more so. Logically speaking, it is rather incongruous for Ding Ning to reside in such a dwelling while adorning herself in delicate shades of pink. If she were to dress in such a manner, there could only be one conceivable motive, to attract the attention of the esteemed Ji Lauer. Ah, now it becomes clear. Bai Yiling's mind was suddenly illuminated with understanding. It is highly probable that Granny Ning has taken a liking to Ji Lauer, hence, her choice of pink attire and the dressing of Tang Tang in similar hues, all intended to captivate Ji Lauer's gaze. How delightful! Assisting an elderly lady in pursuing a dashing gentleman is quite a straightforward endeavor. Indeed, I am well versed in the intricacies of the male heart. Bai Yi scrutinized the elderly lady before her. She possessed a modicum of charm, albeit with a few wrinkles. Nevertheless, her skin retained a certain elasticity and luster, her complexion still fair and youthful, free of blemishes. Her hair had turned a silvery hue, which was rather unappealing. A dye job would be necessary, perhaps with a perm as well, and a facelift might be in order. Chapter 46. The bet involving Dog Egg. Ding Ning, ever concerned with her dignity, was utterly oblivious to her intentions towards the old wine master. Xian Lu was left dumbfounded. Could it be possible that the old lady had feelings for the wine master? Bai Yi rolled his eyes in disbelief, stating, "Why is that so hard to believe? Otherwise, why would she go to such lengths to dress up and brew wine for him?" Xian Lu collapsed onto the roadside, exclaiming in astonishment, "But she is simply far too old. What of it? Who decreed that age forbids one from pursuing love?" Peng Qingran, however, remained skeptical, questioning Bai Yi with a puzzled expression. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Otherwise, none of this makes sense."
Bai Yi asserted confidently.
"Do I need to elaborate? I have an impeccable eye for such matters." Yet, Peng Qingran hesitated. "Still, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Ning Papa doesn't seem like." Bai Yi clasped Ranran's shoulder reassuringly. "Trust me, though she appears quite advanced in years, those who cultivate often conceal their true age. The old wine master possesses profound cultivation. He might very well be decades or even centuries older than her." Xian Lu and Peng Qingran exchanged glances. Just how old was the wine master, indeed? Based on Peng Qingran's recollection, when he first encountered the wine master 5 or 6 years ago, the latter had already appeared as he did now. Coupled with his unfathomable cultivation, it would not be an exaggeration to claim he was 200 years old. If we are to assist Ning Popur in winning the old wine master's heart, we must collaborate, Bai Yi declared. "Xian Lu, I am entrusting you with a formidable task. Master, please instruct me. What is the task?" Bai Yi meticulously outlined his plans to Xian Lu, who bore an expression of unwavering determination, hastily departing to a crowded area of the village. Ding Ning was gently soothing Tang Tang, speaking softly, while her other hand held the reprimanded De Wang. Bai Yi quickly approached her. "Grandma, we have indeed been sent by the old wine master to discuss how to resolve the issue between De Wang and Tang Tang." Upon hearing this, Ding Ning furrowed her brows. "Really? Didn't he say there was no solution?" Goodness, the old wine master was rather domineering. Truly, he was the archetype of a tyrannical CEO. Bai Yi hurriedly smiled. "There is a way. I have a solution. You have a solution. Splendid. Then let us go. I must confront this scoundrel. What is your plan?" "We shall discuss it further at his residence." Ding Ning, with unwavering resolve, dragged De Wang towards the old wine master's courtyard. The old wine master was basking in the sun, engrossed in his reading, when suddenly De Wang plummeted from above, accompanied by a series of lamentations. "Will you take responsibility or not? He has invaded my home and frightened Tang Tang," Ding Ning demanded vehemently. The old wine master rose, gazing down at the submissive De Wang with a resigned shake of his head. "De Wang, what is the matter with you? How many times have I told you?" His tone mirrored that of a patient teacher. Fuming, Ding Ning was poised to argue further when Bai Yi intervened hastily. "Wait, don't rush. I have a plan. I know what to do." "What plan?" they both inquired in unison. "Ah, Dawang. It is evident that the time has come for ahem, the continuation of the lineage. Just imagine, such a dashing and charming spirit beast, gazing upon a graceful and elegant female spirit beast. Surely he is consumed by thoughts of her. Ding Ning shot a disdainful glance at De Wang. This seems rather implausible, does it not? He is merely incessantly gnawing at Tang Tang, and there is no indication of. Alas, this is called romantic sentiment. Tang Tang is simply too aloof, and De Wang must first capture her attention. After finishing his statement, Bai Yi winked at Ding Ning. What do you think, dear mother? Am I not correct? You share the same sentiment, wishing to attract the attention of that old drunkard. Peng Qingran, Ding Ning, and the old drunkard all looked at Bai Yi in confusion. Bai Yi continued, do you not wish for these two to unite in matrimony? Absolutely not. Ding Ning declared resolutely. Tang Tang is still young. She is not yet ready for reproduction. The old drunkard shrugged with a faint smile, remaining non-committal. Then, it seems we have no choice but to perform sterilization. What is sterilization? It is a surgical procedure to prevent reproduction. Measure. Bai Yi made a scissor gesture, exclaiming snip. Ding Ning retorted with a cold smile. Very well. Let us snip De Wang, so he no longer disturbs Tang Tang. The old drunkard waved his hands repeatedly. That simply will not do. Absolutely not. Bai Yi could not help but feel a wave of sorrow. His own beloved Bai Shao Yi could also be considered to have been snipped. Could she not? It is not necessary for De Wang to be sterilized. Tang Tang could also undergo the procedure. Bai Yi shrugged. How about this, you two place a bet? A bet? What shall we wager? Ding Ning queried. To ensure fairness, allow me to propose, but the loser must have their spirit pet sterilized. Ding Ning pouted. Although she was quite mature, her mindset remained youthful. You should first reveal the nature of the wager. His cultivation is so advanced, I cannot possibly defeat him. Do not worry, dear mother. We will not bet on cultivation. It is entirely unrelated. Instead, let us wager on popularity. Popularity? Indeed, we shall host a square dance competition, with all the villagers participating. Each person will hold a flower, and at the conclusion of the competition, they will gift their flower to the one they favor. We shall see who ends up with the most flowers. Bai Yi winked at Ding Ning once more. Oh, auntie, do not be so reserved. This is a clear opportunity for you to express your feelings. Ning Papa did not take the hint and instead fell into deep thought. The old drunkard shook his head with a bitter smile. You all are quite clever with your schemes. So, old drunkard, does this mean you agree? And what of you, mother? Do you consent? Let the competition commence. This is indeed fair. Humph. Having lived in this village for so many years among acquaintances, how could I possibly lose to him? We shall see. Very well. Each of you shall prepare for 10 days. After 10 days, the square dance competition at Sakura Grove shall commence. Thus, the matter was firmly established and settled. That night, Xian Lu returned to Sakura Grove, dragging her weary body. Master Uncle, I have returned. I am utterly exhausted. Do not wail. Lily has just fallen asleep. How did you fare with the task I assigned you? There are a total of 120 households in the village, with over 400 people, and I have notified each family. They have all been mobilized, claiming the gifts are plentiful. Gifts? Who mentioned gifts? Bai Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. I have no money. If you desire gifts, you shall provide them yourself. Master Uncle, this is quite unreasonable. I am well aware that you possess a mine. Without hesitation, Bai Yi seized a broom and struck down fiercely. You little rascal. Now look what's happened. Organizing a grand competition and yet having to pay for the gifts. There are only 280,000 spirit stones left. Once the matter with Luoying Zue is settled, and Zhou Dali has recuperated, I must immediately head to the mine. Not a moment can be wasted. At this juncture, the formula for Luoying Zue is tantalizingly close. I simply need to assist the old lady in pursuing the wine connoisseur, an elderly woman chasing after a domineering CEO. Indeed, it presents quite the challenge. According to Ranan, this wine connoisseur is proficient in the arts, excelling in all forms of culture. Perhaps. Hehe. Chapter 47. The square dance competition early the next morning. As Bai Yi stepped outside, he spotted the old man Joe basking in the sunlight in the courtyard. De Wong was nowhere to be seen. "Good morning, Joe. Why aren't you practicing your dance? Aren't you afraid of losing?" Bai Yi asked with an awkward smile. Lose? In my lifetime, I have only lost once, and that was 80 years ago. Indeed, you are quite impressive. But this time, we are competing in dance. Do you even know how to dance? Bai Yi teased. The old man furrowed his brow, a look of concern crossing his face. "All right then, let us go. What are we waiting for? We agreed to practice together in the village. Oh, and don't forget your Fengming Qin." Joe offered little resistance and followed Bai Yi to the small village. A spacious platform had been constructed with the help of Xian Lu and several robust young men from the village, creating a splendid and exquisite square. Beneath the large sunshade, rows of chairs were neatly arranged for everyone to rest. The square was already filled with people, the villagers' faces adorned with curiosity. "What is this all about? It seems so interesting. What is a square dance? I heard the prize is 100,000 low-tier spirit stones. 100,000. My heavens! One could never spend that in a lifetime." Bai Yi's expression darkened as he shot a fierce glare at the innocent Xian Lu. "Ahem. May I have your attention? Today marks the first day of preparations for the square dance competition. This is the opening ceremony of our grand event. The square dance is a very special form of dance. I hope you will all find your dance partners today. Remember, they must be of the opposite gender. Dance partner? Old man. Hey, wife, I'm here. Let us dance together. Who would want to dance with you? I want to dance with old Wang next door. You're so clumsy. Don't hinder my chance to win the championship." Seeing the crowd becoming lively again, Bai Yi quickly raised his voice. "Please, hold on. Let me explain the rules. The competition will be divided into 3 rounds. In the first 2 rounds, we will act as judges to select 50 winning pairs. For the second and third rounds, everyone will vote together. Ultimately, the pair that receives the most flowers will win our grand prize." "What? Only the first place wins a prize? I'm out. Who wants to dance this ridiculous square dance? I can't even dance." "Exactly. Wasn't it promised that everyone would receive a reward for participating? Isn't this deceiving? All right, Xian Lu, my dear apprentice, just wait and see." Bai Yi forced a strained smile through his contorted face. "Everyone, please don't be anxious. I haven't finished yet. Every participant will receive a prize, and the closer you get to the top, the more generous the rewards." "Uncle Master, you're amazing," Xian Lu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Upon hearing this, the crowd was delighted at the thought of generous prizes and nearly leaped with joy. However, but how do we even dance? Right? We don't see any musicians around. How do we dance? If we can't dance, can we still participate? Bai Yi continued to call out loudly, "Do not panic. Do not shout. Let us keep the questions to a minimum. Everyone, I will teach you. There is no need to rush. Today, you should first find a dance partner and head to the square to meet my apprentice, who will assist you in filling out the registration form. Starting tomorrow morning, I will be here to teach you all square dancing." The crowd dispersed in a flurry, hastening back to seek out their partners. Ding Ning remained seated, her expression fraught with anxiety. The old man Zhou shook his head helplessly, his gaze drifting toward Peng Qingran. "Old fellow, whom are you gazing at?" Hey, Zhou Lauer. Ran is my dance partner and must accompany me in teaching everyone to dance. You shall partner with Ding Ning's grandmother." Before Zhou Lauer could respond, Ding Ning's face flushed. "How can we determine the victor then?" "Do not worry, grandmother. The final round will be an individual competition." Bai Yi smiled gently and kicked hard at Xian Lu's backside. "Good apprentice. Hurry up and register Ding Ning and Zhou Lauer." "Ouch, master uncle. That hurts. All right. I shall go register now." "Ouch, stop kicking. I am going." Peng Qingren stifled a laugh at the side. "You are too fierce with him. This rascal. I estimate I shall spend 200,000 spirit stones on this." What shall we do now?" she asked softly. Bai Yi mischievously winked at Zhou Lauer. "I have heard that your musical skills are unparalleled." "Ah, one must not speak so. My skills are rather mediocre. Do not be modest. If I sing a song, can you play it according to the melody? That should not be difficult." Bai Yi smiled and waved her hand. summoning a group of individuals bearing an assortment of peculiar instruments. These were the talents Xian Lu had diligently gathered from the village the previous day. I leave them in your capable hands. Practice this song with them. Floating clouds scatter. The bright moon shines upon us. Bai Yi sang a piece. The moon is full and flowers are beautiful, and listened as everyone tuned their instruments. Feeling it was amiss, she suggested, let us try this one instead. Sweet as honey. You smile sweetly. Ah, this feels right. Play it like this. Yes, we need that soft, melodious feeling. Excellent. Zhou Lauer, this piece is entrusted to you. Master it well. Zhou Lauer, still wearing a wry smile, led the ensemble of musicians to practice the tune. Bai Yi then took Ding Ning's hand and whispered with a grin, Grandmother, it's your turn. With that, she pulled Ding Ning and Peng Qingran along to Ding Ning's abode. The green bricks and dark tiles, the lush bamboos in the courtyard, and the peculiar rock formations created a picturesque scene at every step. Turning left and right, they arrived at Ding Ning's private chamber. Grandmother, do you live here alone? Bai Yi surveyed her surroundings, subtly inquiring if the grandmother had a husband and a few servants. No children? None. I have never married. How could I have children? Upon hearing this, Bai Yi and Peng Qingran exchanged astonished glances. Goodness, truly a mature single woman. Judging by her demeanor, the grandmother must be at least 50 or 60 years old, and as a spiritual cultivator, her lifespan and appearance surpass that of ordinary folk. Roughly estimating, she must be over 100 years old, unmarried, truly enduring solitude. Daring not to inquire further, one could only speculate that there might be some hidden truth. Yet, with such an open-minded mother-in-law, who actively pursues the aged gentleman, why has marriage eluded them? It is indeed perplexing. Is it not said that when a woman pursues a man, there lies but a thin veil between them? How is it that such a forward-thinking woman, so earnestly seeking love, has remained single for over a century? What clandestine schemes do you two harbor? Ding Ning found herself seated before the vanity, firmly held by Bai Yi. Mother-in-law, in your youth you must have been an exquisite beauty, Bai Yi remarked with a playful glint in her eye, surveying Ding Ning's reflection in the mirror. Ah, I have aged. Beauty is but a fleeting notion, Ding Ning responded with a smile. Now, do promptly bring forth your rouge and powder. Oh, by the way, dear mother-in-law, do you have any carbon powder or graphite lying around? The darker, the better. Ding Ning shook her head. Peng Qingran waved her hand dismissively. These cosmetics are new arrivals from Jiao Prefecture. You will surely look splendid with them. As for carbon powder, I do not possess any, but my steed's spirit companion can indeed produce fire. Fire? What hue does that possess? A deep crimson akin to carbon powder, suitable for dyeing. Bai Yi's eyes widened as she scrutinized Ding Ning's image in the mirror. Crimson. Auntie, I apologize, but it seems I may have to embrace a rather flamboyant look. Chapter 48. Cherry Blossom Powder. I desire cherry blossom powder. After mixing fire phoenix powder with water and washing Ding Ning's hair, the entire room seemed to radiate warmth. Ding Ning's grandmother sported a striking head of purplish-red hair, undeniably attention-grabbing. This purplish hue, reminiscent of fiery clouds at sunset, was indeed dazzling. It appeared as though the purple was laced with a greasy red. No, this was far too eccentric. We must wash it off quickly, Bai Yi urged. Ding Ning, with a serene expression, appeared lost in memories as she murmured, I recall. My hair used to be of a similar hue. Huh? Grandmother, you once had a punk hairstyle? I never engaged in such things. I do not take life. No, I meant, did your hair ever look this red?
No.
Ding Ning slowly shook her head. It was much lighter than this. I can't quite recall, but perhaps there was a hint of pink. Oh dear, how shameless. Just admit you want cherry blossom powder. No need to feign that your youth was pink. Bai Yi scoffed, just say it directly, you want cherry blossom powder, right? Cherry blossom powder?
Ding Ning muset.
Her face lighting up with a smile. Ah, it's not too difficult. If we wash this purplish red a few more times, it will lighten considerably. Given that my grandmother's natural hair color is white, the outcome could be splendid. A delicate pinkish white mane, ethereal and flowing. If it weren't for the numerous wrinkles on her face, she would truly resemble a celestial being. He were only a hair's breadth apart. Those who practice cultivation possess methods to maintain their appearance. But your cultivation level is rather modest, grandmother. Have you tried channeling your spiritual energy to your face? Ding Ning's expression soured. I cannot channel spiritual energy, nor do I comprehend any such techniques. Peng Qingran quickly exchanged glances with Bai Yi, as though she had misspoken. What transpired? What did I say incorrectly? This. The complexities of a woman's heart. I didn't mean to criticize her. I merely wished for her to appear a touch younger. Is that wrong? Peng Qingran chuckled. Come, grandmother. Allow me to experiment with these cosmetics on you. With that, she began to apply various potions and creams to Ding Ning's face. Bai Yi observed closely, noting that Ran Ran was indeed channeling her spiritual energy throughout the application. Ding Ning had previously claimed to need no techniques, yet now she required Ran Ran's assistance to harness her energy. Before long, a breathtaking beauty emerged in the mirror. The skin was smooth and delicate, showing no signs of age. Her eyes sparkled with life and allure, complemented by flowing, silky pinkish-white hair. She bore a striking resemblance to Peng Qingran. Indeed, beautiful women often share similar features. Grandmother. No, wait, Ning Ning the great beauty, he. You and Ran Ran truly bear a resemblance. To this, both Ding Ning and Peng Qingran shook their heads in unison. Where's the likeness? There is none. Oh, ladies. Are you blind? You look quite alike. Just because you share a resemblance, must you deny it? Wrinkles adorn her face, yet she hesitates to flaunt her beauty after undergoing cosmetic enhancements. Why must women's thought processes be so perplexing? Nonetheless, their opinions are of little consequence. What truly matters is whether the esteemed Zhou Lao heir finds the enchanting Ding Ning irresistible. Ah, dear mother-in-law, this must be how you looked in your youth, so exquisite. With a radiant smile, Peng Qingran took Ding Ning's arm and they gracefully exited the courtyard. The trio of captivating women exchanged laughter and chatter as they made their way to the square. Ding Ning, though maintaining a splendid figure through her cultivation, found herself unaccustomed to the unabashed stares of passers-by, leaving her feeling somewhat self-conscious. Where did this fairy come from? One mused. We only had those two beautiful girls before. How is it that another has emerged? What kind of fortune is this village blessed with to attract such stunning beauties? Ding Ning felt her face flush, murmuring softly to herself. Oh dear, at my age, still dressing like this. What do you mean, at your age? For us cultivators, living 500 or 600 years is hardly old. Bai Yi chuckled. And besides, pursuing love is perfectly natural. What? Pursuing what? Ding Ning was momentarily taken aback. Bai Yi quickly shook her head and fell silent, stifling her words. Ha! The old lady is quite bashful. Men are indeed visual creatures, especially those with a domineering presence. The first step is to transform Ding Ning into a breathtaking beauty. That veil shall soon be lifted. Next comes the creation of a romantic ambience. When the moment arrives for the two to unite, that's when I shall acquire the recipe for Luoying Zue. I shall truly be a man. Even before reaching the square, the melodious strains of Tianmi wafted through the air. The music, played on a guqin, was enchanting and ethereal, a delightful fusion of various instruments that composed a mesmerizing dance tune. With such music, who could possibly complain about noise disturbances in the community? The three of them strolled into the square, where Zhou Lao heir was skillfully playing the Fengming Qin. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and the clear, beautiful sound of the guqin resonated beneath the shade of the trees. A man of remarkable prowess, reminiscent of a charismatic CEO, caressed the strings with elegance. Zhou Lao heir, Bai Yi exclaimed with excitement. She was eager for Zhou Lao heir to behold the stunning maiden. Hey, old fellow, do you not recognize us? Zhou Lao heir looked up, his gaze landing squarely on Ding Ning. Zhou Lao heir, can you still recognize me? This is, Bai Yi's words were cut short. Xiao Ning, he exclaimed, rising abruptly. What brings you here? Of course, such a master would undoubtedly see through Ran Ran's cultivation. Ding Ning smiled shyly, her cheeks flushed. I told you this attire is rather extravagant. Zhou Lao heir, what do you think? Are your eyes unable to look away? Haha, is she not beautiful? Zhou Lao heir's gaze was entranced, and Bai Yi observed with clarity. The look in his eyes was unmistakable. That was love. Love had arrived. In the past, when I watched my first love goddess, I was equally awkward. Upon being called by Zhou Lao quickly regained his composure and replied nonchalantly, "Yes, it's beautiful. But why the elaborate attire? What? Shouldn't a domineering CEO possess a higher emotional intelligence? Why the need for such adornment? You must be aware. For the sake of pleasing those we admire, we adorn ourselves," Bai Yi remarked. Ding Ning was clearly one of those girls who enjoyed speaking with flair. "It's to win you over." Zhou Lao shrugged. "Well, that's acceptable. However, I still think the previous look was more." Ding Ning furrowed her brows. "More what?" "More natural. Good heavens. This domineering CEO turns out to be quite the steadfast traditionalist. What? Is cosmetic enhancement unacceptable? Is it not permissible to alter one's appearance through skill? Such trivial matters. It's no wonder you're still single." Chapter 49. The dance instructor early the next morning, Bai Yi and Peng Qingran arrived at the square, ready to teach everyone the art of square dancing. The participants were already eager to begin. The local customs were truly unpretentious, as it seemed that everyone had little to occupy their time and were enthusiastic about engaging in this recreational activity. The men learned the movements from me, while the women followed Ranran's lead. Pay attention now. First, assume the posture for inviting a dance. Bai Yi and Peng Qingran stood facing each other, slightly bending at the waist to demonstrate the inviting gesture. Peng Qingran extended her delicate hand, resting it in Bai Yi's. "Yes, that's right. Bend at the waist, but keep your back straight. You there at the back. Stand up straight instead of hunching over like a shrimp. And remember not to be shy with your hands. Come on. You're like an old married couple now," Bai Yi encouraged. "Exactly. Very good. Now, watch me closely like this. Wrap your arms around your partner's waist." Bai Yi gently encircled Ranran's slender waist, pulling her close. Ranran's figure is truly exquisite. Oh dear. Don't stand so close. Don't get too caught up in the movements. The footwork is crucial. Observe closely, like this. And for goodness sake, don't step on the lady's feet. Zhou Lao, stop playing the lute and practice dancing with Ding Ning. With the enchanting music playing, the crowd began to dance gracefully. Zhou Lao and Ding Ning also stumbled through their practice steps. Bai Yi and Peng Qingran exchanged a knowing smile. This venture was promising. Everyone, pay attention. In this square dance competition, it's not just about the elegance of the movements but also the depth of emotion. What do I mean by depth? Can dancing convey emotion? Yes. Although you are performing a dance, what you present is a story, an expression of feelings. The more vividly you dance with your partner, the more we can appreciate the beauty of the dance.
Bai Yi applauded.
The villagers nodded in agreement and began to practice earnestly. Under the guidance and demonstrations of Bai Yi and Peng Qingran, the villagers had honed their ballroom dancing skills impressively over the course of several days. Bai Yi even taught them a few special steps and movements, which the more perceptive villagers had already mastered. The small village was enveloped in the sweet sounds of sweet, and after several days, everyone was in high spirits, eagerly anticipating the upcoming square dance competition. By the way, Master Uncle, there's something rather peculiar. In the late evening, Bai Yi sat beneath the shade of a tree in the square with Xian Lu and Peng Qingran, watching the scattered villagers dance. "What is it?" he inquired. "This De Wang. Why hasn't he bullied Tang Tang these past few days?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yi understood. "Ha ha ha, it's obvious. With Ding Ning growing closer to Zhou Lao, he surely has no reason to resort to his usual antics." Peng Qingran still looked skeptical. "I can't shake the feeling that something is off about this. But I can't quite put my finger on it." Ranran, you're overthinking it. Women have many ways to pursue men," Bai Yi said nonchalantly. "But Master Uncle, it doesn't add up. If Ding Ning has her sights set on Zhou Lao, why would she still use tricks to make De Wang bite Tang Tang? Of course, it's to create opportunities for them to meet. De Wang bit Tang Tang, and she could confront Zhou Lao about it. With their back-and-forth banter, who knows, perhaps the sparks of love might ignite. Yet, didn't Zhou Lao mention that all the falling cherry wine was brewed by Ding Ning previously, stored in his wine cellar? This suggests that their relationship must be quite amicable. Doesn't it? Is there truly a need for? Bai Yi stroked his chin, feeling an inexplicable oddity. Who can truly decipher a woman's thoughts? What are you studying? Hey, Master Uncle, aren't you a woman? How can you not understand? Hee. I am a man. Peng Qingran chuckled. Er has the most devious thoughts. I've noticed that in recent days, the relationship between Zhou Lao and Ding Ning has significantly improved. Just look at how harmoniously they dance together. Of course. Who doesn't he appreciate beauty?
Bai Yi replied disdainful.
Soon, Zhou Lao and Ding Ning, having danced to exhaustion, approached to sit and enjoy tea. You danced splendidly, Bai Yi praised. Ding Ning pouted. He keeps stepping on my feet. It hurts. Zhou Lao smiled gently, his cheeks slightly flushed. I'm not very skilled at dancing. As you know, my talent lies in playing the zither. You danced wonderfully. It was filled with emotion, like a pair of affectionate lovers. Bai Yi teased. Unexpectedly, Ding Ning retorted sharply. Nonsense, you little brat. Watch out or I'll hit you. Ha ha, I've hit the nail on the head. Haven't I? Ouch, alright. I admit my fault, dear sister. I meant to say, the spirit of your dance was excellent, and you will surely win the competition. Flatterer.
Ding Ning scolded playfully.
Suddenly, Xian Lu, oblivious to the context, interjected. Hey? This counts as reconciliation. Doesn't it? De Wang hasn't bullied Tang Tang in days, so... Does that mean the loser won face punishment? Bai Yi observed their expressions intently. The outcome hinges on this moment. But Ding Ning spoke first. We agreed to a bet, so there must be a clear winner and loser. Right, Zhou Lao? Zhou Lao lightly curved his lips, a charming smile gracing his face. Indeed, Xiao Ning is correct. Xian Lu shrugged, rendered speechless. You rash boy, so eager. Asking so soon, it surely hasn't had an effect yet. Patience is key. There's just one final push needed. Matters of the heart require a catalyst. Someone must stir the waters. Bai Yi pondered, suddenly struck with inspiration. Right? The competition is the day after tomorrow. Let us inform everyone tomorrow, and we shall host a bonfire party the night after. Hee. A bonfire party, accompanied by a game of spin the bottle. If that fails, we can resort to truth or dare. I refuse to believe you 2-1 T-kiss. That sounds splendid. It has been ages since the village has witnessed such merriment. Ding Ning said with a bright smile, her demeanor exuding pure youthful innocence, reminiscent of a 20-something girl. Upon returning to the pink Barbie house that evening, Zhou Dalia's health had nearly returned to normal. After the competition, once the recipe for the falling cherry wine is obtained, we can set forth. The spirit stone vein. How long I have waited. Bai Yi, filled with joy, could not find rest. She strolled into the courtyard, inhaling the fragrant aroma of cherry blossoms, which was particularly refreshing. The moonlight was hazy, and in the courtyard, only De Wang lay in his nest, his soft blue fur drooping against his body. The heavy dew of the night had dampened his long fur, yet he seemed indifferent. Little one, why do you lack such vitality? Whatever happened to your former hairstyle? You must perk up. Come, let your brother give you a pat. Come here over this way. Oh, what is this? What is this object in your nest? Bai Yi, illuminated by the moonlight, reached into De Wang's nest and pulled out a fluffy ball. The fur on this ball was nearly worn down from gnawing. What astonished her most was, this ball still bore a faint trace of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was abundant and substantial, flowing continuously. This belonged to the old man Jiuyo. How curious, this old fellow even expended spiritual energy to create a toy for De Wang. Chapter 50. The rural senior disco, the long-anticipated square dance competition, has finally commenced. Ding Ning truly possesses a remarkable talent for dance. After 9 days of practice, her graceful movements are nothing short of breathtaking. Contestant number 19. I fail to perceive any passion in your performance. I have reiterated time and again that square dancing ought to convey an emotion. Next group. Quite impressive. Your choreography is indeed commendable. Well done. Zhou Lao and Ding Ning, number 22, it is your turn. Upon White Yi's declaration, Zhou Lao and Ding Ning gracefully stepped into the center of the square and began to dance. Wow, Zhou Lao is truly charming. Bah! He is not worthy of Ning Ning. Oops, he stepped on my foot. How can he still step on my foot? Unsurprisingly, given the presence of the discerning Judge White E, both Ding Ning and Jiulauer advanced to the finals. All contestants, each of you holds a flower. After your individual talent showcases, please present your flowers to a contestant on stage. Choose the one you deem most deserving of victory. The villagers displayed a plethora of talents, eager to compete for the prize of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. There were those performing somersaults, executing Thomas-style 360-degree spins, singing, and even showcasing talents alongside their spirit beasts. Enough, enough. Please refrain from setting the judges' table ablaze with your fire-breathing antics. Next contestant, remember safety first. No more fire tricks from those in the back. Fair judge, might I perform the thunder summoning technique? Absolutely not. What about the poisonous snake dance? Is that permissible? Negative. Toxic acts are off limits. The crowd appeared somewhat disheartened. It seems their taste for excitement is rather pronounced. The previous contestant had just finished, leaving the audience aghast at the sight of his shattered jaw from a walnut. Now it is Ding Ning's turn to take the stage. The flowers in the audience quivered with anticipation. Who would have thought that Ding Ning, when dressed up, could be so stunning? People are adorned by their attire, just as horses are by their saddles. If I were to dress up, I would outshine her by far. Go ahead and boast. Just take a look at your buck teeth and pockmarked face. Looks are not paramount. What truly matters is inner beauty. Ding Ning has always been gentle and kind. Truly. Ouch.
Milady, i mirli jest.
Ouch. I was wrong, my lady. Ding Ning approached the center of the square. After a day filled with selections, dusk was approaching, and the sun cast a golden, warm glow over the square. Ding Ning donned a pink tulle dress, her long pink hair flowing smoothly, reminiscent of silk. She gently tilted her head back, raising her hand to shield her eyes from the sunlight, a sight of exquisite beauty. Were it not for the knowledge that this lady was over 100 years old, even White E might have been captivated. What talent will you showcase? Asked Peng Qingran. Ding Ning hesitated slightly before responding. I shall dance, but I wonder if the musicians can play the right tune. I shall take care of it. It was Jiulauer, who boldly stepped forward. With the melodious Mingfeng Qin in hand, I gracefully approached Ding Ning. Allow me to perform a piece for you, Feng Qiuhuang, as a demonstration of my artistry. He lowered his gaze and smiled subtly, embodying the perfect match of talent and beauty.
Bay Yore Anovin, maternal simile.
Ding Ning, momentarily taken aback, felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she nodded in agreement, declaring, that would be splendid. Ah, what a delightful turn of events. Ha ha ha. I shall acquire the recipe for the falling cherry blossom elixir. I am to reclaim my manhood. With a flourish, the old wine connoisseur summoned a beautifully crafted stone chair and table, placing the qin delicately before himself as he took his seat. The resonant and enchanting notes of the guqin filled the air, each sound striking a chord deep within the hearts of the listeners. The lingering echoes danced around, captivating the audience for days. Upon hearing the ancient melodies, Ding Ning's figure flowed gracefully, her movements in harmony with the gentle strains of the qin. The onlookers were left in awe, captivated by the picturesque scene unfolding before them. The harmonious interplay of strings and dance was reminiscent of celestial beings depicted in ancient scrolls. Everyone stood in silent admiration, entranced by the beauty that enveloped them, momentarily forgetting their desire to voice their amazement. I have never witnessed such exquisite harmony. Peng Qingran murmured softly. Bai felt an indescribable sensation stir within him, as memories of drinking with Dongfang Luo flickered through his mind. Wait, Dongfang Luo. Indeed, that fellow's spirited and carefree demeanor was quite distinctive. It was peculiar that witnessing such a scene brought thoughts of a brother to mind, yet it was not entirely unfathomable. After all, they were good friends. Coughing slightly, he mused, when might I share such harmonious moments with Ran Ran? As the performance concluded, an eruption of applause resounded from the audience. However, Ding Ning remained in a daze. Slowly turning her head, she fixed her gaze intently upon the old wine connoisseur. Her expression was enigmatic, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance. Clear, luminous, and full of vitality. Senior brother? She called softly. The old wine connoisseur merely smiled in response. Master brother. Ding Ning exclaimed suddenly, her joy and excitement rendering her light and ethereal. She rushed forward, and he stood, arms wide open, embracing her warmly. What is happening? Bai Yi and the others hurriedly gathered around, while Xian Lu stammered in astonishment. What is going on? Are you two siblings? Ding Ning, however, remained nestled in the old wine connoisseur's embrace, softly weeping, unable to articulate her feelings. Indeed, Xiaoning is my beloved junior sister. This tale is quite lengthy. The audience, growing impatient, began to voice their unrest. What is going on? Will there be a judgment? Hurry up. We need to commence the bonfire gathering shortly. I am famished. Please urge them to begin. Bai quickly interjected. Everyone, please remain calm. The final 2 contestants have concluded their performances. Now, the 10 finalists, please step forward to the center of the square. I shall not participate. Ding Ning finally lifted her head, her eyes still glistening with tears. I wish to converse with my senior brother, she said. The old man smiled gently, his face radiating affection, and replied softly, very well, I shall trouble you then. We will return shortly. We certainly cannot miss the bonfire gathering. With that, he and Ding Ning strolled away leisurely. What is happening? What on earth is going on? Surely, my signature falling cherry drunk recipe cannot have any flaws. Among the remaining 8 contestants, a young girl performing a handstand while eating noodles ultimately claimed the first prize. Bai Yi, with a bitter smile and a distracted mind, distributed the 20,000 spirit stones without a second thought. Peng Qingran and Xian Lu synchronized their movements, gracefully waving their arms to unleash their techniques, creating a harmonious rhythm. Before long, a massive bonfire erupted in the square, surrounded by an abundance of tables and chairs. Roasted meats and copious amounts of wine were laid out nearby. The sun had finally set, and the villagers' faces were alight with anticipation and excitement. Bai Yi, feeling anxious, was just about to search for the old man when he spotted the 2 of them, arm in arm, approaching his side. Chapter 51. Regaining masculine vitality. The customs of Sakura Village are indeed exceedingly simple and pure. The villagers are kind-hearted and benevolent, perhaps ranking among the happiest communities in the world. Most astonishingly, there is no gossip. When Ding Ning inexplicably transformed into a youthful maiden, no one uttered a word of curiosity, as everything seemed perfectly normal. During the finals, when the 2 siblings unexpectedly recognized one another, there was still no idle chatter. At this moment, everyone was gathered around a roaring bonfire, dancing to the melodious strains of music. Bai Yi, I am completely recovered. I feel no pain at all. Please, let me have a sip of wine. Zhou Dali pouted playfully. Absolutely not. It's all that old drunkard's fault. You should be resting more, yet he insisted on bringing you along. Old Ju chuckled. I thought it would be boring for the child to stay at home, so I fetched her along while bringing back some falling cherry wine. Ding Ning nestled beside Old Zhou. The remaining 2 large vats of falling cherry wine were brewed by me for my senior brother. This is all that's left. Bai Yi quickly inquired. You 2 are siblings? Why didn't you mention it before? A shadow of worry crossed Old Zhou's face. Ah, little Ning's condition. Come, let us drink. Peng Qingran exchanged a glance with Bai Yi, signaling her to refrain from further questioning. Initially, it was assumed that Ding Ning had developed feelings for Old Zhou. But it seemed otherwise at this moment. Bai Yi shook her head. Whatever. I must first acquire the recipe. Ning Ning, the beautiful maiden, would you kindly teach us how to brew falling cherry wine? Bai Yi asked, savoring the delicate pink liquid in her cup, dubbed the transmutation elixir. Of course, I owe you my gratitude as well, Ding Ning replied, her laughter resonating, her hair darkening slightly in hue. Most intriguingly, there was no lingering trace of Peng Qingran's spiritual energy on her face. Yet she remained in her youthful form, untouched by the passage of time. It seemed she was destined to look this way. Ding Ning's surrounding spiritual energy appeared significantly more potent than before, the surges of vitality tumultuous. Truly remarkable. With a casual wave of her hand, a scroll gracefully landed in Bai Yi's grasp. This is the method and recipe for brewing falling cherry wine. The most precious ingredient is the spiritual marrow of the Luo Shui beast, which is quite rare and costly. The rest are not too difficult to procure. Wah! I miss my Xiao Bai. Poor Xiao Bai met such a tragic end. Xian Lu feigned tears. The Luo Shui beast. One would have thought that either the falling cherry wine or the Luo Shui beast was responsible for her transformation back into a man. Yet, unexpectedly, this clarified everything. The spiritual marrow of the Luo Shui beast is the key to regaining masculinity. Bai Yi cautiously stored the recipe in her ring. Smiling at Peng Qingran, Ran, we can brew falling cherry wine ourselves from now on. Peng Qingran nodded with a smile, securing her own share of the recipe. Xian Lu protested. Why don't I have one? Master Uncle, please give me a copy. Children should focus on their cultivation, not indulge in wine. After several rounds of drinks, as the evening breeze gently caressed their faces, the atmosphere was filled with a delightful haziness, thoroughly enjoyable. Zhou Dali pouted her lips. Having secretly indulged in several cups of Lying Zue, her cheeks now flushed. Ha ha ha. Bai Ian, my dear, I do not seek a recipe. I desire wine. Li girl, you must refrain from drinking. Hee hee. Ran, this Lying Zue truly is exquisite wine. Ha ha ha. Old wine master, how can you claim such a title without the ability to brew? The old wine master shook his head helplessly. Haha, I excel in wine tasting and relish sharing a few cups with friends. Speaking of fine drink, I indeed have a companion. Bai Yi, slightly tipsy, chuckled. When he drinks, it is nothing short of charming. To share a drink with him is pure delight. Master, who do you speak of? Xian Lu inquired with a lisp. Dongfang Luo. Oh dear. Master, your face is flushed. Ha ha ha, so it is your beloved. Ouch. Master, I was wrong. I shall not dare again, master. Ha ha ha. Your beloved. As the revelry continued, guests rose to dance around the bonfire. Singing and dancing, the atmosphere was lively and pleasurable. If only one could reside here forever. Truly a paradise on earth. It is no wonder the old wine master chose this place for seclusion. As the intoxication deepened, Bai Yi sat alone at a table, observing Xian Lu, with her rounded belly, dancing alongside Peng Qingran. Suddenly, a familiar yet foreign sensation washed over her once more. This long-awaited feeling. I am about to transform. Bai Yi felt her internal energy swell, causing her head to spin. She hurriedly rose and retreated to the woods beside the square. The effects of Lying Zue are swifter than any magical elixir. Bai Yi raised her hands, watching her fingers elongate. Her garments began to change as well. Before long, Bai Yi had returned. Ahem. It is a resonant bass voice. My bubble-like voice. My well-defined chest. My biceps. My long, athletic legs. Hee hee hee. Though the intoxication is somewhat overwhelming, this moment is the perfect opportunity for me to pursue Ran. Ran, here I come. He hastily emerged from the woods, clutching his wine glass, taking sips intermittently to prolong the effects of Lying Zue. Oh, Xiaoyu, look, where did this handsome man come from? So dashing. My heavens, I feel my heart might stop. Bai Yi suddenly turned, his brows raised, casting a captivating glance. I am undone. So handsome. Help. He looked at me. It is clearly me he gazes upon. My heart is about to leap from my chest. I wish to marry him. Being a concubine would suffice. The intoxication is indeed potent. When trying to be charming, one must control their facial expressions. This alluring charm, if overdone, could easily appear effeminate or greasy. Such a beguiling gaze can easily become provocative. Even when playfully flirting, one must never come off as lewd. Where is Ran? Ran. Where is she? Peng Qingran, fatigued from dancing, appeared even more exquisite under the flickering flames. The beauty. Bai smiled, leisurely making his way to her table. My lady, you possess quite the remarkable tolerance for alcohol, he remarked as he settled beside her. Qingran raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance. What kind of look is that? Bai was convinced that, in that fleeting moment, Qingran's heart had fluttered. After all, His handsomeness was nothing short of breathtaking. Even if that stunning glimmer in her gaze was but a brief flicker, it was more than sufficient. "Oh, it's just all right," QNGRN replied nonchalantly. BIY found himself momentarily at a loss. Despite his extensive repertoire of charming advances, he could recall none in this moment, instead inundated with a flurry of Clich D love lines. Chapter 52. The Diamond Bachelor wooing the fair maiden. Is the young lady not alone? What am I saying? Not alone. I came here with a friend. Peng Qingran appeared somewhat uneasy, as if a hint of distaste had surfaced within her. How absurd. Is this how one converses? Lacking any protective cultivation. Bai Yi's capacity for alcohol was, naturally, rather poor. Oh, and what about your friend? What nonsensical question am I asking? She was just here, and in the blink of an eye, she vanishes. Peng Qingran remarked, her gaze darting around. Let us talk about something else. Quickly. Think of a topic. Something amusing. Something fresh. Something that showcases my wit and breadth of knowledge. Eureka! Do you know about kangaroos? Their milk is found within their pouches. Good heavens! How much have I had to drink? Was I talking about kangaroos? What nonsense about kangaroo milk am I uttering? Peng Qingran looked astonished. Her brow furrowed as she gazed at Bai Yi's handsome face, before finally saying, "Oh, is that so? He. How awkward. I could scratch my toes out of sheer embarrassment. What is happening? Have I been a woman for too long? Forgotten how to charm a lady? Do not panic. This is Ran. You know her intimately. You are close friends. No, rather, you are good friends. You are the handsome suitor vying for her affection. Be confident. Start with asking her name. Take it slow. Do not rush. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Bai Yi endeavored to suppress his awkward demeanor, forcing forth a charming smile. Peng Qingran seemed ready to depart. She felt utterly boring. It must be so. How could such a aloof beauty like Ran pay attention to someone like me? A spark of inspiration struck Bai Yi as he swiftly proclaimed, "My lady, the moment I raise my gaze, I know your name." Indeed, it worked. Peng Qingran, intrigued, turned her head back and laughed. "How could that be? Are you a diviner?" "Certainly not. How could a diviner discern a person's name? Then how can you know my name just by looking up?" "I merely observe which star is missing from the sky, and thus know which celestial maiden has descended to earth." Peng Qingran let out a giggle, her demeanor softening. "I am Peng Qingran. May I ask for your name, sir?" "Oh no, I forgot to choose a name. Guess. I truly am a clever little rascal." Peng Qingran covered her face and laughed. "How could anyone guess a name? Perhaps I should see which frog is absent from the pond, and then I might know who you are." "Oh dear, indeed a celestial maiden. Little did I expect. My true identity has been uncovered." "Then, sir, what is your surname and given name? Quickly engage your mind. Come up with a name that is handsome, suave, and unforgettable." "Suave. I shall adopt the surname Feng and the name Lu Tang." "Feng Lu Tang? Am I to be called Feng Lu Tang? Do take heed. Lay off the drink, my friend. However, it is better than being called Suave Lu Tang." "Oh, Master Feng, what a pleasure it is to meet you." Fortunately, Peng Qingran's cultivated demeanor prevented her from bursting into laughter. Bai Yi took a deep breath, feeling that the first step had been successfully navigated. Next, it was time to deliberately create some physical contact, perhaps through a dance. Bai Yi drained the remaining Sakura wine from his cup and rose, extending an invitation to dance to Peng Qingran. She hesitated. Might he be fortunate enough to dance with the enchanting fairy? Bai Yi endeavored to maintain a natural expression, striving to appear less lascivious and more sincere. Finally, the cool, delicate hand of Peng Qingran rested once more in his palm, albeit this time it was met by the broad, masculine grasp of his hand. The Sakura wine this time was even more potent, its intoxicating effects taking hold swiftly, leaving even a connoisseur like Peng Qingran feeling quite inebriated. Bai Yi gently placed his hand on Peng Qingran's waist while the other cradled hers as they swayed to the rhythm of the music. What should he say? Why was he suddenly at a loss for words? He mused that he could no longer discuss kangaroo's milk. His head spun. "Qingran, I wish to express that I do not appreciate the way you regard me as a stranger. I dislike having to expend so much effort to find topics to discuss with you. I would prefer to engage in light-hearted banter, gossip, and jest. As this thought struck him, Bai Yi shivered with sudden clarity. What was this? Did he truly enjoy being like sisters with Qingran? He lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the enchanting figure before him. The flickering flames cast brilliant light upon her striking profile, illuminating her long lashes. She was undeniably beautiful beyond measure. Yet, to his astonishment, he felt no quickening of his heart. Was it due to the effects of the wine? Had he become numb? In the presence of such beauty, his heart remained utterly unperturbed. With a fairy in his arms, he surprisingly felt a tinge of fatigue. No, no, no. Bai Yi dared not dwell on such thoughts, gazing intently at Peng Qingran, lost in a daze. As the dance concluded, Bai Yi found it rather lackluster. Observing Qingran, he realized that the young women behind him were far more amusing. Could it be that, after spending so much time together, he had grown too familiar with Qingran, rendering it difficult to feel that spark of excitement? What sort of narrative was this? It was veering off script. He yearned for romance, for a sweet and tender love. With a reluctant expression, Bai Yi sat aside to sober up. The table was adorned with an array of tantalizing delicacies. Grilled meat, skewers, spicy chicken. Bai Yi took a few bites, when suddenly that familiar sensation washed over him once again. He needed to revert to his previous self. He wanted to continue being the best of friends with Qingran. After a while, when Bai Yi emerged once more from the woods, he had transformed back into a fairy-like figure. Qingran, she exclaimed, leaping into Peng Qingran's embrace, her eyes sparkling with affection, her heart warm. The camaraderie between women was truly beautiful. The evening festivities continued into the early hours, yet the Sakura wine had long been consumed, and the guests were becoming increasingly sober. Many of the ordinary villagers could no longer endure the revelry and began to return home to rest. Only a few spirited youth remained by the bonfire, laughing and frolicking. The indulgent gaze of the old man, known as Jolaire, towards Ding Ning was perplexing to everyone present. Jolaire, what is going on with you all? You will come to understand, he replied with a contented smile. Ding Ning rested her head on Jolaire's shoulder and gently inquired, Senior brother, how is your old injury? Has it flared up again? No, it has completely healed. Do not worry, he reassured her. By the way, Senior brother Feng wrote last month, announcing the birth of his third grandchild. Once you recover, we shall visit them in the northern territories. Yes, that sounds wonderful. As she spoke, Ding Ning suddenly sat up, her expression transforming into one of horror. Who are you? What? What are you all? Her face visibly withered, becoming lined with wrinkles, and her once vibrant pink hair turned ashen. What is happening? Bai Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Jolaire grasped Ding Ning's hand tightly, yet she forcefully broke free. Jolaire, why am I here? What are you doing? Grandmother. He is your senior brother. How can you? What? You foolish girl, what nonsense are you spouting? With a sigh, Jolaire shook his head and said, It is too late. You should rest. With that, he rose and departed. Chapter 53, 1,000 years later. I still love you. The elder Zhou sat in the courtyard with an expression of melancholy and desolation upon his face, reclining on a chair. The moonlight cascaded down like a silvery waterfall, filtering through the clouds. Bai Yi pushed open the courtyard gate, returning hastily after escorting Ding Ning home. Upon witnessing the sorrow etched upon Zhou's visage, they found themselves at a loss for words. Please take a seat. I appreciate your efforts, Zhou gestured, and 4 chairs appeared in the courtyard. He proceeded to share his tale as follows. You must be curious. Indeed, this matter is rather strange. I grew up alongside Xiao Ning. She was the cherished jewel of my master and mistress. Being a few years her senior, I always indulged her. From a young age, she adored being by my side, insisting on accompanying me during my travels. Her favorite color was pink, her clothes, her hair, even the decor of her room were all adorned in that hue. On one occasion, while journeying, I encountered a pink avian creature and brought it back for her. She was utterly delighted. My mistress once vowed that when I reached the late stages of foundation establishment, she would betroth Xiao Ning to me. My master, too, intended to pass on his teachings to me. My relentless cultivation was not solely for my master's legacy but for the sake of marrying Xiao Ning. She often slacked off, showing little dedication to her training, yet she never disrupted my own. No matter how tedious the wait, she would endure, only to shower me with affection upon my return, coaxing me to descend the mountain to procure beautiful garments and jewelry for her. If only time could freeze in that moment. I devoted myself to relentless training, mastering the techniques taught by my master. However, on the very day I broke through to the later stages of foundation establishment, everything changed. My master's enemies came for us, and we were no match for them. My master and mistress fell victim to their malice, and those of my fellow disciples who could escape fled for their lives. In his final moments, my master grasped my hand and implored me to care for my junior sister. But she was gravely injured. I searched far and wide for renowned physicians, yet none could heal her wounds. I carried her through every corner of the world, and at last, fortune favored the diligent. I discovered the herbal remedy described by the divine healer. To concoct the first-grade healing elixir, I devoted an entire 12 years to my training, ultimately achieving the creation of the first-grade revival pill. 12 years. Xiao Ning lay in a deep slumber for a full 12 years. Upon consuming the revival pill, she finally awakened. Yet, her foundational cultivation was woefully inadequate. The potency of the elixir was overwhelming, and she could scarcely endure it. Her primordial spirit was damaged, and despite consulting countless physicians and exploring myriad remedies, I was powerless to help her. I continued to elevate my cultivation, yearning for the day I could discover a means to save her. Yet, upon reaching the end of my endeavors, I came to realize that a damaged primordial spirit requires millennia to recuperate. 100 years is but a fleeting moment in comparison. In this past century, she often drifted in and out of consciousness, unable to remember me, her past, or even her own identity. Occasionally, she would awaken, and in those rare moments, I could once again behold my dear Xiao Ning. 50 years ago, I finally avenged my master and mistress, and my fellow disciples gradually began to reconnect. Yet, I must find a sanctuary for Xiao Ning, a place devoid of disturbances, where she can nurture her spirit for a millennium. This secluded village, isolated from the world, is inhabited by simple and innocent folk, a lifestyle that Xiao Ning greatly adores. After we settled there, however, Xiao Ning remained in a deep slumber, becoming increasingly estranged from me with each passing day, entirely forgetting my existence, even relocating to live within the village. In a bid to capture her attention, I constructed a charming pink house, complete with a pink courtyard, and cultivated an entire grove of cherry blossoms in delightful hues of pink. Though she has forgotten me and our past, the sight of pink still evokes an undeniable fondness within her. She often seeks me out to converse, to share moments, and even play with De Wong. Yet there are times when she proves to be quite difficult. She would become irate over the tea I brewed, refusing to visit me for several days. As time passed, she found joy in the company of the villagers, leaving me behind in her memories. I resorted to utilizing De Wong to craft some mischief. I fashioned a doll adorned with sugary fluff, infusing it with spiritual energy to provoke De Wong. As time went on, De Wong became attuned to the scent of the confection, and upon catching a whiff, he would dart off to nibble at the doll, his keen sense of smell leading him to Ding Ning's abode. In doing so, Ding Ning would come to find me, ensuring I would not be forgotten. Poor De Wong, enduring much for my sake, but perhaps it is worth it. Xiao Ning relished her time here during her slumber. She would often visit, sipping tea with me, sharing amusing tales, and sometimes even delving into the art of brewing falling cherry blossom wine. I have grown accustomed to her aging visage, familiar with her mature wisdom. Occasionally, when she awakens, returning to her former self, I find myself unaccustomed to it. I ponder that love, in its essence, is unrelated to age or appearance. Even if she forgets me, even if her memories fade, she remains intrinsically herself. In her slumber, she embodies maturity, gravitas, the elder Ding Ning. When she awakens, she transforms back into my junior sister, Ding Ning. Regardless of the circumstances, the truth of my affection for her remains unaltered. Initially, I struggled to let go, consumed by a sense of unwillingness and longing for my dear junior sister. Each day, I awaited her awakening. Her continued slumber brought me no joy, and I could not bear the sight of her not recognizing me. Yet gradually, I embraced every facet of her existence. I became accustomed to waiting, to safeguarding her. Anticipating her return became the essence of my life. To protect her for a millennium is my destiny. As the old wine master concluded his tale, Bai stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate his thoughts. The others were equally speechless. Bai merely rose and placed a comforting hand upon the old man's shoulder. This gesture conveyed a wealth of solace, joy, understanding, and support. The following morning, the four bid farewell to the old wine master and Ding Ning, departing from the cherry blossom grove. Mounted upon Lei Sha, they ventured towards the site of the spiritual stone mines, their hearts transformed from when they first arrived. Zhou Dali was once again brimming with vigor, and the four no longer wore frowns of despair. After hearing the stories of the old wine master and Ding Ning, Bai felt a profound shift within his heart. A millennium. What significance does it truly hold? What does boundless longevity represent? Perhaps the essence of life requires a more profound contemplation. When existence is finite, how many individuals merely live for the sake of living? If life were infinite, would it be tragic, or perhaps a millennium merely to await the moment when one person remembers their own existence? This old soul, I must admit, possesses a remarkable sense of loyalty. As a true gentleman at heart, I hold a deep respect for him. Bai, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, suddenly felt the air around him grow increasingly thin. Benefactor, benefactor, are we nearing your mine? You little rascal, even you know about my mine? Bai's face was alight with a smile, struggling to contain his inner excitement. It was Brother Shenlu who mentioned it. He said you are a wealthy magnate. Humph. He actually got it right this time. Rest assured, once we secure the funds, we shall head to Ling Shanzong to avenge you. In truth, it might not even be necessary. Zhou Dali wanted to voice something further. Suddenly, Peng Qingran raised her hand sharply and declared, "Do not speak. There is movement below." Chapter 54. A home rich in resources, yet lacking miners, this vein of spirit stones resides within a secluded realm, positioned at the juncture of the 9 Poison Spirit Sect and the vast Sea Artifact Sect. Surrounded by towering mountains, 2 broad roads intersect in a valley, bustling with a throng of people. A heated dispute appears to have erupted, teetering on the brink of violence. Bai and her companions disembark from the Thunder Fiend. "We were the first to discover this," she exclaims. "How has it become yours? You speak nonsense. This vein has always belonged to our vast Sea Artifact Sect." "Oh my heavens! What a creature is that? Thunder Fiend! It's the demonic Thunder Fiend. Thunder Fiend."
Bai?
Which one is Bai? The crowd stirs in alarm, their eyes drawn to 2 breathtakingly beautiful women, one a young maiden and the other a chubby little girl. Bai retracts the Thunder Fiend and surveys the crowd with her sharp, almond-shaped eyes. It is evident that 2 factions stand on either side of the road, beneath the sprawling branches of a towering ancient tree, where light and shadow dance and a cold wind whistles. "This realm. It is my realm." Bai coldly inquires, "What are you doing here?" A young man at the forefront steps forward. "Of course, we are here to seek the vein." "You have come upon my vein?" Bai's eyes widen in fury as she retorts. Upon hearing her name, the crowd realizes that this is indeed Bai. "No, we thought this vein was abandoned, as no one has come to exploit it for quite some time. We were mistaken. Elder Bai, we admit our error. Let us leave. Everyone, follow me back." With that, the crowd disperses in a flurry. What is the meaning of this? If I do not come, it is forsaken? This cannot stand. A perfectly good vein should not be surreptitiously mined by others. If a vein is managed by a sect or a faction from a blessed land, there are typically designated individuals to oversee it. Usually, an array of barriers is set up within the secret realm, allowing only those carrying the appropriate artifacts to enter. Bai, unable to contain her excitement, steps into the secret realm's mining area, greeted by a wondrous, refreshing coolness. What a sight! Everything before her is cloaked in white, a stunning expanse reminiscent of a snow-covered landscape. What vein? It is a snowy mountain, though not particularly lofty. The uncovered sections glimmer with raw spirit stones. Bai dashes forward, her heart brimming with joy. She longs to shout, to laugh, Tears of excitement well in her eyes. A mine. My family possesses a mine. Ha ha ha. She throws herself upon a large stone at the mountain's base, its surface encased in thick ice, and without a care, she embraces the colossal rock. This is my destiny. After frolicking among the rough spirit stone veins for a while, she finally tires and plops down in the snow. So, what do you think? From now on, I shall provide for all of you. Gracious benefactor, I promise not to be a burden. Master uncle. If you put it that way, you're being too polite. Just a little bit will suffice. Just a little bit. You should get up now. It's freezing out here. What do you intend to do? As the words of Peng Qingran jolted the dreamer awake, Bai Yi hastily rose, brushing the snow from her attire, and inquired, how peculiar. Why is there such heavy snowfall? The abundance of spiritual energy from the spirit stones here is too potent, devoid of any trace of vitality. Thus, snow is inevitable. Newly mined veins typically require ice removal first. Once the spiritual cultivators increase, vitality will flourish in this place. Peng Qingran elucidated. Bai Yi retrieved the pickaxe gifted by Yuan Fan, weighing it thoughtfully. She then targeted a visible ore, striking down fiercely. With a resounding crash, Bai Yi was flung back. What are you doing? Peng Qingran rushed to steady her. Who excavates in such a brutish manner? After saying this, Peng Qingran grounded herself, sweeping her hands, infusing spiritual power into the pickaxe. The pickaxe spun twice in the air before it forcefully descended upon the vein. With a dazzling display of golden light, the spiritual energy surged into the ore, yet the massive rock only yielded a mere crack. Is this true? With such high cultivation, how could you not break a single spirit stone? Yet beside them, Xian Lu exclaimed extravagantly, Master Ran, you are truly remarkable. With just one strike, you can shatter the ore. Bai Yi asked, what is the matter? Is mining particularly arduous? That depends on who is mining. Xian Lu patted his belly, chuckling, Master Ran, with one blow you could shatter it. 3 strikes would yield results. For me, it would take at least a dozen. How exaggerated. Bai Yi gasped. Peng Qingran, with effortless grace, channeled her cultivation, and soon 2 rough spirit stones lay at their feet. Then, with another wave of her hand, a glimmering golden furnace materialized before them. Under Peng Qingran's guidance, the 2 rough stones leaped into the furnace, followed by a series of crackling sounds as the furnace began to shake violently. Heating up under her spiritual control, steam billowed upward. Before the snowflakes could touch the furnace, they had already transformed into vapor. In no time, the lid of the furnace flew open, revealing a perfectly square, crystal-clear blue spirit stone resting in Bai Yi's palm. 2 large rough stones had been transformed into a singular spirit stone. How absurd! How long must one mine to achieve this? If one were to mine all day, what quantity could be obtained? This simply wouldn't do. Refining it ourselves is far too slow and depletes spiritual energy, Bai Yi pondered. Peng Qingran shrugged. There's little we can do. After all, our manpower is limited, unlike the sects that boast numerous disciples. Suddenly, Bai Yi clapped her hands. Aha! I've got a plan. What peculiar notion do you have now, you crafty spirit? Bai Yi grinned mysteriously and asked, Xian Lu, with your cultivation, how many spirit stones could you produce in a day? 1 or 200? At most 200, he replied. Excellent. I shall post a notice immediately. The nearby Xiaoyu town seemed bustling with people. Xiaoyu town lies not far from the secret realm, on a vast riverbank plain, dotted with numerous fishing boats moored along the shore. Arriving at the town's most popular tavern, adorned with fish-themed signage, Bai Yi exclaimed, Let us indulge in a complete fish banquet. Whitey called out, Hey there, my friend. I have a notice here. Could you kindly help me post it on the bulletin board? Certainly, esteemed guest. Please hold on for a moment. The full fish banquet will be ready shortly. The attendant, nimble and swift, promptly affixed the notice. The notice read, Grand opening of the mine with extraordinary discounts. Do you possess hands? Do you possess spiritual energy? Are you eager to earn wealth? Come to the Spirit Stone Mine and reap your fortune. The more you dig, the more you earn. No need for 1,998, nor 998, just 98. For a day's work, you only need to pay 98 spirit stones. Dig as much as you can. Refine as much as you wish. All will belong to you. What are you waiting for? Hurry to the Spirit Stone's secret realm, at the intersection of Hanhai Chizong and Fenghui Road, to sign up. Chapter 55 The tragedy of the Yuan family. Peng Qingran penned a letter and dispatched it back to the Qinsheng sect. Insu, ever efficient in his dealings, hastily sent several trustworthy disciples to oversee the mining site within the secret realm. Their daily remuneration amounted to 100 spirit stones. They were tasked with collecting payments and safeguarding the mine. Consequently, Bai Yi's daily income could soar to nearly 20 to 30,000 spirit stones, yet it proved insufficient. He had initially believed that possessing a mine would grant him the freedom to indulge in a carefree life, to truly be himself. Yet, to his dismay, the yield of spirit stones from the mine was limited. The populace of Xiaoyu town was not large, and even fewer had the time to engage in mining. As Peng Qingran rightly pointed out, this was merely the beginning. As word spread among the people, it was certain that more would come to learn of this mine in the future. Bai Yi was no longer in a rush to collect that mere 20 to 30,000 spirit stones. After instructing the Qinsheng sect disciples, he resolved to take Zhou Dali to the Lingshan sect. With financial matters largely settled, it was time to settle scores. Lily, after we finish our meal, let us head to the Lingshan sect to seek retribution, Bai Yi declared, summoning the waiter for another exquisite banquet of fish. Thank you for your concern, benefactor, Zhou Dali replied, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. The fish feast was truly a culinary delight, featuring charcoal-grilled fish heads, succulent fish fillets, and peppery fish tails. Suddenly, a group of 6 or 7 individuals entered the establishment, their demeanor suggesting they were not from Xiaoyu town. Upon sitting down, they began to lament. What a fine family. How could this happen? Alas, truly tragic. There has been no news from the Tianji pavilion. Who instigated whom, it is difficult to ascertain. Is it not evident? Even if the Yuan family possessed extraordinary prowess, they would never provoke the people of Nankunya. What a pity. Over 500 lives lost. Not a single survivor left. Who could have offended the 8 wildernesses and 5 peaks? Shu, lower your voice. Have you a death wish? Bai Yi and Peng Qingran abruptly rose to their feet. Peng Qingran charged forward, seizing the collar of one individual, his eyes blazing with fury. Are you speaking of the Yuan family from Jiao Prefecture? The man, taken aback by such an intimidating display, dared not resist and quickly replied, yes, indeed, the Yuan family from Jiao Prefecture. Bai Yi, consumed by rage, demanded what has befallen them. The onlookers urged, release him first. However, Peng Qingran's gaze was sharp as a blade, and the man was instantly intimidated by the overwhelming spiritual power, stammering, the Yuan family. They were exterminated by the 8 wildernesses and 5 peaks, and everyone knows of this. Why? How could they provoke the 8 wildernesses and 5 peaks? What transpired? Speak. With a sudden motion, Peng Qingran flung the man back into his chair. The disciples of the 8 wildernesses and 5 peaks claimed that a member of the Yuan family injured one of their own. Peng Qingran retorted fiercely, nonsense. How could a member of the Yuan family harm their disciples without cause? Bai Yi was jolted awake, cold sweat breaking forth in an instant. He urgently inquired, did they specify where this injury occurred? They said, it was at the Moon Shadow sect.
Moon Shadow sect.
Both Peng Qingran and Xian Lu were rendered speechless, their astonishment palpable. Master Uncle, the Moon Shadow sect, could it be? Is it truly? Bai Yi was in a state of frantic urgency, grabbing the person who replied, are they all dead? What of the young lady of the Yuan family? Is she also gone? Yes. It is said that they have all perished. The young lady of the Yuan fought valiantly, yet was ultimately slain by the experts of Nankunyu, and her body. Speak. What happened? It is rumored that they even hung the young lady of the Yuan's corpse at the gates of the Yuan estate. Tears streamed down Peng Qingran's face as she let out a furious roar. Her spiritual energy erupted. With a thunderous crash, the tables and chairs in the shop shattered. Bai Yi trembled with rage. With great effort, she forced a word through clenched teeth, then turned to storm out. Yuan family, I refuse to believe it. You must still be alive. Master Uncle, where are we going? Xian Lu asked in panic. Peng Qingran stood beside Bai Yi, her voice chillingly cold. to Jiaozhou. But suddenly, another figure entered from outside, the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuating in a familiar manner. You are indeed here. It was Ji Yan. His expression was as stoic as ever, revealing no emotions. However, he was not accompanied by his maid, indicating a departure from his usual demeanor, suggesting urgency. Ji Yan. Peng Qingran called out, Yuan family. Yuan family. Ji Yan closed his eyes, a troubled expression crossing his face as he nodded. When this incident occurred the other day, I was not in Jiaozhou. By the time I heard the news and rushed back, it was already too late, he said softly. 2 lines of tears fell from Peng Qingran's eyes as she coldly replied, Step aside, I must find her. Ji Yan said, It was the 8 desolations and 5 mountains who did this, and they are currently searching for you. I heard about the new developments in the mines here, and I suspected it was you, hence I hurried to inform you. You want us to hide? Peng Qingran asked frostily. The experts of the 8 desolations and 5 mountains are offering a bounty for Miss Bai. Returning to Jiaozhou like this is tantamount to walking into a trap. Bai Yi pushed aside the obstructive Ji Yan, her voice hoarse. Thank you. No need. Quite fortuitous. I was just about to seek them out. After hosting the square dance competition, the old man had already compensated Bai Yi with 200,000 spirit stones. With a total of 300,000 spirit stones in hand, it was sufficient to attain a formidable realm for battle. This journey is perilous. Xian Lu, take the girl and return to the Qinxing sect to ensure her safety. I will deal with these brutes. Then I will go fetch her. All right, Master Uncle. Do not worry. After saying this, Bai Yi and Peng Qingran prepared to leave. Ji Yan said, I cannot stop you, so I shall accompany you. Very well. Thank you. Let us depart. The thunder steed moved swiftly, and Ji Yan's flying carriage was even faster. In less than half a day, the trio arrived at the borders of Jiaozhou. From a distance, they beheld a desolate scene in Jiaozhou City, once bustling with life, now eerily silent. The grandeur of the Yuan family, once unmatched, now lay in ruins. Yuan family. Peng Qingran roared in anger as she dismounted from the thunder steed. Once, the enchanting Yuan fan, with her striking figure, now appeared disheveled and grimy, devoid of any semblance of life, resembling a mere puppet suspended before the towering gates of the Yuan clan. Beside her stood her kin, once adept in the art of the ice palm. Suddenly, Lei Sha let out a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the entirety of Jiao Prefecture. Bai Yi followed closely, leaping down and fiercely gripping Lei Sha's coarse, dark fur, trembling uncontrollably. Had Yuan Fan truly perished? Peng Qingran rushed forward, drawing his sword to liberate Yuan's kin from the gate, cradling the lifeless Yuan Fan in his arms. Fan Fan, awaken, she cried out in desperation. The chilly breeze rustled Yuan Fan's long hair, her eyes firmly shut, her complexion a ghastly shade, with darkening mottles appearing upon her neck. Yuan Fan was indeed gone. The time spent dancing together felt like a distant memory. The girl who once radiated sweetness and charm now lay lifeless. Ah, finally you have returned. I thought you were too frightened to show yourselves, came a mocking voice from behind. Chapter 56. The wanderer of mountains and seas. In an instant, 3 formidable figures, their bodies surging with an ominous vitality, materialized behind them. The one who spoke was a diminutive girl, her petite frame adorned with 2 playful braids secured by red ribbons, exuding an innocent charm. Yet, her face twisted into a sinister and malevolent grin, her voice dripping with a tremulous condescension that sent shivers down one's spine. The other 2, resembling each other almost identically like twin brothers, were rotund with bulging bellies, clad in red vests that did little to conceal their glistening midsections. Their expressions were vacant yet ferocious, teetering on the brink of madness. Bai Yi and Peng Qingran set the original manuscript aside and rose slowly. At that moment, Bai Yi distinctly sensed the overwhelming spiritual energy enveloping Peng Qingran. Her anger was palpable, almost visible to the naked eye. Ji Yan murmured softly, It's the wanderers of mountains and seas. The masters from the 8 desolations and 5 peaks are the ones who have targeted the Yuan clan. Peng Qingran, with a sharp retort, exclaimed, Ha! I thought it was some sort of demon or monster. Turns out it's just a few wretched little brats. The lead girl shouted, Humph, so you are Bai Yi? A mere initial stage of foundation establishment. How disappointingly underwhelming. De Zhuang, Air Zhuang. Attack. At her command, the two portly boys surged forward with an astonishing force, their feet seemingly burdened with 1,000 pounds, shaking the earth with their strides. They swung their long meteor hammers down upon Peng Qingran with unrelenting ferocity. With remarkable agility, Peng Qingran leapt into the air, evading their assault. She wielded her long whip, summoning a blazing firebird that shot towards one of the boys' faces. The hefty boy bellowed in panic, smashing the firebird to smithereens with a single strike. The other hefty boy pivoted sharply, his iron hammer whirling in the air, unleashing streams of brilliant golden spiritual energy aimed directly at Peng Qingran's vulnerable back. "Be careful," Ji Yan shouted fiercely, darting forward. With a resounding clash, his sword intercepted the hammer. These two portly brutes were exceptionally formidable, despite Ji Yan's considerable prowess. Being in the initial stage of golden elixir, the dense spiritual energy radiating from the two boys was even stronger. Peng Qingran's face paled as she turned to see Jian's timely rescue. She let out a sigh of relief and vigorously swung her whip, eager to charge back into the fray. "They are in the golden elixir stage. You are no match for them. Do not throw your life away," Ji Yan urgently interjected. Bai Yi concurred, stepping forth with a cold smirk. "Ran, dealing with such lowly scum would only tarnish your hands." Upon hearing this, the peculiar girl's expression shifted to one of realization. "Ah, so you are Bai Yi. You possess the Yuan clan's techniques. Your cultivation is indeed well concealed. This is going to be entertaining." De Zhuang, Air Zhuang. Don't hold back. At her command, the two hefty boys' flesh quivered with excitement. They swung their arms vigorously, synchronously unleashing an unknown technique. In an instant, sand and stones flew, a tempest arose, and the meteor hammer seemed to explode, scattering countless razor-sharp fragments. "Be cautious," Bai Yi cried out urgently. But there was no time for Ji Yan to intervene. In the initial moments, no wounds were visible on her body. However, shortly after, numerous tiny lacerations began to ooze blood. Before long, she was drenched in crimson, her complexion pale. "Humph! I thought you were formidable, with such meager prowess. Do you really think you can avenge someone?" The young girl sneered. Ji Yan also bore some injuries, but the bleeding was minimal. He quickly supported Peng Qingran and stepped aside. Bai Yi stood frozen in place. Blood, the blood of Peng Qingran. It dripped onto the ground. The two hefty figures chuckled derisively. "Humph! Worthless! Hey, you little brat! Come here!" she hoarsely shouted in anger. The Qing Shi Mingpan had returned after a long absence. Just as Bai Yi was about to act, she suddenly noticed an unusual button. Having unlocked the entire illustrations for the Qi cultivation and foundation establishment phases, she was now able to perform 10 consecutive draws. The cost of a 10 consecutive draw was currently 200,000 spirit stones. There would only be one outcome, which was guaranteed to avoid the already unlocked phases of cultivation. In other words, she could now spend 200,000 to ensure she would not draw from the Qi cultivation and foundation establishment phases. Upon careful calculation, it seemed quite reasonable. Here we go. 10 consecutive draws. Initial stage of the nascent soul. What? Just the initial stage. Look at that girl. Her cultivation is at least in the mid-nascent soul stage. Enough. I will fight you with all my might. Bai Yi retracted the Mingpan, feeling a familiar surge of power envelop her entire being. "Oh, how delightful." The girl clapped her hands, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. "So you are at the initial stage of the nascent soul. What a pity. To me, you are still worthless." Without further ado, Bai Yi kicked the two golden core stage hefty figures, sending them sprawling. De Zhuang and Air Zhuang flew through the air, crashing into the tall wall of the Yuan family, creating a massive hole in the stone structure, and lay unconscious on the ground. Bai Yi coldly regarded the girl. "You are from the 8 desolations and 5 mountains. Who sent you to kill the Yuan family?" The girl grinned wickedly, her malice evident. "You are not worthy to know." With that, she flicked her hair, and 2 whips instantly transformed into thick, elongated tendrils, darting toward Bai Yi's face like 2 serpents. Bai Yi performed a nimble roll, swiftly seizing Ji Yan's sword, and countered with a horizontal blade. Although it was merely hair, the strands were as rigid as iron, and when the sword clashed against it, sparks flew. The moment the braids made contact with the sword, they inexplicably softened, entwining around the blade like creeping vines. The braids spiraled rapidly up the sword, their force overwhelming Bai Yi's strength. If she did not release her grip, her hands would surely become ensnared. With a sharp reprimand, Bai Yi was left with no choice but to abandon the sword and confront her opponent barehanded. The lack of a magical artifact was indeed a grave miscalculation. The girl cackled, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who listened. She flicked her hair again, letting the long braid drop the sword and once more lunged at Bai Yi's face. This time, evasion was impossible. Bai Yi had no choice but to summon all her strength to shield herself, raising her right hand to block. The whip struck like a spear, piercing her arm and threatening to drive deeper into her heart. Bai Yi seized the opportunity, gritting her teeth to endure the blow, twisting her wrist to grasp the whip, and with a powerful pull, she retaliated. The young girl had not anticipated Bai Yi's actions. Her footing faltered as she was unexpectedly pulled forward by 2 steps. Seizing the moment, Bai Yi attempted to hook the long sword with his foot, gathering his spiritual energy in his left hand, aiming to thrust it towards the girl. However, she let out a melodic laugh, and the spiritual energy coursing through her whip surged dramatically, dislodging Bai Yi's grip as if he were holding a slippery eel. With a swift motion, she darted back to her original position beside the girl. Bai Yi's thrust, originally imbued with a formidable amount of spiritual energy, could not be retracted in time as he witnessed her escape, sending the blade hurtling towards her location. The girl deftly sidestepped the attack, retaliating with a swift palm strike aimed directly at where Bai Yi would be facing her. Ha! Lake Heart Palm. At that critical moment, Bai Yi realized he could not evade the impending strike. The force of the palm wind approached him like a tempest, leaving him with no means of escape. Chapter 57. Inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy, suffering 800 in return caution. The subsequent strike from the Lake Heart Palm is even more formidable. Ji Yan cautioned urgently. With unwavering resolve, he continued to wield his sword, certain that evasion was not an option. However, this strike drew upon all of his spiritual energy. If he were to forcibly alter its trajectory, the consequences could be dire. As the gale of palm wind approached his face, Bai Yi had no time for further contemplation. He exerted force to plunge the sword's tip downward, redirecting it towards the armpit of the young woman who had unleashed her palm strike. A powerful shock erupted from within his primordial spirit, resulting in a counterattack that inflicted severe internal injuries upon Bai Yi. Yet, had he not acted thus, the palm wind would have struck him squarely, and he might have already met his demise. The young woman's palm strike was imbued with substantial spiritual energy, leaving her no opportunity to retract it. However, her movements were both ethereal and agile. She leapt gracefully, soaring parallel to Bai Yi's head. The long sword failed to pierce her armpit, instead gliding down her waist and leaving a gash upon her side. Bai Yi felt the palm wind dissipate above him, yet a wave of intense pain surged through his chest, rendering him dizzy as he coughed forth a mouthful of blood. The young woman had landed behind him, her waist wound alarmingly visible. Steadying himself with his sword, Bai Yi turned to continue the confrontation, noticing that the young woman's previous smile had vanished, replaced by an evident expression of pain. Taking a deep breath, he regulated his internal energy and wiped the blood from his lips, sneering, "Without your 2 foolish companions, you are merely average." The young woman narrowed her eyes, retorting, "I was merely toying with you earlier. Now, I shall not indulge you any further." Her movements were extraordinarily unpredictable, and her cultivation level surpassed Bai Yi's. Although the difference was not vast, a single misstep could lead to his utter destruction. Her strikes were rapid and peculiar, leaving Bai Yi no time to counter her with his techniques. Until he discerned her martial arts patterns, he could not afford to act recklessly. Opportunities for attack were scarce. He could only hope for a decisive blow. "Ha! The sage of mountains and seas is not so impressive." Bai Yi spat out blood, attempting to provoke her further. Indeed, the young woman could not contain her composure, neglecting to tend to her own leg wound, and suddenly bellowed, "Mountain and river armor." Bai Yi was unfamiliar with this technique and hastily raised his sword to defend himself. Yet, fragments of stone began to swirl around them, white luminescent orbs converging upon the young woman. Her physique gradually expanded, her muscles becoming pronounced at an observable rate. This young woman was indeed an adept at body refinement, a profound technique of the Xian level. Be wary. A vast amount of protective armor enveloped her, and her stature had now doubled that of Bai Yi. Her youthful visage remained, transforming her into a formidable warrior. Xian level? Ha! I possess an earth-level technique. Bai Yi bellowed in response, devouring the wilderness technique. Having employed this technique numerous times, he had developed an intimate understanding of it. The spiritual energy within him flowed with remarkable ease, and he felt an unceasing influx of spiritual energy from the surroundings. The resilience of trees, the fluidity of rivers, the solidity of boulders, and even the wisps of spiritual energy in the air were drawn into his being. The young woman wasted no time allowing Bai Yi to catch his breath. She would not permit him to continue his cultivation of the devouring wilderness technique. From a distance of 3 zhang, she swung her sinewy arms with great force. Ocean fist, with a sharp reprimand. A heavy fist shrouded in ethereal energy surged towards Bai Yi like an immense boulder. The invisible giant fist, more ferocious than the previous palm strike, bore down upon her with an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy even before it was unleashed. Bai Yi narrowed her eyes, surmising that this technique was all-encompassing. Should she attempt to evade forcefully, it would undoubtedly deplete her energy significantly, and she would inevitably fall into a passive position afterward. 5 elements transformation. Block. Bai Yi understood the swiftness of her opponent's attack and was well prepared. Channeling her spiritual energy through her left hand, she animated the stone lion guarding the entrance of the Yuan clan. This was the true essence of the 5 elements transformation. Had Bai Yi's devouring ruin technique not reached a higher level, she would not have been able to harness the quintessence of the 5 elements transformation. The 5 elements transformation and the devouring ruin complemented each other, both adept at manipulating objects within the 5 elements for one's own use. Under Bai Yi's control, the stone lion opened its massive jaws and leapt forward just in time to withstand the girl's colossal punch. Boom! The blow was immense, and the stone lion was shattered before it could emit a cry. However, the girl's technique was relentless. Although her first punch obliterated the stone lion, a continuous wave of force followed, hurtling straight towards Bai Yi's face. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Bai Yi could only roll aside to evade. She leapt into the air, not retreating but charging forward instead. 5 elements transformation. Go! Bai Yi brandished her long sword, lunging towards the girl. Relying on her formidable resilience, the girl made no attempt to dodge. Instead, she swept her hand, intending to block Bai Yi's sword with her robust, stone-like muscles. Heh. With such meager cultivation, do you dare to seek vengeance? The girl sneered ominously as Bai Yi's sword seemed on the verge of being crushed by her powerful grip. Yet Bai Yi suddenly flashed a grin. Ha! A feint. At that moment, the 5 elements transformation was exerting force from behind the girl. Stout vines, resembling dark, elongated spears, surged forth, and as the girl concentrated on Bai Yi's sword, several thick vines stabbed into her back with precision. Ah! The girl howled in fury, veins bulging on her forehead as she seized Bai Yi's sword, yanking her fiercely towards herself. Anticipating this maneuver, Bai Yi was prepared. She exerted force from her waist and delivered a powerful kick. This kick was infused with her full spiritual energy, and the effect of the devouring ruin was remarkably effective, sending the girl tumbling over. As the vines behind her snapped in response, the girl flipped over, only for Bai Yi to observe that the stone-like muscles on her back had become loose and even bore traces of blood. A smirk crept onto Bai Yi's lips. Easily dispatched. The girl, wincing in pain, staggered to her feet. Impossible. My mountain river armor. How could this be? Once you descend to the underworld, ponder the possibility then. Bai Yi roared, launching her arms forward with fervor. Instantly, all towering ancient trees surrounding them sprang to life, extending indestructible, sturdy vines towards the girl's form. These were far thicker and sharper than her braids. With a resounding thrust, dozens of massive vines pierced through her. Bai Yi raised his arm high, commanding the vines to suspend her in midair. The girl, still clinging to a flicker of life, contorted her face in agony. Intense, piercing pain relentlessly tormented her. "Speak, who sent you?" Bai Yi demanded with fierce intensity. The girl, her body ravaged, struggled even to breathe, yet managed to twitch her lips in a defiant sneer. "Humph. This is no fun. Worthless, you may strike me down, but you cannot defeat. You cannot overcome him. Who is he?" Bai Yi clenched his fists, the vines impaling the girl tightening further. She emitted a faint groan. Tang Shou." With those final words, her breath ceased entirely. Chapter 58. In the wake of grief in the aftermath of the tragedy, the 3 members of the Shanhai Sanren lay lifeless, their bodies suspended by Bai Yi at the gates of the Yuan clan. A growing crowd gathered, and despite her physical discomfort, Bai Yi coldly declared, "I, Bai Yi, make this proclamation. Across the vast expanse of the 8 wildernesses and 5 mountains, I shall ensure your annihilation." With that, she moved to assist the unconscious Peng Qingran, preparing to depart. Ji Yan quickly intercepted her, inquiring, "Are you all right?" "I am fine. Just sustained some internal injuries." "What about Ran Ran?" "Her wounds are grave. She cannot endure a long journey. We must first reach the Tianji Pavilion, where you can tend to your injuries." Bai Yi felt a wave of dizziness. Her insides seemed ablaze, churning violently. The pain was far more agonizing than her acute appendicitis from years past. At that moment, she could hardly ensure her own safe return to the Qinxing sect, let alone carry the gravely injured Ran Ran. She could only suppress her agony and nod in acknowledgement. "Thank you. However, I must ask one more favor. The Yuan clan's misfortune is all due to me." "I understand," Ji Yan replied, remarkably placing a hand on Bai Yi's shoulder. "I will make arrangements for the burial of the Yuan clan members. Your injuries are serious. Refrain from speaking." "But Ji Yan, your injuries." "It is nothing," he responded calmly, signaling her to conserve her strength. With that, he lifted the unconscious Peng Qingran, and the trio made their way to the Tianji Pavilion. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, murmuring amongst themselves. Did Bai Yi just say she would annihilate a clan? I must have misheard. Did she mention the 8 wildernesses and 5 mountains? The Yuan clan is truly unfortunate. Yet Bai Yi is undeniably formidable. She has vanquished the Shanhai Sanren. Leaving those corpses here is indeed chilling. This matter may not conclude easily. With the Shanhai Sanren slain in Jiao Prefecture, it seems we shall not enjoy peaceful days ahead. What shall we do? Should we flee? Surely not. Ji Yan was also injured by the Shanhai Sanren. The Tianji Pavilion will certainly intervene. Oh heavens! May the Tianji Pavilion take action. Bai Yi, of course, heard none of these remarks. Upon entering the Tianji Pavilion, a surge of blood overwhelmed her, and she could no longer endure. When she regained consciousness, it was already the following day. Alone in the chambers of the Tianji Pavilion, her body ached, her chest felt constricted. She opened the window for fresh air, realizing she was high above the streets. The thoroughfare below remained desolate, as if the populace were fleeing from a plague. Their expressions hurried. Nearby, the sign of the Yuan clan's night gathering swayed precariously in the wind. If only she had not coveted the Yuan clan's reputation, if she had severed ties with them sooner. If only she had eliminated the wretched Tang Shou earlier, the Yuan clan might still be alive. Hundreds of lives lost. Do the people of this world truly regard life as trifling? In a world devoid of reverence for life, how is it any different from a barbaric society? Upon hearing of the Dongfang family's tragedy, witnessing the grim fate of the Zhou Dali clan, was that not enough? Just because one possesses power to dominate another, does that grant the right to take life at will? Ah, the cruel law of survival of the fittest. How often I have adhered to this principle myself. Upon entering this world, my hands have long been stained with blood. Friends and foes alike, the harrowing image of Peng Qingran, drenched in blood, reappears before my eyes.
Tang Shou.
Even if I were to dismember you into 1,000 pieces, it would not suffice to quell the hatred that festers within my heart. If I had delayed my actions even a moment longer, if the methods of the mountain and sea hermit had been even more formidable, would that not mean the apprehension, the dread, The fury. They surge within me like a tempest, and a warm, sanguine torrent rushes forth, causing me to expel a mouthful of blood. Elder Bai. A young woman's voice calls from behind. Do not channel your spiritual energy. Your internal injuries are far too severe. You must recuperate diligently. Turning around, I recognize it is Ji Yan's maid, hastily entering with a basin of water and a towel. I am Xiao Chan. Elder Ji Yan has instructed me to take good care of you. Allow me to assist you, she says, lifting the warm towel to wipe the blood from the corner of my mouth. Cough, cough. Where is Ran Ran? In a moment of urgency, I grasp Xiao Chan's wrist. Oh dear Elder Ran. She is in the adjacent chamber and has yet to awaken. Oh, Elder Bai, your injuries are not yet healed. Please be cautious. She has not regained consciousness. I hurriedly push open the door to the neighboring chamber, where upon an equally opulent bed, Peng Qingran lies pallid and unresponsive. Ran Ran. I collapse onto the edge of the bed. Her body is ensconced in bandages, some wounds deep enough that the gauze is soaked through with blood. Ran Ran? I call out softly once more, but receive no reply. Xiao Chan approaches, holding a set of garments, and whispers, Elder Bai, please don your attire first. It would be inconvenient if Elder Ji Yan were to find you like this. Only then do I realize I am clad in nothing but a white undergarment. Thank you, I reply with a hint of embarrassment as I accept the clothing. Yet, my gaze remains steadfast upon Peng Qingran. If anything were to happen to you, what purpose would my existence hold in this world? It is peculiar. Before I met you, what was I truly living for? I cannot fathom why I am unable to express any tender words to you, nor do I understand why I only wish to be your closest sister. But could you please awaken? Do not frighten me. Baigu, you have awakened. It is Ji Yan. Ji Yan, what of Ran Ran's injuries? What has transpired? When will she regain consciousness? The artifacts of the mountain and sea hermit are laced with poison. I have instructed Xiao Chan to apply the antidote to her wounds and to utilize her techniques to purge the toxins from her body. She is deeply poisoned and has lost considerable blood. She requires ample time to rest. Is there an antidote? Has it been administered? The detoxifying ointment from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion can neutralize most toxins in the world. The serum pill, which is taken internally, also possesses detoxifying properties. Rest assured, within 2 days, Elder Ran will awaken. Thank you. However, your internal injuries are more troublesome than Elder Ran's poisoning. Xiao Chan, please descend for now. Xiao Chan slightly bowed, saying, Elder Bai, I have placed your medicine here. Please remember to take it later. Having said that, she departed from the room. Bai, with a look of suspicion, stared at Ji Yan and inquired, how can my internal injury be troublesome? A few days of recuperation should suffice. However, Ji Yan's expression turned grave as he hesitated for a moment before responding. You forcibly reversed your spiritual energy and contended against yourself, which has significantly harmed your internal spiritual consciousness. However, if that were all, then a period of rest would suffice. What do you mean? Do I have other injuries? Ji Yan sighed and replied, as you practice the devouring desolation technique, are you not aware that this method possesses a formidable backlash? Chapter 59. The side effects of cultivation and medicine swallowing the desolation. I suddenly recalled that when the master of the Dugu clan performed the swallowing of desolation, there were whispers about its backlash. Bai Iruwa pondered thoughtfully. When I treated your internal injuries yesterday, I discovered that within you resided various incompatible forms of spiritual energy clashing and repelling one another. This is the backlash effect of the swallowing of desolation. You have absorbed the power of the 5 elements, yet this energy roams freely within you, beyond your control. What will happen to me? What are the consequences? In a mild scenario, you will be unable to wield spiritual power or cultivate, rendering you no different from an ordinary mortal. In a severe case, you may face an explosive demise. Explosive demise? Are you jesting? How could that be possible? This is a profound level technique. How could there be such a backlash? Although the swallowing of desolation is indeed a profound technique, it is specifically practiced by demonic cultivators. It can instantaneously absorb vast amounts of 5 elements spiritual energy. However, among all this power, there exists a portion that cannot be fully released, and it does not belong to your cultivation system. It is not generated by your body's meridians, Hence it will not yield to your control. Accumulating over time, you now harbor 3 distinct and powerful energies within you, roaming freely. What should we do? How can it be treated? Jiyan shook his head. My medical skills are insufficient for this. However, my master might possess a solution. The swallowing of desolation is not a technique to be practiced lightly. Did the person who imparted it to you not warn you? Bai slowly shook her head. Seeing this, Jiyan spoke gently. No matter, this is the spirit-nourishing pill from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. It can assist you in regulating the spiritual energy within, facilitating your recovery from internal injuries, and it will also mitigate the backlash from the swallowing of desolation. Is there truly such a miraculous elixir? It can help suppress the errant spiritual energies within you, temporarily allowing you to continue your cultivation. But, oh, what a wonderful treasure! Come on. Bai eagerly seized the pill and swallowed it whole. Wait, there's more, I haven't said. I shall consume it eventually. You may speak now. This. Just after swallowing the medicine, a tempest surged within her abdomen. Waves of heat flooded her system, and suddenly a tremendous force burst forth from her inner core, causing her blood to surge and the heat to rise, reaching her face. Despite the fiery sensation akin to being scorched, the discomfort that had plagued her internally vanished entirely. What a remarkable elixir. Indeed, it is a miraculous medicine. Yet, why is my face so flushed? What is happening? Bai touched her face, suddenly sensing something amiss. What is this prickly sensation? She dashed to the mirror. Ah, what have you given me, Jiyan? I shall have my revenge. Her once exquisitely delicate face had now become covered in a coat of ginger-colored fur. Her mouth had morphed into a protruding feline shape, complete with 5 or 6 long whiskers jutting from her visage. Oh, I hadn't finished speaking. What is the meaning of this? Then tell me. The spirit-infusing elixir, though remarkably effective in suppressing the residual spiritual energy within you, necessitates an alternative means of release. Consequently, it may yield certain repercussions. For instance, as you can observe now, the spiritual energy you once absorbed from a particular spirit beast has manifested into. Well, you see it before you. He maintained a demeanor of utmost seriousness, which left Bai at a loss for how to express her frustration. How is it that practicing my skills results in such side effects? Taking this medicine has left me with a visage adorned in feline fur. This is utterly ludicrous. How can I seek vengeance upon the 8 desolations and 5 mountains while bearing this feline head? Bai felt tears welling up in her eyes. No matter, I possess a veil hat that allows for one-way visibility. Once donned, outsiders will not see your face, yet it will not hinder your sight. Bai twitched her cat-like visage and retorted with a cold smile. Oh, I truly appreciate your kindness. No need for thanks. This hat, known as the Misty Veil, is a treasure I acquired from the Tiangong Pavilion in the Xiling region. I found it quite appealing and decided to purchase it. The Misty Veil is crafted from the tail feathers of the 5 immortal beasts of Xiling. Ahem, I understand. Bai impatiently interrupted, taking hold of the Misty Veil. Are you truly unable to comprehend this? Is irony lost on you? Bai scrutinized the earnest expression of Jiyan, realizing for the first time how astonishingly low his emotional intelligence was. The Misty Veil was lightweight, a large, soft hat reminiscent of a summer sun hat worn by young ladies, yet its brim was adorned with 2 layers of gossamer thin fabric, delicate as a cicada's wing, which obscured light. Upon donning the Misty Veil, everything around her appeared shrouded in a soft filter, enhancing the world's beauty without obstructing her vision. Gazing into a mirror, she observed that the veil shimmered with iridescent hues, rendering her own face invisible beneath the hat. What a splendid treasure! Quite beautiful. Jiyan paused and suddenly inquired, Are you truly intent on venturing to the 8 desolations and 5 mountains? Bai's heart tightened. Indeed, it is imperative that I go. Bai Gao. There is a matter that perplexes me. Should you wish to answer, please do. If not, it is of no consequence. What is it? What realm of cultivation do you possess? Bai widened her cat-like eyes, initially poised to feign composure, but then recalled that she was concealed beneath the veil, rendering her expressions invisible and unnecessary to feign calmness. Why do you inquire about this? It is indeed peculiar. When I first witnessed your prowess at the Celestial Star Sex anniversary, as the alchemical furnace was corrupted by demonic forces. You intervened to save Jiang Buding. I clearly discerned that you were in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Yet, shortly thereafter, you subdued the Thunder Fiend, revealing yourself to be in the early stage of the nascent Soul realm. However, during our journey to the Moonshadow sect, I sensed that your cultivation had regressed to the Foundation establishment stage. This is truly. Observing Ji Yan's bewildered expression as he spoke to himself, Bai Yi nearly burst into laughter. Suppressing her amusement, she responded earnestly, "My cultivation method is rather unique. I exhibit the appropriate form of power depending on the adversary I face. Is there anything unclear about that? However, this does not make sense. You confronted the Wanderer of Mountains and Seas yesterday." Bai Yi hurriedly interrupted him, stating that a few words would not suffice to clarify the matter, urging him not to inquire further. This individual appeared to be aloof, seemingly indifferent, yet unexpectedly adept at delving into intricacies. Such is the demeanor of those scholars, ever so devoted to their studies. If he spoke any longer, he feared his own secrets might be compromised. Bai Yi returned to the bedside of Peng Qingran, contemplating whether there were other methods to hasten her awakening. Suddenly, a voice from outside interrupted. Xiao Chan was calling out, "Elder Ji Yan." Her tone was tinged with urgency. "The messenger has arrived." The expression on Ji Yan's face indicated that this messenger was no ordinary individual. Who could possess such significance to unsettle the usually composed Ji Yan? Bai Yi hastened to follow Ji Yan to the hall on the first floor of the Tianji Pavilion. Within the opulent and extravagant hall sat a singular figure, clad in a striking crimson robe, with cascading black hair that danced without the slightest breeze, her figure graceful and poised. Her delicate oval face bore a crescent-shaped brow, with slightly upturned phoenix-like eyes, each subtle expression radiating an enchanting charm. What a striking and formidable young woman. Senior sister. Ji Yan quickly bowed in respect. "Ah, Xiao Yan, have you found yourself in trouble again?" The young woman raised an eyebrow. "Do I need to come personally to deliver the message?" With that, she extended her slender fingers, presenting a letter. Chapter 60. Banter with Xia Yiming. Ji Yan respectfully accepted the letter and immediately unfolded it to read. This young lady, possessing striking beauty and an air of superiority, did not resemble the pretentious hypocrites who fancied themselves as members of a distinguished lineage. "Who are you?" she inquired bluntly upon noticing Bai Yi's presence. "Senior sister, this is my friend, Bai Yi." "Bai Yi, how delightful. It appears the rumors are indeed true," she retorted with a biting sarcasm. Bai Yi, however, furrowed his brow. "Why such harshness? What do you mean?" Ji Yan, as composed as ever, replied calmly, "You are aware of my character, senior sister. Is there any need to mock me? I was skeptical at first, but to think you actually have a hidden beauty in the East Wilderness Tianji Pavilion. If Master finds out, you might be in trouble." "What hidden beauty?" "As you must have heard, senior sister, Bai Girl and Peng Qingran were gravely injured yesterday." There's no need for explanations. I only ask, have you finished reading Master's letter?" "Yes, I have." "Is the scattered words manuscript completed?" "Bring it here, I shall review it." "What nonsense. You are reviewing manuscripts?" Bai Yi pondered, wondering about the origins of this young lady. Why did it increasingly seem that the entire Tianji Pavilion resembled a media company? Like a newspaper, it consolidated all information and disseminated it. The scattered words was clearly akin to a gossip magazine. Now, with someone reviewing manuscripts, were you the editor-in-chief? While Bai Yi was lost in thought, Ji Yan had already produced a thick stack of documents and handed them to her senior sister. What you have written. Fortunately, I arrived. Otherwise you." She abruptly halted, casting a wary glance at Bai Yi, and coldly instructed, "You should leave. Ji Yan and I have matters to discuss." "Hey, little girl." Quite the commanding presence. Bai Yi was about to retort, but upon seeing the serious yet awkward expression on Ji Yan's face, he chose silence and returned to Peng Qingran's room. If they didn't wish to be heard, who would care to listen to their editorial revisions? When I was the editor-in-chief, you were still training in some cave. As Bai Yi sat in Peng Qingran's room, writing letters to Shen Lu and Zhou Dali, Xiao Chan knocked and entered. "Elder Bai, I am here to change Elder Rant's bandages." "Oh, please come in." Noticing Xiao Chan's distressed expression, Bai Yi curiously asked, "What troubles you? You seem quite unhappy." "Oh, it's nothing. Is it related to that senior sister? Is she some sort of messenger?" "Indeed." Xiao Chan quickly glanced outside and lowered her voice. "Elder Jiyan is in quite a predicament this time. Why is that?" "Who is she?" "She is Elder Jiyan's senior sister, Xia Yiming, the Grand Elder of Tianji Pavilion. If she is her senior sister, why make things difficult for Jiyan?" "It's not exactly making things difficult. It's a command from the Pavilion Elder, and Elder Jiyan has no choice but to comply." "Oh dear sister, stop beating around the bush. What exactly is happening?" Bai Yi's curiosity grew ever stronger. Jiyan, with his inscrutable countenance, often exudes an air of superiority, yet even he finds himself in perplexing situations. In truth, Elder Jiyan was originally a prominent figure at the Tianji Pavilion in Zhongzhou, serving as the Grand Elder. However, due to a grave error, he was penalized and transferred from the West Ridge to the Southern Chuanyu, and within a year, he found himself relegated to the Eastern Wilderness. As you can see, the Tianji Pavilion in the Eastern Wilderness is diminutive and dilapidated, truly a predicament for him. Bai Yi gazed in astonishment at the opulent decor surrounding her. Diminutive and dilapidated? It seems the Tianji Pavilion is akin to a wealthy landowner. What could he have done to warrant such punishment? This I am not entirely certain. I only know it pertains to the information disseminated by Elder Jiyan. Many messages from the San Yen Lu were retracted by the Tianji Pavilion in Zhongzhou. Is that so? I see now. He must have violated some regulations, leading to his censorship. Elder Bai, I cannot comprehend your words. Upon returning from the Moonshadow sect, the materials released by Elder Jiyan were reprimanded by the Tianji Pavilion in Zhongzhou, and this time, nothing has even been sent out yet, and Xia Yiming has come in person. Wait a moment. I recall that, after the Moonshadow sect incident, there was hardly anything written in the San Yen Lu. How could he have been reprimanded? Oh, you are unaware. The information previously published in the San Yen Lu was not authored by Elder Jiyan. Upon his return from the Moonshadow sect, he had prepared the San Yen Lu, yet it was intercepted by a messenger from the Tianji Pavilion in Zhongzhou, preventing its release. The Pavilion Elder witnessed his written content and scolded him severely. Bai Yi pondered deeply. What could Jiyan have penned that warranted such a reprimand? Could it be a breach of journalistic integrity? Xiao Chan had administered medicine to Peng Qingran before departing. With noon approaching, Bai Yi felt a gnawing hunger. However, both Xiao Chan and Jiyan had yet to make an appearance, prompting her to descend and assess the situation. Before she reached the hall, she overheard Xia Yiming's admonishing voice. "It is not that I do not wish to protect you. Your master is truly infuriated this time. You have been out for 2 years now. Have you accomplished anything? If your master were genuinely enraged, the consequences would not be so simple." Jiyan offered no rebuttal. Just as Bai Yi contemplated retreating upstairs, she suddenly heard Xia Yiming's loud inquiry. "Miss Bai, what are you eavesdropping on so sneakily?" Bai Yi felt her temper flare, and in that moment, she disregarded Jiyan's face. She strode down the stairs and retorted with a cold laugh. "Listening is merely listening. What so significant have you to discuss that warrants my eavesdropping?" It is said that Miss Bai is eloquent, and upon meeting you today, I find it indeed true." She responded provocatively. "I did not intend to eavesdrop. I merely came to inquire when the meal would be served." Bai Yi replied with irritation. After all, it was Jiyan who had rescued Peng Qingran and tended to her injuries. It would not be honorable to behave too recklessly on his territory. Yet Xia Yiming dismissed her words entirely, scrutinizing Bai Yi with a cold gaze. "I have heard that Miss Bai possesses extraordinary beauty, akin to a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Why then, do you conceal your face? Is there something unseemly? You loquacious wretch, always with your incessant questions. I cover my face to spare other maidens. Should they behold my visage, they might very well choose to end their lives, unable to endure the shame of living." "Oh, you are indeed quite confident. No wonder. It has tarnished my junior's reputation, causing him to incur the wrath of our master. What nonsense is this? How could I possibly tarnish his reputation? Speak with evidence." "Evidence? The entire world is aware that a demonic cultivator, Bai Yi, has an ambiguous relationship with Elder Jiyan of the Tianji Pavilion. He accompanied you to the Moon Shadow sect, offending the people of the 8 Desolations and 5 Mountains. Just yesterday he even clashed with those from the 8 Desolations and 5 Mountains. Yet they initiated the confrontation. What does that have to do with Ji Yan? Moreover, have you not engaged in combat yourself? What is the purpose of cultivating martial arts? When others bully you, should one merely resort to verbal retorts? Chapter 61. The pursuit of fame and profit. Xia Yiming raised an eyebrow. You know nothing of the rules of the Tianji Pavilion. I may not understand, but why have you dragged me into this? She retorted. Humph. If it weren't for my junior brother's intervention with the mountain and sea wanderer, Jiao Prefecture would have been reduced to ruins by now. Bai Yi was taken aback, unable to comprehend the connection. So, because of Jin's actions, Jiao Prefecture still exists? What nonsense is this? What kind of logic does this girl possess? With visible impatience, Bai Yi demanded, what are you talking about? Jin has defied the rules of the Tianji Pavilion to oppose the 8 Desolations and 5 Mountains. Were it not for the pavilion's intervention and the respect shown by the 8 Desolations and 5 Mountains towards it, do you believe you would still be standing here, alive? Is that so? Bai Yi finally grasped the situation. But why would Jin act this way? He turned to her, and though her face was obscured by a veil, the intensity of his gaze was not lost on her. Could it be that this poker-faced individual harbored feelings for him? Impossible, he thought. During the celebrations of the Qinxing sect, she attempted to draw close to me multiple times, but to no avail. Could it be that the incident where she tricked me into witnessing her bathing stirred some improper thoughts in me? Surely not. A venerable elder of the Tianji Pavilion would not stoop so low. Regardless, this cannot be. I am a man, and so is she. I am a straight man who has never engaged in a romantic relationship with another man. Jin remained unfazed, merely stating, Senior sister, you know I act solely according to my heart. This matter has nothing to do with Miss Bai. As for the task entrusted to me by the master, rest assured I shall provide him with an explanation. I ask you to depart. What a splendid dismissal. Xia Yiming flicked her wrist, snorted coldly, and swept away. Xiao Chan hurried down to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, quickly saying, Elder, it's time for your meal. Carrying a large tray laden with various delicacies, the aroma wafted enticingly. Bai Yi twitched his feline nose, suddenly reminded of his current appearance, feeling rather embarrassed. How on earth can I eat with this ridiculous hat on? I'm so hungry. Fear not, there are no outsiders here. Jin seemed to sense Bai Yi's thoughts, speaking with understanding. Once Xiao Chan had set the table, she promptly withdrew. Bai, feeling reassured, boldly removed the obscuring veil, having been famished for quite some time, and devoured the food without concern for decorum. This beard is quite bothersome. Bai Yi muttered while brushing his facial hair. Jin smiled quietly. Ah, this 3-pronged mouth is truly inconvenient. By the way, does my speech leak any air? No air leaks, but food does. Look, it's all splattered. Well, what can I say? It's not my fault your medicine has side effects. This fish is mediocre. Just the other day in Xiaoyu town, I had a feast of fish that was truly delightful. Bai Yi gorged himself, feeling a satisfying fullness in his stomach. Meanwhile, Jin had already finished her meal, sitting quietly beside him, absorbed in her scroll, wearing an expression of melancholy. Bai Yi snatched the scroll away, asking, What are you so intently reading? The characters on the scroll were vigorous and powerful, yet elegant and orderly, exuding an air of grace and ease. The calligraphy is quite impressive. Let me read it. Quite good. The description deer-headed, rat-eyed is spot on. It perfectly captures the essence of the mountain sea recluse. The term evil charm and specters is also apt. Ha ha. Excellent, excellent. It aligns well with reality. How could I possibly be on par with her? Clearly, my strength overwhelms hers. When will this be published? Ji Yan sighed, it cannot be published. Why not? It is of no benefit to the greater scheme. Could you speak plainly? That is what the master has decreed. In short, it cannot be published. Ji Yan's stance was unequivocal. The discussion was at an end. Bai Yi smacked her lips. Ji Yan, I consider you a good friend. If you are in any trouble, do let me know. I will never refuse to help. Thank you, but what can you really do? I hope the master will trust me and grant me sufficient authority within the Zhongzhou Tianji Pavilion. Chasing fame and fortune? Goodness, I never would have guessed. Oh, you Zhiyan, appearing so indifferent to fame and fortune, yet you secretly crave it. Now, I am not making baseless judgments. I am merely surprised to discover your inclination towards power. You misunderstand. I do not care for power itself. Rather, I am concerned about what power can bring. Do not worry. No need for explanations. I completely understand and wholeheartedly agree. What is wrong with pursuing fame and fortune? It is far better than those who outwardly disdain it, yet act in contradiction. Such people are what one might call hypocrites. Haha, you have truly misunderstood. I merely wish to secure a place in the Tianji Pavilion where I can publish what I desire, sharing all that I have seen and learned. Understood. Understood. It is no trouble. I comprehend. Bai Yi secretly chuckled, using a handkerchief to dab at her mouth. In fact, I can genuinely assist you with this. You simply wish to seek fame and fortune, which is quite straightforward. If you elevate the Tianji Pavilion, the headquarters will surely regard you with newfound respect. The Tianji Pavilion is not profit-driven. It lacks a business approach. How could it be elevated? The strength is already formidable. What could I possibly contribute? You do not grasp the situation. You currently possess a vast clientele. Just think how many would read the records of Tianji Pavilion. Who in the world is unaware of the Tianji Pavilion? Moreover, your expert rankings are unparalleled. Shouldn't they be put to good use? But how do we utilize it? Bai Yi set down her handkerchief, stroking her fluffy cheeks in contemplation. Suddenly, she inquired, we truly need a great many things. Tell me, can you craft talismans? I am a 5th grade talisman maker. Very well. What about artifact refining? Alas, I am not skilled in artifact refining. I am only at the 6th grade. 6th grade. That will suffice for now. We can seek assistance from the experts at Tianji Pavilion later, but for the moment, this will be more than adequate. Do you have any ideas?
Bai yore a maiserios simile. Her feline tit glaming ominously.
Hehe. Since we will be residing here for a while, we have plenty of time. Let us begin crafting some artifacts. Allow me to guide you on what to forge. Do not remain idle. Let us take action. Zhiyan, bewildered by Bai Yi's insistence, reluctantly led her to the artifact crafting room on the 3rd floor. The process of crafting artifacts, much like alchemy, demands unwavering focus. The crafting room exuded an eerie silence, enveloped in an unsettling atmosphere. At its center stood a golden crafting furnace, clearly of superior quality. You must first tell me what kind of magical artifact we are to create, Zhiyan inquired. Well, this object is surely unfamiliar to your realm, but allow me to describe its functions and you will understand. It is quite simple, Bai Yi replied. Oh, is there something so intriguing? Zhiyan asked. What is the name of this artifact? The Cloud Platform Big Data Server, Bai Yi announced. Chapter 62. The 1.0 version of the Tiangong Pavilion server Zhiyan, enveloped in a haze of clouds and mist, found the name too lengthy to remember. Is it too long? Let us simplify it. We shall call it the server. Oh, what functions does this server possess? It can collect fluctuations of spiritual energy in the vicinity and transmit this wave of information outward. Collecting fluctuations of spiritual energy and transmitting them? That seems straightforward. However, the sheer magnitude of the information fluctuations requires a substantial amount of spiritual energy. What purpose does such an energy-consuming artifact serve? This brings us to the second point of consideration. The server will only accept fluctuations of spiritual energy generated by specific talismans. It will not record others. Zhiyan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. Indeed, it is not overly complicated. No wonder you inquired if I could craft talismans. I presume the talismans are designed to complement this server? Haha, precisely. You are quite astute. Zhiyan smiled and shook his head. I often hear Elder Ran speak of your ingenious mind, and it is indeed true. Though I am uncertain of your intentions for creating this server. Just trust me. Let us first create an experimental version, which we shall name the Tiangong Pavilion Server 1.0. For the remainder of the afternoon, Zhiyan secluded himself in the artifact crafting chamber, endeavoring to create the server. Bai Yi, seeking to restore her energy, slept through the afternoon and awoke at dusk, just as Ji Yan had successfully completed the crafting. How swift! Usually, crafting an artifact takes many days. The server's functions are simple, requiring no rare materials. The time needed for material refinement is brief. It merely requires adjusting the order and incorporating materials that can perceive specific spiritual energies. It is quite easy. Bai Yi, bewildered, waved her hands in dismissal. All right, even if you explain in detail, I still do not comprehend. This was the truth. She had yet to unlock the crafting section on her destiny wheel, which required 100,000 spirit stones. She had yet to resolve her financial situation and could not afford to act impulsively regarding crafting. Bai Yi then entered the crafting room, her excitement palpable. Where is the server? Show it to me. With a wave of his hand, Ji Yan produced an amber-colored disc the size of a CD player. So small? Bai Yi was astonished. How much information can this size handle? You did not specify the required size, so Is there something amiss? There is nothing wrong. But I fear that such a small size may not withstand the volume of recorded information. Ji Yan chuckled lightly. The energy capacity does not have a direct correlation with size. I have added dragon horn and sea beast spine. These are indeed rare and precious materials that can bear and transmit fluctuations of spiritual energy. The wonders of cultivation. With such rare materials, who needs to fuss about chips? Thanks to Ji Yan, a 6th-grade artifact craftsman, the server was surprisingly small yet remarkably powerful. I have been narrow-minded. Ha ha ha. Now, let us begin crafting the talismans. Bai Yi exclaimed with enthusiasm. The two individuals ventured into the adjacent talisman crafting room, a space replete with towering bookshelves brimming with an array of classical tomes, enveloped in a rich aroma of aged paper. A grand and opulent square table, fashioned from fragrant sandalwood, boasted an extravagant design, intricately carved to resemble a mystical beast akin to a turtle, peering curiously upward with lifelike detail. Floating above the table were various sheets of talisman paper, hides of mystical creatures, an assortment of pens of varying thicknesses and materials, and numerous jars filled with vibrant, colorful substances. Initially, one might presume that crafting talismans merely entailed inscribing a few Clich D characters on yellow paper and drawing a couple of symbols. However, upon closer inspection, the intricate complexity of talisman creation revealed itself to be on par with, if not exceeding, that of artifact forging or potion brewing. Miss Bai, I presume this talisman is not merely a known variant? He inquired. Indeed, it is not. My direct explanation might be somewhat convoluted. Let me illustrate it for you, she replied, retrieving pen and paper. You see, this talisman must not be prohibitively expensive to produce. Otherwise, it would be inaccessible to the common folk. Moreover, it cannot be a one-time use item, nor should it be incinerated upon use. Rather, it should harness spiritual energy. Its general form might resemble a transmission mirror, but it must allow for interaction. Transmitting images is not particularly challenging. Many sects employ transmission mirrors during competitions in secret realms, enabling spectators to witness the events unfolding within. Ji Yan nodded in agreement. Precisely that is the desired effect. However, the imagery must be embedded within the talisman itself. Your mastery in talisman crafting is already quite advanced, so I am certain you can accomplish this. The image can take on any shape, square or circular is inconsequential, but it must incorporate this particular icon. Yes, that's right, the icon. Or perhaps it could be termed as an app. Let us conduct a preliminary experiment by creating a communication function first. Thus, a small icon, when interacted with, would connect with another talisman, facilitating conversation. Ji Yan was momentarily taken aback. A talisman? Connected to another talisman? Indeed, what seems to be the issue? From my understanding, this is not particularly difficult. Is there a problem? At that moment, Ji Yan's eyes glimmered with incredulity, and even his usually stoic expression bore a hint of astonishment. Miss Bai, how did you conceive such a brilliant idea? Is it not akin to a mobile phone? What could be challenging about that? If you could create a computer, the joy would be boundless. Please refrain from flattering me. You can indeed bring this to fruition, yes? While merely connecting talismans lacks a certain depth, shall we proceed with a trial? That should not pose a challenge. Ji Yan responded as he approached the talisman crafting table, initiating operations with the various instruments at hand. Bai struggled to comprehend the unfolding processes. At first, she could grasp a few steps, but soon the activity became increasingly chaotic, rendering her utterly bewildered. After laboring for a considerable time, Ji Yan continuously infused spiritual energy into the talisman, and soon his complexion turned pale, with beads of sweat forming on his brow. Oh dear! I almost forgot. He had sustained injuries the previous day, and after assisting both himself and Peng Qingran in healing, his spiritual energy must have diminished further. After a long day filled with toil, I spent the afternoon exhausting my spiritual energy on the refinement of artifacts. Just as Bai Yi was about to interrupt Ji Yan, suggesting he take a rest, Ji Yan spoke first. "It's done, Miss Bai. Please take a look. Is it satisfactory?" Though his spirit seemed decent, his complexion was rather poor. Bai Yi accepted the talisman and remarked, "This talisman is too thin. It is unsuitable for wearing. We should consider a more convenient version for the next iteration." Wearing it? Indeed. Such an artifact should be worn at all times. Alright, please test its functionality. Bai Yi channeled her spiritual energy, and with a flick of her wrist, the talisman activated effortlessly. Ji Yan produced another talisman, similarly channeling his spiritual energy to activate it. In an instant, a translucent interface, larger than a tablet, materialized before them. Though they inhabited a world of cultivation, the overwhelming sense of sci-fi was perplexing. The semi-transparent blue and white interface was strikingly simple, featuring only a round button. Bai Yi pressed it, and to her surprise, Ji Yan's interface began to tremble. "This is the fluctuation of spiritual energy. I have enhanced its effects." "Haha! Incredible!" Ji Yan exclaimed, also pressing the button. "Hey hey hey Ji Yan? Hey 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 Ji Yan?" Bai Yi's voice echoed from within Ji Yan's talisman. Chapter 63. The Divine Command in the Eastern Wilderness. At the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Ji Yan has crafted the most astonishing magical artifacts and talismans in history. These revelations, artfully orchestrated by Bai Yi, serve to entice the populace of Jiao Prefecture, a tactic aptly named hunger marketing. Subsequently, collaboration with Ji Yan continues to develop new app functionalities. The Great Strength Wind Talisman has nearly reached completion, and after 2 or 3 days of relentless refinement and experimentation, Ji Yan, on the verge of exhaustion, has successfully established a connection between the talisman and the server, endowing it with numerous new features. Beyond mere communication, Bai Yi has incorporated photography and WeChat capabilities. Thus, within a limited scope, the talisman can disseminate the latest news from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Ji Yan, filled with gratitude, begins to promote the talisman on a small scale. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Bai Yi, a significant event is unfolding in the Central Continent, one that could profoundly impact her life. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion in the Central Continent is resplendent, dazzling, and unparalleled in luxury, as if constructed from high-grade spirit stones.
A paper dove, meticulously folded,
flutters through the partially open window of the highest loft. Inside the opulent chamber, a pale-skinned man languidly rises from his bed, his demeanor one of indifference and disdain. Barefoot and clad only in his own skin, he stands slowly. On his chest, beneath a cascade of smooth, dark hair, a crescent-shaped crimson scar faintly emerges, contrasting sharply with his luminescent skin, a sight both striking and haunting. Extending his long arm, he retrieves a silky, purple robe from behind a screen and drapes it carelessly over his form. He brushes aside the ebony strands obscuring his face, and with a casual flick, the paper dove unfolds with a soft rustle. His indifferent gaze sweeps over the text inscribed upon the dove, and upon reaching a particular phrase, his brow arches in surprise, soon followed by a chilling smile gracing his pale visage. A peculiar reddish-brown pattern coils around his wrist, almost ethereal, and as he gently moves his wrist, a cool breeze sweeps through, and in a flash of white light, the loft is rendered empty. On the summit of the solitary mountain in the southern Chuanyue region, Tang Shou, now in the early stages of Golden Core, is taking a respite by the stream alongside 2 fellow disciples from the 8 wildernesses and 5 mountains. The mountain and sea wanderer has certainly faced a monumental setback. Their master is likely furious. One portly disciple tears into a roasted fish, while Tang Shou sits beside him, idly tending to the campfire, remaining silent. The other, a gaunt disciple, scoffs. Once our master emerges from seclusion, someone will inevitably bear the consequences. I suspect it will be you, Tang Shou. The rotund disciple joins in the mocking laughter. Heh, what bad luck for you to encounter such an affair upon your arrival. Yet, Tang Shou maintains a grave expression, diligently manipulating the roaring flames. Why must you both ridicule me? You two are just as implicated in this matter. Implicated? Your words hold no weight. The mountain and sea wanderer is already deceased. Who can attest to the false orders they received? Let me caution you. If you do not take responsibility, watch your head. The lean disciple's voice booms with authority, causing the dense forest of the solitary mountain to tremble in response to his reprimands. Humph, the plump man echoed. We ventured out this time merely to assist you in seeking rare treasures. How dare you threaten us? Tang Shou felt a surge of anger rising within him, ready to explode, when suddenly a dense and overwhelming aura of spiritual energy descended upon them. A thunderous rumble echoed in the skies above Little Solitary Mountain, where dark clouds churned ominously. A fierce wind whipped up, accompanied by the resounding whinnies of celestial steeds emanating from the cloud cover. What is happening? What is this? The three of them rose hastily, wielding their magical artifacts to withstand the tempest. Yet the spiritual energy bore down upon them like a mountain. They were utterly unable to resist, and in an instant they spat blood and collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. What is this? The thin man, the most powerful among them with his late golden core cultivation, had never encountered such a display. The deafening sound of neighing horses echoed relentlessly, growing ever more overwhelming. A magnificent, grandiose giant carriage descended from the heavens. 8 colossal, snow-white horses landed gracefully, exuding an air of majesty. The carriage behind them was as large as a house, adorned with golden and red tiles, intricate carvings, and vibrant drapes shimmering around it. As the carriage came to a halt, the fierce winds lessened considerably. Yet the oppressive aura, heavy as a mountain, emanated from that carriage, suffocating the three and making them feel as though their insides might burst. Such a display, such a celestial carriage, could only belong to the Tianji Pavilion. Is it? The Tianji Pavilion. The elder? The plump man exclaimed, blood spilling from his mouth.
No.
Such a potent wave of blood energy. It must be him, the thin man gasped, bracing himself against the ground, barely managing to protect his golden core with a surge of spiritual energy. Tang Shou, with the weakest cultivation, struggled to breathe and could scarcely utter a word, feeling his golden core burning within, as if it might explode. Upon hearing the thin man's words, the plump man froze, his eyes widening in shock, his brows furrowing tightly. It truly is him, the divine monarch. Before the sound of a whoosh had even faded, both the plump and thin men coughed up blood and fell to the ground. A deafening boom resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Tang Shou felt warm blood trickling from his ears, his innards boiling, uncertain of where he had incurred offense. Before he could finish his words, a violent surge of blood erupted forth, and he spat out a mouthful of crimson. Within the carriage, the divine figure, adorned in a regal purple robe, languidly reclined upon a plush couch. His pallid complexion bore no trace of color, and in his elongated eyes, a pair of obsidian orbs reflected an unruffled stillness. He maintained a dismissive yet faint smile as he slowly uttered, "Go to the eastern wilderness and attend to a matter for me." Chapter 64. The side effects of the swallowing desolation decision. On the 4th day at noon, Peng Qingran finally awoke. As Ji Yan was channeling his energy to heal her, she slowly opened her eyes. I'm awake. I'm awake. Ran. Bai Yi exclaimed, about to rush forward, but was stopped by Ji Yan. Stay back. Her spiritual energy is unstable. Do not disturb her. After 4 days of companionship, Bai Yi had grown quite familiar with Ji Yan, casting him a glance of exasperation as she muttered, "Old fossil." Peng Qingran's bright, watery eyes gradually opened, momentarily bewildered. Upon seeing Ji Yan arranging her spiritual energy, her emotions surged. Ji Yan? Where is Fan Fan? Fan Fan? Where are we? Huh? Is that a cat demon? What cat demon? I am Bai Yi.
Yeah?
Wonderful, you're safe. But your face. Peng Qingran gasped in astonishment. Xiao Chan beside them burst into laughter. Ha. Cough, Elder Ran. It's good that you're awake. I shall prepare lunch for you. Under Bai Yi's glare, Xiao Chan swiftly exited the room. How do you feel? Your injuries are quite severe. Thankfully, thankfully Ji Yan. What about Fan Fan? Peng Qingran's eyes immediately brimmed with tears. Bai Yi's heart tightened as she shook her head. Tears streamed down Peng Qingran's pale cheeks, soaking the bedding beneath her. Where is the Mountain Sea Hermit? She asked, her voice laden with sorrow. Ji Yan maintained his serious demeanor. Do not agitate yourself. Your body is frail. Bai Yi quickly interjected. The Mountain Sea Hermit has been killed by me. Do not dwell on it. Why? The Mountain Sea Hermit had no enmity with the Yuan clan. Why? Why would they? Peng Qingran wept uncontrollably, her already pale face growing even more ghastly. It was Tang Shou. Bai Yi's heart sank like lead at the mention of that scoundrel, wishing she could rend him limb from limb. Tears streamed down Peng Qingran's face. Tang Shou? How do you know? But why? How could he conspire with the people of Nan Kunyu? It was acknowledged by the Mountain Sea Hermit himself. Bai Yi gritted her teeth. He must have reached the core formation stage and headed to Nan Kunyu. I dread what scheme he may be plotting. Peng Qingran suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her tears cascading uncontrollably. Ji Yan swiftly raised his hand and, with a forceful wave, Peng Qingran collapsed once more onto the bed. What are you doing?
Bai Yi scolded.
She is too agitated. This will exacerbate her injuries, Ji Yan replied flatly, his expression unchanging. Bai Yi, feeling helpless and lacking medical knowledge, could only defer to Ji Yan. Indeed, Tang Shou possesses remarkable comprehension. Ji Yan stated, examining the injuries on Peng Qingran's forehead. How do you know?
Bai Yi invited.
The last time I saw him, he was merely at the foundation establishment stage, and it hasn't been long since then. Now he has reached the core formation stage. I have heard he is truly an extraordinary talent in cultivation. Bai Yi scoffed, humph, with such a twisted heart, treacherous and untrustworthy. How is that considered talent? He is not even worthy of being called a man. Ji Yan produced a pill and administered it to Peng Qingran, then rose and declared, she should remain unconscious for the next 2 to 3 hours. Let us proceed to our meal. In the main hall of the Tianji Pavilion, Xiao Chan had prepared a lavish lunch. Bai Yi, however, lacked appetite, his thoughts solely occupied with Peng Qingran. The two engaged in idle conversation, but just as they finished their meal, Xiao Chan hurried in, urgency evident in her demeanor. Elders, news has arrived from Zhongzhou, stating she began, her gaze darting towards Bai Yi. What news? Ji Yan inquired. This Xiao Chan hesitated, clearly wary of Bai Yi's presence. Elder Bai might be distressed to hear Bai Yi, already on edge, felt a surge of anxiety at her words. Why should I be distressed? Who is it? What has happened? The report from Zhongzhou states that someone has offered a bounty of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones for a person's life. Xiao Chan trembled as she spoke. Who? Who is being targeted? Is it Ran Ran? Or is it me? Bai Yi questioned urgently. Xiao Chan replied, neither it is young Master Dongfang. Bai Yi was taken aback. Who? Dongfang Luo? This fellow's life is worth that much? He pondered aloud, bewildered. Who would want him dead? Does he have any enemies? Xiao Chan shook her head. I do not know, but the announcement has been made. Elder, please take a look. Upon her words, she handed Ji Yan a scroll. Ji Yan examined it for a moment, his brow furrowed. Indeed, it is a bounty notice for Dongfang Luo. He is likely in grave danger. Bai Yi gasped, is it true? 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. What does that imply? Is he not as good as dead? Indeed, a bounty of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones is a rarity that may not be encountered for years. Furthermore, the news has spread in Zhongzhou, which means the entire world is likely hunting for him now. Bai Yi felt an inexplicable urgency. That young man, Dongfang Luo, was carefree and charming, a good brother. What powerful entity has he offended to warrant such a bounty? Ji Yan appeared relatively unconcerned, casually instructing Xiao Chan, you may proceed to issue the notice. Just as Xiao Chan was about to leave, Bai Yi quickly stopped her. Wait, Why the haste? First, you should test the talisman and observe its effects. A significant portion of Jiao Prefecture is utilizing the Tai Li Feng talisman. You ought to issue the notice through that. Ji Yan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Bai Yi's feigned innocence. After a pause, he nodded slightly and told Xiao Chan, "Then you shall use the talisman to disseminate this message. The announcement on the Tianji Pavilion S-board can wait a few days." Once Xiao Chan departed, Ji Yan slowly remarked, "You must have some plans in mind? What plans?"
Bai Yi fine ignorance.
The Tai Li Feng talisman is seldom used. Only a fraction of Jiao Prefecture employs it, let alone the entirety of the eastern wilderness. By allowing me to publish the message via talisman, are you not merely stalling for time? Bai Yi stroked his feline whiskers and replied, "Ah, you caught me. I share a bond with that young man, and I wish to see if it is possible to locate him first." Ji Yan shook his head. Such matters are not easily accomplished. Even if Dong Huang learns of this bounty a couple of days later, others are likely already aware. As for him, at this very moment, he may remain entirely oblivious. This is indeed true. Dongfang Luo is likely unaware of anything. It is uncertain when he might fall into the trap. However, in just a few days he will have fully recovered. I have also written to Shen Lu, requesting him to bring Zhou Dali to seek my counsel. There are numerous matters I must attend to, Bai Yi asserted resolutely, but at present, the most pressing issue is my feline visage. What should I do? You cannot use the swallowing desolation technique for the time being. My master is currently in seclusion, and once he emerges, I can seek his guidance on how to resolve the multitude of errant spiritual energies within you. Your master, he is the head of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, correct? Quite formidable, I presume. My master possesses unparalleled cultivation. Thus he is indeed formidable. However, he is not the supreme leader of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Oh, then who is the supreme leader? The foremost individual of the first heaven, the Divine Monarch Supreme. Chapter 65. The whereabouts of Tang Shou. It sounds quite impressive. However, what does the first heaven signify? The more Bai Yi listened, the more perplexed he became. According to ancient lore, we exist within the first heaven. If one cultivates properly, they may ascend to the second heaven. What is the second heaven like? Ji Yan's expression darkened slightly, revealing a hint of embarrassment. How would I know? Those within the first heaven cannot comprehend it. Oh, that makes sense. Bai Yi mused. So the deity you mentioned is the pinnacle of strength within the first heaven, correct? Pinnacle? Is nothing at all. Bai Yi chuckled. Are you boasting? The most formidable individual in the entire first heaven is the foremost of your Tianji Pavilion? Haha, this is common knowledge known to all. You simply Haven T paid attention. Ji Yan replied with a faint smile. Well, given his demeanor, it seems he isn't exaggerating. No wonder the Tianji Pavilion holds such a high status. Every faction must accord them a measure of respect. Such a person, if the opportunity arises, please introduce me. I wish to make their acquaintance, Bai Yi said with a sheepish grin. Acquaintance? Ji Yan's usually stoic face displayed a rare expression of surprise. The deity as foremost is not someone one can simply meet, let alone become acquainted. So mysterious? No one can meet him? Does he usually hide away? Insolence. Ji Yan's expression turned displeased. How could the deity's foremost hide like a loathsome rat? He is like a dragon, elusive and enigmatic, disdainful of our presence. Haha, Bai Yi laughed. Perhaps he is just an old relic, unable to move, diligently cultivating in some cave. Otherwise, how could he not ascend? If he were truly as extraordinary as you claim, wouldn't he have reached the second heaven by now? Ji Yan shook his head helplessly. You may speak of such things in my presence, but if you were to utter them elsewhere, I fear I could not protect you. Bai Yi pouted. So, according to you, I must wait for your master? But make sure, the moment your master emerges, you must ask for me. After their agreement, they returned to their respective rooms. By evening, Pang Qingran awoke, and Ji Yan once more arranged her spiritual energy to heal her injuries. Bai Yi muttered nearby. The girl wrote to say she insists on following us and refuses to cultivate properly within the Qinxing sect. Poor thing, she is not a demonic cultivator. How can she remain at the Qinxing sect? It is better for her to venture out and gain some experience with us. She is likely to arrive in a couple of days. Let us take her and Shen Lu, and hastened to find the Luo Shui beast. Along the way, we can inquire about Dong Feng Luo's whereabouts. It would be a blessing to save his life, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, Fan Fan must not perish in vain. We must also seek out Tang Shou. Once we find that beast, we shall take his life. Yes, we ought to first visit the mine and gather some funds. Peng Qingran felt her breath becoming much smoother and simply expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Ji Yan maintained a serious demeanor and did not respond to Peng Qingran. He directly extended his hand toward her forehead. What are you doing? Peng Qingran panicked, hastily pushing Ji Yan's hand away. Ji Yan was momentarily taken aback and remarked, I was indeed reckless. I need to perceive the extent of your injuries through your energy center. My apologies for the intrusion. This statement held merit, as Ji Yan had been treating Peng Qingran's injuries in this manner throughout her period of unconsciousness. However, something seemed amiss. Why are you blushing, Ran? Oh, I see. My apologies. Peng Qingran obediently leaned closer. What sort of scene is this? Bai Yi's expression became one of surprise, as if fur had erupted on his face. It's of no consequence. Ji Yan is a good brother. There's nothing to worry about. There's no major issue. Just a couple more days of rest, and you will fully recover, Ji Yan stated, withdrawing his hand from Peng Qingran's forehead with a calm demeanor. 2 days later, Peng Qingran's condition had improved significantly, although the formidable artifacts of the mountain and sea hermit had left her with scars that would not easily fade. The following day, Zhou Deli arrived at the Tianji Pavilion, and Xianlu was visibly excited to see both of his uncles. Uncles, I have missed you dearly. His chubby face displayed genuine concern. But uncle, you are injured. Are you all right? Zhou Deli also wore a worried expression. Elder Ran. Does it hurt? The scars on Peng Qingran's body were still vivid and alarming. It's nothing serious, she said nonchalantly, glancing at the exposed scar on her shoulder. Does this not make me appear even more fearsome? More befitting of the title witch, wouldn't you agree? At that moment, Ji Yan unexpectedly appeared in the hall without a sound, startling everyone. His face bore a peculiar expression, a mix of embarrassment and awkwardness. This is the snow skin powder I concocted, which can eliminate most of the scars left by artifacts. Peng Qingran accepted the glass vial, her surprise evident. Not only was she astonished, but Bai Yi was equally taken aback. Even though I didn't manage to impress Ran when I returned to my male form last time, that does not imply you, with your dull and uninteresting poker face, can take advantage of the situation. Thank you, Peng Qingran said, still somewhat astonished, her expression slightly off. Hey, do you think the scars on Ran are unsightly? Attempting to sow discord? I excel in that. No, not at all. It's just that Miss Bai mentioned before that if a woman bears scars, it would ruin her. Although I do not fully comprehend this, Ji Yan. It is rare to see you stumble over your words. You certainly remember what I told you back then. Hearing this, Peng Qingran smiled gently. In truth, I do not mind. Scars or no scars, it makes no difference to me. I appreciate your kind intentions. Xianlu hurriedly waved his hands. Ah, Elder Ran is naturally beautiful. She is lovely regardless. Of course, it would be even better without scars. The medicine specially crafted by Elder Ji Yan must surely be effective. Ah, I heard that some formidable artifacts leave scars that can never be removed. Ji Yan nodded. Indeed, some ancient artifacts leave scars that cannot be erased. Yet, the artifacts of the mountain and sea hermit are not particularly formidable. This snow skin powder should suffice. Bai Yi yearned to utter a few more acerbic remarks. Yet just as the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, Xiao Chan burst into the room. With a hasty demeanor and a nervous expression, she exclaimed, Elder, I have news from the spies. Knowledge quickly seized the confidential letter, unfolding it with a visage fraught with concern. In the eastern wilderness at Lingyun Peak, a new boundary of secret realms has emerged. Xianlu's eyes widened in astonishment. Lingyun Peak? Are you certain it is Lingyun Peak? What of this secret realm? Even if it harbors countless celestial treasures, who could possibly retrieve them? Not even a bird can soar over Lingyun Peak. Yet, Knowledge's expression grew even more intricate. Moreover, we have news of Dongfang Luo. Tang Shou has captured him, and he is near the secret realm. Tang Shou dares to return to the eastern wilderness? Very well, Let us settle both old grievances and new. Chapter 66. The contest for ownership of the Lingyun Peak secret realm. Lingyun Peak, situated in the eastern wasteland, is a forbidden area shrouded in peril. The terrain is treacherous, permeated by toxic mists, and brimming with potent spiritual energy. Without profound cultivation, any attempt to breach Lingyun Peak would likely end in disaster. The mountain is also home to numerous spiritual beasts and demonic spirits, while many cultivators who have succumbed to madness are often sent here, gradually merging with the toxic fog, rendering them nearly indistinguishable from it. Hence, Lingyun Peak has become a no-go zone in the eastern wasteland. Throughout the eastern wasteland, and indeed the entire realm, the spiritual energy at Lingyun Peak is considered extraordinarily intense, marking it as a remarkable phenomenon. Moreover, upon learning of Dongfang Luo's whereabouts, having been captured by Tang Shou, Bai Yi's journey to Lingyun Peak became inevitable. Despite Peng Qingran's injuries not having fully healed, he remained resolute in his desire to venture to Lingyun Peak, only to be intercepted by Bai Yi and Ji Yan. Lingyun Peak is a perilous forbidden ground. Given your cultivation levels, the risks far outweigh the benefits, Ji Yan cautioned. I shall accompany Miss Bai. You should wait for our news at the foot of the mountain in Guanjin. Though Peng Qingran was reluctant, he understood the gravity of the situation and decided to take Shenlu and Zhou Dali with him to Guanjin. Bai Yi and Ji Yan proceeded to Lingyun Peak. As news of the secret realm spread, the entire eastern wasteland erupted in excitement. Even prominent figures from Nangguanyu at the Golden Core stage came to join the fray. Guanjin, at the foot of Lingyun Peak, soon became a bustling hub of activity. Upon their arrival, however, Bai Yi and Ji Yan found themselves at a loss. What is it about this secret realm that draws so much attention? Bai Yi pondered, observing the throngs of people crowding the streets. Ji Yan elucidated, the quality of a secret realm is linked to the density of its spiritual energy. While the eastern wasteland is known for its weak spiritual power, Lingyun Peak stands unparalleled in this regard, making the emergence of a secret realm here immensely valuable. Oh! Now I understand. But why has Tang Shou returned to the eastern wasteland? Bai Yi inquired. Surely, he covets the treasures hidden within the secret realm, Ji Yan replied. Indeed, the opportunities and artifacts within such a rare secret realm are immeasurable. After wandering aimlessly through Guanjin for a short while, Bai Yi proposed, since we know Tang Shou is drawn here by the secret realm, why not venture to the realm ourselves? Exiting the town's gates and heading north, they soon beheld a towering peak that soared into the clouds, majestic as if it sought to obscure the heavens. The overwhelming sense of pressure was palpable, reminiscent of gazing upon Mount Tai from within Taiyan. A thick layer of gray mist enveloped Lingyun Peak, with shadowy trees appearing and disappearing, lending an air of mystery. The secret realm lay at the mountainside, beside a waterfall cascading over 100 meters high, necessitating passage through a narrow stretch of dense forest. Yet, even this small stretch of woodland could claim the lives of many. The waterfall tumbled down like a jade ribbon, spilling into a serene lake at the mountain's base. Numerous individuals congregated by the lake, and from a distance, two factions could be discerned, engaged in a lively and heated debate. Bai Yi and Ji Yan hastened towards the commotion, catching snippets of the intense argument that filled the air. This is the secret realm of the eastern wilderness. Why should you, people from South Chuanyue, deny us entry? Ha! What a farce. Is Lingyun Peak a place that lowly trash like you can access at will? After listening for a while, Bai Yi discerned that the two factions were the South Chuanyue and the spiritual cultivators of the eastern wilderness. The individuals from South Chuanyue were evidently determined to secure their claim, blocking the vital path up the mountain. Two robust men stood in the center of the road, hands on their hips, ready for a confrontation. Leading the South Chuanyue faction was a bald man, simply attired, wielding a staff, tall and emaciated, with a visage reminiscent of a skeleton. This was the mages of the Pure Void sect, the formidable Wu Ming, whose turbulent aura indicated he was at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, indeed not to be underestimated. Ji Yan quietly elucidated this to Bai Yi. Wu Ming's eyes were narrow and sunken, predominantly white, and he spoke without making eye contact. You dare to attempt to unravel the seal? What an absurdity! Suddenly, with a sharp command, the bickering crowd felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual power suppressing them, plunging them into silence. The assembly from the eastern wilderness consisted mainly of adept practitioners, who boasted of having reached the mid to late stages of foundation establishment, considering themselves capable of enduring the toxic mists and immense spiritual pressure of Lingyun Peak. They had gathered, only to be confronted with such overwhelming arrogance. A representative from the eastern wilderness stepped forward, his tone notably conciliatory. Bai Yi focused his gaze and was struck by the familiarity of his attire. He was certain he had seen this person before. Master Wu Ming, the question of our qualifications to enter the secret realm is not determined by mere words. Since our master has dispatched us, we cannot return empty-handed. The individual appeared scholarly, his speech ornate yet dignified and unyielding. Ah, this attire, it belonged to an elder of the Nine Poisons Spirit sect. He had accompanied the sect leader during the sect celebration at the Qinqing sect, being the sole representative. What was his name? Bai Yi, momentarily unable to recall, was slightly embarrassed. Yezhou, the eldest disciple of Yin Zhozhou. Ji Yan's words jolted Bai Yi's memory. Yes, that was him, a decent fellow, who had even aided in reconciling matters with Yin Zhozhou at the time. The others behind Wu Ming erupted in derision. What are you? Even your sect leader, the mere mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner Yin Zhozhou, is beneath our notice, let alone you worthless wretch. This vitriol incited a chorus of agreement from the South Chuanyue crowd. Scram back, lest we take action. Eastern wilderness scum. None of you are worth a fight. If you lack strength, do not disgrace yourselves by stepping forward. And what of your master? He is a worthless fool as well. At this moment, the Eastern wilderness contingent trembled with indignation. Suddenly, a red-clad youth stepped to the forefront, his voice fierce. You bully us with your numbers. We must enter the secret realm, unless you intend to kill us all. Bai Yi, amidst the throng, caught sight of this youth. Was it Mu Xingfeng? And beside him stood Yin Su and Miao Qing. What were they doing here? According to Ji Yan, their cultivation levels could not possibly endure Lingyun Peak. Ha ha ha, you seek your own demise. In the unspoken regulations of the celestial realm, those of higher cultivation should not unjustly oppress the weak. However, if you willingly seek your demise, then you have no one to blame but yourselves. How absurd. There are even those who voluntarily march towards their end. The momentum of Nan Kunyu's faction continued to escalate, and as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Yin Su quickly interjected. If anything were to befall our disciples from the Qinqing sect today, you would undoubtedly face grave consequences. Qinqing sect? That old fool Du Gu Zhaixing has spent the better part of his life in cultivation and still remains nothing but refuse. Bai Yi was consumed by a surge of anger, ready to charge forth, yet was restrained by Ji Yan's firm grip. Chapter 67. The insult of excess. As Tang Shou had yet to appear, caution was paramount to avoid alarming the snake.
Zeheyan restrainet Bai Yi.
Bai Yi shook his head, asserting, with this obscuring mask, who could possibly recognize me? Yet, Ji Yan countered, but your voice is certain to reveal your identity. Just as Bai Yi found himself in a quandary, the three disciples of the Qinqing sect erupted in fury. Mu Xingfeng, the most incensed, exclaimed, preposterous. Do you think you have the right to insult the revered title of our sect master? Had it not been for Yin Su's intervention, he might have charged forth. Miao Qing had already drawn her sword, poised for action. Meanwhile, the members of Nan Kunyu showed no restraint, laughing with abandon. If we do not allow you entry and you dare to defy us, try to force your way in. Exine shouted, will you not step aside? If you refuse, the united front of Donghuang will surely carve a path through. The other sects, particularly those from the blessed lands and hidden realms, joined in the uproar. United we stand. We shall enter the secret realm. Bai Yi frowned, questioning their sanity. With such meager cultivation, do they truly believe they can access Lingyun Peak? Ji Yan replied, if they form a group and enter together, it might indeed be a viable strategy. Their collective aura could withstand the overwhelming pressure of spiritual energy. So that was it. It was no wonder that both spiritual cultivators and demonic cultivators from Donghuang could unite so harmoniously. The two portly guardians of Nan Kunyu lumbered to the forefront, blocking the way for the Donghuang crowd. Wu Ming casually waved his hand, revealing a barrier. Do you think you lowly wretches can even perceive this barrier? Not even your fathers could discern it, I wager. Ha ha ha. If you wish to enter so desperately, then by all means try. The expression of triumph on the faces of Nan Kunyu was grotesquely exaggerated, provoking disgust. Suddenly, one from Donghuang surged forward, prompting gasps from the crowd. Brother Liangzong, go for it. Liangzong was a formidable cultivator from the Mountain Spring sect, having recently broken through to the foundation establishment stage. With his prowess, he would surely shatter the barrier. The internal techniques of the Mountain Spring sect are unrivaled. Charge! The people of Donghuang cried out in unison, their voices echoing like a tidal wave. Clad in a white robe and of imposing stature, Liangzong once again came into Bai Yi's view. Fate has a peculiar way of intertwining paths. I had just arrived in this world and broke your arm, and now you have reached the foundation establishment stage. Liangzong, fierce and resolute, unleashed his power, charging towards the barrier with a surge of energy. With a resounding bang, he was thrown back. His claws had barely grazed the barrier before being repelled several feet away. Ha ha ha. Oh, this is too much. I'm laughing so hard I could weep. The laughter from Nan Kunyu was deafening, while the Donghuang crowd simmered in discontent. Yin Su stepped forward, brandishing her sword, exchanging glances with Miao Qing, and both directed their energies towards the barrier. The assembly joined in, a cacophony of various low-tier techniques unleashed. Yet, the barrier remained utterly unscathed, unmoved. You wretches, return whence you came. Do not make us laugh ourselves to death. The secret realm of Lingyun Peak is a place you shall never tread upon. Mu Xingfeng, consumed by fury, thundered. Since our master has sent us here, there is no path to retreat, unless you slay every spirit cultivator from the East Wilderness. Indeed, this is our barrier. You ought to retreat back to the southern Chuanyue. If you possess the courage, then annihilate us all. A mere cry of pain does not constitute manhood. We shall not depart. Come fort. Unravel the barrier, or extinguish our lives. Yet, on Wu Ming's pale and withered visage, an eerie smile unexpectedly emerged, starkly contrasting with his simple robe. He let out a series of strange and terrifying chuckles, seemingly amused by such demands. Very well, I shall grant your wish. As his words fell, his staff swept horizontally, unleashing a torrent of formidable spiritual power like a dragon surging from the river, crashing toward them. Filth of the East Wilderness. Drink. At that moment, Bai Yi was devoid of any protective cultivation, but fortunately, Jian swiftly cast a water escape technique to shield him, sparing him from harm. However, those standing at the forefront were not so fortunate. The onlookers could hardly withstand such a powerful assault. Blood gushed forth from the mouths of the East Wilderness cultivators, yet not a soul uttered a sound of pain. Pathetic, utterly pathetic. Wu Ming sneered coldly. He then casually waved his staff, pointing it towards Mu Xingfeng's chest with a lethal intent. A mere flick of his finger unleashed immeasurable power. The crowd heard Mu Xingfeng emit a muffled groan, blood pouring forth like a torrent. He could not withstand the blow. A gaping wound the size of a fist opened on his chest, blood flowing incessantly. Xingfeng. Miao Qing was taken aback and hurried to support him. The cultivators from the East Wilderness, already suffering internal injuries from the earlier onslaught, turned ashen upon witnessing Mu Xingfeng's grievous state. Unable to utter a word, they could only gaze at Wu Ming with fury. Beg for mercy while you can. Wu Ming retracted his staff, his skeletal visage radiating an ominous ferocity. Yin Su, filled with rage, contorted his expression. He suddenly sprang to his feet. This is intolerable. Drawing his sword, he charged forth. Bai Yi urgently nudged Ji Yan. Lend me some money. What? Spirit stones. How many do you have on you? Spirit stones? Let me see. 500,000. Why? Quickly, lend them all to me. Ji Yan, astonished and perplexed, wore a remarkable expression on his poker-faced countenance. However, through the misty veil, he could not discern Bai Yi's current feline expression. Hurry! All of it! Bai Yi's tone grew increasingly frantic. Yin Su rushed forward with his sword, yet it appeared Wu Ming had no intention of resisting. This is dire. He must be waiting for Yin Su to draw closer. Ji Yan acted swiftly, promptly transferring all 500,000 spirit stones from his storage space to Bai Yi. Thank you. I shall return it to you. Bai Yi observed the blood surging around Wu Ming. This heralded a sign of fortune. If this strike were to land squarely upon Yin Su, there was no time to waste. Gui-sun, come here. She leaped from the crowd, suspended in mid-air. Yet everything around her stilled. The wheel of destiny began to rise slowly. 500,000. With the previous remaining 100,000 added, Bai Yi now possesses 600,000 low-grade spirit stones. The price for a 10 consecutive draws has risen from 200,000 to 400,000. Come. Let us conduct a 10 consecutive draws. A mere 400,000. Though it yields but a single outcome, it is assuredly above the foundational stage. As long as it is at least mid-golden core, it will suffice. The fate will slowly turns. Early stage of the nascent soul. Excellent. Bai Yi retracts the fate wheel, and everything around her returns to normal. At this moment, she hovers in the sky, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. She radiates with brilliance akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. A powerful aura of nascent soul stage emanates from her entire being. The onlookers are left speechless, gasping in astonishment. Bai Yi suddenly transforms her palm into a sword, striking between Yin Su and Wu Ming. Boom! The ground trembles violently. The dense forest atop Lingyun Peak rustles with activity. Yin Su remains unscathed, merely feeling as though he has collided with a wall, being repelled backwards, while Wu Ming is sent staggering several paces away. The members of the Southern Chuanyue are thrown into disarray by the overwhelming spiritual force, spitting blood in the process. Chapter 68. I am a bystander, who are you? Wu Ming struggled to rise, propping himself up with his staff, his eyes, devoid of any color, betraying his fear. Ah, my apologies, Bai Yi said, smoothing her hazy visage, fearful of revealing her true identity. Did I disturb you as I passed by? Passed by? The crowd gasped, erupting into a cacophony of speculation. Bai Yi's formidable aura clearly indicated she was not from the Eastern Wilderness. Yet her recent actions unmistakably saved Yin Su's life. There seemed to be a bias at play. If she were not from the Eastern Wilderness, why would she rescue Yin Su? Conversely, if she were from the Eastern Wilderness, how could her cultivation be so profound? In that moment, everyone was consumed by conjecture regarding the identity of this masked maiden. Yet Yin Su tilted his head slightly. The sound of her voice, her figure, both felt remarkably familiar. In that instant, as if a realization struck him, he opened his mouth to speak but was halted by a hand. Ji Yan Elder? What brings you here? Yin Su felt a bit impolite and quickly bowed, requesting the Tiangui Pavilion to intervene and uphold justice. Only then did the crowd notice Ji Yan, and the people of the Eastern Wilderness seemed to see a glimmer of hope. The Tiangui Pavilion had arrived. They wondered how the others would continue their arrogance. However, Ji Yan's cultivation, was it comparable to that bald monk's? Certainly not. Though both were at the golden core stage, it seemed. What did high cultivation matter? Would they dare offend the Tiangui Pavilion? As the crowd buzzed with discourse, Wu Ming continued to glare fiercely at Bai Yi. Lady, the true essence of a person is often concealed. He said ominously, I have already stated, I am merely passing through. Bai Yi feigned humility. Your words were quite unflattering. They grated on my ears. I came to discover who among you claimed that the Eastern Wilderness is filled with worthless beings. At this, the people from Nangguanyu exchanged glances. It was us. So what? Some fools still have the audacity to shout. Bai Yi let out a cold snort. Who are you to declare the Eastern Wilderness as worthless? With a decisive wave of her hand, she lifted the speaker into the air. The man screamed desperately, suspended like a puppet, wailing in terror. Wu Ming narrowed his eyes. Lady, you are not from the Eastern Wilderness. Why defend this group of worthless beings? With your cultivation, you must be a disciple of a renowned sect in Nangguanyu. Correct? Which sect do you belong to? Oh dear, you flatter me.
Bai Yi replied.
I am merely a wandering cultivator from the Eastern Wilderness.
Impossible.
The people of Nangguanyu exclaimed in unison. The Eastern Wilderness cannot possibly have a nascent soul stage cultivator. And so what if I do? We keep to our own affairs. Bai Yi turned, raising her hand, and a surge of formidable spiritual energy was unleashed towards the crowd behind her. Worthless beings you have no right to question. The people of Nangguanyu felt their bodies tremble. The ground beneath them rumbled. A wave of spiritual force descended, causing them to sink into the earth momentarily. Bai Yi abruptly waved her hand again, striking the two hefty guards stationed at the mountain gate. The guards cried out in pain, being hurled away, crashing directly against the transparent barrier. Crack! Boom! The barrier emitted a series of thunderous sounds and ultimately vanished. In the eastern wilderness, practitioners of spiritual and demonic arts may enter the secret realm at their whim. Should anyone attempt to obstruct, they shall not escape my wrath. As soon as Bai Yi's words fell, a raucous laughter erupted from the crowd gathered at Nan Kunyu.
Sukaw the city.
Two figures swiftly descended, landing directly before the entrance of Lingyun Peak. With thick brows and large eyes, their mouths twisted into a smirk. It was Tang Shou, and at his waist, he bore another individual. Although this person lay unconscious, the onlookers recognized him clearly. It was Dongfang Luo. Tang Shou. Bai Yi bellowed furiously, ready to charge forward. Yet Tang Shou merely laughed heartily. To enter the secret realm is one thing. To emerge alive is another. With that, he exerted force from his feet, leaping several zhang into the air, his agile form gradually vanishing into the dense fog of Lingyun Peak's forest. Tang Shou, carrying the unconscious Dongfang Luo, had managed to do so with such ease, and his movements were exceedingly peculiar.
Bai Yi stood in stunned silence.
The people of Nan Kunyu followed suit, and with the aid of his companions, Wu Ming hastily slipped into Lingyun Peak. The inhabitants of the eastern wilderness collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Gratitude poured forth for the nameless heroine's assistance. Thanks to Elder Jiyan. Appreciation for the intervention of Tianji Pavilion. Bai Yi, lacking the inclination to indulge their flattery, waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. If you wish to enter, do so quickly. Delay any longer, and there will be nothing of value left inside. However, I must warn you, it is fraught with peril. Take care of yourselves. The people of the eastern wilderness, fervently determined, surged into Lingyun Peak. Bai Yi hurried to assess Mu Xingfeng's injuries, while Jiyan was already staunching the bleeding and tending to his wounds, his complexion appearing significantly improved. In Su, you must take him back to Qinxing sect for healing. What brings you here? This place is no sanctuary for you.
Bai Yi reproached.
Miao Qing, with a look of skepticism, replied, Nameless heroine, though you have saved us, these matters pertain to our Qinxing sect and are not for an outsider to meddle in. In Su quickly interjected, But the heroine is an elder of our Qinxing sect, is she not? His tone clearly hinted at doubt regarding Bai Yi's identity. Had he recognized her? If so, it could complicate matters. If word got out, Tang Shou would surely prepare accordingly. No, I cannot disclose the truth. Who would wish to be an elder of your Qinxing sect? I do not know you. Now, hurry along. If we do not leave soon, he may not survive this injury. Bai Yi warned ominously. In Su's face contorted with difficulty. But our master commanded that we must enter the secret realm to investigate why such a location has manifested here. Why has Dugu Zhaxing issued such an order? Is the emergence of a secret realm at Lingyun Peak truly so unusual? Is there a problem? Bai Yi mused, rolling his eyes. I am acquainted with your grand elder. She is currently in Guanjin and will soon join me. You should return now, and I shall convey your message to her. Upon hearing his master's name, In Su's spirit soared. So the heroine knows our master. Splendid. We shall return to Qinxing sect at once. We are indebted to you, heroine. The constant reference to her as heroine was rather pleasing to her ears. Bai Yi waved his hand and urged, Let us be off. The three of them then departed with a sense of relief. At that moment, the entrance was nearly deserted, with only a few individuals remaining, who were busy forming teams. Will the Elder Council arrive? Jiyan inquired. Bai Yi pondered for a moment and replied, How could she remain at Guantown in peace while seeking vengeance for Fan Fan? Rest assured, she is likely on her way. Fortunately, she had not arrived earlier. Had she seen Tang Shou, it would have undoubtedly made him wary. However, it raises the question, how has Tang Shou's cultivation improved so rapidly? He must have at least reached the nascent soul stage. Jiyan furrowed his brow and slightly shook his head. It is indeed peculiar. The last time I saw him was during the anniversary celebration at the Qinxing sect, and in just a few months he has ascended 2 significant realms. As they were engaged in this speculative conversation, a sudden commotion erupted behind them. Hey, with your low cultivation, entering alone would surely be tantamount to courting death. We can take you in, so don't be ungrateful. Chapter 69. The peculiar man in purple robes not far away, amidst a gathering of individuals forming their own teams, stood a striking figure clad in purple robes. His complexion was pallid, and his presence was almost imperceptibly weak. With a haughty and audacious grin, he shook his head dismissively, ignoring the invitations from the others. A madman, willingly courting death. Let us not concern ourselves with him. He is clearly oblivious to the dangers. Let us proceed with just the 5 of us. With that, the 5 swiftly entered the entrance of Lingyun Peak. The young man in purple did not exert himself but ambled leisurely towards Lingyun Peak, resembling a casual stroll. Bai Yi was utterly astonished, curiously observing this fearless oddity. Their eyes met, and the purple-robed youth maintained his expression, flashing a contemptuous smile at Bai Yi before continuing towards the entrance. Could he possibly be insane? With such a meager aura of spiritual power, could he be from the Yuan clan? Jian, do you see that individual? Is he? Bai Yi's inquiry was abruptly interrupted by the voice of Peng Qingran from behind. Yeah. Thankfully, you haven't entered yet. She approached gracefully, her scars still stark and distressing. Bai Yi quickly turned, grasping Peng Qingran's arm, and pointed at the young man in purple. Qingran, you arrived just in time. Do you think that person is from the Yuan clan? Peng Qingran scrutinized the figure for a moment before shaking her head. He likely isn't. Although the Yuan clan's cultivation is often undetectable, one can sense the techniques they practice. I am well acquainted with the Yuan clan, so I understand this nuance, and this person is evidently different from them. Ji Yan nodded in agreement. Indeed, he bears some resemblance to you. Peng Qingran clapped her hands in realization. Exactly. He resembles you. Perhaps you both practice the same mental technique? Bai Yi was struck dumb. Like me?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
I am the chosen one, a divine system personally bestowed upon me by the illustrious Taoist of the female disguise. How could anyone share my path? What other families or techniques in the first heaven could conceal one's cultivation? Bai Yi inquired, frustration evident in his tone. Ji Yan shook his head. According to the intelligence from the Tianji Pavilion, there are none besides the Yuan clan. Unless one has ascended to the second heaven. It is said that in the later stages of the composite body phase, one can achieve unity with their spirit, transcending the calamities of ascension, thus shedding their corporeal form. Naturally, a discarded body would reveal no signs of cultivation.
Bai Yi frowned.
What you say is utter nonsense. How could such a living being merely be flesh? That cannot be the case. This is truly perplexing. Ji Yan questioned, what is so strange about having a similarity to you? Is it not possible for a master who imparts techniques to take on other disciples? Bai Yi waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Let us not dwell on him any longer. We should make haste to enter. Qingran, allow me to recount. As they proceeded, she narrated how Tang Shou and Wu Ming had led the Southern Kunyu group in troubling the spiritual cultivators of the eastern wilderness, detailing how she had descended like a divine being to rescue everyone, and how Tang Shou had fled with Dongfang Luoluo in tow, explaining it all clearly. Indeed, he has clearly come with intentions directed towards this secret realm. Peng Qingran exclaimed indignantly, there's no need to rush. Now that we know he has entered, he cannot escape. Bai Yi gritted his teeth as he spoke. However, why did the master send someone to investigate this secret realm? It is indeed peculiar. What do you intend to do? Since it is the master's command, we must explore it with all our might. Perhaps there is truly something amiss within this secret realm. At this moment, they had already ventured deep into the dense forest of Lingyun Peak. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, their thick canopies nearly obscuring the sky. Upon entering this lush woodland, their vision was instantly hindered by the dense fog, shrouded in darkness and devoid of light. The interplay of shadows cast by the trees was unsettling, accompanied by the eerie low moans of spectral beasts, creating an atmosphere of terror. The spiritual pressure in Lingyun Peak was immensely formidable, and the corrosive miasma further drained Bai Yi's spiritual energy. Fortunately, Jin possessed profound cultivation. He erected protective barriers of spiritual energy, enveloping the three of them and safeguarding Bai Yi and Peng Qingran's spiritual strength. And we haven't even reached the entrance to the secret realm yet. How challenging this is. Bai Yi remarked, Lingyun Peak is indeed extraordinary. After wandering for what felt like an eternity at the foot of the labyrinthine Lingyun Peak, they suddenly heard a series of agonized screams nearby and hastily rushed to investigate. As they approached, the towering ancient trees around them rustled ominously, as if a multitude of spectral beasts were scurrying through the branches. Run! There's a demonic spirit. A bloodied figure charged towards them, wild-eyed and frantic, shouting at Bai Yi and the others. Before they could react, a cacophony of shrieks erupted from the trees. Suddenly, spectral beasts the size of wolfhounds lunged towards Bai Yi from all directions. Bai Yi quickly raised his hands to defend himself. However, the ferocity of the beasts was overwhelming. He managed to knock two aside, yet could not fend off the third beast that lunged at him. This creature, muscled and powerful, swiped with its sharp claws and lunged at Bai Yi's face. Bai Yi hastily grasped the creature with both hands, straining to pry it off his head. As he pushed it away to get a clearer view, he was astonished to discover that it was an enormous rat. Its coarse, gray-brown fur was as hard as steel wires, and its blood-red eyes greedily fixated on its prey. It pounced recklessly at him, seemingly deranged. Bai Yi tried to summon his spiritual energy but found that his Yuaning could not coalesce the energy at all. None of his techniques would manifest. What is happening? How could his cultivation level diminish so swiftly in such a short span? Moreover, he could distinctly sense a vast reservoir of energy within him, yet it eluded his command. With a fierce shout, Jin unleashed a flash of white light, a cold sword piercing through the rat on Bai Yi's face, halting mere inches from him. With another command, multiple beams of white light exploded from Jin, illuminating the surrounding dense woodland. The enormous rats, perhaps fearful of the light or intimidated by Jin's spiritual power, swiftly retreated into the shadows. What on earth is this? Bai Yi gasped, still shaken. Jin and Peng Qingran shook their heads in disbelief. We've never seen anything like it. We haven't even heard of such creatures. A rat of this size is truly a sight to behold. A rat? Peng Qingran inquired with curiosity. What is a rat? A mouse, of course. Haven't you ever seen one? No. Peng Qingran shook his head. How can that be? In this realm there are no mice? How peculiar. Then what steals the rice and grain? What does the cat catch? Jian paid no heed to the two, instead bending down to examine the individual who had just fled. The person had long since ceased to breathe, their body a gruesome sight, nearly unrecognizable. Jian shook his head, stating, This forest is perilously treacherous. We must exercise the utmost caution. Chapter 70, Years Without Climbing. Standing at the base of Lingyun Peak, one gazes up at the majestic summit, where the entrance to the secret realm is conspicuously visible. Yet, amidst the dim and eerie depths of the forest, the quest for the entrance becomes exceedingly arduous. Peng Qingran's cultivation offers little assistance to Ziyuan, and Bai Yi appears utterly incapacitated. As they near the secret realm, the forest thickens, and the fog closes in, rendering visibility to nearly zero. Ziyuan relies solely on her spiritual power to sustain a barrier, guiding the trio towards the entrance of the secret realm. Just a bit further, I can sense the entrance, she declares. However, Bai Yi, akin to an elderly woman unaccustomed to climbing, gasps for breath and waves his hands in protest. No, I can't go on. Let us take a break. Are you all right? Peng Qingran surveys the surroundings. Perhaps we should find a nearby spot to rest. It is already dark. With a sigh, Ziyuan concedes, all right. Let us camp by the stream ahead for the night. If we venture any further, we might encounter others. It would be unwise to cross paths with Wu Ming and his group. The trio ascends a short distance up the mountain, the ground muddy and uneven. For Bai Yi, this marks the first time since arriving in this world that he feels such profound fatigue, as if he possesses no protective cultivation whatsoever. It brings back memories of a company outing to climb Mount Tai, where he felt equally exhausted and pained, even struggling to breathe. Ziyuan selects a location beneath a towering rock face, finding a sheltered nook with water cascading gently from the stone. The presence of fresh water seems to alleviate the surrounding mist. Within this refuge, two large stones provide cover, making it nearly undetectable to passers-by. Nearby, two massive trees stand, their roots sprawling across the ground like serpents. Bai Yi perches upon a protruding tree root, attempting to adjust his internal energy, while Zuan and Peng Qingran scout the area. Something feels amiss. No matter how he tries, he cannot summon the spiritual energy within. Gui-sun. Come here, Bai Yi whispers. The fate will reappears, and Bai Yi meticulously examines its facets. He discovers that there are still over a dozen mental techniques and more than 20 spiritual skills yet to be unlocked. Moreover, he has not even begun to access the realms of artifact crafting, astrology, talismans, or alchemy. Yet one final entry catches his eye. Within the cultivation section, a dense array of small characters is inscribed. Bai Yi is uncertain whether these words have always been present or if they materialized after unlocking the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. The small script clearly states that one can maintain their current realm by refining and consuming the spiritual energy within spirit stones. In other words, as long as one possesses wealth, they can sustain their present state by consuming spirit stones. With 200,000 spirit stones on hand, he could maintain this state for a considerable time. But why, then, is he unable to summon spiritual energy atop Lingyun Peak? He feels as though he has become an ordinary mortal. Bai Yi stows away the fate wheel, left in a state of bewilderment. This simply cannot do. How can we avenge the original series now? How can we rescue Dongfang Luo? Ji Yan and Peng Qingran have thoroughly examined the surroundings and found no potential dangers. What is troubling you? You seem quite off, Ji Yan inquired. I cannot mobilize the spiritual energy within me for some unknown reason. Bai Yi felt a sense of unease and decided to remove the hazy veil. Its ears drooped, displaying a look of dejection. Peng Qingran reassured. Lingyun Peak has such an effect, suppressing spiritual energy. Ji Yan nodded. Perhaps your cultivation method differs, making the suppression more pronounced. How about I impart a technique for regulating your inner energy? It may help mitigate the interference from Lingyun Peak. Bai Yi's ears perked up. Ji Yan, you are truly a good friend. Within just an hour, after practicing the technique taught by Ji Yan, Bai Yi noticeably felt an improvement in the manipulation of spiritual energy. Although still far from the level of the nascent soul stage, it was at least equivalent to the 7th or 8th layer of Qi refinement, significantly stronger than an ordinary person. Once a practitioner has successfully forged their golden core, they can cultivate in lieu of eating, a process colloquially known as bigu. As long as one absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, meals become unnecessary. Of course, those with a penchant for food will still desire to eat. At this moment, Bai Yi was experiencing the cultivation realm of the nascent soul stage yet still felt a twinge of hunger. Moreover, Peng Qingran, being merely at the foundation establishment stage, had also grown hungry after their long journey and battles. Who says fairies quench their hunger with dew? As Peng Qingran relished the freshly caught fish from the stream prepared by Ji Yan, it was truly a delightful feast. I must say, Ji Yan, your culinary skills are remarkable. This fire you wield is simply exquisite. Bai Yi praised while enjoying the grilled fish. It is often said that cats love fish, and indeed, it holds true. Peng Qingran chuckled. Ji Yan merely shook his head with a gentle smile. Suddenly, a series of footsteps and low murmurs echoed from a distance. They've arrived. They are nearly here. Oh, there is a flicker of light. Could it be the people from Nan Kunyu? We should hurry. The members of Nan Kunyu show no fear, especially since our spiritual energy is severely depleted. We must find a place to rest. Excuse me, which fellow cultivators are resting here? The voice sounded familiar, and the footsteps drew nearer. Bai Yi quickly donned the hazy veil once more. Elder Ji Yan, Elder Ran, the nameless heroine. My apologies for the intrusion. The visitors turned out to be Yi Xian, accompanied by 6 or 7 disciples of the 9 poison spirit sect, all appearing quite fatigued and dispirited. Ji Yan and Peng Qingran nodded slightly. Elder Yi, the poison mist is thin here. You may rest as well, Peng Qingran offered. Thank you. We were just seeking a suitable place, Yi Xian replied courteously. He led his disciples to set up a campfire not far from them, and soon the aroma of grilling fish wafted over. Having had his fill, Peng Qingran began to meditate to restore his spiritual energy. Bai Yi wore an expression of reluctance. This means I cannot remove the hazy veil. I haven't finished the grilled fish yet. Oh, you must have seen Tang Shou as well, right? His cultivation has advanced remarkably fast. The disciples of the Nine Poison Spirit sect began to engage in casual conversation. After all, he is a rare talent in cultivation, appearing only once in a century. What is so surprising about that? Ultimately, he is still a traitor, Isentihi. Shu. Lower your voice. The Grand Elder is right over there. Oh right, Elder Yi, our master has instructed us to enter the secret realm to complete our mission. But we are already struggling to cope with merely Lingyun Peak. How can we possibly enter the secret realm? Ye's brow furrowed slightly. There is naturally a reason behind our master's instructions. Tomorrow morning, once we enter the secret realm, we shall assess the situation then. Bai Yi perked up his ears, and with his cat-like ears coupled with his nascent soul cultivation, he could indeed hear everything clearly. However, this also suggests that the leaders of the various sects are aware that there is something amiss with this secret realm. Chapter 71. The enigmatic realm on the mysterious mountain after a night's rest. Bai Yi felt considerably rejuvenated. However, upon observing Ji Yan's countenance, it was evident that he remained utterly exhausted. To create a barrier against the encroaching toxic mist, he had exerted immense effort, depleting a significant amount of his spiritual energy. Peng Qingran, wounded and lacking sufficient cultivation, was unable to offer any assistance. Unlike other teams comprising 6 or 7 members who could support one another, the 3 of them had no such luxury. This disparity had led to Ji Yan's excessive expenditure of spiritual power, rendering him visibly weakened and fatigued. Bai Yi, witnessing this, felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. Yet, Ji Yan had not uttered a single complaint throughout. Such a sense of responsibility, coupled with his profound and solid cultivation, exemplified the virtues of a true gentleman from a prestigious sect. No matter how burdensome the weight on his shoulders, he bore it silently, eschewing any pointless lamentation or ostentation. His actions not intended for the approval of others, nor did he seek gratitude. Ji Yan was indeed a person of true integrity, commendable in every aspect. The trio continued their journey deeper into the dense forest, the entrance to the mysterious realm tantalizingly close, yet thronged with many people. Curiously, as they approached the entrance, the toxic mist grew increasingly sparse, and in the vicinity of the entrance, it had completely dissipated. A radiant white light emanated from the entrance, illuminating the dark forest as brightly as day, with no demonic beasts or malevolent spirits in sight. Many individuals were taking a moment to regroup and rest. Ji Yan finally seized a fleeting opportunity to recuperate. The members of Wu Ming's group had vanished, and from the surrounding chatter, it was revealed that they had just entered the realm. Has anyone seen Tang Shou? Bai Yi inquired. No, with his high level of cultivation, he must have entered long ago. Perhaps he has already claimed all the treasures inside. That's sheer nonsense. The entrance is right here. If he were to emerge, someone would surely notice. Perhaps he left before we all arrived. Brother, we should head back. I truly cannot endure any longer. Bai Yi furrowed his brow, feeling anxious as he listened to the disjointed conversation around him. Suddenly, from the murky, grayish chaos at the entrance, a burst of purple light erupted. Help! Help! 2 figures shouted as they staggered out. Their bodies were drenched in blood, their faces ashen, supporting each other while frantically shouting something. Just moments after escaping the realm, they collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. It wasn't long before they perished. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, and in an instant, most began to reconsider their venture, contemplating retreating down the mountain. What on earth is happening? What could possibly be inside the realm to cause such a fate? Ji Yan remarked, "There's no use in watching. Let us proceed." With that, the 3 advanced towards the mysterious entrance. As Bai Yi drew closer, a surge of intense purple light enveloped her. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself amidst a breathtaking garden. A sea of pale purple blossoms, rising over half a meter high, stretched towards the horizon, exuding an intoxicating fragrance, while butterflies danced gracefully around her. What is this place? Such a beautiful earthly paradise. It is akin to a sanctuary for the elderly. Why then did some escape covered in blood? Looking around, one could see the undulating expanse of dense forest in the distance, while not far off stood an imposing and luxurious mansion, its high walls casting an imposing silhouette. Jiyan wore a face of confusion, cautioning, "Be wary of deception." The trio proceeded with utmost vigilance, fearful that some wild beast might suddenly spring forth from the waist-high flower field. Indeed, amidst the stillness of the blossoms, a tremor arose. A colossal creature was stealthily advancing towards them at an alarming speed. Without hesitation, Jiyan conjured a water barrier to shield them, while Peng Qing ran unsheathed his sword, his senses on high alert. The massive entity within the flower field moved with astonishing swiftness, yet appeared to sense the trio's apprehension, swiftly altering its course and encircling them from behind. "Be careful." Peng Qing ran admonished sharply, directing his sword towards Bai Yi. Bai Yi felt a surge of potent spiritual energy from behind and instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly evading the oncoming sword. There it was, a gigantic, patterned python, its girth akin to that of a barrel, its enormous head flicking its tongue menacingly. Its gaping maw loomed where Bai Yi had just stood. With a determined shout, Peng Qing ran infused his sword with spiritual power, leaping high into the air as a flash of white light surged past Bai Yi, aiming directly for the python's cavernous mouth. The python, however, disregarded the attack and lunged once more at Bai Yi. The uneven terrain of the flower field made movement treacherous, and fearing a misstep, Bai Yi leapt adroitly into the air. "Qing Ming Fist," he proclaimed, his fists clenched as he executed a hook aimed at the python's jaw. As the technique was unleashed, Bai Yi realized with dismay that his spiritual energy was insufficient. The python's mouth was wider than a basin, and his fist was perilously close to being swallowed. Just as he contemplated switching to the 5 elements transformation technique, a moment of panic struck him. Would his arm retract in time? Ice-clear sword technique. Break. It was Jiyan. His azure sword descended from the heavens, forcefully embedding itself into the python's skull, pinning the creature to the ground. The mighty sword pierced through the python's head, blood gushing forth in torrents. Its enormous body writhed violently, trampling the flower field beneath it. After what felt like an eternity, the creature finally ceased its thrashing, lifeless at last. Jiyan, breathing heavily, urged, "This flower field is too peculiar. We must depart swiftly." With that, the three hastened towards the grand estate. Just as they had distanced themselves, the flower field around them began to rustle ominously once more, the sound incessantly rising, and to their horror, the movements seemed to be converging towards the fallen python. As Bai Yi sprinted, glancing back, he was appalled to see the corpse of the python covered in a writhing mass of snakes of all sizes and colors, ravenously devouring its remains. He felt a wave of nausea and quickly turned away, unwilling to witness the grotesque sight any longer. Fortunately, the python's carcass had successfully drawn attention, allowing the trio to reach the expansive estate unscathed. Upon their arrival at the entrance, the massive gray-brown gates swung open automatically, creaking ominously. The three of them took their positions, ready for whatever confrontation awaited them. Within the courtyard stood a delicately attired maid, her demeanor demure as she bowed slightly in deference. In a gentle voice, she remarked, "Esteemed guests, I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Please allow me to guide you inside, as the master has been awaiting your arrival for some time." "Ah, a trap for the unwary? Having arrived, what could possibly intimidate me? Come along, my friends. What is meant to happen will inevitably unfold." With a light pat on Peng Qingran and Jiyan, she stepped through the grand entrance. Just as the trio crossed the threshold, the courtyard door creaked shut behind them. Inside lay a hidden paradise, reminiscent of a splendid park, replete with artificial hills and serene ponds, adorned with a profusion of blossoms. The pond was a spectacle of pink and azure lotus flowers, and a meticulously crafted stone bridge spanned its expanse. A vermilion corridor meandered through the garden, and as the maid led them with deft turns, they soon found themselves enveloped by a cacophony of voices. The maid pushed open another door, amplifying the clamor. Jiyan, taken aback, paused for a moment before exclaiming, "This is the Wujia Auction House." Chapter 72. The Wujia Auction House. The maid nodded slightly, continuing to lead the way. The courtyard was adorned with immaculately arranged bluestones and featured dozens of screens that partitioned exquisite tea tables and ornate armchairs. Upon the tables, alongside exquisite tea sets and platters of fruit, rested wooden nameplates crafted from rosewood. The cacophony of chatter emanated from the seated guests. As Bai Yi followed the maid deeper into the establishment, he surveyed the crowd. The majority were individuals from the southern Quanyue, with some elite teams from the eastern wasteland already present. The guests were engaged in sipping tea and sampling refreshments, some expressing hunger and requesting more dishes. Remarkably, their requests were promptly fulfilled. Bai Yi noticed Liang Cong and several of his fellow disciples had also arrived, seated behind the screens, where a plethora of greasy roasted meats lay before them. Almost all the tables were occupied. After meandering through the labyrinth of screens, they finally reached a tea table. The nameplate for the esteemed guests read number 37. The maid placed the nameplate at the center of the table, informing them that the auction would commence shortly before retreating behind the screens. The screens enclosed the surroundings tightly, allowing only the murmurs from other tables to be heard, though their words remained indistinct. I can hardly believe the Wujia auction house actually exists, Peng Qingran murmured. Ji Yan, displaying a face of astonishment, clearly felt less guarded than before. What is it? What is so extraordinary about it? Bai Yi inquired hastily. It's not so much extraordinary as it is rare, especially in the eastern wasteland. It's quite peculiar how it could be established here, Peng Qingran exclaimed repeatedly. Ji Yan elaborated. This is an extremely enigmatic secret realm. Those who enter can partake in the auction of various heavenly materials, treasures, magical artifacts, and elixirs. Oh, just an auction? What is so remarkable about that? Bai Yi retorted nonchalantly. Doesn't your Tiangong pavilion frequently auction treasures as well? Ji Yan shook his head. It is vastly different. The items auctioned at the Wujia auction house are the supreme treasures of the entire first heaven. When I was young, my master once took me to the northern region to attend a Wujia auction. Wow, you've been there? What did you buy? Bai Yi asked eagerly. No, I did not enter. I required my master's protective shield in the northern region. Otherwise, I would not have been able to withstand the overwhelming spiritual pressure. At that time, the Wujia auction house was located in the Songlong Valley of the northern region, and entering was beyond my reach, Ji Yan explained. Well, you were just standing at the entrance? Your master is truly kind to you, Bai Yi replied, somewhat disappointed. Peng Qingran, however, was astounded. Songlong Valley. Your master was able to protect you to enter Songlong Valley. Ji Yan nodded. My master is indeed extraordinarily powerful. Last time at the Wujia auction house, he acquired a magical artifact known as the Na Xie Qian Kuan. Peng Qingran was even more astonished. So that is it. The Na Xie Qian Kuan was obtained from the Wujia auction house. What is this? What are you talking about? Bai Yi asked. Peng Qingran clarified. Ji Yan's master, Mr. Mo Yan, possesses one of the most formidable and renowned magical artifacts in existence. Regardless of the enemy's cultivation level, as long as you utter their name and they respond, they will be drawn into the chaotic realm of the Naxi Qian Kuan. Unless you release them, they shall never escape. Huh? Is that not the purple gold red gourd belonging to the two brothers, Jin and Yin Jiao? Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback. Hearing Ji Yan say, it is precisely with this magical artifact that my master became an elder of the pavilion. Then how much did your master, Mr. Mo Yan, spend on it? Bai Yi's primary concern was still the price. The thought of money made her cheeks flush slightly as she continued. I've already used your funds. How will you purchase any treasured artifacts you come across? Ji Yan chuckled and shook his head. It is of no consequence. The Wujia auction house does not accept spirit stones but rather other items in exchange. Bai Yi's curiosity was piqued. Oh? What did he trade for it? Suddenly, Peng Qingran covered her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, You don't mean, Mr. Mo Yan was once able to speak? Ji Yan nodded. My master was not originally called Mo Yan. After exchanging his voice for the magical artifact, he changed his title. Bai Yi felt a chill run down her spine. This sounds rather sinister and uncanny regarding the Wujia auction house. She glanced around but saw no one else. The three fell into silence, and Peng Qingran could no longer sit still, scanning the surroundings. It is truly infuriating. Tang Shou must be here, Bai Yi said. I will take a look around. Ji Yan quickly stopped her. Do not act recklessly. The power of the Wujia auction house is not something we can provoke. Peng Qingran added. Indeed, if we cause trouble here, our lives may be in jeopardy. And how can we seek revenge for Fan Fan then? This was a valid point. Bai Yi understood it as well. Firstly, possessing such a supreme magical artifact is already an extraordinary capability. Moreover, to hold an auction in such a secret realm. Strangely, this secret realm can even shift from the northern region to the eastern wilderness. It opens randomly. This auction house is indeed quite mysterious. I am merely wandering around. It poses no harm, right? Bai Yi said as she stood up, reassuring them. Rest assured, I will definitely not cause any trouble. I shall see if I can find Tang Shou. After saying this, Bai Yi swiftly left the tea pavilion. The screens were cleverly arranged, resembling a meticulously designed labyrinth. Based on her memory, Bai Yi navigated through the twists and turns, arriving at the center of the courtyard. This place was quite spacious, facing the courtyard gate with a wide-open pathway, while on either side, the screens clearly revealed numerous guests at their tea tables. Uniquely dressed maidservants busied themselves, serving tea and water to the guests. Bai Yi lamented that she had insisted on resting the previous night. Otherwise, she could have arrived earlier to secure a prime position. She pretended to stretch her limbs, strolling about the open space, occasionally eavesdropping on conversations while searching for Tang Shou's whereabouts. After searching for a while, she only heard the people from Nan Kun Yu continuously complaining. They had waited an entire night, and it still hadn't begun. Truly vexing. The speaker was a stout monk following Wu Ming, his mouth stuffed with roasted meat. Have you not eaten? From the looks of you, you are already in the golden core stage, yet you remain so gluttonous. Another monk, his head completely bald yet adorned with 2 long whiskers, spoke impatiently. A shorter monk chimed in, Big fatty, there's no need to rush. It is indeed a stroke of fortune in this lifetime to enter the Wujie auction house. It is a blessing of fate. What does it matter to wait for an evening? The long-bearded monk added, Exactly. Just think, if we could exchange for a magical artifact, we would bid farewell to the northern realm. That is indeed the truth. The plump monk replied, his face glistening with delight. I would gladly exchange one of my hands for a magical artifact. The long-bearded monk regarded him with disdain. A hand? I could offer an entire arm. You cannot compete with me. Nonsense. Who would want your scrawny arm? Chapter 73. A sudden turn upon overhearing the three engaged in a heated debate. Wu Ming wore an expression of displeasure, his skeletal visage appearing even more ghastly. Are we beginning to argue now? The auction will commence shortly. What is the rush? The portly monk, feeling affronted, retorted, Senior brother, what do you mean by that? Are you siding with him? The long-bearded man abruptly slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. Oh really? You claim I am thin, yet what of Wu Ming? Is he not even thinner? What are you implying? As their voices rose, they began to jostle each other amidst the tension that had built up from waiting an entire day and night. The commotion drew the attention of onlookers who wondered what was transpiring. To their astonishment, the stout monk had already engaged in a scuffle with the long-bearded man. The monk's considerable bulk pressed down on his opponent, and neither employed spiritual energy. Their confrontation devolved into a sheer physical struggle. Enough! A resonant voice thundered. Take them out! Feed them to the dogs! The crowd was momentarily stunned by the overwhelming display of spiritual power, yet it appeared that the courtyard was shielded, as no one was harmed by this force. A search for the source of the voice yielded no results. It was merely a disembodied sound. In an instant, 5 or 6 maidservants emerged from the main hall, their movements uncanny as they approached the throng without a hint of spiritual fluctuation. With astonishing speed, they arrived before the spectators. Suddenly, a series of dull thuds echoed, as if bones were breaking. A chorus of anguished cries followed, for the stout monk and long-bearded man now lay prostrate on the ground. The maidservants remained unperturbed, effortlessly lifting the 2 ruffians' feet and dragging them out of the courtyard before the wide-eyed crowd. What transpired? The speed was astonishing. What was going on? The prowess of these maidservants was terrifying. Had they truly been incapacitated? Did you not hear? They spoke of dragging them out to feed the dogs. How frightening. How dare they cause a ruckus here? They deserve it. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, while Bai Yi stood at a distance, coldly observing the surrounding crowd. Perhaps. Tang Shou was among them. Such a spectacle. Suddenly, a magnetic voice erupted beside her ear. Bai Yi swiftly turned her head, only to find a pale, handsome face mere inches from her own, causing her fur to bristle in alarm. Their eyes met, and the man grinned, his eyes sparkling with reckless mirth, nearly overflowing with mischief. It was the man in the purple robe. Towering over Bai Yi, he leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially in her ear. Was he here to join the fray? His proximity was quite irksome. Bai Yi, feeling vexed, waved her hand dismissively, while the man straightened, still wearing a smile, and raised his chin. What's the matter? Did Wu Ming's little brother meet his demise? Bai Yi nodded, replying, indeed, he has been disposed of. Yet, something felt amiss. She was veiled, yet he seemed capable of piercing through her faade. His nonchalant demeanor appeared to mock her own feline features. Bai Yi, agitated and irritable, thought, you are quite impressive, managing to enter the secret realm all on your own. Not too shabby, he responded, a hint of arrogance in his tone. At this moment, the maidens, adorned with unsettling smiles, urged everyone to return to their seats. Bai Yi remarked, let us return. The auction is likely to commence soon. Where are you seated? To his surprise, the young man responded with a cunning grin, whispering, I have no seat. I sneaked in. He then winked at Bai Yi and inquired, which seat are you in? Allow me to join you. This individual exuded an air of mystery, leaving Bai Yi unable to pinpoint what felt amiss. His cultivation level was indiscernible. Could it be that he, like Bai Yi, harbored his own secrets? Sneaking in, are you? Quite an impressive feat. Follow me. Although Bai Yi could not locate Tang Shou, his mind was in disarray. However, this figure in purple, claiming to have infiltrated the auction, likely possessed considerable knowledge of the Wuji auction house. Perhaps he could offer some assistance, potentially extracting useful information, such as the whereabouts of Tang Shou. The two traversed the ornate screens and returned to table 37, with a stranger trailing behind Bai Yi, much to the astonishment of Peng Qingran and Ji Yan. The purple-clad man seated himself with an air of nonchalance, his expression a blend of amusement and intrigue. May I inquire your name? Bai Yi paused before asking. Lin Yuan, replied the man, Lin Yuan, as in the brilliance of the abyss shines brightly. Ji Yan raised an eyebrow. What a splendid name, derived from the poem by the immortal poet Yin Huiding, illuminating the tea by lantern light. Oh, how delightful! Haha! Peng Qingran nodded in agreement. Do you two know each other? Are you perhaps siblings?
Bai Yi, perpleet, retorted, siblings?
Do I appear so aged? With a cheerful smile, Peng Qingran lifted his teacup and recited. In the courtyard, chaotic whispers fill the ear. On the table, the unfeeling tea is savored. Bai Yi, unperturbed by the dust. Lin Yuan, the brilliance of the abyss shines brightly. Your names are entwined in a verse. Does that not imply siblinghood? What a remarkable coincidence. Bai Yi chuckled, indeed. How coincidental. I am Bai Yi. Lin Yuan turned to regard Bai Yi, breaking into a broad smile. Jian inquired, Lin Yuan, did you enter alone? Your cultivation seems unfathomable. Lin Yuan nonchalantly replied, I possess no remarkable skills. I am merely well acquainted with this place. Before Bai Yi could pose further questions, a resounding noise erupted above the estate. A powerful male voice declared, Esteemed guests, the Wuji auction house is about to commence the bidding for our first treasure. As the words echoed, an ethereal illusion materialized above the tea table, resembling a mirror that revealed a meticulously crafted jade box. The voice continued, but abruptly ceased. The earth began to tremble violently. The entire estate seemed to convulse, teacups rattling on the table, and the surrounding screens swayed precariously. A thunderous crack reverberated. What is happening?
Bai Yi shouted.
Others were equally alarmed as the ground shook more violently. The surface cracked under the relentless force, as if some colossal entity were about to emerge from the depths. Amidst the chaos, everyone hurriedly rose to their feet, the walls buckling under the strain as debris tumbled from above. A thick smoke billowed up from the ground, momentarily choking the air, rendering it nearly impossible to see or breathe. A booming voice resonated once more. Esteemed guests, do not panic. A few minor issues have arisen. I urge you all, run. Suddenly, the ground split open with a gaping chasm half a meter wide. A stout, dark brown tentacle erupted from the earth with startling force. In a frenzy, people fled as the tentacles flailed about, reminiscent of a colossal octopus lurking beneath, intent on dragging everyone into the abyss. Bai desperately dodged, yet the fissure expanded relentlessly, multiplying in size. Just as she beheld Peng Qingran and Ji Yan, the bluestone tiles beneath them cracked ominously, revealing a bottomless chasm that resembled a gaping maw, swallowing them whole in an instant. Qingran, Bai cried out in fury, reaching out instinctively, but her feet suddenly lost contact with the ground. In the next moment, a formidable tentacle came crashing down towards her head with tremendous force. Chapter 74. Traversing time and space to feed the dogs, Bai felt an excruciating headache, as if her skull had been cleaved open. With great difficulty, she managed to open her eyes, only to discover she was standing at the entrance of the auction house. Peng Qingran and Ziyuan stood beside her, while before them was the guiding maid. Ziyuan, standing at the entrance, exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the Wuji auction house." The maid gave a slight bow and continued to lead the way. Qingran, Ziyuan, what is happening? Bai hurriedly inquired. This is the Wuji auction house. It is the most mysterious. Ziyuan began to explain. Bai interrupted urgently. Just now, that monster, it emerged from the ground. Everyone is dead. How are we still standing here? What are you talking about? The giant python was already dead, wasn't it? Peng Qingran asked, looking utterly perplexed. Giant python? What is going on? Why does it seem like everyone has forgotten what happened? Bai cast a pleading glance at Ziyuan, yet received no response. Ziyuan remained absorbed in the delight and astonishment of being at the Wuji auction house. The pain in Bai's head was still vivid. This was definitely not an illusion. It was not a dream. Bai followed the maid into the courtyard, observing that they were heading toward table 37. This further solidified her resolve. Regardless of the reason, regardless of why everyone had forgotten, she must prevent this tragedy. Bai quickly blocked Peng Qingran and Ziyuan, urging, "You must listen to me. We need to get out of here. We must run. Something terrifying is about to happen. Everyone will die." Peng Qingran and Ziyuan looked at Bai in shock. Concern etched on their faces. Are you all right? What are you saying? Bai had no time to explain. She grabbed the maid urgently. "Young lady, you must listen to me. A powerful monster will emerge from the ground. It will drag everyone underground. Everyone will die. You must inform your master and get everyone out of here." The maid turned back, her expression filled with skepticism as she scrutinized Bai, before suddenly whistling sharply. In an instant, 5 or 6 maids appeared around the trio. Bai felt all her strength drain away, as the maids firmly restrained her. Peng Qingran and Ziyuan were also subdued, dragged behind the maids, heads down, as they were led through the courtyard and into the hall. There really is a monster. Everyone will die. Run. If you don't hurry, it will be too late. I am not lying. Bai could not stop shouting. Damn it. I should have ignored you all. Let go of me. If you have the ability, let us fight it out. Ouch. My head. This is my head. It hurts so much. Let me go. Yeah. What on earth is happening? Peng Qingran asked in terror as he too was being dragged. Bai was pulled by her feet into the hall, where the interior was resplendent with lights. Yet she could see no one, though it felt as if there were shadows lurking everywhere. A tall, robust man approached, exuding an aura as grand as the ocean. His voice boomed like thunder. Troublemakers? No need to bring them here. Take them to the backyard and feed them to the dogs. Are you the one in charge? Let me tell you, soon, everyone will perish. Hurry and disperse the crowd. Below. Oh, I'm speaking here. Release me, you wretched woman. Let go of me. Oh, I curse you. Bai found herself utterly immobilized, unaware of the strange technique this maid had employed. She felt like a puppet, completely at the mercy of others. As she traversed the hall, Bai heard the distant barking of dogs. Judging by the sound, they were more ferocious than Tibetan mastiffs, and their size was comparable to that of a bull. I speak the truth, you old fool. Let me go. Oh, get away, beast. Keep your distance from me. In the courtyard, there were 6 or 7 hefty dogs, with heads as large as that of a bull. Their gaping maws were ready to devour Bai Yi. In her final moments of consciousness, all she could sense was the foul stench of the dogs' mouths. Ugh! The pain from being torn apart was excruciating, as if her bones were about to shatter, the torment compelling her to open her eyes once more. The courtyard. Peng Qingran. Jian. The maid. This is Wu Ji. Enough, enough. I know this is the Wu Ji auction house, Bai Yi exclaimed in anger. Whether the people inside live or die is of no concern to me. Otherwise, I shan't bear the surname Bai. Jian was astonished. You know of the Wu Ji auction house? How did you find out? Bai Yi took a calming breath and waved her hand, not answering directly. Never mind, you wouldn't believe it anyway. Let's go. There is still time before disaster strikes. It is certainly not an illusion. I must find a way to rescue Peng Qingran and Ji Yan, and swiftly ascertain the whereabouts of Tang Shou and Dongfang Luo. Bai Yi swiftly stepped forward, saying, You two go wait at the table for me. I will join you shortly. Where are you going? How will we find you later? I'm just going to the restroom. I can manage, now hurry along. Remember, do not wander about. Ignoring Peng Qingran's calls, Bai Yi hurriedly made her way into the courtyard. Each table must be examined thoroughly, yet there were over 30 tables here. The maze of screens was too intricate, making it easy to overlook certain spots. How could she possibly find Dongfang Luo like this? Ah, I've got it. If I incite a bit of panic, warning everyone that a magical beast is about to emerge, perhaps when the crowd scatters in fear, I might locate Tang Shou. Bai Yi resolved to do just that, preparing to shout loudly when suddenly, a voice rang in her ear. Don't make a sound. The voice was all too familiar, echoing sharply in her ears. Anyone who speaks so closely must be. Indeed, Bai Yi quickly dodged, catching sight of a luminescent face and a striking purple robe. Confused, she looked at Lin Yuan. What is it? Lin Yuan continued to speak in a hushed tone. When you were dragged in just now, you cried out, causing quite the commotion. Everyone began to fight, and when the sky fell and the earth cracked, no one managed to escape. Astonished, shocked. Do you remember? What about the others? Have they forgotten? Lin Yuan shrugged. They do not remember. No one knows what happened. However, we must not act impulsively. Otherwise, none shall escape. What is happening? What on earth? Bai Yi exclaimed in desperation. I do not wish to perish here, for I still have friends within this place. Oh, who would have thought you possessed such loyalty? Lin Yuan chuckled slyly. Are you jesting? Why don't you flee first? I cannot. He helplessly spread his hands and stretched lazily. The courtyard is sealed. No one can unlock it. What then? Are we destined to perish here? That cannot be right. Are we to remain here, caught in a cycle of life and death? Chapter 75. The monsters strike. Lin Yuan squinted, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Bai Yi. Are you searching for Tang Shou? Yes, and yet no. Oh, are you looking for Dongfang Luo? Is he your friend? What's the matter? Do you know where they are? I spotted Tang Shou outside long ago. However, he did not enter the Wuji auction house. I suspect he is behind all this. Bai Yi furrowed her brow in contemplation. Tang Shou, are you suggesting he released the monsters? But why would he do such a thing? Lin Yuan flashed a grin. For fame, for profit, for revenge. For what reason could it not be? It seemed illogical. Yet Bai Yi could not conjure a better explanation. She inquired, how does Tang Shou possess such extraordinary abilities? How can he control such monsters? You saw that creature. Is it merely an ordinary spirit beast? It resembles a demon. Be it a demon or a spirit beast, if you wish to escape, we must eliminate it. Lin Yuan observed as the stout monk and the bearded man were dragged away, continuing, time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. Do you trust me? Whether I trust you or not, it makes little difference.
What good plan do you propose?
Lin Yuan turned his head, a smile blossoming on his pallid face. You draw the tentacles, and I shall deal with them. On what basis do you believe I can attract it? Those tentacles are thicker than the stout monk's waist. A single blow would shatter me into pieces. Lin Yuan shrugged. Then I will attract it, and you look for an opportunity. No sooner had he spoken than he sprang to his feet, seizing Bai Yi. In that instant, a terrifying scene unfolded once more. The earth boiled like water in a pot, trembling violently. People were shaken to their core, struggling to maintain their footing, hastily preparing to leap out of the yard. Yet the dark fissures had already stirred up thick clouds of smoke, the tentacles moving with remarkable swiftness, catching everyone off guard amidst the swirling dust. Fortunately, Lin Yuan was prepared. As he pulled Bai Yi, she leapt high toward the courtyard gate, propelling herself in the direction of Ji Yan and Peng Qingran. The ground was about to crack open again, and they were completely unprepared. Bai Yi dove down, swiftly seizing the two, shouting, "Quick, take cover. The ground is splitting. Be careful." Wails erupted as people screamed, retaliating with their powers. Yet the tentacles were tough and resilient. Sword and blade struck. Yet the spirit energy collided without yielding an ounce of response. The earth continued to convulse violently, the fissures widening. From the thick smoke emerged a colossal figure, resembling a mass of enormous tentacles entwined, writhing incessantly. Suddenly, from another corner of the courtyard, a purple figure lunged toward the dark mass.
Bai Yi gasped, Lin Yuan.
"Buddy, don't throw yourself into the fire." But Lin Yuan was agile. Although his protective cultivation was not high, he was remarkably nimble. In a flash, the purple figure darted before the shadow, wielding a luminous arc of several zhang in length, striking at the dark form. Yet the creature was astute. In an instant, dozens of robust and agile tentacles descended fiercely from behind Lin Yuan. "Be careful," Bai Yi shouted. Just a moment ago, Lin Yuan's violet figure lingered within the haze, but in the next heartbeat, he vanished. The colossal tentacles struck nothing but air. Yet Lin Yuan appeared directly above the shadow of the creature. As Bai Yi stood in astonishment, a massive shadow hurtled towards her face. The shadow emitted a series of anguished wails. A gigantic tentacle was ensnaring a person, flinging them towards Bai Yi. She swiftly somersaulted, propelling herself into the air once more. The courtyard wall beneath her crumbled into ruins. There was nowhere left to land. Dust and debris swirled around, leaving her uncertain of where safety lay, swallowing the wasteland.
Bai Yi bellowed.
In desperation, she had no choice but to resort to this. Within the secret realm, her cultivation and spiritual energy were lamentably feeble. Without invoking the swallowing wasteland technique, survival seemed impossible. Moreover, this technique summoned fierce winds which could potentially. In a heartbeat, tempestuous winds surged, and the familiar surge of power coursed through her being once again. The spiritual energy within the secret realm was exceptionally abundant. Bai Yi felt as though she might burst from the overwhelming influx. Fortunately, her foundational cultivation was at the nascent soul stage, allowing her to effortlessly accommodate the influx of energy. Amidst the swirling sands and stones, vast quantities of spiritual energy were drawn into Bai Yi's body, and the dense smoke conjured by the creature was swiftly dispersed. At last, the true form of the creature was revealed. The remaining survivors were left aghast. Before them loomed a grotesque entity, its entire body a deep, purplish black, covered in a viscous slime and suckers. It resembled a colossal brain, adorned with suction cups the size of wheels, tightly ensnared by numerous thick octopus-like tentacles. This was Cthulhu. Although it seemed fantastical and surreal, it undeniably embodied the essence of Cthulhu, an indescribable monstrosity, a terrifying behemoth, with formidable spiritual power. Bai Yi spotted a clear patch of ground and gracefully descended, deftly evading the relentless strikes of the enormous tentacles. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was successfully drawing most of the creature's attention, granting the others a moment to catch their breath. As the crowd scattered in a frantic bid for survival, it became apparent, just as Lin Yuan had stated, that the entire estate was sealed by a barrier. There was no escaping. "What are you waiting for?" Lin Yuan roared angrily, his voice booming. Bai Yi turned sharply. 5 elements transformation. She levitated into the air, and wherever her fingers pointed, boulders seemed to come alive, infused with a torrent of spiritual energy, crashing towards the creature. Boom! A wave of explosive energy surged forth. Clouds of smoke billowed. All of the creature's tentacles writhed violently. Did it succeed? The crowd exclaimed in awe. But immediately afterward, an overwhelming torrent of force surged towards them. The creature emitted a piercing, shrill cry, causing blood to stream from the ears of those nearby. In a shocking display, the creature expanded at an astonishing rate, its tentacles unfurling from around the brain, revealing the densely protected, purplish-red, viscous brain within. The newly extended tentacles were even thicker, moving with astonishing speed. Amidst a thunderous scream, its 100-meter-long tentacles writhed and convulsed furiously. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Amidst the tempestuous sky, flashes of violet lightning cascaded from above, intertwining the malevolent creature with the heavens. It appeared to be absorbing the very essence of the storm. "Beware!" Ji Yan shouted, hastily conjuring a water shield to protect Peng Qingran and Bai Yi. A piercing shriek reverberated through the air once more, shaking the very foundations of the earth. With a resounding crash, the creature erupted in a violent explosion of purple lightning, resembling a colossal bomb. The force of the shockwave surged forth, overwhelming. What shall we do? It was utterly insurmountable. Ji Yan's water shield bore the brunt of the explosion, emitting a cacophony of cracking sounds as it shattered into fine particles. Bai Yi felt the intense impact reverberate through every inch of his being, as if his very flesh were being torn asunder. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Ji Yan!" Peng Qingran cried out in alarm, prompting Bai Yi to turn swiftly. To his horror, he beheld Ji Yan, utterly unconscious, contorted in an unnatural manner, plummeting into the abyss below. Chapter 76. The pain following the fall of Ji Yan channeled all his spiritual energy into the water shield, thereby safeguarding Peng Qingran and Bai Yi. Yet it was precisely the sacrifice that led to his own demise. Earlier at Lingyun Peak, he had already expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy to uphold the barrier that protected Bai Yi and Peng Qingran, leaving him utterly drained. The subsequent explosion shattered him completely. Bai Yi gazed in disbelief at Ji Yan's figure descending into darkness, consumed by rage. Suddenly, a shadow loomed again. A colossal tentacle lashed down like a whip, offering no time for evasion. The tentacle's reach was immense, its speed astonishing. Bai Yi's chest heaved. She could not summon her spiritual energy swiftly enough to shield herself. The relentless tentacles struck her repeatedly, like a fan in a frenzy, sending her crashing to the ground. She heard the sickening sound of bones fracturing and crushing beneath the assault. Every inch of her skin, every cell, was ruthlessly torn apart. The excruciating agony threatened to plunge her into unconsciousness, yet she clung desperately to life. Ji Yan must not perish in vain. With a resounding crash, the onslaught of tentacles ceased. A sharp, piercing scream erupted as the creature's viscous brain emitted a purplish-red glow, seemingly reveling in its victory. Its tentacles surged upward, quaking in response to the cacophony of wails. "Yeah!" Peng Qingran cried out in despair. A deep pit formed where Bai Yi had fallen, and within it lay the remnants of her shattered body, reduced to a pulpy mass. Her bones lay splintered and grotesquely twisted. The stark whiteness of her broken bones stood out against the gruesome tableau, dripping with blood. Bai Yi's head appeared deformed, her hazy visage obscured, while her face was buried deep in the earth. "Am I dead? No. I still possess a flicker of spiritual energy." With a feeble breath, she whispered, "Swallow the desolate. Resolve." Gradually, the spiritual energy around her emitted faint ripples. A whisper of wind, a blade of grass, a massive rock. Threads of spiritual energy began to converge within the prostrate Bai Yi. As she inhaled the energy with increasing fervor, a wall of wind began to rise around her, encircling her battered form. The wind velocity escalated, the sound crescendoing to a deafening roar, as all surrounding spiritual energy gravitated toward Bai Yi. The creature, wrapped in purplish lightning, could not escape this fate either. The immense spiritual power coursing through its body was rapidly siphoned away by Bai Yi. With an anguished roar, the creature, seemingly intelligent, realized its dwindling power and desperately spun its tentacles. Lightning cascaded from the heavens, forming a robust shield of electricity around the beast, which resembled a burning hill. The entire estate lay in ruins. Simultaneously, the wind wall encircling Bai Yi grew increasingly formidable, and as her spiritual energy continued to accumulate, the winds surged with ferocity, reducing the surrounding debris to mere fragments and dust. Like a tornado swirling with immense stones, it stood resolutely against the monstrous foe. Within the tempest, a delicate yet commanding voice resonated through the heavens. 5 elements transformation. The whirlwind abruptly ceased, and a multitude of stones cascaded to the ground with a resounding clatter. Baia's shattered bones protruded from her body, yet she was entirely enveloped and supported by the tendrils of trees. This was the essence of the 5 elements transformation. Harnessing the power of nature, absorbing potent spiritual energy, Bai pointed decisively, drawing the surrounding lightning towards the creature, encasing the vast array of stones at her feet. The stones roared as they coalesced into a spear over 100 meters long, crackling with intense electricity. Strike! The spear surged forth, aimed directly at the creature's lightning shield, piercing through. A deafening scream echoed. The shield's energy had long been rendered ineffective by Bai's mastery of the 5 elements. At this moment it was utterly vulnerable. The colossal spear, enveloped in lightning, plunged into the creature's brain. You fiend! Bai bellowed, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy from her core into the spear. Yet, the creature's tendrils reacted with lightning speed, coiling around the spear like a constricting serpent, thwarting its advance into the brain. Use this! Lin Yuan suddenly leaped from the ruins of the manor, tossing a jade box. This was indeed the coveted treasure being auctioned. Bai caught it deftly, opening the box to reveal a glimmering spear tip, resting securely within. This tip resembled a massive syringe, hollow in the center, with an exceptionally sharp angled head. The spiritual energy emanating from it was overwhelmingly potent. Bai tossed it into the air, infusing it with energy, where it fused with the stone spear. The spearhead expanded exponentially, becoming as large as a truck, firmly integrating with the spear. Strike! With renewed vigor, Bai thrust forcefully. The spear pierced through the creature's brain. The hollow tip allowed the viscous fluid of the creature's brain to flow forth, spilling a pool of black blood. Now, seize the moment, Lin Yuan urged. Just thrust it in, and it will perish. But Bai swiftly retracted her hand, causing the massive spear to disintegrate into stones, scattering across the ground. The creature broke free from its restraints, its tendrils lunging violently towards her. Purple-red lightning rained down upon her. Humph! Bai scoffed, offering no resistance as she met the onslaught of strikes and crashes. The agony of her broken bones persisted, and cold sweat dripped from Bai's brow. Standing in the courtyard, she gazed at the still intact manor with a chilling smile. This is the unlimited auction house. Ji Yan exclaimed in astonishment. Ji Yan, you are alive. Bai rushed forward, embracing Ji Yan tightly. My good brother, this time, I will ensure you survive. Since I've discovered the loophole, how could I possibly be outmatched by you, an octopus? As before, Bai instructed Peng Qingran and Ji Yan to remain vigilant of the ground beneath them, for it was crumbling. Yet, Lin Yuan appeared in the corner with an expression of displeasure. Hand me the tip of the gun soon, Bai said. Are you willing to disregard everything just to save Ji Yan? Lin Yuan's face darkened. Strangely enough, despite their recent acquaintance, an inexplicable sense of trust lingered between them. Perhaps it was because both shared memories of such life and death experiences? Or maybe it was that, like him, Lin Yuan concealed his spiritual power from the eyes of others. The similarities were striking. In his presence, there was an uncanny familiarity. Lin Yuan's words were devoid of any formality, as if they were old friends who had known each other for years. Bai nodded. I cannot stand by and watch him die. Lin Yuan sighed. Have you considered that if you had died just now, it would have been the end? What if there were no second chances?
Bai simület kenti.
But you are here, aren't you? You can defeat the giant octopus and rescue Peng Qingran. Can't you? Lin Yuan cast a glance at Bai, his face filled with helplessness. No one could comprehend the sacrifices he had made for Bai's resurrection and the countless cycles of life and death they had endured together. Chapter 77. Exploiting the bug as the grotesque creature, covered in viscous slime, summoned thunderbolts once more. Bai had long since prepared herself adequately. Humph, ignorant fool, merely resorting to the same old tricks, a trivial display, effortlessly dispelled. If I were to stumble into the same pitfall again, after all my years of gaming experience, it would truly be a waste. Bai Yi had already cast the 5 elements transformation technique, utilizing the resilience of shattered stones and ancient trees to erect a formidable barrier for Ji Yan, Peng Qingran, and the other spiritual cultivators. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, as per their agreement, continued to divert the attention of the demonic entity. Amidst the thunder and lightning, Bai Yi absorbed the remaining energy from her 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, extending her nascent soul realm. Within the stone tornado shield, Bai Yi once again employed the devouring desolation technique, accumulating spiritual energy within her. When the creature's tentacles, much like before, came crashing down upon her, they would not find their mark so easily. You think you can fracture my bones? I shall roast you, transform you into takoyaki. With a furious roar, Bai Yi summoned the lightning above to infuse into the spear conjured by her 5 elements transformation technique. This time, she wielded the spearhead directly. Retrieving it from the jade box, she hurled it forward with great force. The lightning coiled around the spearhead like a dragon, instantly amplifying it with her abundant spiritual energy, transforming it into a colossal spear that loomed over the estate. Having discerned the creature's movements after a previous encounter, Bai Yi was fully aware of its patterns. Should you dare to strike me again, I shall consider it my defeat. Break! The massive spear, glinting with a cold light, swiftly shattered the creature's lightning shield. Though the tentacles still clung tightly to the spear, Bai Yi poured her energy into it without hesitation. The spear pierced through the creature's viscous, purplish-red brain with apparent ease. The monster let out a series of anguished cries. Yet, Bai Yi did not relent with a single thrust. She repeatedly pulled and thrust, her spiritual energy surging, causing the spear to violently shake and fling the tentacles away. The strike was for Ran Ran. The foul-smelling slime gushed forth from the creature's brain. The strike was for Ji Yan. The monster's tentacles flailed wildly, frenziedly lunging at Bai Yi. But Bai Yi raised her spear once more. The spearhead of the colossal weapon plunged fiercely into the battered brain. The strike was for me. Bai Yi merged with the lightning, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Yet suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Several strands of spiritual energy coalesced abruptly. A familiar figure materialized in the air. This person.
Bai Yi recognized.
It was the master of the Wuji auction house. The very man who had commanded her to be fed to the dogs. This immense, ethereal figure rose from the ruins of the estate, overshadowing the monstrous entity. It reached heights that seemed to touch the heavens. His voice resonated thunderously across the land. Are you truly intent on breaking the seal? Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback. I must slay this creature to escape. So it is you. Ah. At last you have arrived. The ethereal essence comprising his silhouette grew increasingly faint, and his voice became ever more elusive. I have awaited for centuries. At last, you have arrived. Unshackle the seal. Henceforth, there shall be no more Wuji Manor in the first heaven. The desolate echoes reverberated across the horizon, and the figure of the master of Wuji Manor finally dissipated into the void.
Bai Yi, engulfed in confusion,
Felt an overwhelming surge of wrath as the malevolent creature loomed before her, igniting a fervor for vengeance that coursed through her veins. You have shattered my bones into dust, she declared. This shot is for every shattered fragment of my being. Channeling her energy, she thrust her spear with unwavering resolve. The razor-sharp tip pierced the creature directly, emerging from the other side and embedding itself in the ground. The creature's tentacles writhed violently before it collapsed with a thunderous crash. His purplish brain, akin to a string of tentacled fish balls, was impaled upon the colossal spear. Gather! Bai Yi bellowed, invoking the 5 elements transformation. The spear's stone shaft shattered instantaneously, scattering debris across the ground. The repugnant, viscous mass of the brain fell with a resounding splash into the abyss. The nameless heroine. Truly formidable. My heavens! What kind of deity is this? What manner of beast is that? The rescued individuals murmured, as Bai Yi had just dispelled the protective barrier surrounding them when the earth trembled anew. Not only the ground but the very sky seemed on the verge of collapse. Bai Yi hastily glanced towards the abyss, fearing the creature had not perished entirely and was returning. Yet, Something felt amiss. The spiritual energy here was dissipating rapidly, causing the entire secret realm to quiver. We must flee. This realm is on the brink of collapse, Ji Yan urged. Bai Yi sprang into action, and the three of them hurriedly departed. The group hastily employed their techniques to escape the manor, racing towards the entrance. Within the secret realm, the spiritual energy vanished at an alarming rate. As they exited into the Lingyun Peak territory, a blinding light erupted from the entrance behind them. With a resounding boom, it disappeared into thin air. Those who had yet to enter the secret realm watched in dismay. What happened? Has it vanished just like that? How unfortunate. We haven't even entered yet. What treasures lie within? Meanwhile, those fortunate enough to escape were left trembling with trepidation. Treasures? What nonsense! There was nothing at all. The first heaven shall no longer have Wuji Manor. And thus there will be no more Wuji auction house. How regrettable. We saw nothing. Just. Thank the heavens. I am still alive. All thanks to the nameless heroine. Bai Yi feigned calmness, disregarding the surrounding chatter. I am relieved that you are all safe, she expressed gratefully to Peng Qingran and Ji Yan, feeling an immense gratitude towards Lin Yuan. Who? Peng Qingran inquired. Bai Yi quickly scanned her surroundings but found no trace of Lin Yuan. This isn't right. With his agility, he should have escaped long ago. Where could he have gone? As Bai Yi searched for Lin Yuan, Ji Yan, with furrowed brows, cast a worried gaze about the vicinity. Gradually, the crowd began to sense that something was amiss. The toxic mist enveloping Lingyun Peak was slowly dissipating, and the once overwhelming spiritual energy that had suffocated them was waning, until it bore no distinction from other regions of Donghuang. What could be the cause? Peng Qingran pondered. How could Lingyun Peak have transformed in such a manner? Ji Yan remarked the master had just stated that this was a seal. Perhaps it is the seal of Lingyun Peak? A seal? No, that cannot be. Lin Yuan had clearly mentioned that it was a trap laid by Tang Shou. Why is there now a seal associated with Lingyun Peak? Where has that fellow vanished to? We were counting on him to assist in locating Tang Shou. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed. Ha ha ha! You truly have the fortune to emerge. A figure flashed before them, landing in front of Bai Yi and the others. It was Tang Shou. Behind him trailed two individuals, one stout and the other slender, with the unconscious Dongfang Luo being supported between them. Chapter 78. The time of the sage indeed. It is a fierce encounter when enemies meet. With a sharp rebuke, Peng Qingran charged forward without hesitation. Clad in a striking red garment, her movements were both agile and unpredictable. She swiftly unleashed a whip, aimed directly at Tang Shou's face. The technique she employed was the falling flower whip technique, where the whip was composed of countless sharp and resilient red petals, rendering it extraordinarily versatile. When unified, it formed a whip. When scattered, it became a multitude of hidden weapons, each a lethal blade. However, Tang Shou merely raised a hand, summoning a powerful surge of spiritual energy that effortlessly neutralized Peng Qingran's attack. His counterstrike was forceful, transforming defense into offense, as it hurtled towards her face with considerable might. Though Peng Qingran's technique was mediocre, her agility was exceptional, allowing her to evade the blow just in time. Yet, as the spiritual energy grazed her cheek, she sensed a formidable aura, leaving her utterly astonished. Had she not dodged, she would have surely sustained grave injuries. Junior sister, this whip technique, did I not help you practice it? Why have you not improved?
Tang Shu snơ.
Humph, you shameless traitor. You have long been expelled from the Qinxing sect. We are no longer comrades. Tang Shou, I implore you to maintain your dignity. If that is your stance, then I should have shown no mercy just now. Peng Qingran was well aware she was outmatched, yet she could not swallow the indignation regarding the death of her former clan. I ask you, the Yuan family of Jiaozhou, was it not you who sent the rogue cultivator to annihilate them? Tang Shou's lips curled into a sinister smile. And if it were true, what of it? With your current cultivation, you are no match for me. The rotund man behind him grinned. Haha, my junior brother is right. What do you intend to do? Bai Yi furrowed her brow, struggling to contain the chaotic energies swirling within her. The swallowing wilderness technique had been overused. She had been warned by Ji Yan. Yet, in her quest for vengeance and to ensure Ji Yan's survival, she had no choice but to employ it. Now, Tang Shou stood before her, while Dongfang Luo lay unconscious. What was to be done? I am in the time of the sage. She pondered, contemplating her next move when suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd behind her. Having betrayed all demon cultivators, how can you still have the audacity to stand in the first heaven? It was Yi Xian. Bai Yi had rescued him within the secret realm. Tang Shou scoffed, trash. Yet Yi Xian remained undeterred, continuing, even if your cultivation is formidable, you are still an unrepentant traitor. Having defected to the so-called righteous sects, who can truly trust you? Tang Shou's expression darkened, revealing a more sinister demeanor. Demon cultivators are but a wicked path. Did Dugu Zhaixing teach me to absorb the spiritual energy of others and claim their hard-earned achievements as my own? Such shameless techniques are beneath me. Upon hearing this, the crowd grew restless, murmuring amongst themselves. How could Dugu Zhaixing be so vile? Such brazen techniques exist? Demon cultivators are inherently malevolent. What is so surprising about practicing a few wicked techniques? Nonsense. The dark practitioners merely possess a different approach to cultivation. What makes it sinister? Do not cast baseless accusations. I refuse to believe that Dugu Zhaixing would employ such a technique. Tang Shou, produce your evidence. However, Peng Qingran remained silent, her expression slightly troubled. Bai Yi inwardly cursed the situation. Indeed, Tang Shou sneered and inquired, Junior sister, do you not agree that Dugu Zhaixing possesses the very heart technique I described? Peng Qingran's complexion paled, non-committal in her response.
Bai Yi interjected.
It must be the devouring of ruins technique. You all witnessed its formidable power. It absorbs the surrounding spiritual energy for its own use, rather than siphoning the cultivation of others. Tang Shou, your master truly favors you, bestowing upon you such a precious earth-tier heart technique. Yet you, in your treachery, betray your own. The crowd of dark practitioners erupted in outrage. Betrayal, treachery, ungratefulness, lower than a beast. You ought to change your name to Tang Beast. Ha ha ha. With just a couple of sentences, Bai Yi obscured the truth, exploiting the crowd's disdain for traitors. To deal with a cunning hypocrite, one must employ even more cunning tactics. Fighting? I am currently injured and cannot overpower you. Engaging in a war of words? I have never lost. What does it matter if your cultivation is superior? A hypocrite like Tang Shou is most concerned with his reputation. Were he unconcerned, he would not have sought refuge with a prestigious sect after departing from the Qinxing sect. Moreover, his incessant slandering of the Qinxing sect and dark practitioners has left a bitter resentment that all dark practitioners can no longer endure. At this moment, everyone assumed that the nameless heroine possessed profound cultivation and transcendent techniques, emboldened by the backing of a powerful ally, thus allowing her to speak freely. Tang Shou seemed to grasp this understanding and refrained from rash actions. You too can wield the devouring of ruins technique? Who are you?
Tang Shou inquired.
She is our heroine, the foremost heroine of the eastern wilds. The nameless heroine, who prefers to keep her name a secret. Do you have any objections? You are no match for me, so be gone. Bai Yi waved her hand, signaling everyone to cease their clamoring. I am a modest person. Since everyone refers to me as the nameless heroine, you may continue to do so, little beast. You, ha! Merely resorting to verbal bravado. Although Tang Shou verbally retorted, he did not take action. Are you not the same? Do you dare to engage me in combat? Bai Yi feigned strength, striving to suppress the excess energy within her, unleashing the formidable aura of her nascent soul stage cultivation. Coupled with the substantial spiritual energy she absorbed through the devouring of ruins technique, Tang Shou naturally found himself at a disadvantage. Today, I shall spare my junior sister's feelings and refrain from fighting with you. Junior sister, if you wish to avenge the Yuan clan, haha, I shall await you at the southern Kun Mountain. However, it is likely to take you several decades to achieve that. With that, he stood to depart. Bai Yi commanded sharply, stop, return Dongfang Luo. At a glance from Tang Shou, the two hefty figures leaped forth and swiftly returned Dongfang Luo. The trio's movements were remarkably swift, soon vanishing into the dense forest of Lingyun Peak. Ji Yan stepped forward to catch Dongfang Luo. Upon witnessing the scene, the crowd erupted in laughter and derision, mocking Tang Shou for his timidity. After bidding farewell to Bai Yi, They descended the mountain and departed. After examining Dongfang Luo, Ji Yan's expression turned grave. His breath was unsteady, his body weakened. It was evident he had been poisoned. We must return swiftly to the Tianji Pavilion in Jiaozhou, so I can treat his affliction and administer an antidote. Peng Qingran gazed at Dongfang Luo with concern, but her attention soon shifted towards the direction in which Tang Shou had left. Bai Yi gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Ran, a gentleman's vengeance is not to be taken lightly. Vengeance may be delayed for a decade. Today I may not be able to defeat him, but I shall certainly avenge Fan Fan. Peng Qingran shook her head with a hint of melancholy. It is my inadequacy. I cannot seek vengeance for Fan Fan. Bai Yi felt a surge of blood rising within him. A wave of intense pain overcame him, and he collapsed unconscious. Chapter 79. The pain of parting. When Bai Yi awoke once more, she found herself within the confines of the Tianji Pavilion in Jiaozhou. The first visage that greeted her was that of Zhou Dali, who exclaimed, "Bai Yi, you have awakened." In an instant, she leaped into Bai Yi's embrace. This little girl had grown increasingly audacious, calling her by her name so freely. Yet, Bai Yi found delight in this familiarity, as it signified a deeper bond between them. However, waves of pain coursed through her body, rendering her immobile. "Oh heavens! Do not press down on me. It feels as though my bones are shattering," she cried out in agony. "Your bones were already shattered," Ji Yan interjected coolly from the side, his expression as impassive as a poker face, which only served to infuriate her further. "What is wrong with my bones?" Bai Yi asked, enduring the pain. "Just speaking those 2 sentences has made you break into a sweat," he replied nonchalantly. "I do not know," Ji Yan remarked, embodying the archetype of a blunt man, devoid of any tender concern, as if he were a victim of external forces. External forces. The great octopus. I truly have fallen into a pit of misfortune. Why is it that these injuries have resurfaced upon my return? You have not a single intact bone in your body. Fortunately, your cultivation is profound enough to protect your inner Yuan infant, Ji Yan continued, however, if you were to utilize the devouring desolation technique again. Your internal injuries may worsen. Tears welled in Bai Yi's eyes, and she could not discern whether the pain was physical or emotional. "What is it? Speak plainly. I can endure it." "Well, I awaited your awakening to discuss this matter with you. The chaotic energy within you is particularly potent, likely a result of the magical beasts within the secret realm. Indeed, I absorbed too much of its spiritual energy. Thus, the spirit-nourishing pill. Will you consume it? Why would I not? You have no idea how tumultuous this chaotic energy is within me. It roams about as if hosting a party. It is unbearable. Hurry and give it to me." Zhou Dali took the spirit-nourishing pill and assisted Bai Yi in taking it. Each movement was akin to torture for her. The fiery sensation, however, was somewhat soothing. The chaotic energy within her gradually subsided, only to surge once more to her chest, and then to her face. "No, not my face."
Bai Yi lamented.
"Why has it manifested upon my visage again?" With tears in her eyes, Zhou Dali was rendered speechless, her eyes wide with shock as she frantically pointed at Bai Yi. Your face. My heavens!" Zhou Dali gasped, taking a deep breath before exclaiming, "How utterly revolting." "Revolting? What on earth? Why is it revolting?" Ji Yan cast a quick glance and swiftly turned away. "Heh! Scoundrel! Eyes should not wander where they ought not," he muttered under his breath. Bai Yi's internal injuries had significantly improved. Even if her appearance was somewhat unappealing, it was still bearable. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "Dali, fetch me a mirror." Zhou Dali, astonished, could not conceal her mischievous grin. "Heh. Perhaps it is best to let it be. Focus on healing. Your face is not of utmost importance." "Have you grown bold? Are you beyond my command?" Bai Yi retorted, her eyes narrowing as she felt an itch upon her face. The more she sensed it, the more her curiosity piqued. "What has become of my own face?" Zhou Dali inquired with a mischievous grin. "Are you certain? Should I fetch a mirror?" However, Ji Yan interjected, "Do not look. It is detrimental to your recovery. Ahem, you have already applied the Fuling Danshu ointment, the miraculous bone-setting medicine from the Tianji Pavilion. With a dressing change twice daily, you shall be healed within 3 days." Wow, Jiyan, why doesn't the Tianji Pavilion sell this medicine? Your divine remedy is simply astonishing. To mend all broken bones in just 3 days?
Bai Yi exclaimed in astonishment.
Nevertheless, Jiyan chose not to respond to Bai Yi any further, offering a faint smile before exiting the room. Zhou Dali, reveling in the unfolding drama, chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha. I shall inform Elder Ran. She has been quite worried about you. With that, he dashed away in glee. Before long, Peng Qingran entered, exclaiming, "Ear, you are awake. Your face, how has it changed again?" Bai Yi, tears brimming in her eyes, asked, "Is it very ugly?" It's not too bad. I can still discern your original features." Peng Qingran replied with a gentle smile, offering comfort. "Not as cute as before with the cat-like face?" Zhou Dali burst into laughter. "Cat-like face? Ha ha ha. Bai Yi, were you truly resembling a cat before? What a pity I missed it. Little girl, wait until I recover," Zhou Dali teased. To which Bai Yi retorted, "Very well. Look, what is that on the wall?" Zhou Dali, slightly puzzled, turned to gaze at the wall. "It's a painting. What of it?" "Humph. Once I am well again, I'll slap you against that wall and turn you into a painting." Zhou Dali giggled before scampering out of the room. Peng Qingran laughed. "You, in such a state, still behave like a child. But enough about me. How is Dongfang Luo? Rest assured about Jiyan's skills in medicine. There is no grave concern. However, the poison was deeply rooted, and it will require some time to extract. Jiyan mentioned that within 5 or 6 days he should awaken." "Oh, that is good to know," Bai Yi sighed with relief, feeling a weight lift from her heart. Though many burdens still rested upon her shoulders, successfully rescuing Dongfang Luo felt like a small triumph. Seeing Bai Yi's expression, Peng Qingran covered her mouth and chuckled. "You are so concerned for Dongfang Luo. Could it be, as the rumors suggest, that you have taken a liking to him? What nonsense are you spouting, Ran? I am a man. My affections lie with you. Do you not know this? By heaven's conscience, my heart belongs only to you." Bai Yi seized the opportunity to declare, "Haha, you like me, and I like you too. Wait. This feeling. How can I not feel a flutter in my heart when such a stunning beauty professes her affection for me? Instead, I feel a warm contentment. Is this not sweet love? How is it not sweet? Could it be that my feelings for Peng Qingran are merely those of a close friendship?" Alas, as Bai Yi pondered these thoughts, Peng Qingran continued earnestly, "By the way, my master has sent word for me and Shen Lu to return." "Oh yes." The sect leader dispatched Yin Su and the others to the secret realm. There must be matters they wish to investigate. Bai Yi nodded and inquired, "When will you return after your departure?" "Now that you have awakened, we should set off shortly. It has been quite some time since my last visit, and numerous matters, both trivial and significant, have accumulated and remain unresolved. If I delay further, it may be quite some time before I can emerge again." "What? We promised to journey together, and now you intend to return without me?" Bai Yi expressed his discontent. "To be candid, I realized upon meeting Tang Shou that the disparity between us has indeed widened. I must avenge Fan Fan and elevate my cultivation. Upon my return, I plan to enter seclusion and strive to break through to the golden core stage. By then, you should have already arrived at Nan Kun Yu. I can find you then. It will not be too late." Bai Yi blinked, filled with reluctance. However, there was wisdom in Peng Qingran's words. "Do your best. I shall head to Nan Kun Yu to gather intelligence on Tang Shou. When you arrive, we will seek revenge for Fan Fan together. Yes, take care of your injuries. By the way, Shen Lu has been clamoring to bid you farewell. However, with your current appearance, I think it might be best to reconsider. Ha ha ha. Please tell him not to worry. Once I recover, I shall promptly go to Luo He and bring back a Luo Shui beast for him." Peng Qingran laughed. "I fear you may end up roasting it for a feast. Well then, I must take my leave. Please ensure you recuperate well." Bai Yi felt a pang of sadness. Peng Qingran was truly departing. Ran, I will miss you." Peng Qingran gently brushed Bai Yi's nose with her hand, speaking softly, "Silly girl, we will meet again. Indeed, we shall meet again. Why the tears, my good fellow? Is it not trivial for a dear friend to return home?" Despite her words, in the days that followed, Bai Yi often found her nose tinged with sorrow. She reminisced about the days spent dancing and singing with Peng Qingran, recalling the gentle comfort she had offered. For 3 consecutive days, aside from the moments when she applied the Racier ointment, accompanied by cries of distress, the remaining time was filled with tears, longing for Ran Ran. When she finally regained the ability to stretch her limbs and move freely on the 4th day, she felt as though she had been reborn. The most crucial and urgent task at hand was to gaze into the mirror. A piercing scream erupted from her chamber. Bai Yi, once resembling a celestial being, now bore coin-sized octopus suckers upon her visage. They were a deep crimson, still faintly writhing. Chapter 80. The Avengers. The first layer of heaven is indeed a realm of stark reality. Just a day prior, you were a stunning beauty, an ethereal fairy, and a formidable master of the nascent soul stage who astounded the entire eastern wilderness. Just a day prior, you were the revered nameless heroine. Yet the following day, perhaps a mere young scion from some sect, having dallied with a courtesan from a flower house, could cause people to forget the once celebrated savior. Countless fresh tales emerge, and amidst the waves of gossip, could Bai Yi merely be a fleeting phenomenon? The name Bai Yi is not uncommon. I recall in my youth traveling with my master, we encountered a boy named Bai Yi, whose cultivation was remarkably profound. Ji Yan sat pensively beside the tea table in the side hall, contemplating. What a coincidence! And then what? Was he renowned? Bai Yi inquired with curiosity. Ji Yan shook his head. Alas, heaven is envious of talent. It is said he perished at the Wujing auction house. Once again the Wujing auction house. How peculiar. Bai Yi's mind was in a muddle. His body had fully recovered, and his mind had grown increasingly lucid. The Wujing auction house indeed left one in utter bewilderment, especially since, with each rebirth, time flows backward, as if he were stuck in a glitch. And who, pray tell, is that individual named Lin Yuan? The most perplexing of all is Tang Shou. Is he truly a genius? In just a few months, he managed to ascend an entire tier. Moreover, he easily let Dongfang Luo go, which is quite unusual. If he could so casually release him, why had he captured him in the first place? Bai Yi pondered, casting a sidelong glance at Dongfang Luo, who was leaning against the railing. Dongfang Luo's injuries had completely healed, yet he remained unaware that his savior was Bai Yi, who had always been known as the nameless heroine. This is for the best. It spares everyone from prying into the matter. Dongfang Luo, whom did you offend? Why is there a high bounty on your head? Bai Yi asked for the umpteenth time. Sister heroine, even if you ask me 100 times, I still wouldn't know. Ever since I left the eastern wilderness, I wished to join the 8 wastelands and 5 mountains. Who is your sister? I am quite old. You ought to call me auntie. Ji Yan interjected with a smile, shaking his head. However, Dongfang Luo failed to sense the inconsistency, appearing quite astonished. His previously carefree demeanor instantly transformed into one of utmost respect. Oh dear, I have been rude. Auntie, I merely wished to join the 8 wastelands and 5 mountains, but unexpectedly. Why must I join such a hypocritical sect? SNT the demon sect more appealing? Bai Yi retorted. Dongfang Luo replied earnestly, I would never join the demon sect. Alright. If you choose not to join, then how were you captured by Tang Shou? Upon my arrival at the 8 wastelands and 5 mountains, I learned that my master had sent letters to all sects in the first layer of heaven, mentioning certain matters. When I departed from the mountain, I encountered Tang Shou, who mentioned there was a bounty on my head. His cultivation was exceptionally pure, and I naturally could not withstand him. Bai Yi's complexion slightly flushed. Fortunately, there was a veil of mist obscuring their vision, preventing them from seeing each other. Otherwise, the vibrant octopus suckers on her face would have been more pronounced. Dongfang Luo's expulsion from the sect was likely a consequence of her own actions. Now, facing this predicament, she felt a deep sense of remorse. Your master has indeed gone too far. What could be so grave as to warrant such a reaction? It is my own fault, so I cannot blame the sect. Bai Yi regarded Dongfang Luo with a serious expression, shaking his head in exasperation. However, it is truly perplexing. I cannot fathom why Tang Shou would take you to the Wuji auction house. Ji Yan pondered for a moment before exclaiming, the Wuji auction house must be a seal. There can be no doubt about that. So what does it seal? Bai Yi inquired. Ji Yan shook his head. It is difficult to theorize. There are too many possibilities for what could be sealed. Yet, having unsealed it, it seems there are no repercussions, as nothing has emerged. Have we misjudged the situation? Perhaps it is merely a mysterious barrier or secret realm. In recent days, I have perused numerous ancient texts, and there are rumors suggesting that the Wuji auction house is connected to the Avengers Alliance. What? The Avengers Alliance? Bai Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. The Avengers Alliance? Am I hearing this correctly? Thor? Iron Man? Ji Yan appeared puzzled. Thor? Iron Man? I have not heard of them. Are they significant figures? Bai Yi waved his hands in denial. No. Please explain what this Avengers Alliance is all about. Their presence is rare in Donghuang, but in other regions one cannot pursue cultivation without them. The name sounds akin to a terrorist organization, Bai Yi asked with a mischievous smile. Not at all. The Avengers set up barriers and secret realms across various regions for spiritual practitioners to cultivate, seeking opportunities and rare treasures. In the West Ridge and Northern Territory, nearly all rare materials originate from the Avengers Alliance. It can be said that no one truly knows the extent of their power, and their influence is vast and far-reaching. Bai Yi listened, feeling bewildered yet gradually piecing things together. Isn't this monopolization? What is monopolization? It's difficult to explain. Never mind, please continue. Ji Yan inquired. Because the Wuji auction house's barriers are remarkably similar to those set by the Alliance, many speculate that Wuji Mountain Manor is also under the Alliance's influence. Bai Yi grew increasingly confused, nodding and shaking his head in turn. The seal. If we have truly unsealed it, there must be some kind of disturbance. Ji Yan, have there been any strange occurrences in Donghuang lately? Ji Yan furrowed his brow, suddenly slapping his palm in realization. Oh, just a few days ago, the section of the Luo River near Jiaolong Pond began to freeze over. That is indeed quite unusual, Dongfang Luo remarked. In such sweltering summer heat, it has frozen? Where there is an anomaly, there must be a demon. Indeed, Jiaolong Pond is a gathering place for the merfolk. The merfolk possess a remarkable affinity for water, and with the Luo River freezing over, it surely indicates something amiss. In the midst of summer, a river freezing. Even in the immortal realm, that is rather strange. And how fortuitous. The Luo River is home to the Luo River Beast. With the presence of the Dragon River Beast, one can indulge in the intoxicating allure of falling cherry blossoms and regain a male form. There is no time to waste. I shall embark on this quest immediately, for I may uncover some vital clues, Bai Yi declared. Ji Yan responded, in light of the recent events in the Eastern Wasteland, I must accompany you. Dongfang Luo straightened his posture and said, Aunt, it is indeed unwise for you two to travel alone. You are my savior, and I have yet to repay that debt. Therefore, I shall accompany you to lend my support. This arrangement is quite favorable, for Dongfang Luo has already ascended to the Golden Core stage, and Peng Qingran has returned to the Qinxing sect. With Dongfang Luo by our side, we shall have someone to rely on during our journey. However, this young lad's incessant calling of aunt is rather amusing. Perhaps it would be better for him to refer to me as grandmother instead. The Luo River, the most significant waterway in the Eastern Wasteland, meanders throughout the region. Along its banks lie numerous bustling cities, yet near the estuary, human presence dwindles. Jiaolong Pond stands as the largest town at the river's mouth, a territory belonging to the merfolk. The merfolk reside by the sea, with half dwelling in the ocean and the other half settled in the Eastern Wasteland, cultivating the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to enhance their cultivation. Once a place of eternal spring, Jiaolong Pond now lies draped in a shroud of silver. Chapter 81. Cultivating immortality and worshipping deities on this day, the 12th of the frost-laden city, Suyu, the lord of Jiaolong Pond, stood before the snow-covered palace, engaged in a divination ritual. The merfolk revered the dragon deities and excelled in water manipulation. They interpreted the recent freezing phenomenon as a punishment and revelation from the dragon god. Suyu was a tall, slender merfolk, distinguished from his kin by his blue and white scales. His deep blue, hardened scale armor enveloped his entire body, while his visage bore a striking resemblance to that of a human, albeit with blue skin. His forehead displayed subtle ridges, adorned with scales the size of petals. Beneath his ears, fins extended, seamlessly connected to his neck. Many merfolk, seeking ease during their travels, learned spells to disguise their appearance, adopting the skin tones of ordinary humans and concealing their scales. However, their fins remained unmistakable, serving as the most effective means for humans to unveil merfolk disguises. Yet, in their own territory, the merfolk felt no need for concealment. At this moment, thousands of merfolk gathered before the palace, awaiting Suyu to commence the divination ritual. A lavish and uniquely styled altar was set upon the platform in front of the hall, adorned with rare delicacies and precious materials, along with an array of talismans and artifacts that dazzled the eye. At the center of the platform, a colossal dragon totem was crafted from dark gray material. The crowd below stirred restlessly, eagerly anticipating the proceedings. My little one suffered from frostbite yesterday. Oh dear, that's not good. Scales might fall off. Indeed, we mustn't be careless. If it worsens, you should take the child back to the sea. Is it that simple? I heard that old Wang next door took his whole family back to the sea a few days ago, only to be chased out. Why was that? It's due to this freezing period. They say Jiaolong Pond has offended the dragon god. Nonsense. The dragon god must have a purpose for this frost-enveloping Jiaolong Pond. How could we possibly offend the dragon god? Shoo! Do not speak so recklessly. May the dragon god protect us, free from all taboos. May the dragon god protect us. I spoke out of turn. The dragon god is free from all taboos. Let us hope this divination can quell the dragon god's wrath. Our Lord has a century of cultivation. The divination will surely yield favorable results. Our Lord is personally conducting it. There is no doubt it will be fine. Luo He, hurry and thaw the waters. My Luo Shui beasts are at risk of perishing. Are you still worried about your Luo Shui beasts? We can hardly save ourselves. It's been so cold that our scales are freezing off. Draped in a black robe adorned with pearls the size of pigeon eggs, Suyu appeared resplendent. Yet from a distance, he resembled a clam pried open, revealing an assortment of pearls within. His countenance was grave, though his thoughts seemed elsewhere. A disciple clad in an orange robe approached, offering a reminder. Lord, the time has come. He then retrieved a black wooden sword from the altar, presenting it respectfully to Suyu. Upon receiving the sword, Suyu drew in a deep breath, raising the blade skyward. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. The once blazing sunlit sky suddenly darkened, as ominous clouds gathered, swirling in captivating vortices. A fierce wind descended, heralding the commencement of events. Calm your wrath, O dragon god. Calm your wrath. The crowd, in a fervent display of devotion, knelt and bowed their heads, their voices rising in collective lamentation. Some, overwhelmed by emotion, even wept aloud. With a surge of spiritual energy, Suyu infused his dark sword, enveloping it in layers of deep azure power, directing it towards the altar. On the altar lay 2 pieces of yellow paper, which, accompanied by a rustling sound, began to ascend slowly. With a flick of his wrist, Suyu directed his energy from the sword into the papers. In an instant, they ignited, blazing with a black flame. It was black fire. The dragon god was indeed enraged. Panic ensued. Calm your wrath, O dragon god. Calm your wrath. The crowd erupted in a chorus of wails, pleading for the dragon god's mercy. Suyu recited fervently, though his words were indistinct, and suddenly hurled the black sword into the air. It, charged with his abundant spiritual energy, danced in the sky, casting intricate and mesmerizing swordplay. The onlookers watched intently, fearful of missing a single moment. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated through the heavens, and from the depths of the dark swirling clouds, a colossal form began to emerge, traversing the sky. Before long, a massive dragon-shaped cloud descended, coiling above the dragon pool. The dragon god. It was indeed the dragon god. Calm your wrath, O dragon god. We beseech your guidance. The crowd knelt, their cries merging into a symphony of desperation. Suyu, witnessing this, also prostrated himself, joining in the reverence. Meanwhile, 2 figures stood atop the palace eaves behind him, observing the unfolding spectacle. Can our dragon god assist us? Inquired the lean figure. Humph. Divinity comes in tears. Tang Shou replied with a sardonic smirk. The lean man turned, astonished. What do you know? Is that so? Tang Shou retorted dismissively. Do I need to report every detail entrusted to me by the deity? Let us not forget who now holds the title of senior brother. Though the lean man had previously held a higher cultivation level than Tang Shou, the latter had ascended to the status of an inner disciple of the 8 desolations and 5 mountains, elevating his standing considerably. What could he do? Even if he felt discontent, the deity had chosen Tang Shou over him. This young man had evidently stumbled upon great fortune, receiving direct orders from the esteemed deity. I remember you are the senior brother, the lean man conceded, suppressing his irritation. Were it not for my need for assistance, and your knowledge of the circumstances, I would have already ended your life. Best to know your place, there are questions you ought not to ask. The lean man, pale-faced, nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, understood, senior brother. Tang Shou let out a derisive chuckle. Heh! Let us depart. We have witnessed enough of the commotion. Let us stir the pot further. While the multitude continued their supplications before the palace, Su Yu had sensed the presence of 2 unwelcome guests, remaining ever vigilant in his heart. However, the matter is of great significance, and one cannot afford to be distracted. The dragon-shaped black clouds in the sky slowly swirl, occasionally emitting low murmurs, as if they are faintly recounting something incomprehensible to outsiders. Yet, the merfolk, who understand the language of the dragon god, perceive it with utmost clarity. The initial phrases are merely pleasantries, intertwined with philosophical admonitions and various enigmatic statements, all meticulously transcribed onto silk by the divine messenger of the merfolk. On the ground, the dragon-shaped totem gradually ignites with fierce flames, transforming from its original ashen hue to a brilliant crimson. The discussion about the icebound period is about to commence. The totem is on the verge of being entirely engulfed in flames. Suddenly, 2 white figures descend from the heavens, teasingly remarking, "Oh, is this truly the dragon god? Surely, cannot be your mere illusion, can it?" Chapter 82. Incompetent at everything, champion of provocation, 2 white shadows descended from the heavens, landing beside the totem, and the once overcast sky suddenly cleared. The half-ignited dragon-shaped totem extinguished in an instant, as if everything had been but an illusion, vanishing without a trace. The crowd stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the abrupt turn of events. Yet, when they discerned the presence of 2 outsiders on the stage, a wave of reprimand and fury surged forth. Su Yu's face turned ashen as he slowly rose. Indeed, these were troublemakers. It was over. The dragon god would surely be enraged this time. They must be killed to appease the dragon god. Who were these 2? They should pay with their lives. The dragon god has been provoked. We are doomed. However, Tang Shou burst into laughter. What nonsense about the dragon god. Truly ignorant. A bunch of fools. The thin man joined in the laughter. It is said that the Jiaran clan is cunning, yet it seems they are utterly foolish. Before Su Yu could voice his thoughts, his eldest disciple dashed forward, loudly admonishing, "You ignorant wretches! How dare you insult the Jiaolong Pond? Take this! Lord Linhan! Eliminate them!" Lord Linhan sprang into action, unmatched in the realm. Amidst the crowd's cheers, the eldest disciple Linhan somersaulted forward, conjuring a sharp ice pillar over a meter long, aimed directly at the thin man's heart. Seeing the ice pillar hurtling towards him, the thin man did not flinch or attempt to evade. Instead, he brought his palms together and forcefully spread them apart in front of his chest. A wall of earth surged forth as if propelled by his hands. They were fully prepared for a battle with the Jiaran, who were exceptionally adept at manipulating water, resulting in relentless follow-up attacks. The thin man's mastery of earth techniques was precisely the counter to water. As the eldest disciple was about to be struck down by the earthen wall, he hastily shifted from offense to defense, conjuring an ice wall before him. While ice techniques belong to the water category, they possess significant distinctions. Water embodies flexibility, excelling at overcoming rigidity through softness and yielding. Thus, water can extinguish fire, subduing the pure yang of flames with its utmost ease and gentleness. However, ice diminishes the softness of water, instead enhancing its resilience, sharing a kinship with earth techniques, transforming the yielding nature of water into formidable ice. While not as encompassing as earth techniques, the power of ice is nonetheless awe-inspiring. This was the primary discipline pursued by Suyu's Jaren clan. It is commonly known that earth conquers water, making earth techniques the nemesis of water techniques. To mitigate this weakness, Suyu intentionally encouraged his kin to cultivate ice techniques, aiming to bolster their vulnerabilities and avoid retreating in the face of earth techniques. Yet, the thin man's earth techniques relentlessly targeted the Jaren's vital points, unleashing formidable earth shields that rendered the eldest disciple's ice pillar as inconsequential as raindrops absorbed by the earth, vanishing without a trace. Instead, he found himself compelled to unleash an ice shield to defend against the earth wall's assault. The onlookers observed with clarity, their clamorous voices dwindling into whispers of astonishment. Was it mere coincidence? How could it be? Lord Linhan cannot overcome him. The frigid ice shield appeared translucent and thin, certainly inadequate to withstand the onslaught of the earth wall. Suyu, perceiving the situation, understood. The Frosty One was no match for the opponent. He raised his hand and pointed at the Frosty One, and in an instant, the ice shield turned opaque and thickened. With a thunderous crash, the earth wall crashed down upon the ice shield, shards of earth and stone scattering in all directions. Yet, the Frosty One's ice shield remained unscathed. Suyu felt a pang of apprehension. This slender figure was extraordinary, undoubtedly not a practitioner from the eastern wilderness. Fortunately, he had acted in time, or the consequences would have been dire. He thought to himself, snorting coldly, "What great figure from afar has come to our Jiaolong Pond?" Suyu's voice boomed like a great bell, exuding immense aura. Anyone with a modicum of understanding in cultivation could sense that Suyu's cultivation level was at least above Golden Core. How could Tang Shou, already at the nascent soul stage, regard Suyu of the Golden Core stage with any seriousness? He chuckled mockingly. "I've heard you have been cultivating for over 100 years. Yet your understanding remains so superficial?" Tang Shou derided, deliberately avoiding a direct response. However, the Frosty One, filled with indignation, shouted, "The Pond Master has remained in the eastern wilderness to protect Jiaolong Pond and has not left. The spiritual energy of the eastern wilderness is not particularly abundant. What is so remarkable about your rapid cultivation? Who are you? Answer the Pond Master. Spare us your nonsense. Ha ha ha. I come today, not for anything else, but for..." Tang Shou proclaimed, as the surrounding blood sea surged, suddenly inhaling deeply. Instantly, the surrounding cold air and frost thickened. For this, it appeared as though he was absorbing all the warmth around him. His mouth grew wider, to an astonishing degree, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Gradually, it seemed his entire head was reduced to just a mouth. His sharp teeth turned a blood-red hue, his mouth filled with a terrifying crimson. At that moment, the entire Jiaolong Pond was engulfed in bone-chilling cold. Even under the blazing sun, the merfolk felt not a hint of warmth. Suyu's usually composed face could no longer maintain its calm. He whispered, "Devilish heart method? You. Who are you?" Yet, Tang Shou paid him no heed. His blood-red mouth widened further. "What is happening?" "Bao Ia. Bao Ia. Help! My bower has fainted. It's too cold. Everyone, let us fight back." The slender figure laughed maniacally, his shoulders shaking with mirth. "Ha ha ha. You are merely rotten fish and stinking shrimp. What right do you have to cultivate in the eastern wilderness? We shall take over this city. What nonsense, Jiaolong Pond. Let us rename it Stinking Fish City." Suyu scolded sharply, suddenly performing a somersault over the table. The numerous talismans on the table sprang to life, flying orderly towards Tang Shou's gaping maw. "Eight-section formation," Suyu murmured. The talismans immediately dispersed, standing firm around Tang Shou, who had already been toppled aside. The Frosty One, not to be outdone, hurriedly led two disciples to charge forward, restraining the slender figure. Water does not contend, but benefits all things. What is detested by the masses is nearly in accordance with the way. To dwell in goodness is to have a heart as profound as the abyss. Shen, Hua Yu, Su, Chuan, Hai. A series of incantations were rapidly recited, and the power of the talismans surged tremendously. Suyu spoke sternly, "You are an avenger. However, your mastery of this perilous heart technique is still inadequate." The talismans responded in unison, revealing a meticulously arranged formation that ensnared Tang Shou within its confines. Meanwhile, the rate at which Tang Shou absorbed the surrounding heat noticeably diminished. In an instant, he found himself trapped within the formation, unable to move. Humph! What a formidable 8-do formation, Tang Shou remarked, his brow furrowed in frustration. At that moment, a rotund figure descended from the sky. It was the portly companion who had been by Tang Shou's side. He leapt forward with a swift motion, effortlessly sending one of the disciples flying with a single palm strike, thereby quickly alleviating the predicament. Chapter 83. The clash of techniques. The stout fellow stood beside the slender one, panting and casting wary glances at the furious mermen surrounding them. Brother Shou, how did things escalate to this point? Were we not merely here to observe without engaging? The lean one shook his head with a sinister expression, signaling discreetly, "Hold your horses, we are still uncertain about the situation. What technique is this Tang Shou employing? It appears remarkably formidable," the stout one inquired in a low voice. "This is the long-lost Weimo heart technique. 50 years ago, the white-headed elder wielded this extraordinary skill to sweep through the northern territory, only to meet his demise at the hands of Zhu Jiuyin while attempting to slay him. Since then, it has vanished from existence. I cannot fathom how Tang Shou has managed to learn it. Then this Su Yu must be quite capable. The 8-dipper formation is the nemesis of the Weimo heart technique." "Indeed," the lean one whispered, a smile creeping onto his face. "Let us observe a while longer. If Tang Shou falters, we must make our swift exit." The duo had long been discontent under Tang Shou's command, and witnessing his predicament now brought them considerable delight. The surrounding mermen finally recognized Tang Shou and shouted from the audience, "This is Tang Shou. He is the traitor of the demonic cultivators. Tang Shou. Humph! A remnant of the demonic cultivators. Indeed, he practices the dark arts." They recalled Tang Shou's previous rampage at the Starfall Sect celebration, where he had been grievously wounded, barely escaping with his life. Who was it that bested him so? That was before. Now he has reached the nascent soul stage. In the entire eastern wilderness, perhaps only the Pond Master can contend with him. I recall it was the esteemed elder of the Starfall Sect, Miss Bai Yi. "Hey, Tang Shou, if you cannot defeat a woman, why come to bully us at the Jiaolong Pond? Despicable and shameless." Though Su Yu's cultivation was indeed profound, having trained far more extensively than the average individual, he possessed a solid foundation. He continued to chant incantations, attempting to expel the Weimo seed from Tang Shou's body. Where goodness dwells, there is depth. Where kindness resides, there is trust. Where righteous governance prevails, there is capability. Where action aligns with virtue, there is timeliness. The formation emitted a series of dazzling blue lights, causing Tang Shou's mouth to shrink significantly. Yet he still bared his crimson fangs, grinning menacingly. "Old Su, do you truly believe that a mere formation can confine me?" Su Yu's cultivation, though inferior to Tang Shou's, granted him an advantage solely due to the formation's restraining nature. He now exhibited signs of fatigue, speaking gravely. "Why has the Avenger sought out the Jiaolong Pond? Your malicious scheming, disrupting the Dragon God's divination ceremony, has provoked our dragon deity. What is your true intent?" "Ha ha ha! Cough, cough." Tang Shou was evidently hindered by the formation, struggling against its constraints, yet remained defiant. "The so-called Dragon God? I not only intend to disrupt your divination but shall slay your Dragon God, skin it, and extract its tendons."
Tang Shou,
"Your notoriety in the eastern wilderness has already spread far and wide. Why persist in this folly? Must you obliterate the Jiaolong Pond?" Su Yu pleaded earnestly. "Humph! You are unworthy of knowing," Tang Shou retorted angrily, as the pressure of the 8-dipper formation intensified around him, rendering his internal spiritual energy ineffective, causing him to repeatedly exert pressure upon himself. Blood continuously streamed from his mouth.
Tang Shou Rao Lao Li.
Continuing his tirade, "Your 8-do formation is indeed formidable against the Weimo heart technique. However, when faced with other martial arts, it is utterly ineffectual." As he spoke, his crimson teeth grew even redder, and beams of red light erupted from his mouth. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy struck his face. In a desperate bid to break free from the confines of the 8-do formation, Tang Shou reversed his spiritual energy and forcefully broke through. Although he would sustain injuries himself, Su Yu's cultivation was hardly worth mentioning. With the formation breached, Su Yu clutched his chest in agony. Spitting forth a mouthful of fresh blood, Tang Shou soared into the air, a sea of blood swirling around him, wiping the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth and declaring, "Merfolk, return to the sea." With that, a flash of red light illuminated the scene, revealing a crimson weapon in his hand. Shou Li Gong, Luohan Sweep. This was a set of staff techniques from the Earth system, embodying the might of the celestial constellations. Wielding boundless power, a mere horizontal sweep sent the merfolk tumbling to the ground in defeat. The men, desperate to protect their wives and children, rushed forward, yet they were no match for Tang Shou. The two rotund figures, witnessing Tang Shou's counterattack, felt a mix of shock and anger, yet they could only continue to assist the menace. In no time, the ground was littered with corpses, with even infants not spared. Lord of the Pond, save us, the merfolk cried out in despair, while the women shielded their children with their bodies. Yet fate was unkind. Tang Shou felt a clarity within his spiritual consciousness, and the weapon in his hand grew even larger. Ha ha ha, weep and wail. No one can save you. The colossal staff, imbued with tremendous power, struck the ground, creating deep chasms several feet wide. Su Yu clasped his chest and drew in a breath, sending forth an array of talismans from the table that enveloped Tang Shou. Old fool, I shall deal with you first. Yet Tang Shou was already prepared. With a swift turn, a glimmering cold light sped towards Su Yu's face. Whoosh! A brown wooden shield, massive as a mountain, descended from above. The impact of Tang Shou's staff met the shield with a resounding bang. The wooden shield remained unscathed. Tang Shou was taken aback. This shield was crafted from wood. Rough, unsightly, clearly not a magical artifact. It was neither a product of any wood-based technique. This was 5 Elements transformation. Figures emerged from the shadows, the foremost wearing a hat that obscured their face with a veil. You again. Tang Shou spat venomously, here to thwart my plans.
Bai Chocolate. Oh,
I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's merely Tang the Beast. Who are you? Could it be? Are you one of the anti-union members? Tang Shou's face paled in terror. What nonsense are you spouting? Bai Yi disregarded the image of a celestial being entirely. Anyway, we are near the Luo River now. I shall soon reclaim my male form. Bai Yi advanced toward Tang Shou, the ice blade in hand growing larger with each step. Tang Shou, aware of his grievous wounds, knew he was no match in his current state. The opponent's relentless pursuit left him with no option but to flee. Humph. The anti-union has always operated in the shadows. Today, I see it is indeed so. We are outnumbered. Farewell. With that, he took to the skies, fleeing like the wind. The plump and slender pair swiftly followed suit, vanishing in an instant. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixated on the unexpected scene before them, scrutinizing the 4 figures on the stage. A masked woman, 2 handsome young men of profound skill, and a little girl. An odd quartet indeed, yet they were the saviors. Why not pursue them? Dongfang Luo felt a sense of reluctance. However, it was futile to chase, and I may not possess the confidence to defeat him. Bai Yi waved his hand, causing the wooden shield that spanned the high platform to disappear in an instant. Su Yu, clutching his chest, regarded the 4 with curiosity. Which faction do you belong to? Chapter 84. Indulgence. Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback by the question. What on earth? What sect? It sounded almost like a coded message. She turned to glance at Ji Yan and Dongfang Luo, who all wore expressions of confusion. Su Yu shook his head and replied with a faint smile. Thank you for your assistance. Please join me in the palace shortly. With that, he gathered his energy, and waves of spiritual force emanated from him, causing numerous talismans to rise from the table and disperse in all directions. Ji Yan softly explained that SA blockade formation, a remarkably powerful protective array capable of preventing enemies from entering the Jiaolong Pond. Su Yu instructed his disciples to tend to the injured members of their kin and to clear the chaotic battlefield. After giving his orders, he wiped the blood from his lips and addressed the 4. Please, follow me. The palace of the Jiaolong Pond was strikingly unique in its design. Pearls of various colors and sizes gleamed alongside iridescent shells, translucent red corals, and giant clams the size of carriages. It resembled the Dragon Palace from the Journey to the West. Bai Yi walked along, mesmerized by the sights. If only she could pilfer a few pearls the size of pigeon eggs, she would undoubtedly strike it rich. And this coral. Wow, is this aquamarine? The water is simply teeming with vitality. Upon entering the grand hall, they took their seats in the main chamber. Before they could inquire about each other's identities and reasons for visiting the Jiaolong Pond, Ji Yan spoke up. I am Ji Yan, an elder from the East Wilderness's Heavenly Machine Pavilion. I have come to inquire about the reason behind the freezing of the Jiaolong Pond. So you exclaimed, oh, so you are Elder Ji Yan from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. My apologies for not welcoming you properly. However, just days ago, the Luo River suddenly froze to a depth of 3 feet, growing colder by the day. We are at a loss as to the cause. Such a phenomenon has not occurred in a century. In the heat of June, yet covered in ice and snow, Ji Yan's hypothesis may very well be accurate. The Lingyun Peak holds a seal, and if it has been broken, it could explain the freezing of the Jiaolong Pond. Master of the pond, what was it you inquired about earlier? What did you mean? Su Yu's expression remained unchanged as he responded. It was nothing. I merely thought you all were sent by acquaintances to assist us. It seems I was mistaken. Bai Yi exchanged a doubtful glance with Ji Yan. By the way, do you know Tang Shou? Su Yu asked. Bai Yi shook her head. I cannot say I know him. He is a vile scoundrel, deserving of punishment. Su Yu offered a faint smile. Indeed, Tang Shou's cultivation is formidable. If not for your help, the Jiaolong Pond might have ceased to exist. Alas, we have now angered the dragon god, and soon the Jiaolong Pond will be consumed by the ice. He shook his head in resignation. Dong Fong Luo interjected. While at Nankunyu, I heard of a treasure known as Phoenix Heart Rock, reputed to dissolve all forms of ice. Why not seek it out and give it a try? Ji Yan nodded. Phoenix Heart Rock could indeed be beneficial. It's worth considering. But Su Yu abruptly interjected with a stern tone. No, the Avengers have forcefully seized numerous secret realms. We have no means of obtaining Phoenix Heart Rock. Dongfang Luo remarked. By paying a certain amount of spirit stones, one can enter the secret realm. Although the process of obtaining the Phoenix Heart Rock is arduous, given the Tang Master's cultivation level, it should not be. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Yu interrupted. What difficulty is there in collecting the Phoenix Heart Rock? Humph, the Avengers are utterly devoid of humanity, arbitrarily obstructing others from freely entering the secret realm, insisting on setting up an entrance and charging spirit stones. What kind of reasoning is this? Only then did Bai Yi comprehend the situation. It turned out that the Avengers were indeed a monopolistic organization. They monopolized the secret realm, charging fees for entry. Although this business model sounded familiar to Bai Yi, it was rather difficult for a first-tier cultivator to accept. Dongfang Luo and Ji Yan displayed uneasy expressions, clearly uncomfortable. So you continued, I appreciate your good intentions, but let us not speak of this matter any further. As the Tang Master, I will naturally find a way. If I can maintain it for a day, I shall sustain it for a day. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi and the others felt it inappropriate to say more. Tang Master, I have another request to seek your assistance, Bai Yi said. The young lady is our savior. Feel free to voice any needs. So you responded rather straightforwardly. Bai Yi candidly stated, I require the spirit marrow of the Luo water beast. So you raised an eyebrow. I see that the young lady has already reached the nascent soul stage. Why then do you need the spirit marrow of the Luo water beast, which is such a low-tier breakthrough material? To be honest, I have a friend who has fallen ill and, after consulting renowned physicians, obtained a secret formula that requires the spirit marrow of the Luo water beast as a medicinal catalyst, to be consumed continuously, Bai Yi explained. Su Yu sighed. I understand now. That is not difficult to arrange. Lin Han. At the sound of his name, Lin Han entered the main hall, respectfully bowing and inquiring, Tang Master, what are your orders? Please escort this young lady to the storeroom. Whatever she desires, you shall procure for her, Su Yu instructed. Yes. If you are not afraid of the cold, you may stay here for a while. Make yourselves comfortable. I have matters to attend to, but should you require anything, feel free to seek Lin Han. Su Yu's expression was somewhat grim, likely due to severe internal injuries. He could no longer remain seated and took his leave. As they watched Tang Master Su Yu depart, Ji Yan remarked, "It seems that assisting the people of Jiaolong Pond will be quite challenging." Bai Yi waved his hand, signaling him not to speak too much in front of Lin Han. "Brother, let us proceed. Lead me to the storeroom. The fate of the merman is of little consequence. What does it matter about the frozen city? I need the spirit marrow of the Luo water beast. I must return to being a man." Lin Han guided Bai Yi to the storeroom, which was truly impressive. It was filled with treasures, and that was no exaggeration. Pearls the size of footballs, emerald corals the size of trucks, and countless other jewels whose names eluded Bai Yi. Although he retained the soul of a man, he could not help but drool at the sight. Jiaolong Pond is indeed wealthy. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Lin Han, however, sighed. These are nothing. Within the Dragon Palace of the Sea, there are treasures that far surpass this by hundreds of times. What's wrong with being wealthy? Why the long face?
Bai Yi questioned.
Currently, we cannot return to the sea, and our kin in the ocean blame us for the dragon god's wrath and refuse to shelter us. As the Jiaolong Pond approaches its transformation into an icy realm, uncertainty looms over a potential relocation. A change of scenery may indeed be beneficial. Why the distress? Bai Yi casually inquired. The Avenger has long coveted the spirit marrow of the Luo Shui beast, and the Pond Master has steadfastly guarded the Jiaolong Pond for a century. Would it not be a pity to relinquish it so easily to the Avenger? Moreover, starting anew in a different locale is seldom as straightforward as it seems. We have arrived, my lady. What do you require? Ah! The spirit marrow of the Luo Shui. Lin Han opened a towering cabinet beneath the ceiling, revealing it to be brimming with exquisite glass vials. Are these sufficient? If not, there are more behind. He indicated toward the endless rows of cabinets. This is ample. I'll take all of these. Chapter 85. The transformation. The tragedy of Jiaolong Pond is an inevitable fate. The unsealing of Lingyun Peak has led to this place being frozen to its core. After Ziyuan's candid report, that very night, Su Yu made a resolute decision. Relocation. He would lead the entire merfolk community to select another site to establish a new Jiaolong Pond. The merfolk are indeed a devout race, deeply revering the dragon god and feeling an indelible connection to their homeland. To bid farewell to Jiaolong Pond, they held a grand bonfire festival. Bai Yi and others were invited to join the festivities, which had now lasted for 3 days. Throughout these 3 days, Bai Yi's mind was consumed with thoughts on how to utilize the essence of the Luo Shui beast to craft an exquisite brew. The ingredients for the creation of Falling Cherry Drunk required meticulous preparation, as the first attempt at brewing was bound to be somewhat clumsy. During her time at Jiaolong Pond, Bai Yi had perused numerous medical texts about the Luo Shui beast's essence and discovered its remarkable properties, which indeed included the ability to dispel illusions and unravel disguise techniques. At this moment, Bai Yi was wrapped up like a dumpling, clad in a thick cloak made of Luo Shui beast fur, seated in her chamber, eagerly awaiting the arrival of nightfall. This evening marked the auspicious day for her to reclaim her masculine vigor. Zhou Dali had brought numerous steaming pots of spicy soup from the kitchen, filled with kelp, sea vegetables, and marine spirit beasts, fragrant and piquant, perfect for inducing perspiration. Bai Yi, you're going to revel tonight. There will surely be plenty of delicious treats. Why are you eating so much now? Won't you spoil your appetite for later? Zhou Dali teased, observing Bai Yi's face adorned with tentacles, a sly grin on her lips. You cheeky girl. As if you don't know. With my face like this, how am I supposed to eat later?
Bai Yi retorted.
Or are you simply not greedy enough? If worst comes to worst, I can just remove my cap and eat. Stop being so cheeky. Did you put in the materials I asked you to prepare?
Bai Yi inviret cautiously.
Of course, it's just the essence. I specifically consulted the local apothecary, and he assured me that combining the essence with the sea radish would enhance its absorption. Any changes in appearance caused by techniques or fortuity can be remedied. Bai Yi's heart raced upon hearing this, and she hastily set down her bowl and chopsticks. What if I transform right now? What should I do? She murmured. Li girl, go fetch Ziyuan and Dongfang Luo. What's going on? You're being all mysterious. Are you a walking question mark? So many questions. Zhou Dali pouted as she exited the room. Bai Yi pondered, if the essence truly proved to be remarkably effective, maintaining her male identity would necessitate careful planning for many matters. For instance, how could she permanently uphold her male form? How would she explain her sudden transformation into a man? Or should she simply vanish and commence a new life under a different identity? While she was lost in thought, Zhou Dali returned swiftly, followed by Ziyuan and Dongfang Luo, who entered the room. Bai Yi quickly donned a veil. Dongfang Luo, upon seeing the table laden with spicy soup pots, looked perplexed. "Auntie, what is going on with you?" Hearing the word auntie, Bai Yi nearly burst into laughter, quickly clearing her throat and adopting a serious demeanor. "Please, take a seat. I was just about to summon you both." Ziyuan remarked, "I was just looking for you. The merfolk will relocate tomorrow, and I must return to the Tiangui Pavilion." Bai Yi nodded. "You attend to your affairs. I summoned you to inquire. Do you accept mineral veins?" "What do you mean?" Ji Yan inquired. "Isn't it about the matter of 500,000 spirit stones? Have you forgotten?" Ji Yan smiled faintly. "I thought you had forgotten. There's no rush. Whenever you have it, you can give it to me." "So generous? That's splendid." Bai Yi clapped his hands, however. "I am still somewhat uncomfortable with being in debt. I possess a mineral vein. Will your Tiangui Pavilion accept it? 5 million spirit stones. Firm price." Dongfang Luo laughed heartily. "Auntie, you're quite at a loss. A mineral vein is not worth that much." He then suddenly winked at Bai Yi. What do you mean?" 5 million is the price given by Peng Qingran based on the sex acquisition of mineral veins. It's already considered high. What intentions does Dongfang Luo harbor?" Ji Yan was taken aback. 5 million isn't a small sum, is it? That's the pricing from over a decade ago. Now, it's at least starting from 8 million. Ji Yan chuckled. "I don't quite understand, but Dongfang Luo is right. I can list your mineral vein at the Tiangui Pavilion's auction." "Indeed." Bai Yi blinked. "There's an auction as well. How could I have forgotten such a convenient way to earn money? If I can find various heavenly materials, especially those monopolized by the Avengers Alliance, they would surely fetch a considerable price. Speaking of the auction, how is your Tai Li Feng talisman project progressing?"
Bai Yi Suintetov.
"Yes, you do have a part to play. Dong Huang has already set up 30 servers, with only a few areas left uncovered." Dongfang Luo listened in confusion, but after a while, he grasped what they were discussing. Such a fine magical tool would surely be more popular if brought to the South Chuanyue. Ji Yan smiled slightly. "Exactly. The Tiangui Pavilion in Zhongzhou has already sent me a letter. Soon, I will be dispatched to the Tiangui Pavilion in South Chuanyue. When you all arrive there, feel free to look for me." Bai Yi patted his shoulder. "Brother, congratulations on your promotion. However, to be frank, you must first help me auction the Spirit Stone Mine for a high price before you leave." The three agreed on this, shared a simple meal, and the conversation returned to Tangshou. They were perplexed by this strange man. It seemed that someone had cast a spell on him, causing him to return to Donghuang in a frenzy. But each time he caused a ruckus, his intentions remained unclear. Tangshou had mentioned something about the anti-alliance. What is that? Bai Yi suddenly recalled this matter. It is an organization opposing the Avengers Alliance, existing only in certain legends. Whether it truly exists is unknown. Ji Yan explained. Bai Yi was taken aback. So many mysterious organizations? The Tiangui Pavilion is unaware? Ji Yan smiled. The Tiangui Pavilion might know, but I cannot access all the records. Moreover, there are pavilion rules. Confidentiality must be maintained. Dongfang Luo sighed. To not repay this grievance is unworthy of a gentleman. It is truly contemptible. Aunt, you must help me avenge myself. Bai Yi furrowed her brow and inquired, "Why should I seek revenge for you? Is it because of your good looks?" "Haha. Surely an aunt must care for her nephew. I cannot possibly confront Tang Shou on my own." Bai Yi raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to Dongfang Luo's head, exclaiming, "If you know you cannot win, then why aren't you training diligently?" Zhou Dali burst into laughter, and Bai Yi retaliated with another swat, saying, "You mischievous girl, how is your practice of the Qingming fist that I taught you? It is a technique particularly suited for body refinement." Zhou Dali stuck out her tongue. "I've been practicing. Don't rush me. I'm still working on it." At that moment, A cacophony of sounds erupted from outside, signaling the commencement of the carnival. Chapter 86. Does the young merman dare to tease me? The faces of the merfolk bore no semblance of jubilation. Rather, they were tinged with a hint of melancholy. Everyone was adorned in elegant attire, lavish garments, and exquisite jewelry, signifying the significance of bidding farewell to the festive celebration. Ji Yan had always held little interest in such bonfire festivities and had retreated to his chamber to meditate and cultivate early on. Dongfang Luo remained by Yi's side, indulging in food and drink, reveling in the unique dances of the merfolk, and listening to their hymns in praise of the dragon god, all while engaging in light-hearted banter. After savoring the specially brewed soup pot by Zhou Dali, Bai Yi felt a delightful sensation gradually enveloping him. Unlike the previous two occasions, this time the feeling was more prolonged and intricate. To be cautious, Bai Yi had prepared 6 large jars of falling sakura brew, knowing he had an abundance of spiritual essence at his disposal. He hoped it would help him rid himself of this effeminate demeanor once and for all. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to his diligent study of medical texts. In just 3 days, the falling sakura brew had not fermented adequately, leaving it quite tart and robust in potency, yet it possessed a unique charm. The most pronounced effect was felt in the tendrils on his face, which made Bai Yi's cheeks burn with warmth. "Auntie, this wine is truly splendid," exclaimed Dongfang Luo, having consumed a few cups and feeling slightly tipsy. "What is it called?" "Falling sakura brew," Bai Yi replied, his tolerance for alcohol being rather poor. Having just drunk 2 cups, his reactions were already sluggish. "Didn't I tell you? I must treat you to falling sakura brew someday. Indeed, I have heard that name before, but it wasn't you who mentioned it, was it?" "That was a friend told me," Dongfang Luo sighed, seemingly recalling some bittersweet memories. It was then that Bai Yi realized he was now referred to as Auntie, not Bai Yi. What friend? Dongfang Luo's cheeks flushed slightly as he shook his head and raised his cup for another drink. "Let us not speak of it." A burst of vibrant fireworks erupted by the bonfire, eliciting laughter from the merfolk. Moments before, there had been a touch of sorrow, but now they were immersed in a joyous atmosphere. 2 young merman children, sporting small horns atop their heads, scampered up to Bai Yi. "Hey, why are you wearing a veil? Do you look so peculiar that you cannot be seen?" Bai Yi waved them away. "Go away. You're being bothersome," but the children clapped their hands and shouted, "Strange person, take it off. Let us see." Dongfang Luo swiftly intervened, shooing the children away. "That is rude. Auntie holds a noble status. You cannot look at her so freely. Go play elsewhere." Bai Yi chuckled, and Dongfang Luo took her hand, pulling her up. "Auntie, I discovered a splendid place for stargazing yesterday. Let me take you there." Before Bai Yi could withdraw her hand, she was led away from the bonfire, weaving through the singing and dancing merfolk, until they arrived at a small tower within the palace. "Auntie, this wine of yours is quite potent," Dongfang Luo continued walking ahead, reaching the second-floor corridor of the tower. But after taking a few more steps, he noticed 5 or 6 shadowy figures standing ahead. They heard the voices of Bai Yi and Dongfang Luo and turned to see. At the forefront was a young merman clad in deep blue scales, none other than Mo Er, the mischievous son of Su Yu, who epitomized the essence of a debauched youth. He was accompanied by 2 guards and was mingling with 3 beautiful mermaid maidens. The laughter and pleas of the maidens gradually subsided as the 6 of them fixated on Bai Yi and Dongfang Luo. "Ah, what an unfortunate encounter," Bai Yi remarked. "Let us depart." Dongfang Luo nodded in agreement and was about to leave when Mo Er's laughter echoed from behind. "Ah, is this not our esteemed guest from Jiaolong Pond?" The slur in his voice betrayed the copious amounts of alcohol he had consumed, and the scent of liquor wafted towards them long before he arrived. Mo Er approached, flanked by his 2 guards, with the 3 maidens trailing behind. Dongfang Luo turned to inquire, "Mo Er, what brings you here?" Now standing close, it was evident that the deep blue scales around Mo Er's neck had lifted slightly due to intoxication, revealing a grotesque glimpse of the crimson flesh beneath. "Esteemed guest, my father has gone to great lengths to entertain you. Ha ha ha." Mo Er and his guards laughed boisterously, displaying a lack of decorum. Dongfang Luo's expression darkened, ready to retort, but Bai Yi grasped his arm. "They are inebriated. There is no need to stoop to their level." Let us leave. Dongfang Luo snorted coldly and turned to ascend the stairs with Bai Yi. However, Mo Air suddenly darted forward, employing an uncanny agility to position himself directly before Bai Yi. His movement was so swift that Bai Yi could scarcely comprehend it. He seized Bai Yi's hazy face, exclaiming, "Our Merman clan has extended its finest hospitality to you, yet you refuse to remove your hat? Such a breach of etiquette is most unbecoming." The stench of alcohol overwhelmed Bai Yi, and panic surged within him as he instinctively raised his hand to push Mo Air away. Alas, his strength faltered due to the effects of the drink. This is disastrous. The veil is on the verge of being removed. How audacious! It was Dongfang Luo. His movements were extraordinary. He delivered a swift kick to Mo Air's arm, sending him sprawling, while deftly securing the veil atop Bai Yi's head. A warm sensation enveloped Bai Yi's heart. Yet, curiously, Dongfang Luo's stature seemed to diminish. His voice grew softer and more delicate. Was it the alcohol? Auntie has stated that men and women should not meet. Mo Air scoffed, drunkenly insulting, the foul tongue of the clam spirit. Today I shall see this old hag. Young master, you've had too much to drink, A guard hastily approached to support Mo Air. Mo Air retaliated with a resounding slap. You speak nonsense. Jiaolong Pond. So magnificent and grand. And now? What now? These spiritual cultivators look down upon us. They even remove their hats. Seize her hat. His cries were drowned out by the jubilant songs from below. Unnoticed by anyone, the guards, clutching their faces, were at a loss for how to respond. Dongfang Luo stepped forward, saying, "It is not that Auntie lacks manners. Rather, she has made it clear that she never reveals her face to others. This is true no matter the place. The aunt has saved my life. I cannot allow you to offend her venerable self." Mo Air gaped, revealing a mouth full of menacing sharp teeth. "Then I shall take matters into my own hands. If you have the courage, try to stop me." No sooner had he spoken than a sphere of ice materialized in his grasp, hurtling towards Dongfang Luo's face. "You cannot defeat me." Dongfang Luo sidestepped and urged him to reconsider. Yet, Mo Air paid no heed, directing every strike towards the hazy visage of Bai Yi. While defending himself, Dongfang Luo warned, "If you persist in this manner, do not blame me for becoming serious." However, his words fell on deaf ears. Intoxicated and lacking in cultivation, Mo Air was simply on a different plane than Dongfang Luo. Indeed, Dongfang Luo could no longer contain himself. With a swift motion, he sent Mo Air crashing to the ground. Mo Air struggled to rise, and the guards hurried to assist him. "Young master, please quell your rage. If the Tang master learns of your offense against a distinguished guest, he might scold you." Mo Air, still cursing under his breath, managed to stand up. "This is too much." As he spoke, tears unexpectedly streamed down his face.